Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I'd already been on the road for more than a month by the time late September rolled around in 2019. Most people I talked to thought I was crazy. Riding a loaded-down bicycle across the country, sleeping in the woods most nights with no one around for miles. But for me, it was peace. It was escape. It was something that felt like it still belonged to the world before everything got loud and fast and crowded. By that point, I had already crossed several state lines, each with their own forests, mountains, and backroads. I rarely paid for campsites. Not because I couldn't afford it, but because the solitude I got from disappearing into the brush was worth far more than any patch of gravel beside someone else's RV. Most nights I would ride until sunset or maybe a little after, then will my bike into the trees somewhere quiet, somewhere away from the road and out of sight. I'd lock up the bike, pitch my tent, and settle into the night. And the nights usually gave me comfort. Insects, birds, owls, small rustlings, normal things you come to recognize after weeks outdoors. It's never quiet out there. Not completely. There's a rhythm to it, a living pulse, even in the dark. You can listen to it and know you're not alone, but also not watched. That's a big difference. That background noise was always something I leaned on. It reminded me that life was all around, and that none of it cared about me. That was exactly the way I wanted it. But I remember this one night, late September, in western Montana, somewhere off a Forest Service road that had long since turned to packed dirt. There weren't any other vehicles, no ranches nearby, no scattered houses like you sometimes find miles down forgotten roads. I hadn't seen another person in hours. The trees were tall and spaced enough that I could walk my bike off the road for a good 100 yards before I found a spot I liked. There was a little rise in the forest floor just beside a narrow clearing, and I chose a spot just behind it, giving me a little slope to block me from the road. Not that anyone was coming down it at that hour anyway. The sun was almost gone by the time I set the kickstand. Everything about the site looked perfect. The ground was soft with dry pine needles. No big rocks. No dead trees above that might drop limbs in the night. I cooked a small dinner with my camp stove, ate quietly while the sky shifted from gold to deep blue, and by the time I climbed into my tent, it was full-on dark. Normally, I'd drift off slowly, listening to crickets, maybe the distant trill of an owl, or the breeze running through the branches overhead. But not that night. Not even close. It was dead quiet. No wind. No insects. Not even the distant scurry of mice in the underbrush. Nothing. At first, I thought maybe I was just overthinking it. Maybe I was tired. Maybe I was just so used to the sounds that I was imagining the silence. But the longer I lay there, the more I realized just how wrong it felt. It wasn't just quiet. It was oppressive. Like the trees were holding their breath. Like the whole forest had tensed up and was waiting for something to pass. It's hard to explain how silence can feel heavy, but it does. When you're used to a place that's never still, the sudden absence of sound is like someone turned off the world. It made the darkness feel deeper, the tent feel thinner, and the forest feel bigger. I tried to shake it. I adjusted my sleeping pad, pulled my quilt tighter around me, closed my eyes and tried to think about other things. But the silence kept pressing on me, growing louder in its own way. Every tiny sound I made, shifting my legs, scratching an itch, the soft crinkle of my sleeping quilt, sounded like a shout. I kept waiting for the wind to pick up, for a single bug to chirp, for something to remind me the woods were still alive. And then a twig snapped. I flinched. It wasn't far. Maybe 30 or 40 feet away. Could have been anything. Deer, elk, squirrel. That sound by itself wouldn't normally have bothered me. But in that silence, it hit like a gunshot. It echoed through the void like the forest itself had cracked. I froze. My breathing slowed. My ears strained so hard I thought I could hear my own heartbeat in the stillness. But there was nothing else. Just that one crack. And then more silence. I told myself it was fine. Forests are full of small sounds, even when they're quiet. Animals move. Branches fall. But I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever made that sound had done it on purpose. Or worse, that it was still there, waiting just like I was, not making a sound. I've spent enough nights outdoors to know that the imagination can play tricks on you, especially when you're alone. But this felt different. This didn't feel like nerves. It felt like instinct, like something primal in my brain had reached up and hit the emergency brake. Every muscle in my body felt tight. I wasn't even cold, but I was shivering. I didn't have a weapon, just a camp knife, maybe 3 inches long. No bear spray, though I knew better. It was a weight-saving choice I had made stupidly early in the trip and hadn't corrected. Montana has bears. I knew that, but I had seen so few signs of any animals in the area that I hadn't worried about it. I lay there for what felt like hours. I kept waiting for the sound of footsteps, for another snap, for some movement. But nothing came. Nothing moved. I didn't hear breathing, didn't hear sniffing, didn't hear leaves rustle. Just that same unbroken silence. I don't know if I ever actually fell asleep. It felt like I drifted in and out of half-consciousness, eyes shut but brain spinning like a turbine. Every time I started to fade, I'd jolt awake, convinced I had heard something new. A rustle, a thump, something brushing against the side of the tent. But every time there was nothing, just the cold weight of that airless silence pressing against the fabric. Hours passed. At one point I opened my phone to check the time. It was close to 3 a.m. The battery had dropped more than it should have, probably from the cold. I closed my eyes again and told myself it was just a bad night. That morning would come, and this would all feel silly. And then finally, I heard it. The faint, distant call of a bird. Just one at first. Then another, from a different direction. A low coo, maybe a mourning dove. Then the trill of something smaller. I sat up slowly and unzipped the flap of the tent. The sky had softened into that faint bluish gray that comes just before dawn, and the forest had woken up. Crickets chirped. A breeze stirred the leaves. Somewhere not far away, I heard the soft trickle of water that must have been a stream or small creek I hadn't noticed the night before. The world was back, and the feeling of dread lifted like a weight had been peeled off my shoulders. I stepped out of the tent and stood barefoot in the cold needles, staring into the trees. The place looked no different. The same trees, the same patchy underbrush. My bike still leaned against the pine where I'd left it, bag zipped untouched. But it felt different. Or maybe I did. I didn't cook breakfast. I didn't pack slowly like I usually did. I got everything rolled up and strapped down as the sun crested the horizon. I ate a protein bar while coasting down the dirt road, glancing back more than once to make sure nothing had followed me. I never figured out what had caused it. Maybe it was a predator in the area. Cougar, bear, wolf. Maybe that's what the animals had gone silent for. I didn't see any tracks, but that didn't mean much. The forest floor was dry and patchy, and big animals know how to move quietly when they want to. Or maybe it was nothing at all. Just one of those nights where the forest held its breath. But I'll never forget that silence. I've heard gunshots, thunderstorms, trains screaming through crossings, but none of them matched how loud that silence felt. It wasn't just quiet. It was hollow. It was waiting, like something was out there, just beyond the trees, and the whole forest knew to stay still until it was gone. I kept riding after that. Thousands more miles, dozens more nights in the woods. But that one night stayed with me. It's the only time I ever seriously thought about turning back. I didn't, but I came close. Now, when I wild camp, I pay attention to the noise level the moment I stop. I notice how loud or quiet things are. I listen for crickets, frogs, birds, anything at all. If it's quiet, truly quiet, I move on. Because I know now, the forest never stays silent without a reason. Oh man, this is a story that's stuck with me for years. One of those things that messes with your head the longer you think about it. It's all true too, and I want to tell it just like it happened, straight up and real. No ghosts, no fairy tales, no made-up stuff, just a plain, weird experience that kept me on edge for months. Back then, my family and I lived way out in the woods, the kind of woods that feel like they go on forever. Our little plot was completely hidden. No neighbors, no streetlights, nothing but trees in every direction. The house was deep enough that at night, it got pitch black. No city lights or passing cars, just silence and darkness pressing in from all sides. The only way in or out was a long dirt road that wound through the trees. It was remote, peaceful most days, but there was this heavy stillness that settled when the sun went down. The family I grew up with lived a bit further down the dirt road, but my immediate family had that patch of land, our little slice of nowhere. We didn't have any electricity poles or street lamps. The house itself had some lights, of course, But once you stepped outside and looked up, the night was deep, thick black, except for stars. Or so I thought. After we moved in, something strange caught my eye. One night, as I was sitting on the porch with the kids playing around, I noticed a light hovering just above the treetops. At first, I figured it was a star or maybe a plane's landing light in the distance. But it didn't behave like any star or plane I'd ever seen. It wasn't fixed in one place like a star, and it didn't move in a straight line like a plane or helicopter. Instead, this light swayed gently, like it was floating on a breeze. It would rise suddenly, disappear behind the thick tree line, then reappear on the other side. It would get closer and farther away, sometimes moving side to side, sometimes dropping down near the level of the trees. It wasn't very bright, but the way it moved was unnatural, like it was controlled by something or someone. I didn't say anything to my family at first. I thought maybe I was imagining it or seeing things because it was so quiet out there. No one else seemed to notice it, or if they did, they never mentioned it. I watched the light for a few nights, always when the air was still and the stars were clear. The way it moved made me uncomfortable, but I chalked it up to nerves. Maybe it was a drone or some kind of light someone had set up in the woods for fun. Then my dad hired some guys to help him build a deck onto the back of the house. One of those guys was kind of known to my husband, so we started inviting him over for dinner after work. It was a nice way to be neighborly since the man lived not far behind us, separated by just a stretch of dense forest. That's when the light started to get closer, closer to us, and especially to that guy. It wasn't just up in the sky anymore. It hovered around tree level, sometimes moving through the branches like it was following him. I knew it wasn't natural because I could see it descending behind the trees where his little cabin was, not more than a couple of 100 yards away. One day, I finally showed the light to my husband and the guy who was helping build the deck. I'd been quiet about it because I didn't want to sound crazy or paranoid, but when they saw it move, their faces changed. It wasn't some random flicker in the sky. This light was doing something. My daughter, ever curious and fearless, decided to play with it. She stood outside, waving her arms and laughing, saying, "Follow me if you're an alien." She'd step left, and the light would drift left too. Step right, and the light followed. It moved with her, exactly. That was the moment the hairs on the back of my neck stood straight up. The man helping us build the deck got so spooked he left early one day, right in the middle of the work. And that light, it followed him as he left. I remember watching from the porch, heart pounding, as the light moved swiftly behind him, trailing like a silent shadow. It dropped lower, closer to the ground, until I lost sight of it behind the thick trees near his place. This went on for about 4 days. Every time the man left, the light followed. It was like some strange escort, keeping tabs on him, or maybe tracking his every move. I was terrified for the guy. I thought, what if this is some kind of alien thing? What if they're going to abduct him? Or worse, come after us next? At night, I found myself staring out the window for hours. The woods were dark, but that light was there, always drifting in the distance. I didn't want to miss any sign of what it was, or what it might do. My mind raced with possibilities, none of them good. One night, the man didn't come back. The light stayed out there, floating near the trees like it was waiting for something, or someone. My nerves were shot. I was pacing, yelling at the empty dark woods, asking the light what it wanted, demanding it leave us alone. I was scared enough to flip it off, just out of pure frustration and fear. That's when the light suddenly dived toward me. It was so fast I barely had time to react. I was certain I'd angered whatever it was, like I just ticked off some alien force that wasn't going to forget it. I turned and ran, tripping over roots and branches, heart pounding in my chest like a drum. When I looked back, the light was gone. Just gone. No trace, no flash, no glow. It disappeared into the night as quickly as it had come. I was a mess. I told my dad what was going on, desperate for help. He didn't believe me at first. He just laughed and asked if I was on crack. I lost it, trying to explain I wasn't crazy or high, just scared out of my mind. Eventually, he gave me a shotgun and told me to shoot it down if I saw it again. "If it's real," he said with a smirk. I didn't shoot. I was terrified, but I figured if it was some alien thing or whoever, firing a gun at it would only make it worse. Maybe I was right. After those few days, the man returned. The light came back too, like clockwork. It followed him again, moving through the trees to his place whenever he left our property. I kept my distance and stayed inside as much as possible, too afraid to do more than watch. Then one day, the light didn't come back. The man stopped showing up. The whole thing just stopped without explanation. We never saw that strange, swaying light again, and the woods went back to being quiet and dark. Years later, long after we'd moved away from those woods, I was scrolling through some local news articles online. One headline caught my eye. Something about the police using drones to catch drug dealers and other criminals in the area. My stomach dropped. It hit me then. That light. The way it moved, how it followed the man. The fact that he lived nearby, not far behind us in the woods. The strange timing. The man we knew had actually been arrested shortly after finishing the deck work, charged with drug trafficking and connections to the so-called Mexican mafia. We had thought he was just a small-time dealer, nothing major. But this article showed there had been serious police surveillance in the area, including drones flying low through the trees. Everything clicked. That light was probably a police drone, not some alien spacecraft. The cops were watching the man, tracking his movements in the woods. Maybe they were bored or trying to scare us off so we wouldn't interfere. Or maybe they wanted to keep their eyes on him without him noticing. The drone's swaying and movement made sense. It wasn't flying perfectly steady because it was going through thick branches and trees. Looking back, I realize how naive I was. I spent so long terrified of aliens in the dark woods when it was probably just technology the police were using. If I'd shot at it like my dad said, I might have ended up in serious trouble, maybe even jail. Who knows what charges I'd have faced for firing a gun at a police drone. That whole time, I was caught between fear and confusion, seeing something strange in the dark and not knowing what it was. The woods felt alive and watching, and I was just a scared mom trying to protect her kids from something I didn't understand. In the end, it was never aliens. Just the reality of living near people with secrets and danger, and the law trying to keep up with them in ways I never imagined. I'm still glad I never fired that shotgun, even though the fear never completely left me while we lived there. Sometimes the scariest things aren't from outer space. They're right here on Earth, hidden behind the trees, in the shadows where no one thinks to look. I never lived in the countryside. I grew up in the suburbs, always surrounded by the noise of traffic and the occasional chatter of neighbors. But my work pulled me far from that familiar setting. For years, I worked as a field archaeologist, often sent to remote corners of the United States. Places so isolated you could swear the world had forgotten they existed. Mountains, forests, swamps, and barren plains became my second home. One summer, I was assigned to a high-altitude survey project in the Colorado Rockies. The project's goal was straightforward but physically demanding. 3 of us would walk parallel survey lines up the mountain, digging small test pits every 50 meters, screening the soil, and recording everything carefully. The work was methodical, repetitive, and exhausting. We climbed over boulders and pushed through thick forest, the air thinning with every step uphill. On the 3rd day of the survey, I was assigned the far right line. The other 2 colleagues were about 30 to 40 meters to my left, each following their own path, and I was making my way up a particularly rocky section of the alpine forest. The sun was beating down, but the shade of tall, ancient pine trees offered some relief. The ground was uneven. Boulders the size of small cars lay scattered, some covered in moss and lichen, others bare and cracked from the sun. At one point, I climbed down off a large boulder into a small clearing within the rock field. The clearing was only about 10 feet across, enclosed by rocks and the trunks of twisted old pines. It was cooler here, quieter. The birdsong I'd been hearing all morning seemed to fade away until I could only hear the faint whisper of the wind threading through the needles above. In the center of this clearing stood a tree unlike any I'd seen that day. Its bark was deeply grooved and scarred. What caught my eye immediately were the symbols carved into the trunk. Symbols that were clearly old, but had been recarved or refreshed repeatedly. The grooves were darkened by age, but fresh cuts revealed pale wood beneath. I crouched closer, tracing the patterns with my fingers, careful not to disturb the bark. They looked like simple shapes, circles, triangles, intersecting lines, but arranged in a way that felt deliberate and meaningful. I wasn't an expert in symbology, but I could tell they weren't natural marks or random graffiti. Surrounding the base of the tree was a neat circle of stones, maybe 2 feet across. The stones were varied, some smooth, some rough, but carefully placed. Inside the circle, there were small wooden objects that looked handmade. I recognized the shape of tiny figurines, probably made by twisting twigs and small branches together. The craftsmanship was crude but intentional. Nearby were small bowls carved out of wood. I could see remnants of what might have been food, some dark, dried fruits or nuts, and a dark liquid, sticky and thick, pooled inside one of the bowls. The smell was faint but unmistakable, a mix of damp earth, decaying wood, and something metallic or sharp, maybe old blood or rust. What unsettled me most were the animal bones scattered carefully around the stone circle. I recognized a few fragments, a small jawbone with teeth intact, a few rib bones, and some claws. The bones looked old, but not fossilized or centuries old. They were well preserved, bleached slightly by sun and rain, but unmistakably recent compared to the trees and rocks. I stood back, feeling a cold knot in my stomach. This wasn't just some random collection of things left behind by hikers or kids messing around. It was a shrine or a ritual site of some kind, the sort that people who believed in old, forgotten ways might build. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck rise. I pulled out my camera and took detailed photos, making sure to capture every angle. The carvings, the stone circle, the wooden figures, the bones, and the offerings. Then I radioed my team. I told them to meet me at the clearing. I was quiet on the radio. I didn't want to say much over the speaker, but they understood. When they arrived, we all took a moment to study the site in silence. It was the kind of discovery that was unexpected in the middle of a survey line, but not unheard of. These mountains were remote and wild, and human activity, even modern pagan rituals or old superstitions, sometimes left traces. We documented everything carefully, filling out a cultural site form, even though we knew this was a modern site, not ancient. Still, the presence of the shrine meant we had to note it down. The forest and the soil around it needed to be recorded precisely so that it could be protected or investigated by the right authorities later. That night, lying in my tent and reviewing the photos, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. It wasn't fear in the supernatural sense, but something deeper. The care with which someone had maintained that site suggested a respect for whatever practice it was, an insistence that the place mattered. I thought about the bones and the offerings. What purpose did they serve? How often did the person or people who built it return here? Were they watching the site? Did they know we were there? The next day, we continued our work, but I kept glancing over my shoulder. Every sound, crack of a branch, rustle of a bush, made me stop. The mountain felt different after what I'd found. It was no longer just a place for rocks and dirt, but a place that held stories I didn't understand. The forest was quieter, the shadows longer. Later in the afternoon, as we packed up, I decided to revisit the shrine one last time before leaving. The sun was low, casting long shadows between the trees and rocks. I moved slowly, careful not to disturb anything. When I arrived, the shrine looked different, almost alive in the fading light. The carvings glowed faintly in the sun's rays, the wooden figures cast long shadows, and the stones seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the forest. I knelt and examined the soil around the circle. There were no footprints except ours, no signs that anyone had disturbed it since our arrival. The animal bones were still there, but the dark liquid in the bowls looked dried up now, crusted and dusty. I thought about the people who had made this place. They'd come up here, carrying food and drink, carving symbols into the tree bark, carefully arranging bones and stones. This was their private place, hidden from the world, meant to connect with something beyond the usual. Not ghosts or magic, but something real, something personal and powerful. A way to make sense of the world. As I stood up to leave, I felt a strange respect. The mountains were vast and indifferent, but humans left their marks, sometimes in stone, sometimes in silence. Back at camp, I filled out the last forms and packed my gear. The workday ended, but the feeling stayed with me. The reminder that even in the wildest places, people have stories, rituals, and meanings that we don't always understand. The forest and the mountain held those stories quietly, waiting for someone to notice. I left the site the next morning, the image of that carved tree and the small circle burned into my mind. It wasn't the kind of discovery that made headlines or brought fame, but it was a reminder. Even the most remote places carry the traces of human presence, the echoes of lives lived in ways we rarely see. That shrine stayed with me, not as a haunting or a legend, but as a real, tangible connection to people who chose to honor something beyond themselves, deep in the heart of a mountain forest. And in that, I found something both unsettling and profoundly human. When I was about 14, I lived with my grandparents out in the country. Their house was an old farmhouse, the kind of place that sat surrounded by nothing but fields and trees for miles. The nearest neighbor was probably a good half-mile away, and the night was always quiet except for the sounds of nature. Crickets, owls, the wind moving through the trees, and sometimes the distant call of a coyote. It was peaceful most of the time, but out there, alone in the dark, there was an edge to it, something that felt vast and empty and a little bit unforgiving. I had 2 dogs living with me in that house. One was Jax, an English Mastiff, a huge dog with a broad head and massive paws that made the floor tremble whenever he walked near. He was calm most of the time, the kind of dog that you could trust to watch over the place, but never felt the need to be scared of. The other was Blue, a mini Aussie/Corgi mix. He was small but fast, a little firecracker, always full of energy and barking at every bird or squirrel he saw. Together they were my companions, the family I had in that big old house when my grandparents were busy or away. One night, I was lying in my bed in my room, the moonlight barely filtering in through the thin curtains. The house was silent except for the occasional creak of the wooden floors settling. I had just closed my eyes, ready to fall asleep after a long day of school and chores. Then suddenly I heard it, the barking. It started low and slow, but quickly turned into something wild and frantic. Both dogs were going crazy outside my window, barking and growling at something in the dark. I sat up, my heart starting to beat faster. I knew Jax and Blue pretty well, and I knew when they were alert for a reason. This wasn't their usual barking at a stray cat or a raccoon. This was different, urgent, tense, and something about it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I got out of bed and opened my bedroom door. The dogs were both pressed against the door, whining and barking. I grabbed my jacket and slipped on my boots. I cracked open the back door, and as soon as I did, both Jax and Blue bolted out into the night. They disappeared into the blackness of the yard like shadows, and I called after them, my voice shaking a little as I shouted for them to come back. They didn't stop or even look back. I stood there for a few moments, the cold air biting at my face. The moon was hidden behind clouds now, and the yard was almost pitch black. I could hear the sounds of the trees rustling and my own breath in the stillness. I called for them again, louder this time, but there was no answer. No bark, no pant, nothing. For the next 15 minutes, I kept calling their names, walking cautiously out into the yard, shining my phone flashlight around. I didn't want to go too far, not knowing what could be out there in the dark, but I had to find them. I kept listening for the familiar sounds of paws hitting the dirt or leaves crunching underfoot, but there was nothing. It was as if they'd vanished. I went back inside and locked the door behind me, trying to calm down. My mind was racing, thinking about what could have scared them so badly that they ran off into the night like that. I didn't want to call my grandparents. My grandpa was out of town for a few days, and my grandma was asleep. I figured they'd be worried if I woke them up for something I couldn't explain. Then, about 45 minutes later, just as I was starting to think maybe I was imagining things, I heard a faint noise coming from outside again. I opened the door slowly and called out one more time, my voice soft but firm. This time, Blue appeared from the darkness, coming slowly back in the direction of the house. He looked tired, his fur wet with dew and dirt, but otherwise okay. I knelt down and let him inside, checking him over for any cuts or scrapes. He didn't seem hurt, but there was something strange about him. He was unusually quiet, almost subdued, and his eyes looked tired and wary. I called for Jax, but there was no answer. I waited for a few more minutes, but the yard stayed silent. Then, just when I was starting to lose hope, I heard a low sound from the edge of the porch. Jax was standing there, his massive frame blocking the light from the porch bulb. I felt a wave of relief wash over me as I stepped outside and called his name softly. Jax didn't move. I took a step closer. His eyes were fixed on something just beyond the yard, staring into the darkness like he was seeing something I couldn't. Then he walked slowly to the doorway of my bedroom and stopped. He stood there for a moment, frozen. Then he started to growl, a low, quiet rumble that felt different from any growl he'd ever given me before. I froze. I had never heard Jax growl like that, especially not at me. He had always been gentle with me, protective but calm. This was something else entirely. It was like he was warning me, telling me to stay away, but I didn't understand why. I took a cautious step toward him, maybe 2 feet away, and the growl turned vicious. His lips curled back, teeth bared, and his eyes were fierce. My heart slammed in my chest. I took a step back, suddenly feeling very small in that big old house. I walked back to my bed, trying to steady my breathing. Jax didn't follow me. He stayed right there, staring at me, his growl fading but his eyes still locked on me, sharp and suspicious. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. All night long, every time I tried to get close to him, he would growl quietly, warning me off. Blue stayed close by, but he seemed shaken too, refusing to settle down. I didn't sleep much that night. The house felt colder, emptier, and the shadows outside the window seemed thicker somehow. Every creak of the floor made me jump, and every rustle in the trees sounded like something creeping closer. I kept glancing at Jax, who had taken a spot in the living room but never relaxed. His ears were pinned back, his eyes constantly scanning the dark corners. The next morning, sunlight streaming through the windows made everything seem less scary. I checked on both dogs, looking for any injuries or signs of whatever might have scared them. Blue seemed fine, maybe a little tired, but Jax was still off. He avoided me, refused to let me near him, and his growling only stopped when my grandparents came home later that day. I told them what happened, and they weren't surprised. They said that sometimes out in the country, strange things happen. Wild animals come close, people wander through the woods, and sometimes there are things out there that don't want to be seen. They suggested maybe a coyote or a wild dog had been near the house that night, and the dogs had sensed it. That made sense. But what didn't make sense was Jax's behavior afterward. The next few days, he was quieter, more tense. He didn't want to play or go on walks like usual. He stayed close to the house, always alert, watching the woods like he was waiting for something. I could tell he was unsettled, and it made me uneasy too. Then, after about a week, Jax started to get back to normal. The growling stopped, and he was his old gentle self again. Blue was happy to have his big brother back, and the house felt calm once more. I never found out exactly what scared them that night, or what Jax saw in the dark. But I learned that sometimes, living out in the country means sharing your space with things you can't always understand or explain. And that even the strongest, calmest companions can sense danger long before you do. That night stayed with me, though. It was a reminder that the quiet can break at any moment, that the dark is never empty, and that sometimes the things we fear aren't stories or ghosts. They're just the real, wild world showing up on our doorstep. Living out in the country was something I grew used to over the years, and honestly, most of the time it was a peaceful and even enjoyable life. There's something about the wide open spaces, the quiet stretches between neighbors, and the way the stars fill the sky at night that feels almost sacred. I liked the calm it brought, the slower pace, and how you could hear everything. The wind in the trees, animals moving through the fields, even the occasional far-off truck on a gravel road. Life wasn't perfect, and sometimes things happened that didn't have an obvious explanation. But I usually chalked those up to nature or some simple, logical cause. But there was one night that stuck with me, that I can't easily explain or forget. It wasn't the sort of thing that involved ghosts or fairies, or anything like that. No supernatural nonsense. Just something unsettling in the quiet darkness. Something that made the ordinary feel off. That night, I was home with my grandma. My mom and stepdad had gone out for the evening, and my brother was away somewhere, so it was just the two of us in the house. The house itself was an old farmhouse, the kind you see in pictures of the country. It had stood there for a long time before we moved in, with weathered wood siding and a wraparound porch that creaked when you walked on it. Inside, it was cozy but had that old house feel. Lots of wood paneling, low ceilings, and the faint smell of aged pine mixed with dust. Grandma lived with us, and she was the kind of person who liked routine and quiet, though she was nervous by nature, especially at night. I don't blame her. This place could feel a little isolated when the sun went down. On this particular night, there had been fireworks from a farm down the road, maybe some kind of celebration or just someone shooting them off for fun. So the night wasn't completely silent. There were bursts of light and crackles echoing over the fields, fading slowly until the darkness settled in again. We had the TV off, so the house was mostly still, just the occasional creak of old wood settling or the hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. After the fireworks stopped and the noise faded, I heard something else, a clinking sound coming from the front corner of the house. At first, I thought maybe it was something normal, the wind playing with the gutters or some loose metal moving against the drain pipe. But then came a tapping noise against the exterior wall of the living room. light but deliberate. It wasn't random or scattered like the wind. It sounded like something or someone was deliberately tapping against the side of the house. Grandma was sitting on the couch nearby, trying to ignore the sounds, but I could tell she was uneasy. Her hands gripped the armrests tightly, and her eyes flicked toward the window several times. She had been worried about some vandalism that happened at a neighbor's house a few weeks earlier, so I understood why she was tense. I got up quietly and walked over to the living room window, peering out into the darkness. It was too dark to see anything clearly, just the blackness of the night and the vague outlines of trees and fields beyond. No movement, no shapes, nothing that would explain the tapping. Still, the sounds continued intermittently, the tapping rising and falling with no clear pattern. Deciding not to wait around, I grabbed my stepdad's pistol from the small safe where it was kept in the hallway closet. He kept it locked up during the day, but would sometimes leave it accessible at night, especially if he was worried about animals or intruders. I didn't want to alarm Grandma, so I took the gun quietly, making sure it was loaded, but keeping it low and safe. I opened the front door and stepped out onto the porch. The wooden steps creaked under my feet as I moved slowly toward the corner where the gutter was. I held the pistol in one hand and strained my eyes into the darkness. The cool night air smelled faintly of grass and dirt, mixed with the dampness of an earlier rain that had left the ground soft and muddy. I waited, listening carefully for any more sounds. For a few minutes, there was nothing but silence and the distant chirping of crickets. Then, from the same corner of the house, I heard it again, the soft clink against the drainpipe, followed by a light tapping on the wooden siding. I stayed still, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever it was, but the night offered only shadows. No eyes reflecting back at me, no movement in the bushes or trees. I stayed there for a while longer, but the noises stopped and nothing else came. Slowly, I went back inside, locked the door, and told Grandma it was probably just some animal messing around, maybe a raccoon or a possum. She nodded but didn't seem convinced. After a bit, she went up to her room, and I stayed downstairs, trying to shake the uneasy feeling creeping over me. But just as I was starting to relax, the tapping started again. This time it was different, heavier, slower, more like thumping. It wasn't just on the wall anymore. It moved up higher, climbing toward the roof. The sound was solid and deliberate, like something large was walking along the eaves. I've seen raccoons and squirrels climb on houses before. They're light and quick, and their steps sound almost like scratching or scrabbling. This wasn't that. These thumps were heavier, more forceful. They moved steadily from the front corner, across the edge of the roof, heading toward the back of the house. Heart pounding, I grabbed the pistol again, this time also taking a flashlight. I flicked it on as I moved toward the front door. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating the porch and a small stretch of yard beyond. I hesitated for a moment, then stepped outside and shut the door behind me, making sure to latch it this time. The thumping continued above me, moving carefully and steadily. I swept the flashlight up the side of the house and then along the roofline, but I couldn't see anything. No animals, no people, no signs of movement. The shadows were thick, and the night swallowed up the light quickly. The sounds moved silently over the shingles, and I realized this wasn't an animal that was just curious or hungry. Something about the rhythm of the thumps felt calculated, like deliberate steps from something bigger, heavier, and more coordinated than any animal I'd encountered. It was unnerving, the way the sounds progressed without pause, as if it was checking the perimeter, walking a path it had planned. I didn't want to stay out there any longer than necessary. I relatched the door firmly and went back inside, locking it behind me. My hands were shaking, and I could feel adrenaline coursing through my veins. The house suddenly felt smaller and more confined, like the shadows had stretched into corners I didn't want to look at. I moved down to the basement, the darkest part of the house, and the safest place I could think of. The basement was cool and damp, with concrete walls and a single small window near the ceiling that let in a faint strip of moonlight. I sat down there, flashlight off, pistol by my side, listening. The tapping and thumping never came back. The house was quiet again, except for the occasional creak of wood or the soft murmur of the night outside. I stayed there until morning, unable to shake the feeling that someone, or something, had been there, just out of sight, and that it wasn't an animal or the wind. The next day, I went outside to check for any clues. The ground near the drainpipe was disturbed, soft dirt pushed aside and small footprints embedded in the mud. They didn't look like raccoon prints or deer tracks. They were larger and rounder, but not quite human. Near the wall, there was a dark mark where something heavy had hit or pressed against the siding. It wasn't a scrape or claw mark, more like a blunt impact. I looked around the yard and the edges of the house, but found no other signs. No dropped objects, no footprints leading away clearly, no broken branches or disturbed grass. It was as if whoever or whatever had been there vanished into thin air. I told myself it had to be some kind of prank, or maybe an animal I hadn't seen before, but the feeling of that night stayed with me. For weeks afterward, I checked the windows and locked the doors early, sometimes sleeping with the light on. Nothing like that ever happened again. Looking back, it was probably just someone messing around. Maybe kids from a nearby farm testing their nerves, or a trespasser checking out the house for some reason. But the way those thumps moved across the roof, so steady and heavy, made me certain it wasn't just random or accidental. It felt like it was searching, watching, marking the place. Years later, I still think about that night, how ordinary it seemed at first, and how the quiet slowly turned into something else. Nothing about it was supernatural, no ghosts, no strange creatures. Just a dark night, a quiet house, and the sound of something walking on the roof that didn't belong. The country life can be peaceful, but sometimes, in the silence, there's a reminder that you're never completely alone. I remember that day clearly, even though I was only 6 years old. Our family owned a decent chunk of land around one of the most popular springs in the area. It was a place where you could feel nature all around you. The slow-moving water of the spring, the faint hum of insects, the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze. My parents trusted me enough that I could wander off into the woods by myself, as long as one of them was nearby. That day, my dad was home, so he took me out there. We went walking, exploring the edges of the woods, and I was mostly running around, just burning off all my kid energy. The trees in that part of the woods weren't dense. They stood about 10 feet apart, tall and straight, but the ground was covered in dead leaves that crunched underfoot, and a thick haze of humidity hung in the air, the kind you only get deep in the forest. It made everything feel a little quieter and more still than usual. I was having fun, darting between the trees, chasing shadows, and trying to spot little animals hiding in the brush. At some point, I realized I was somewhere unfamiliar. I stopped running, looked around, and saw nothing but trees and leaves as far as I could see. But what caught my eye was the trash, old rusty wheels, an old bed frame, broken glass, and bits of metal scattered all over the ground, like someone had dumped garbage there long ago and left it to rot. It was weird, and it made me feel uneasy. I started to panic. I was lost. I was just a little kid, and the woods that had seemed so friendly a moment ago now felt big and confusing and scary. I called out for my dad, my voice cracking as I cried. I screamed his name, hoping he would hear me. I could barely stop myself from sobbing. Then, after a minute or so, I heard his voice shouting back, "Hold on, don't move. Just keep crying. I'm on my way." It was reassuring at first, hearing him, but then things got weird. He kept shouting from different directions. "I'm right over here. Follow my voice." And then a few seconds later, "Almost there, just hold on." Then again, "I'm right over here, just come here." His voice seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. I couldn't tell which way to go. Was he closer or farther away? Was I supposed to stay still or move toward him? I didn't understand, and it made me feel even more scared. I curled up on the ground and cried harder. Eventually, my dad broke through the trees and found me. He grabbed my arm and pulled me up. He wasn't angry or rushed. Instead, he just held me and calmed me down. We walked back together slowly. When I told him I was confused by his yelling to both stay put and come to him, he just said he never told me to move, and that it was best to stay where I was lost so he could find me. I guess that was the lesson, but it never really made sense to me, especially with what had just happened. That moment stuck with me for years, and it was the first time I really felt how big and strange the woods could be. Years later, when I was in middle school, I met a friend whose house was just as strange in its own way. It was an old place built right next to a dried-up riverbed, deep enough into the woods that you could walk for a long time without seeing another person. His house was the only one on the block, and oddly enough, it had a basement, which is unusual for around here. Florida and basements don't mix well because of the water table. The weirdest part was the cell phone signal. Inside his house, phones didn't work at all. No bars, no calls, no texts, nothing. But the second you stepped outside, even just on the porch, your signal would come back instantly, like magic. That place became the hangout spot for our group in high school. We'd spend hours there after school, or on weekends, exploring the old riverbed and the woods around it. The ground was cracked and dry where the river used to flow, and the banks were steep and covered in thorny bushes and vines. It was a little wild but fun, perfect for teenage adventures. Then, the red eyes started to show up. At first, we didn't know what to make of them. We'd all seen them separately or together, but no one could explain where they came from. The red eyes were a pair of small, crimson-colored lights that appeared at night around the property. They looked like two little dots of glowing red fire, evenly spaced, and they would blink on and off, moving slowly from place to place on the edge of the woods. The lights weren't bright enough to light up anything, but they were sharp, distinct, and clearly not natural. They usually appeared just on the other side of the fence where we parked our cars, just beyond where the floodlights reached. Sometimes they'd linger for a few seconds, then suddenly disappear and reappear 10 or 15 feet away at a different height, like they were scanning the area or watching us. The pattern was random but deliberate. It felt like something was observing us, following us quietly in the dark. I remember one night in particular when I came back alone. I got to my friend's front door and sat in my car for a few minutes. That's when I saw them, two red dots staring straight at the house through the windshield. They stayed there, unmoving, almost daring me to go inside. I didn't want to get out. I felt cold, like the air had suddenly dropped 10 degrees. I decided to leave right then, no questions asked. I didn't even want to explain why. Some of the braver guys from our group tried to figure out what those eyes were. One night, 4 of them went into the woods with flashlights. My friend and I stayed on the porch, sipping sodas and watching the edge of the trees. After about half an hour, the 4 guys came running out of the woods screaming, not even bothering to go back through the gate. They just jumped the fence and ran for the house. When they caught their breath, they explained what happened. They had been walking along the riverbed, shining their flashlights into the thick bamboo and trees. Suddenly, they all felt like something was watching them. They heard rustling in the leaves, and the bamboo shook as if something was moving closer. The light caught a cluster of bamboo breaking, bending suddenly and snapping. The noise was loud in the quiet night. Whatever it wasn't far from them, but they couldn't see anything. They felt so threatened they didn't stop to look. They just ran. Of course, we teased them at first. But then I looked out into the woods, and there they were again, the 2 red lights burning brightly. They blinked out, came back on, and slowly moved toward the gate. At that point, none of us wanted to stay outside anymore. We hurried inside and locked the doors. The red eyes became a regular part of our nights, appearing on and off for months. Different groups of us saw them at different times, but no one ever got close enough to see what they actually were. Everyone had theories, but no proof. My friend's dad said it was probably just car tail lights from the highway nearby. But we knew better. The highway was a good distance away and blocked by dense woods and a steep bank. Getting there wasn't easy. You had to hike 20 minutes through thick trees and vines, and even then, the lights from cars wouldn't flicker or move the way those red eyes did. We tried. We went to the bridge over the old riverbed where the road ran. The fence there was tall and sturdy, impossible to see through easily, and the whole area was quiet except for distant cars. Nothing looked like those blinking red lights. People told stories about the red eyes being linked to local legends. Some said they were the eyes of a spirit, maybe a Native American or an escaped slave who watched the area long ago. But those were just stories people made up to explain what they couldn't understand. I never believed any of it. The red eyes felt too real, too physical to be some ghost or myth. They felt like something alive, something waiting. One night, after seeing the lights again, I decided to get up and walk the property line. I wanted to find out if I could catch a glimpse of whatever was out there. I moved quietly, stepping carefully on the crunchy leaves, following where the lights had last appeared. The air was cold and heavy with the smell of wet earth and decaying plants. The woods were still except for the faint buzz of insects and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. The red lights appeared again, flickering between the trees about 20 feet away. I froze. For a moment, I thought maybe I was imagining things, but the lights were real, steady and clear. Then, the lights blinked off and the woods went dark. I strained my eyes to see anything, but there was nothing. The silence pressed in on me, thick and suffocating. I turned around and hurried back to the house. Once inside, I locked the door and shut the blinds. I sat on the floor, heart pounding, wondering what those eyes really were. No matter how many times I saw them, I never felt safe near that house at night. After high school, I moved away. I never went back to that place. The red eyes stayed in my memory, a warning about the woods, about things you don't understand but can't ignore. I never found out what those lights were, but I know this. Sometimes, the woods hide things that don't want to be found. Things that watch you quietly, moving just out of sight, waiting for you to get too close. And no story or legend can explain why they're there or what they want. You just know they're there, watching. That's the kind of fear that sticks with you. The kind you feel in your bones when you're alone in the dark, and you realize the world around you is bigger and stranger than you ever thought. It's the feeling that you might never really be safe, no matter where you go. I've learned to listen to that feeling now, because sometimes it's the only thing keeping you alive. I grew up in rural Kansas, where the land stretched out so flat, and far you could see the sun rise and set without a single tree or rooftop interrupting the view. Our house sat out there in the middle of nowhere, a modest single-story place with beige siding and a dark green tin roof. The gravel road we lived on barely got plowed in the winter, and the nearest neighbor was a couple miles down and around the bend. You couldn't see any other homes from our windows, just pastures, wheat fields, and bare fence posts disappearing into the distance. It was quiet out there, really quiet. The kind of silence you can only get when the snow has just fallen, and everything is still and heavy. I always thought that kind of quiet was peaceful. I didn't know it could feel like something else. I was a teenager when it happened. I don't remember the exact month, but it was deep winter, probably January or February. That night had dropped a fresh layer of snow. Not the dry, powdery kind, but that dense, wet snow that falls slow and packs tight under your boots. The kind that muffles everything. I remember watching it fall under the porch light before bed. The big flakes tumbling down like confetti, sticking to the railing, to the steps, to the fields. It was the kind of night where even the dogs didn't bark. Our house had 3 bedrooms. Mine was on the north side, with one small window that faced out toward the gravel road, although you couldn't see it from there. It was just white field and the wire fence along the property line. My dad's room was on the south side. My mom's feet are tiny, like size 6 tiny, and my dad wears size 14s, big and wide. I only bring that up because that detail matters more than I ever thought it would. That night, I couldn't sleep. I didn't have a reason. I just lay there in bed with the covers pulled up to my chin, staring at the faint moonlight coming in through the blinds. Everything was still, the kind of still that almost rings in your ears. Then, sometime after midnight, I heard it. Crunch. The sound was sharp and clear. It came from just outside my window. I froze. Not out of fear. Not yet, but just surprise. It was late. We lived in the middle of nowhere. My parents were asleep. We didn't have pets outside. And there it was again. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Slow, deliberate footsteps. You could tell they were boots. The sound was unmistakable. Heavy treads pressing into the fresh snow, just inches from my window. Not fast, not panicked. Just walking. At first I thought maybe it was my dad, but the footsteps didn't go past. They stopped. I didn't dare move. I lay there staring at the ceiling, ears straining. I didn't pull back the blinds. I didn't want whoever it was to know I was awake. I didn't want to see a face looking in. Then came more crunching. Not leaving, though. It sounded like pacing. Back and forth, like someone walking in a tight circle. One step, another, then a pause. The sound shifted, like they moved to the corner of the house, maybe where the living room wall started. I could hear the snow compacting underfoot. Then it stopped. I waited, and waited. Nothing. No more footsteps. No door sounds. No knocking. Just the windless silence again. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep. I don't remember how long I lay there frozen, eyes wide open. When I woke up, it was morning, and sunlight poured in through the blinds, casting long golden lines across the floor. For a few moments, I felt like maybe I'd dreamed it, but there was a weight in my chest that told me I hadn't. I got up and looked out the window. The snow was smooth and untouched across the field, except right outside my window. There were boot prints, clear as day, right there in the snow. I stared down at them, heart starting to thud again like it had the night before. I slipped on a hoodie and boots and went out the back door, stepping carefully around to the front so I didn't mess anything up. The prints were real. They were big. Bigger than mine, men's size definitely, but not quite as big as my dad's. I wear a women's 10, which is about an 8.5 men's. These were maybe a men's 11, give or take. A clear tread pattern. Lugs like on hiking boots, not cowboy boots or work boots. I knelt down next to one, staring at how clean it was. The heel was deep. Whoever had made it wasn't running or dancing around. They had stepped firmly, walked calmly. There were maybe 15 or 20 prints, all in a tight area near the window. A few led around the corner of the house. I followed them slowly. That's when I noticed something that stopped me cold. The prints just ended. Not like they trailed off and faded. Not like they were blown over or melted. The last few prints led about 8 feet along the side of the house, and then nothing. Just undisturbed snow. Smooth, white, perfect snow, glistening in the sun. There weren't any more prints past that point. No indentaciones. No holes in the snowbank. No tire tracks on the gravel. Nothing. I walked a wide circle around the house, checking the entire perimeter. The only other marks in the snow were my own from the back door, and the little depressions where snow had slid off the roof. I stood there for a long time, staring at the blank stretch of white field. It didn't make sense. No one had driven up. No one had walked from the road or back to it. The prints didn't come from anywhere. They didn't go anywhere. Just a short path to my window, a few steps around the side. And then nothing. I went inside and told my parents. My mom looked puzzled, but not especially worried. My dad brushed it off, said it was probably just a hunter passing through or a farmhand who got turned around in the dark. But even then, it didn't make sense. No hunter would come that close to a house in the middle of the night, and not without a vehicle or a trail behind them. There wasn't a single mark on the road, not even from a four-wheeler. And even if someone had somehow walked in and out on the exact same footsteps, there should have been some sign of where they started or stopped. But there was nothing. We didn't call the cops. That's just not something people around there did unless there was a real emergency. Plus, what would we even say? Someone walked up to our house and vanished. I kept checking the snow every day after that, watching for more prints, but there was nothing. No return visits. No disturbances. After a few more days, the sun melted the snow down to a crust, and the prints slowly faded into slush and mud. But I never forgot them. The rest of the winter passed without anything strange happening. I still lay awake at night sometimes, listening. I got in the habit of checking the window before bed, even though I didn't expect to see anything. I kept thinking maybe I'd hear that crunch again, but I never did. Years passed. We moved when I was in my early 20s. My parents downsized and got a place closer to town, a real neighborhood with sidewalks and porches and streetlights. I left Kansas altogether after college, moved 2 states over. But every now and then, especially in winter, I think about that night. It's been over 20 years now. I've replayed it in my mind 100 times. I've tried to find a reasonable explanation. Maybe someone walked backward in their own prints to throw us off. Maybe they got picked up by someone waiting just off the road. Maybe I missed a trail. Maybe they came across the field instead of from the road. But even then, who would do that? And why? Why come all the way out to a random farmhouse in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the night, in a snowstorm? Why walk up to a teenager's bedroom window, pace around, then disappear without a trace? It wasn't a dream. I didn't sleepwalk. The prints were real, clear, and measured. They were there the next morning. I stood in them. I saw them with my own eyes. I remember the way they wrapped around the side of the house, then just stopped like the person had vanished into thin air. I know it wasn't my dad. I know it wasn't my mom. We had no older siblings. No pranksters in the family. No one confessed anything years later. No neighbors admitted to anything. And again, there were no neighbors close enough to pull something like that off unnoticed. There was no noise that night other than the snow crunching. No vehicles. No laughter. No hopes. Just the silence. The snow. The slow, heavy footsteps. And the ending that didn't make sense. That's what stays with me. It wasn't some huge event. It wasn't a break-in or a kidnapping or something out of a horror movie. But it's the small, quiet parts of life that stick sometimes. The moments that don't fit. The kind of experience that just gnaws at the back of your mind, even when nothing else ever happens again. I don't have an ending that solves the mystery. I wish I did. All I can tell you is that I lived in a house with no neighbors in sight, deep in Kansas farmland, and one winter night, someone walked up to my window in the snow, stood there for a while, then vanished into nothing. No tracks, no vehicle, no sound. And even now, I can still hear that sound sometimes when I close my eyes. That slow, measured crunch of boots in the snow. I remember that camping trip like it was yesterday, even though it's been years now. We were a group of friends who decided to spend a few nights deep in the woods, away from the city noise and the busy world. Most of us had been looking forward to it, sleeping under the stars, making fires, hiking, and just escaping for a bit. The plan was simple: set up camp by the lake, spend a couple of nights out there, and hike a bit during the days. We arrived early in the afternoon and spent hours setting up tents, gathering firewood, and just settling into the rhythm of the wilderness. The spot we picked was beautiful, a little clearing right by the water, surrounded by thick forest on almost every side. The lake was calm and still, reflecting the overcast sky, but the air was damp and heavy. From the moment we got there, I could feel that something was off. Not in a scary way, just that quiet tension you sometimes get in the forest before a big storm. That first night, the weather turned on us hard. It started as a light drizzle in the evening, but by midnight it was pouring. Rain hit the tents like relentless drumbeats, and the wind howled through the trees, bending branches and shaking leaves loose. A few of our friends couldn't handle it. Their tents were soaked through, and everything inside, sleeping bags, clothes, backpacks, was wet. They packed up quietly and left in the middle of the night, heading back to the motel about 5 miles away. The rest of us tried to tough it out, but by morning it was clear that they weren't coming back. When the sun finally rose, it was weak and gray, barely cutting through the low clouds. We went over to their tent, and it was a mess. Water had pooled in the bottom, everything was soaked, and the sleeping bags were completely drenched. Their clothes hung limp and wet on the lines we'd set up. You could tell how miserable they'd been, and no one blamed them for leaving. Night 2 came with the rain still falling, though not quite as heavy as the first night. The wind had calmed down a bit, but the sky was still a dull, oppressive gray. We were the only ones left at camp now. The motel was just a few miles away, and the friends who left had a warm place to go, but we wanted to stay. We liked the solitude, even if the weather wasn't great. Jake brought his dog with us. The dog was a big, muscular mutt, part shepherd, part something else, but loyal and tough. Normally, the dog was calm and friendly, but about an hour after we'd gone to bed, he started barking like crazy. Not just barking, but snarling and carrying on like he'd spotted something dangerous. It was weird. We had no idea what could be out there. Most of us stayed in the tents, trying to calm down, but a couple of us grabbed leashes and went out to walk the dog, hoping to figure out what had upset him. For the first few minutes, nothing happened. The dog pulled on the leash, sniffing and growling, but after about 5 minutes he settled down. The night air was cool, and the rain had stopped, so most of us thought it was time to get back inside. A few stayed by the fire, which was burning low but still crackling. One of the girls looked uneasy. She said the dog's barking had freaked her out, and the rain had made the whole night feel strange. The fire kept burning as the night stretched on. The people around it tossed on logs, trying to keep the light and warmth alive. The forest around us was dark and thick, and the lake nearby shimmered faintly in the moonlight breaking through the clouds. Suddenly, that same girl who had been by the fire came to wake me. She said it was happening again. Jake's dog was barking and snarling like before. This time, when they tried to leash him and bring him for a walk, the dog slipped free and disappeared into the woods. We called and called, voices echoing into the night, but the only answer was the dog's barking and snarling somewhere out there. Oddly, the sound seemed to come from the lake's edge, where it was thick with trees and bushes, and no trail really went close. We shone flashlights everywhere and even used the car headlights to scan the area, but the dog was nowhere to be found. Then, after what felt like forever, we heard something new, a whining, a kind of cry coming from the dark. It was heartbreaking and desperate, and it made the hairs on my neck stand up. We all knew the biggest predators in those woods were probably coyotes, or maybe a pack of them, but the sound was different. There was something wrong about it. The next day, when we finally found the dog, it was a terrible sight. The poor animal had been skinned. Nearly every bone in its body was broken or crushed. The collar was still around its neck, but there was no skin left at all. We couldn't find the hide anywhere. The teeth marks on the bones were huge, much bigger than what a coyote could leave. It looked like something else had done this. A few feet off the trail, we found a large burn area. It was strange because when we'd come in 2 days earlier, this spot had been thick with trees, bushes, and rocks. We would have seen if anything had been burned. There were no signs of fire when we arrived. The area was remote, even compared to the motel 5 miles away, and no one had built a campfire or anything like that there. We were certain of it. Jake was devastated. He wanted to bury his dog right there, and after talking it over with the ranger who arrived later, we dug a hole in the burned patch and laid the dog to rest. The ranger asked us about the burned spot, how small it was, only big enough to fit the size of a car or a small truck. It made no sense. After the burial, the rest of the trip was quieter, but none of us could shake the feeling that something was wrong. The trail felt different. The woods seemed darker, quieter, and more watchful. When our friends returned from the motel to join us again, the group was smaller, and no one mentioned going near the burned spot again. When the trip ended and we hiked back out, what we found shocked us even more. The area where Jake's dog had been buried was blocked off completely. Yellow police tape surrounded it, and a chain-link fence about 10 feet high enclosed a big circle roughly 300 yards across. Armed guards stood nearby, far off the trail but watching everything. We approached one of the guards, confused and a little nervous. We didn't know if we could even continue on the path to get to our cars. The guards told us only the car owners could follow one of them to get their vehicles, and the rest of us had to take a different route out. The fence was huge. It stretched farther than we could see in either direction. Inside, we couldn't see anything. No buildings, no equipment, just a blank, fenced-off space. At the trailhead, there was a large government command vehicle, like a camper but more rugged and official, along with tractor trailers that looked like mobile homes but with no windows, only big roll-up doors. Every vehicle there had government plates. They told us to leave and warned that if we didn't, we could end up locked up. No questions, just a firm order to get out and not come back. Days later, Jake couldn't stand it. He wanted to go back, to visit the spot where his dog had been buried. A few of us went with him, though the government warnings still echoed in our minds. When we reached the clearing, everything was gone. The bulldozers had leveled the entire area. The trees, the rocks, even the dog's grave, it was all flattened to bare earth. There was no sign of anything left, no trace of the burn area either. We weren't sure if the dog's body had been moved or destroyed. It was impossible to tell. The clearing stretched wide, flat, empty. We never found out why the area was fenced off or what had happened. No explanations came from the government, the rangers, or anyone else. The trails were rerouted to avoid the lake entirely, starting much farther away from where our camp had been. Overnight camping in that part of the forest was banned. Over the years, I went back a few times, but the place had changed. Grass and small plants had begun growing, but no trees had come back. The forest around it was thick and wild, but the clearing stayed bare, like it was still healing or maybe waiting for something. The whole thing left a shadow over the trip and over that part of the woods. What happened to Jake's dog, why the area was burned and fenced off, and what those strange bite marks meant, all of it stayed unanswered. We never saw anything like it before or after, and none of us wanted to. Sometimes I still think about that night, the dog barking into the dark, and the silence that followed. The woods hold their secrets tight, and some are better left alone. One summer, my best friend and I decided to take off from Central California and head north, all the way to Canada. We wanted a road trip, a real adventure, camping along the way in as many places as we could find. Neither of us was exactly an expert camper, but we loved the outdoors, and there was something about the open road that felt like freedom. We packed our gear tightly in her old SUV, sleeping bags, tents, a small stove, canned food, and all the usual camping stuff, and set off early in the morning, eager to leave behind the noise and heat of the valley. The first few days were mostly great. We stopped at small roadside diners, smelled pine in the air, and slept under stars so bright they looked like they were shining just for us. But somewhere along the way, maybe a few hundred miles north of California, the road got bad. Real bad. It turned into this narrow, two-lane highway with potholes so deep it felt like the wheels of the car were going to fall off any second. We had to slow down to barely above a crawl just to keep the SUV from shaking apart. The pavement was cracked, crumbling, and sometimes patched over so many times it was hard to tell where the actual road was anymore. On either side of the road, giant trees stood like old skeletons, stripped bare of leaves and branches. They were tall, almost impossibly tall, with nothing green or alive on them. Just endless rows of gray, naked trunks stretching toward the dull sky. Because of the dust from the dirt road, the whole scene looked like it was coated in a thick, low-hanging fog that clung close to the ground. The dust floated in the air like mist, making everything look almost black and white, like an old, washed-out photograph. As we drove, I couldn't shake this feeling that we were being watched. Every second, it seemed like one of those dead trees was actually a person standing perfectly still just at the edge of the road, watching us. I would blink, and then it was gone, just a tree. But the way they stood there, so rigid and tall, with no branches to hide anything, made it feel like a silent crowd of eyes was following us. The whole place gave me the creeps, but my friend kept trying to joke about it, saying things like, "It's just trees, relax," or maybe Bigfoot's watching. I laughed a little, but inside my skin was crawling. We kept trying to find a camping spot for the night, but every campground we checked was full, or had signs saying closed or no vacancy. The sun was dipping low behind the trees, turning the sky a pale gray that blended with the fog on the ground. We finally found a spot that looked like it was abandoned, maybe used before, but left to the wild now. It was near a clearing, but the smell hit us the moment we stepped out of the car, a heavy, sour stench, like rotten eggs mixed with wet dirt and something metallic. It was gross and sharp in the nose, and I couldn't figure out where it was coming from. The clearing was surrounded by those same naked trees, their trunks like empty bones reaching into the dimming sky. The ground was damp, and I could see old, broken bits of trash scattered in the grass, like the place had been left to rot. There was no wildlife, no birdsong, no insects buzzing, just an eerie silence that pressed down on us. My friend started pitching the tent without a word, but I kept glancing over my shoulder, feeling like something was lurking just beyond the edge of the trees. I didn't want to say it aloud, but the whole vibe of the place was wrong, like the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something. We lit a small fire, trying to push the chill away and distract ourselves with food. The sky darkened quickly, and the fog thickened around us, turning the clearing into a little island surrounded by gray walls of dust and dead branches. I couldn't get comfortable, and I kept feeling like something was moving just beyond the firelight. But every time I looked, there was nothing but shadows. That night, trying to fall asleep in the tent, I felt every tiny noise like it was amplified, twigs cracking, leaves rustling, and the wind whispering through the dead trees. I kept my flashlight close and my knife even closer, though I hoped we wouldn't need it. Somewhere in the distance, I thought I heard something heavy moving, slow, deliberate footsteps, or something dragging through the brush. I told myself it was probably a deer or some other animal, but the sound was too big, too heavy for that. Later on, lying in my sleeping bag next to my friend, I heard noises right outside the tent. At first, it was small rustling sounds, like something brushing against the tent fabric. Then I heard low, muffled noises that I couldn't place. It was close, too close. I hoped it was a bear, something natural and scary, but not evil or demonic, just a wild animal looking for food. The noises sounded like breathing mixed with soft growls, and my heart started racing. I remembered I had shaved my legs with soap right next to the tent earlier that day, and suddenly I was kicking myself mentally for it. I had this irrational fear that the soap scent would attract wild animals, maybe bears or worse. My mind was twisting into all kinds of scary scenarios, imagining a bear sniffing around, ready to tear the tent open. I wanted to wake my friend, to ask her if she heard it too, but I was too scared to move, too scared to break the silence. When I finally got up the nerve to nudge her, the noises stopped. I held my breath, listening, but everything outside the tent fell silent again. Then, to my shock, I realized the noises weren't from outside at all. They were coming from her. She was half asleep and had been making those sounds in her sleep the whole time. I felt this strange mix of relief and embarrassment wash over me. Here I was, terrified of some wild creature lurking just outside, when it was just my friend snoring and shifting around. After that night, we pushed on, eager to leave that weird place behind. We talked about it later and found out we had driven through what locals called prime Bigfoot country. That explained a lot: the barren trees, the eerie silence, the heavy feeling in the air. I don't believe in ghosts or fairy tales, but there was definitely something strange about that place, something older and wilder than us. We kept going north, camping in better spots after that, places with real trees full of leaves, birds singing in the morning, and fresh air that didn't smell like death. I learned that when you're out there in the wild, your mind can play tricks on you, especially when everything feels so unfamiliar and quiet. You hear things you can't explain, see shapes that aren't really there, and your imagination fills in the blanks with all the worst things you can think of. But even with all that, I don't want to scare myself before I go out again. I try to focus on the colors of the sky, the way the sun filters through the leaves, the sounds of animals in the distance, and the steady rhythm of my own footsteps on the trail. I make sure to hike hard enough every day that I'm tired when I fall asleep, so I don't have time to let my mind wander into dark places. I'm sorry if some people have had worse experiences out there. I don't doubt that real danger exists in the wilderness. I just feel lucky that I haven't faced it yet. When I go camping this Sunday, I'm definitely going to skip reading any creepy stories or watching horror videos. I want to enjoy the outdoors for what it really is, a place to breathe, to rest, and to remember that the wild isn't just scary. It's also beautiful. I remember the cold that night more than anything else. Not the kind of cold that bites quick and fades when you move around, but the kind that settles into your bones and stays there. I wasn't even the one who lived it. This was my friend's grandmother's story, but the way she told it, the way her voice tightened and her eyes went distant when she spoke, it was like she was there again. And somehow I was there too. She was 6, she said, maybe 7, no older. That age where the world feels wide and interesting, but still mostly safe if your grandpa's holding the reins. They lived far out in the countryside, real countryside, fields that didn't end, dirt roads with more mud than gravel, no streetlights, just the moon if it showed up. Houses were few and far between, most of them old and quiet, barns leaning a little from the years. Her grandpa worked hard every day. Wood chopping, fence fixing, feeding the animals, checking traps. She helped when she could, but most times she just followed him around, asking questions and pretending to be useful. That evening, like so many others, they'd gone out to the neighboring property, a good hour's ride by horse and wagon. They had a deal with an old friend who ran sheep, and sometimes her grandpa would help him out or pick up extra supplies from the village past his land. The sun had already dipped low when they started back. The cold was biting sharper than usual, the kind of air that stung your nose when you breathed in. The wagon was nothing fancy, wooden boards nailed together, creaky wheels, and a few folded wool blankets in the back to sit on. One old mare pulling them, a heavy-set, slow-moving horse named Lena. The girl was bundled up in layers, boots too big for her feet, a wool hat that covered her ears. She sat on the blankets in the back, watching the dark come down around them, not scared, just quiet. The kind of stillness that only exists far from towns, where even the wind makes you feel alone. They were on the same dirt path they always took home. Nothing fancy, just 2 worn-down tire tracks cutting through tall grass and patches of mud, bordered by scattered trees and wire fences sagging from years of weather. It had rained a few days before, and the road hadn't dried. The horse's hooves made soft sucking sounds as she pulled them along. Then they saw it. Off to the right, maybe 30 yards into a low, muddy field, stood a sheep. At first, she didn't think anything of it. Sheep wandered. They were always moving from one patch of grass to the next. But something about this one made her grandpa pull back on the reins. The wagon creaked to a stop. The old man stood up slowly, eyes narrowing, trying to see better in the fading light. The sheep just stood there. Not grazing, not walking, just still. The field was soggy, dark in places where the water pooled. She remembered how it looked, dirty wool, matted and thick with mud, its head low like it was tired or sick. He clicked his tongue, eyes scanning the tree line and the far-off pasture fence. No other animals in sight. No movement. No steppers. No dogs. Just that one sheep, standing still in the middle of a field that didn't belong to anyone they knew. He muttered something to himself. Then he climbed down. She stayed sitting in the wagon while he walked out into the field. The ground sucked at his boots, slow going. He moved steady, careful like he was testing each step. When he reached the sheep, he paused. She couldn't hear anything from that distance. Just the soft breeze, the shifting creaks of the wagon boards beneath her. He bent down, checked something. Maybe the legs, maybe the fleece. Then he stood back up, grabbed it under the belly with a grunt, and started dragging it toward the wagon. She was excited. Back then, the idea of a sheep meant something nice. Warmth, food, something cozy. She didn't think about where it came from or why it was alone. Her grandpa didn't say anything when he hefted the thing into the wagon bed beside her. Just nodded once, then climbed back up to the bench and clucked the reins. The horse started forward again, slow and steady, like always. The girl, being a kid, naturally reached for it. The fleece was coarse, dirty, stiff in places with who knows what, but she didn't care. She patted it, rubbed her hand along its back. It didn't move much, just twitched now and then. She thought it was shy or cold or maybe hurt. So she kept petting it gently, saying small, comforting things like kids do. "My little sheep," she whispered. "My little sheep." She said it again and again, smiling to herself. She remembered that clearly. She was happy, until the moment the sheep set it back. Not a bleat, not a sound of distress or pain. It spoke, the same words she had just said. "My little sheep," but the voice wasn't hers, and it wasn't soft or playful. It was deep, wet, rough, like something gargling gravel. It came from the sheep, not from beside it, not from under it, from its mouth. She said she heard the wool shift, heard something like a breath being sucked in. The voice came again. "My little sheep," drawn out, mocking, thick with something that made her stomach turn. She froze. Her hand was still resting on its back. She didn't scream. She didn't move. She said it felt like the world around her went silent, like even the wind stopped moving. Then the horse reacted. Lena let out a panicked noise, half whinny, half shriek, and lurched sideways. The wagon tilted hard. Wood groaned. Her grandpa shouted something from the front, yanked the reins. The girl felt herself slide a little on the slick boards, her hand still on the sheep's wool, which now felt too warm, too soft, like flesh under the fleece. Then everything snapped back into motion. Her grandpa dropped the reins, scrambled into the back in 2 bounds, grabbed the sheep by the legs and hauled it. No hesitation, no care, right off the wagon. It hit the ground with a wet, thudding sound, rolled a little, and came to rest in a ditch by the side of the path. He was already back in the seat, grabbing the reins, slapping them hard against Lena's back. The horse bolted forward. The wagon bounced, nearly throwing her out. She scrambled for the side rail and held on tight. She looked back once. Just once. The sheep was lying there in the ditch, legs splayed out awkward, head twisted at a strange angle. It didn't move, but she remembered one detail, so clear it still makes her cry when she talks about it. The mouth was open, just a little, wide enough that she could see the shape of teeth, flat and human-like. They didn't stop again that night. The wagon clattered down the dirt road. The old horse, running like the devil, was behind her. Her grandpa never looked back. She didn't speak. Not once. Not during the ride. Not when they got home. He lifted her out, carried her inside without a word, handed her off to her grandmother, who asked what happened but got no answer. He didn't speak of it that night, or the next day, or for years. And when he finally did, it was only once. He sat her down, when she was older, almost grown, and told her what he remembered. Said he'd been around livestock all his life. Born into it. He could tell a sick animal from a hurt one, a scared one from an aggressive one. And that wasn't a sheep. He said it moved wrong, smelled wrong, felt wrong when he picked it up. Too heavy in some places, too light in others. Like it was filled with things that didn't belong. But the part that really stuck with him, what haunted him until his dying day, was that voice. Not just that it spoke, but the way it said her words back to her. Like it was learning, like it was trying them out. Not just copying, practicing. She told me all this when I was 15. We were sitting on her porch, middle of a humid summer night. She had her hands folded in her lap, eyes on the trees. Didn't blink much. Said she never told anyone outside the family. Said most folks wouldn't believe it anyway. And you know what? I don't think it matters if they believe it. I know she wasn't lying. I saw what it did to her. She still won't eat lamb. Never has, never will. And when she hears a sheep bleat on TV or out in a field, she gets real quiet. Her fingers start to twitch a little in her lap, like they're remembering something her mind doesn't want to recall. She said once, real soft, that she sometimes hears it in her dreams. That same growling voice, that same phrase, but it doesn't say "my little sheep" anymore. It just says her name. It was late October, the kind of evening where the sun goes down earlier than you expect, and the cold sneaks in under your clothes. I was alone in the trailer for a bit, just sitting on the old plaid couch in the living room, flipping through channels even though nothing ever comes in clearly out there. We were in the middle of nowhere. One of those places you have to drive an hour down a dirt road to get to. My brother, Dylan, and I were staying out there for the weekend. Some friends of his were out by the bonfire in the clearing behind the trailer. They were drinking, playing music from a Bluetooth speaker, yelling and laughing. The usual stuff. I wasn't feeling like joining them. Something about that night already felt off. The sky had gone this dull gray right before sunset, like the color had drained out of the whole place. The wind was restless, brushing the dry leaves against the side of the trailer like fingertips. That kind of thing messes with you when you're already halfway uneasy. It was probably a little past 9 p.m. when I first heard the knock. It was sharp and fast. 3 quick raps, like someone who wasn't just passing by, but really wanted in. The living room lights were off, just the flicker from the TV lighting the room. So whoever was out there probably couldn't see me sitting on the couch. I turned the volume down a little, leaned forward, and listened. Silence. Then again, 3 knocks. Just like before. No yelling, no hello. No can I use your phone, or anything like that. Just the knocking. I stood up slowly and stepped toward the front window, staying behind the curtain, peeking out the side. That's when I saw her. She looked like something out of a time capsule. A red dress, fitted but proper. A red blazer over it, like one of those church outfits older women wear. She had on a red hat, too, with that netting that drops down just over the eyes. She was wearing matching red heels. Not the kind you see every day, and definitely not something you'd expect to see out here. Her hands were folded in front of her, and she just stood there, looking right at the door. I didn't know what to do. Something about her, about the way she stood there, calm but too still, put my stomach in knots. It wasn't just odd, it felt wrong. So I didn't open the door. I cleared my throat and called out, "Can I help you?" My voice cracked a little. No answer. I tried again, louder. "Do you need something?" Still nothing. Then she reached out and tried the doorknob. My heart jumped. I backed away fast, nearly tripping over the old throw rug behind me. The knob rattled once, twice, but the door was locked, thank God. Just then, I heard the back door open and close. I spun around and saw Dylan walk in, letting in a gust of cold air. He didn't notice anything at first, just went straight for the fridge to grab another 6-pack for the guys. I must have looked freaked out because he paused and looked at me, eyebrows raised. "There's someone at the front door," I said quietly. He frowned and set the beers down on the counter. "Who?" I just shook my head and motioned toward the front. He walked over and peeked through the curtain. I watched his whole expression change. He didn't say anything, just stared. Then, without a word, he went back out the back door. I stood frozen for what felt like forever, ears straining to hear his footsteps. A few minutes later, the back door opened again. He came in fast, closed it behind him, and locked it. Then he locked the deadbolt too, something we almost never bothered to do. He turned to me, and his face looked drained, like all the blood had gone somewhere else. I'd never seen him look like that before. "We're not opening the door," he said flatly. Then he grabbed the beers and led me down the narrow hall to his room. He locked that door too. We sat on the floor, backs against the wall. The room smelled faintly of smoke from old joints and the pine cleaner our mom used to use. He didn't say much at first, just sat there, staring at the floor. I didn't press him, not right away, but after a while, I couldn't help it. "What did you see?" I asked. He looked at me like he didn't want to talk about it, but something in him cracked. He leaned his head back against the wall and let out a slow breath. "I went around the side," he said. "She wasn't there." I blinked. "What?" "She wasn't outside," he said again. I walked right up to the porch. Nothing there. But when I came back inside and looked through the window, he trailed off. "You saw her," I said. He nodded once. She was still there. That sent a chill through me that didn't go away. It just settled into my spine like it had moved in. We sat in silence again after that. Neither of us knew what to make of it. Later, maybe half an hour or so, there was a knock at the back door. A friendly one this time. Just a couple knocks and a voice calling. "Yo, Dylan." It was his friend, Josh, probably wondering where he'd gone. Dylan didn't answer. Just stayed quiet. Then another voice. "Hey man, you alright? You get lost or what?" He finally stood up and walked to the door, but didn't unlock it. "We're done for the night," he said loud enough for them to hear. Staying in. The guys didn't argue much. Just mumbled something about whatever, and wandered back toward the fire pit. The music started up again a minute later, a little softer than before. I didn't sleep much that night. Neither of us did. We left his bedroom light on, and every time the wind hit the side of the trailer or the fire cracked outside, I jumped. I kept seeing her in my head, her red dress, those perfect heels, the tilt of her hat, and that blank stare toward the door. The next morning, the fire pit was cold. His friends were gone, probably too weirded out by us bailing early the night before. We didn't talk much during breakfast. I watched Dylan make coffee like it was just any other day, but his hands shook when he poured the water. We packed up early, loading the truck with our stuff without saying a whole lot. When we got back into town, I asked him again, just to be sure. "You saw her through the window? After you checked the porch?" He didn't look at me, just nodded once and said, "Clear as day." We told a few people. Some laughed, some just shook their heads. But the older folks, especially the ones who'd been raised in the traveler way, the old school ones, they got real quiet when they heard. One of them, an old woman who used to live near our gran, said, "That's not the kind you open the door for, no matter how polite she looks." We never figured out what it was. Not a ghost, not a demon or anything like that. Just something that didn't belong. And it wasn't the way she looked that scared me the most. It was the fact that she tried the door like it was hers to open. No words, no asking, just that quiet knock and the grip on the knob. We didn't go back to that trailer for months. When we finally did, it looked the same. Everything just as we left it. But the front door had a faint smear on the handle, like something had been pressed against it. Like a thumbprint made of dust and old oil. We wiped it clean. We still don't talk about it much, but when we do, we agree on one thing. She wasn't there for help. She wasn't lost. She didn't want directions or shelter. She wanted in, and we didn't let her. We don't open the door after dark anymore. Not out there, not in town, not even at home. It's a rule now. Doesn't matter who it is, doesn't matter what they're wearing or how normal they seem. Because that night taught us something important. Some people knock because they need something. Others knock because they want something. And some knock just to see who's dumb enough to open the door. The night started out quiet, the kind of quiet that feels like the world is holding its breath. I was sitting outside, watching the goats in the dim light of the porch lamp, the air cool and still around me. The sky was clear, and the stars were sharp pinpricks of light in the darkness. The smell of dry grass and earth mixed with the faint scent of the animals nearby, a calm that usually made me feel grounded and safe. The goats were mostly settled, munching on whatever sparse grass they could find, their low bleats soft and rhythmic. Suddenly, from somewhere northeast of where I sat, the coyotes started howling. Not the usual random yips or calls, but a loud, chaotic noise that rolled across the fields. Their cries came in waves, overlapping and desperate, like a pack caught in some kind of fight or alarm. The sound sent a shiver down my spine, but I wasn't worried yet. Coyotes are common here, and their calls at night aren't unusual. Still, this felt different. The way they were all screaming at once made the air thick with tension. Then I noticed something else. Underneath the coyote chorus, a low, constant growl started to rise, coming from the exact same direction. It was warblike, almost like a mechanical hum, but natural at the same time, deep and rough, filled with menace. It wasn't just one growl either. It held a steady pitch, almost as if it was vibrating through the ground itself. The coyotes seemed to sense it too, because their howling grew louder and more frantic, almost drowning out the strange sound. But as soon as that growl fully kicked in, the coyotes abruptly stopped, as if whatever was making that noise scared them into silence. Then the night went dead quiet. No wind, no animals, no distant cars. Just silence, thick and suffocating. The kind of silence where every little sound from your own body feels amplified. The rustle of my clothes as I shifted, my own breathing, the slow thump of my heartbeat. The goats froze too, heads up, eyes wide, staring off into the darkness towards the northeast. I strained my ears, trying to pick up any hint of movement or sound, but there was nothing. The growl had stopped as suddenly as it had started, leaving an emptiness behind that felt heavy and wrong. I've hunted a lot over the years. Hogs, bobcats, deer, you name it. I know the sounds of the wild, the calls and growls of animals large and small. But that growl? I've never heard anything like it before or since. It wasn't just a sound. It was a presence, something primal and dangerous that didn't belong to any animal I know. I sat there for a long time, trying to convince myself it was just a weird noise, maybe some distant machinery or a strange echo from the hills, but I knew better. That growl carried weight, a warning I couldn't ignore. Later, I went inside the house, shaking off the chill that had settled in my bones. My parents' house has always been weird in small ways. The walls are thin, so thin that you can sometimes hear conversations from other rooms. It's like the house is alive, listening. When you move away from the room, the sound stops suddenly, like the house is protecting its secrets. Everyone who visits has heard it at least once. Voices that vanish as soon as you turn your head, or footsteps that stop when you look. One time, when the family was away, I was showering with the bathroom door open. The steam filled the room, and the tiles were warm under my feet. Suddenly, I heard the bathroom door creak open and voices, my parents, talking and laughing. It was so normal, so ordinary that I thought they had come home early. I jumped out, grabbed a towel, and rushed to the kitchen to greet them, but no one was there. The house was empty. No cars outside, nothing moved or missing. Even the bloodhound, trained to track scents, was still and calm. But the small dogs were frantic, barking and whining like something was wrong. I called my parents, and they told me they were still 2 towns away. I don't know what I heard, but it wasn't them. When I was very young, maybe 4 or 5, my mom often slept in the living room with me and my sisters. It was a family thing, bonding and watching TV together. We were watching King of the Hill on our old set when we both heard a loud bang. The ferret gate at the bottom of the basement stairs slammed shut with a force no one could explain. My mom jumped up to wake my dad. He searched the basement, but found nothing. The stairs are carpeted, and when we tried to replicate the sound the next day, it took a lot of force to slam the gate that hard. Nothing could have moved that gate naturally. My parents told me stories about noises and knocks that happened when my sister and I were very young. One night, they heard loud banging on their bedroom wall, deliberate knocks that weren't accidental. They woke up terrified, grabbed a bat, but saw nothing. The dogs didn't bark or stir, and even the police and K9 units found no sign of anyone around. It was like the knocking came from nowhere. The weird noises didn't stop as I grew older. When I was about 14, I had my desktop computer set up in the kitchen because my room had no desk. Late one night, I was playing video games, headphones on, when I heard knocking. At first, I thought it was part of the game. But the knocking came again, steady and clear, from the door between the garage and the kitchen at the far end of the room. I took off my headphones and listened carefully, the knocks coming in slow, deliberate beats. I grabbed a kitchen knife and went to check, but there was nothing there. The knocking stopped as suddenly as it had started. I woke my mom, but she told me to go back to bed. The knocking came again while she was with me, and we both heard it clearly. She got up to look, but still found nothing. After that night, the knocking never happened again. My sister always claimed you could hear a woman screaming in the utility room in the basement late at night, between midnight and 4 in the morning. She said it so often that I thought she was just messing around. But last 4th of July, she came home with her son and passed out in her old room downstairs after a party. I agreed to watch her baby so she could sleep. Late at night, I heard crying. I assumed it was the baby, so I went downstairs and opened the utility room door. What I heard was a woman screaming, crying like she was in real pain. But the baby and my sister were both asleep upstairs. I closed the door quickly and sat in the kitchen until the screaming stopped. Then the baby started crying, and I could tell the difference clearly. Over the years, these sounds and experiences have built up, a collection of strange, unexplained moments that refuse to fit neatly into any one explanation. There are no ghosts, no fairy tale creatures here, just a family home surrounded by wilderness and mystery. Some nights, I wonder what those sounds really mean. Maybe it's the animals, wild ones I haven't met yet. Maybe it's the house itself, creaking and settling in the dark. Or maybe it's something else, something real and physical just beyond my sight or understanding. Whatever it is, I know this. When the wild calls go silent and the growl starts, that's when you pay attention. Because in the quiet of night, with nothing but shadows around, the unseen things don't have to show themselves. Their presence is enough. And that presence still waits out there, somewhere northeast of the goats, somewhere in the cold, still night. I remember that day in New Hampshire like it was yesterday, even though it's been years since college. The way the air smelled sharp, cold, with that unmistakable hint of fallen leaves and pine, stays with me. It was late October, right when fall was settling in deep. The kind of fall where the trees turned brilliant shades of orange and red, But the sun starts setting earlier than you want, and the chill in the air grows sharper by the hour. I was in college in the middle of New Hampshire, and I'd been hiking a few times before, but it was something totally new to my two friends. One of them came from a beach town in Florida, so the idea of woods, mountains, and cold wasn't really part of their world. The other grew up in a city on Long Island, so while she'd been outside, hiking in the woods was something she never did. The hike we chose was well known near campus, a local spot that was supposed to be easy and short. The trail was maybe 2 miles one way, not too steep or dangerous, and a perfect choice for a first-time hike. I was the only one with any experience, and I thought it'd be a fun day trip. I didn't think much about the time we started, late afternoon. We all figured it'd only take a couple of hours tops, round trip, including a quick break at the summit. I grabbed a flashlight from my dorm room at the last minute. It was one of those small handheld ones, nothing fancy, the kind you'd find shoved into a drawer or a backpack. I didn't even think twice about bringing it. Back then, before smartphones were everywhere, nobody really had a reliable way to light their way in the dark. My friends didn't think to bring one at all, which was typical for people who had never been hiking. Their phones were basic Blackberries, with no flashlight apps or screens bright enough to help. The hike up was fine. We took our time, stopping to look at trees, and the view once we reached the top. The summit wasn't huge, but it gave a decent overlook of the woods below, with mountains stretching out in the distance. The sky was a clear blue, but I remember feeling that bite of fall chill against my skin, and I had a jacket on. My friends were dressed casually, sneakers, light jackets, nothing prepared for a serious hike or the dropping temperatures. We spent maybe 10 or 15 minutes at the top. The air smelled like wet earth and fallen leaves, and the sun was already tilting lower, casting long shadows through the trees. I told them we should start heading back soon, but they thought we had plenty of time. I just shrugged, not wanting to sound like a worrywart. About 10 minutes into the descent, things started to feel different. The light changed faster than I expected. It was the kind of twilight that falls quick in the woods, where the canopy blocks much of the sky and the forest floor turns a deep shade of blue-gray. I pulled out the flashlight and clicked it on. It was old, and the beam was weak, flickering sometimes like it was about to die. I didn't say anything. I just hoped it would last. The trail back wasn't complicated, but it was narrow and uneven, covered in roots and fallen leaves that muffled our footsteps. The forest around us felt strangely quiet. Normally in the woods, you expect the sounds of insects buzzing, birds calling, maybe even the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. But that evening, everything was dead silent except for the crunch of our feet on leaves. The flashlight flickered again, and I had to shake it to get the beam steady. I glanced at my friends. Neither of them seemed to notice anything odd, but I could tell they were getting uncomfortable. The light was fading, and with each step, the darkness seemed to press closer. Then it happened. Out of nowhere, cutting through the silence, came a shriek. It wasn't human, not at all. It was a sound that pierced the air, sharp and terrible, echoing off the trees and bouncing down the trail. It was long and drawn out, almost like a scream, but filled with something raw and wild. The kind of sound that makes your skin crawl and your heart slam against your ribs like it wants out. I froze. My friends froze too. We just stood there, listening, the flashlight beam dropping to the ground in a flicker. The shriek echoed again, fading and then rising as if the creature was moving through the woods, just beyond sight. I don't know what came over me, but without a word, we started running. We didn't stop to figure out what the sound was, or how close it was. It was too dark, and the shriek had turned something in us primal, pure fear. Our feet pounded against the ground, leaves and dirt flying up beneath us. I don't remember talking or looking back. The only thing I heard was the sound of my own breathing and our hurried footsteps. I can't even remember how long we ran. The darkness was pressing in from all sides, the trees towering above like silent sentinels. Our flashlight died completely. My hands fumbled for it in my pocket, but the battery was gone. The beam had flickered off, swallowed by the night. The trail was rough, and my legs burned, but I didn't stop. The woods felt endless, but I kept telling myself the car had to be close. I was sure of it. I pictured the parking lot where we started, the warmth of the car's heater, and the safety of the seats. The shriek came one last time, distant now but still echoing in my ears. The fear clung to me like a second skin, thick and suffocating. Finally, the trees thinned, and the headlights of the car appeared through the darkness. I don't know who reached the car first or who fumbled with the keys. but the doors slammed shut behind us like a barrier between that night and safety. We didn't say a word on the drive back. The silence was heavy. None of us tried to explain or even acknowledge what we'd heard. It was like naming it would make it more real, more terrifying. Years passed, and I never talked about that night, not really. I buried it under everything else, college, work, moving on. But every once in a while, when I'm out walking at dusk or deep in the woods, that shriek creeps back into my mind, loud and chilling. It wasn't until much later, reading about wildlife encounters, that I learned what that sound probably was. A mountain lion. I found videos online of mountain lion calls, the shrill, eerie screams that can echo for miles through the forest. Listening to them gave me chills. That was exactly what we heard that night. Knowing what it was makes it even more terrifying. It wasn't a ghost or a trick of the mind. It was a real animal, a predator, close enough to scream and make us hear it clearly. We were lucky we got away when we did. Since then, I never underestimate the woods, the dark, or the quiet. And I always bring a flashlight. I grew up in a rural area, the kind of place where the nights are darker than you'd expect if you're used to city lights, and the quiet can get almost loud if you listen too closely. Our house was on a gravel road, the kind that's not really a main road, but still gets some traffic during the day. Trucks, cars, the occasional neighbor driving by. Across the street from us lived a neighbor, but their house sat far back, down a long, winding driveway. If anything happened at our place, it was unlikely they would hear unless it was a scream, so loud it ripped through the silence. I was about 12 when this happened. My younger brother, who was 10, was with me that night because my parents had to run errands and trusted me to watch him for a few hours. I was upstairs in the living room, watching TV, trying to keep my eyes on the screen, but also listening for anything unusual. My brother was downstairs in his room, his door open just enough that I could hear the sounds of his video game. A steady beep, the clicking of buttons. From where I sat upstairs, I had a partial view of the road outside through the big window facing the front yard. At night, I could see the headlights of cars passing by, sometimes 2 or 3 within an hour, since the gravel road connected a couple of farms and a few houses further down. Usually, these cars moved at a decent speed. It was dark and cold that night, the kind of cold that creeps into your bones, and the silence around the house made the occasional car's headlights stand out even more. It was around 10 p.m. when I noticed the first car. It wasn't moving like the others. Instead, it was driving slowly, almost as if it was trying to get a good look at the house. The headlights came around the bend, rolling past our front yard at barely 5 miles an hour. I squinted, trying to see who it was or if I could recognize the make of the car, but the darkness swallowed most details. The car didn't continue down the road. Instead, it slowed even more and then started to turn into our driveway. My heart sped up. The driveway was narrow, gravel just like the road, and curved slightly. The car eased in, tires crunching on the stones, then it began to circle around the house. I could see its headlights illuminating the side yard, then the back, before it rolled back out onto the gravel road and stopped. It sat there for a moment with the headlights shining full on our house. I locked all the doors, something I had never thought much about before, but that night it felt necessary. The sound of the car idling was unnerving. I could feel my chest tighten as I watched it through the window, every muscle tense. The windows in the house shook slightly with the low growl of the engine. After a few minutes that felt like hours, the car finally turned and started to move away, slowly at first, then picking up speed until it disappeared around the bend. I let out a shaky breath and tried to settle down, telling myself it was probably just someone lost or looking for a different house. But the unease didn't fade. About half an hour later, just as I was starting to relax, headlights shot past the window again, but this time, the car was speeding. Fast, much faster than the usual slow crawl on the gravel road. Almost right behind it, I saw flashing lights, red and blue spinning, growing larger as the police car sped past. The roar of the engines filled the night. I pressed my face against the window, trying to see if there was an accident or someone running, but all I could make out was the blur of the 2 cars racing down the road, disappearing into the darkness. I never found out what had happened that night. No one called to report a crime or an accident, at least not that I knew about. But that moment, watching the slow, quiet circling of the car, and then the sudden rush of speed and flashing police lights, stuck with me. It left me on edge for days, making me jump at every sound outside. Years later, living in a suburb of a city, I had a very different kind of late-night scare. One that ended up feeling almost silly, but for a moment, it had me terrified. At that point, I had a Ring camera doorbell installed. It was mostly because a few weeks before Halloween, someone had been cutting down my Halloween light decorations. It was a small act of vandalism, but it made me nervous enough to get a camera that would notify me if anyone came near my front door. After Halloween, I took down all my decorations, so I figured I didn't have to worry about anyone messing with things anymore. One night, after working a long night shift, I was still awake around 2 a.m. The house was quiet, my roommates all at work, and I was scrolling through my phone trying to wind down. Suddenly, my phone buzzed with a notification from the Ring app. Someone was at the front door. My heart jumped. I froze, thinking of the worst. Who could it be at this hour? No one was supposed to be home, and the street outside was usually dead silent at night. I hesitated before opening the app, afraid to see someone lurking just beyond the camera's view. When I finally looked, the video showed the porch light illuminating a dark shape moving among the bushes next to the door. It wasn't a person. It was a deer. The animal was quietly munching leaves off one of the front bushes, its soft eyes reflecting the porch light. It looked peaceful and oddly out of place in the quiet suburb at this hour. I couldn't help but laugh at myself for freaking out over a harmless deer. Still, I watched the video for a while, relieved and a little embarrassed. The camera's clear night vision caught every detail. The gentle swaying of the branches, the twitch of the deer's ears as it listened for any noise. Eventually, the deer moved on, disappearing into the shadows beyond the lawn. Looking back on those 2 nights, the eerie slow circling of the car in the rural dark, and the unexpected deer at my city doorstep, I'm reminded how different fear can feel depending on where you are and what you expect. The rural night was filled with tension, silence, and that creeping sense of vulnerability that comes from being alone, with only the faint sound of gravel crunching under tires. The city night was quiet too, but my fear was quickly replaced by amusement, a reminder that sometimes our minds fill the silence with shadows. What I learned is that fear doesn't have to come from monsters or ghosts. It can come from the simple unknown, from strange movements in the dark, from the silence between sounds. And sometimes, all it takes is a slow, quiet car driving past your house, or a curious deer stopping by your front door, to remind you just how alive the night can feel. Those nights taught me to trust my instincts, to lock doors when I feel uneasy, to keep an eye on my surroundings, and to find comfort in the small things that turn out to be harmless. But more than that, they reminded me that the world is unpredictable, and sometimes the scariest moments come without any clear explanation at all. I live about a mile away from the Manassas National Battlefield Park, a place where the past still feels close, even if the land has mostly moved on. For those who don't know, it's a site tied deeply to the American Civil War. 2 massive battles fought there in 1861 and 1862, shaping history in ways most people only read about in textbooks. The park itself is a mix of rolling fields, scattered forest patches, and old buildings preserved or reconstructed for visitors. There are trails that wander through the woods and grasslands, dotted with signs that tell stories about where soldiers stood, fought, and fell. For me, it's a quiet place to escape. The history is interesting, sure, but what really draws me are the wide open spaces and the dense woods, places where you can feel small and far removed from everyday noise. I have a cat, yes, a cat, that I walk on a leash and harness. It sounds strange, I know, but he loves it. He's the kind of cat who can't get enough of the outdoors, and of all the places I've taken him, nothing makes him happier than a hike through the forest. A couple of weeks ago, I finally took him to one of the forested trails inside the battlefield for the first time since we moved here. We usually just do neighborhood walks or explore the open fields nearby, but this time, I wanted to see how he'd react to the denser woods, the deeper trails. We drove there in the late afternoon, when the light was starting to soften, but there was still enough day to see the details of the world clearly. The parking lot was small and mostly empty, but there were a few people standing around talking near the entrance. I knew my cat would be nervous around strangers. He's always been shy, and I didn't want to put him through that right away. So, after parking, I carried him to the edge of the trees, careful to avoid the group of people. He was quiet in my arms, his little body tense, but trusting enough to let me hold him. The trailhead was marked by a worn wooden sign with faded paint, the kind you see at many parks, simple and straightforward. I set him down gently, watching him carefully as he touched the ground with his paws. Usually, he bolts right into the brush, excited and curious, but this time, he hesitated. His ears twitched, and he sniffed the air carefully, eyes scanning the trees around us. We started walking. At first, I thought maybe he was just being cautious because it was a new place. But as we moved about 50 yards down the trail, I noticed something different. He suddenly stopped, completely frozen, his body rigid. His gaze locked on something just off the trail, deep in the shadows between the trees. His tail puffed up slightly, and he slowly began to back up, his eyes never leaving that spot. I've known this behavior. It's how he tries to tell me he's had enough, how he wants out of the harness, how he wants to run away. I knelt down, gave him a soft voice, trying to coax him forward, but he wasn't having it. He turned his head to look at me, almost pleading, and then started inching backward. It was strange, unsettling even, because this was the first time I'd ever seen him like this in a forest. He's usually fearless, always dragging me deeper and deeper into the trees, chasing sounds or shadows or whatever catches his interest. But not this time. I felt a chill run down my spine. I decided to switch plans. Maybe this trail wasn't right for him. There was a meadow trail off the same trailhead, leading through more open grassland with trees lining the edges. I picked him up again, careful to keep him calm, and we walked back to the trailhead. As I carried him, I kept glancing around. The forest was quiet except for the rustling of leaves and the distant calls of birds. The sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden beams, but there was a strange heaviness in the air, like the place was holding its breath. I put him down about 10 yards into the meadow trail. He looked up at me like I was crazy, but started walking slowly. After a few steps, he stopped again, turned, and looked right back at me. His eyes were wide, but not with curiosity this time. It was fear. Without hesitation, he spun around and dashed back toward the trailhead. I called after him, but he was already moving fast, his little legs pounding the earth. He ran back to the parking lot, his tail low, and scrambled into the car the moment I opened the door. I sat down beside him, still trying to make sense of what just happened. It felt like he had seen something I couldn't see. The battlefield is known for its history, yes, but there's more beneath the surface. I've read enough about the ground there to know the stories don't just end with the history books. The sun was dipping low by the time we drove back home. I glanced over at my cat, who had settled on my lap, eyes closed but muscles still tense. I kept wondering about those woods, about what made him stop and back away like that. The next few days, I found myself avoiding the forest trails at the battlefield. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong there, something that wasn't obvious or easy to explain. It wasn't fear of ghosts or spirits. That's not how I think. It was just a sense of unease, a quiet warning from a creature who usually knows the woods better than anyone. I realized that history leaves marks, but they're not always visible or obvious. Sometimes it's the weight of what happened, the thousands of lives lost, the pain and fear that lingers in a place. Maybe it's not a ghost or anything supernatural, but just the echoes of the past that even animals can sense. From then on, I stuck to the open fields around my house when I took my cat out. The forest there feels safer, quieter in a different way. And while I still visit the battlefield sometimes, I don't go into those forested trails again. Not with him, anyway. Maybe someday I'll try again, but for now, I trust my cat's instincts. He knows more about these woods than I ever will, and if he says it's not right, I believe him. That's the thing about history. It's never just in books or markers or signs. It's in the air, in the earth, in the way a cat reacts to something you can't see. And sometimes the past is better left undisturbed. My parents lived in a place that felt like the edge of the world. At least it felt that way when I was younger. The house was down a couple of miles of back roads, twisting, narrow, and mostly unpaved in parts, far away from any real center of town or any busy streets. It wasn't that the neighborhood was large. In fact, it was a tiny cluster of homes, maybe 6 or 7 in total, spaced so far apart that you'd have to strain your eyes to see your nearest neighbor's house. Every property stretched out wide, covered with long patches of grass, scraggly trees, and the occasional garden or rundown barn. You could walk for minutes between the houses without crossing a single fence or sidewalk. It gave the whole area a quiet, almost forgotten feel. Despite how spread out everything was, it wasn't totally deserted. People did walk around sometimes. Neighbors took their dogs out or went for a stroll after dinner. It was normal to see headlights bounce along the dusty roads or hear a lawnmower start up early on weekend mornings. But because of the distance and the way the trees thickened as you moved farther down the road, you rarely saw strangers wandering around. Anyone who came down the back roads was usually known or expected. We lived in a double-wide trailer that sat on one of the bigger plots of land. It wasn't fancy or big by any means, but it felt cozy. The trailer was a rectangle with the living room and kitchen in the middle and bedrooms on either end. Because it was small and thin, you could hear almost everything outside if you listened closely from anywhere inside the house. The creak of the old trees in the wind, the buzz of bugs, or the faint sound of footsteps on gravel or dirt. One night, I was out with my brother grabbing dinner. We decided on Taco Bell since it was the easiest late-night spot nearby, about 5 miles from the house. The drive-through was slow because of a few cars ahead of us, and I remember feeling relaxed, ready to get back home and eat something warm. We were just sitting in the car, waiting for our order, when my phone buzzed. It was a text from my other brother. The message was weird and unexpected. "Haha, very funny. Stop fucking around and come inside already." I stared at the screen, confused. There was no joke I was playing on him. We weren't even supposed to be out this late, and I was definitely not close to home. I messaged back, asking what he meant, and after a few seconds he called. His voice was tense, low, and almost shaky as he explained that he'd heard 3 loud knocks on the back door. My stomach dropped. I asked him to explain, to tell me exactly what was happening. He said it wasn't just 1 or 2 taps, but 3 solid, heavy knocks, like someone knocking with their fist, not a polite visitor. The kind of knock you'd expect if someone was trying to break in or get your attention urgently. Then, while he was still on the phone, I heard it too, the sound, faint but clear, coming right through the phone's microphone. 3 knocks, loud and sharp. I froze, a cold wave rushing through me. It wasn't a coincidence. It was happening right there, while we were talking. My brother went silent for a moment, and then told me the knocks had now moved. They were coming from the living room window that overlooked the backyard. I jerked the car forward, pulling out of the Taco Bell drive-thru as fast as I could. I told my brother I was heading straight home and to keep me updated on what was going on. He told me to stay calm, but I could hear the tension in his voice growing heavier by the second. The knocking didn't stop. It started moving around the house, as if someone, or something, was deliberately making a circuit. The knocks came from the other living room window, then the 2 windows in my parents' bedroom, then the windows of my youngest brother's room. The same brother who was riding with me now. The knocks were methodical, deliberate, and about 45 seconds to a minute apart, always 3 sharp taps. I listened carefully, trying to make sense of the pattern, heart hammering in my chest. The sounds moved next to the front door, then the kitchen window, then the bathroom window. It was like whoever was doing it was methodically checking every possible entry point around the house. The silence in between made it feel worse, the kind of silence that stretches out and makes you imagine all the worst possibilities. I was already speeding down the road toward home, glancing nervously at the rearview mirror, half expecting to see headlights behind me or someone running in the darkness. My youngest brother, sitting beside me, was pale and quiet, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. The moonlight barely lit the way, and the trees on either side seemed to lean in, as if watching us. When the knocking came back around to the back door for a second time, I was pulling onto the street where we lived. The night felt heavier here, thicker, and the quiet around the neighborhood was unnerving. No other houses had their porch lights on. It was like the whole area was holding its breath, waiting. I stopped the car right in front of our neighbor's house, a couple of doors down, the only one with lights on. I told my brother on the phone to grab the gun from our parents' room and to lock every door and window immediately. He obeyed quickly, the sound of locks clicking faint but audible over the phone. I stayed in the car, clutching the steering wheel, my phone pressed to my ear as I called the police. I explained everything in a calm voice, as calm as I could muster. I told them about the knocking, how it had moved around the house, and that my brother was armed and ready. I begged them to hurry. The cops arrived about 10 minutes later. I watched through the windshield as they walked slowly around the property, flashlights cutting through the shadows. They checked every corner, every window, the back door, even the yard itself. But there was nothing, no footprints, no sounds, no signs that anyone had been there. My brother was standing near the trailer, eyes scanning the dark edges of the property. He told me later that the knocking had continued all the way until the cops stepped onto the front porch. How they didn't hear it, I don't know. Maybe it stopped the moment they arrived, or maybe it was so quiet from where they stood that it blended with the night. It felt like whatever had been there disappeared the second help showed up. The police didn't find anyone or anything. No intruder, no explanation. Just the lingering echo of those knocks, like a message from someone out there in the dark, just beyond the reach of the light. For weeks after, my brother refused to stay home alone. The silence in the house felt heavy, oppressive, like waiting for something to come back. We changed the locks and installed extra lights, but it never felt the same. Every creak, every wind gust made us jump. It wasn't a ghost story or some made-up nightmare. It was real. Someone had been there, walking our property, knocking on every door and window, playing a game we didn't understand. And when the police came, they vanished without a trace. I was staying at my parents' house one night, just like I often do when I visit. The house was quiet. Everyone was asleep, deep in their beds. I was in the guest room, which is a small room at the back of the house with a window that looks out over the side yard. I was watching YouTube videos on my laptop, the volume low, so I wouldn't disturb anyone. The kind of stuff I watch is mostly random, sometimes funny clips, sometimes those long documentaries that make me lose track of time. This night, I was trying to distract myself from the usual noise in my head, just wanting some peace. The house was warm inside. The heater was humming quietly in the background, and outside, I could hear the faint sounds of wind rustling the trees. It was one of those still nights where everything feels calm but heavy, like the air is holding its breath. I was just settling into a video when I heard it, a very low, soft cry coming from outside the window. At first, I thought maybe it was the wind or a bird somewhere far off. But the cry came again, clearer this time, soft but desperate, like something was stuck or scared outside. I paused the video and held still, trying to listen carefully without moving too much. The house was so quiet, I could even hear the faint ticking of the old clock in the hallway. Then the cry came again, slower, softer, almost like a whisper. I sat up and stared at the window, feeling a little chill creep up my spine. I kept quiet, not wanting to wake anyone up, but my curiosity was growing. I wondered what could be making that sound. The yard outside was dark, no streetlights near the house except for a faint glow from the moon behind some clouds. I could barely make out the shapes of the bushes and trees. After a few more minutes of silence, the crying came back, low and urgent. It wasn't human, but it wasn't quite animal either. It was this weird, low wailing noise, almost like something was trapped and trying to get out. My heart started to beat a little faster. I glanced at the hallway to see if my parents were still asleep, and I could see the faint outline of the living room through the open door. Dad was on the couch, asleep with the TV off. I debated for a moment whether to just ignore it. Maybe it was some animal stuck under the porch or caught in a fence. But the noise came again, and this time it wasn't just a cry. It turned into a scratching, like something was clawing at the wooden shutters on the window. I froze. The shutters were old and heavy, made of thick, rough wood that had been painted dark brown years ago. They didn't even have locks on the outside, just a simple latch on the inside. The sound was sharp and persistent, like someone or something was trying to open them, to get inside. I could feel the blood drain from my face. My mind raced. What if it was a wild animal? Maybe a raccoon or a fox. Or something bigger, like a stray dog? The scratching got louder, more desperate. I sat still in the dark guest room, barely daring to breathe, afraid to move. Then the scratching stopped. There was a moment of silence, so thick it almost hurt my ears. Then, just as I was about to convince myself it was all in my head, the noise started again, louder this time, frantic almost, like the thing outside was fighting harder to open the shutters. It scratched and clawed in short, sharp bursts. My legs felt like jelly, but I forced myself to get up quietly and move towards the door. I didn't want to wake my parents, but I felt I had to see what was happening outside. I crept down the hallway, my bare feet making soft thuds on the wooden floor. I reached the kitchen door, which leads out to the side yard where the window was. The house was so still I could hear my own heartbeat thumping in my ears. I stood there for a moment, hand on the doorknob, wondering if I should just stay inside and lock everything up tight. But then the scratching noise got even louder. It was insane, this desperate, frantic sound like something was really trying to get in. It made my skin crawl. I almost felt like screaming or running back to the guest room and locking the door behind me, but some part of me was glued to the spot. I took a deep breath and turned the knob slowly, opening the kitchen door just enough to slip outside quietly. The night air hit me. It was cold and sharp, the smell of damp earth and fallen leaves mixing with the faint scent of pine from the trees around the yard. I closed the door behind me gently, hoping not to make a sound. I looked around in the dark, my eyes adjusting to the moonlight filtering through the clouds. The yard was empty except for the shadowy outlines of bushes and the wooden shutters on the window. The scratching noise stopped again. I held my breath, waiting. Suddenly, a soft meow cut through the silence. I blinked. It was the kind of meow that's low and quiet, almost like a whisper. Then I saw it, a small figure sitting near the window, just in the moonlight. It was one of the cats. Not just any cat. This one was the kind that usually never came close to the house at night, shy and wild, with dark fur that blended into the shadows. He was staring at the window, his green eyes reflecting the moonlight. He was pawing at the wooden shutters, trying to push them open, meowing softly, the same low, sad cry I had heard before. I stood there, frozen for a moment, realizing that all the terrifying noise, the scratching, the desperate sound, was just this cat trying to get inside. He wasn't dangerous, just persistent. I looked at him and felt my heart slow down. The fear that had been gripping me melted away. The cat stopped clawing and sat back on his haunches, looking at me as if asking for help. I wanted to reach out, but I was still cautious. I didn't want to startle him or have him bolt back into the dark yard. I decided to open the door and let him in. As I stepped back inside, the floor creaked just enough to wake my dad in the living room. I heard him mumble something and shift, but he didn't get up. I closed the door behind me and sat down again, my mind still spinning from how worked up I'd gotten over a cat trying to get inside. I looked back toward the window. The cat had found a spot near the heater vent and was curling up quietly, purring softly. The house suddenly felt warmer and less scary. I sat back down in the guest room, opened my laptop, and started the video again. The familiar light of the screen felt good. Outside, the night returned to its usual quietness. I realized how easy it was to let fear take over when the mind fills in all the blanks. In the dark, even a cat trying to find shelter can sound like something far worse. But in the end, it was just a cat, a creature looking for warmth and safety, the same thing we all want. I made a mental note to keep the kitchen door unlocked during cold nights from now on. After all, sometimes the things we fear most aren't monsters, just animals trying to get by. And with that thought, I finally relaxed, feeling safe in the quiet house, the cat asleep nearby, and the world outside still and calm. We weren't exactly known for making smart choices back then. It was summer, just past 16, and me and my friend had this idea that seemed funny at the time, stealing a road sign. Not a big deal, just some dumb joke, something to brag about later maybe, or just a stupid thrill. Neither of us lived near the countryside, but we'd driven out past the edge of town where the roads thinned out and gave way to empty fields and patches of woods. It was late, the sun long gone, and the sky was the kind of dark that made you feel swallowed up by shadows. We took the back roads, narrow and twisting, the kind you'd only really know if you grew up around there. Cracked pavement, overgrown grass crawling over the edges, and trees that leaned in close like they were watching. My friend was navigating, pointing out signs, and finally, after a few wrong turns, we spotted it, the sign we wanted. It stood just past a bend, glowing pale in the car headlights. A simple metal sign stuck in the ground, the kind that told drivers to watch out for deer or slow down. Nothing fancy, but perfect for whatever dumb joke we had in mind. I remember that moment just before we stopped the car. The air felt thicker somehow, the kind of heaviness that makes your skin crawl, like a warning you want to ignore but can't. It started as a small tightness in my chest, but it grew fast. A knot in my stomach that twisted harder every second. My hands were shaking on the wheel. I told myself it was nothing, just nerves, the kind you get doing something you know you shouldn't. But it was different. It wasn't just nerves. I looked at my friend, who was already reaching for the door handle, grinning like it was all a game. I shook my head, saying, "Wait, let's not get out." I didn't explain. I just said, let's go home. It was the first time I ever listened to that gut feeling so clearly. She laughed, probably thinking I was chicken or making it up, but I didn't care. I turned the wheel slowly, started to make a U-turn right there on the narrow road, eyes glued to the woods on the right side. The headlights swept across the trees, and then I saw him. He was standing just a little behind a big oak, half hidden by the shadows. His face was dark, but the outline was clear. A man tall, maybe late 20s or early 30s, just standing there like he was waiting. His posture wasn't casual, though. It wasn't like he was lost or taking a walk. He was watching us, standing still as if he was waiting for us to move. I froze, my foot caught between the brake and the gas. The engine idled in the silence. My heart hammered in my chest so loud I thought he could hear it. The woods around us were quiet, except for the faint rustling of leaves in the wind. Then he stepped out from behind the tree. Just a few steps, but enough to show he was coming closer. I could see his clothes now, dark, nondescript. No reason to be out here this late, no flashlight, nothing. Just him, moving toward the car like he had all the time in the world. My friend started screaming, a sharp, terrified sound that snapped me out of the paralysis. "Drive! Drive!" she yelled, grabbing at the steering wheel. I slammed my foot down on the gas, tires screeching as we spun out of the turn, headlights cutting through the black like knives. The car jolted, bouncing over rough patches in the road. The man kept walking after us for a few seconds, then stopped at the edge of the trees, watching as we sped away. My hands were white on the wheel, the blood rushing in my ears so loud I couldn't hear anything else. My friend was still shaking, her breathing fast and uneven. I kept looking in the rearview mirror, half expecting him to start chasing us through the woods. We didn't stop until we were back on a main road, with streetlights and other cars, the normal sounds of the night leaking back in. The panic didn't go away right away, though. It clung to me like a second skin, the way your clothes stick after running in the rain. I don't know who that man was, or what he wanted. Maybe he was someone who lived out there and didn't like people messing with his property. Maybe he was just passing through. But what stuck with me wasn't even the fear. It was the feeling that if I had gotten out of the car like we planned, things could have gone really wrong. We didn't talk much on the way home. Just quiet and tense, each of us lost in our own thoughts. When I got back to my house, I sat in my bed for hours, staring at the ceiling, thinking about how close we'd come to something bad without even knowing it. I never stole a road sign that night, or any other night, and I never went back on those back roads again after dark. Sometimes, I still think about that guy standing in the shadows, and how that one gut feeling might have saved me. My girlfriend and I decided to spend a day hiking in Dawson National Forest. We'd heard about a waterfall there, one of the sister falls, to the much more popular Amicalola Falls in North Georgia. Amicalola was packed with tourists year-round, people bustling in and out with cameras, kids running, and all sorts of noise. We wanted something quieter, something off the beaten path. This waterfall, tucked away deep in the woods, was hardly known to anyone but locals. We liked the idea of getting away from it all. It was late spring, the kind of day where the sun filtered through the thick green canopy, just right, making patches of light dance on the ground. We packed light, just water, some trail snacks, a small first aid kit, and my handgun, a Judge, tucked safely in my jacket pocket. I never went hiking without it, just in case. Not because I expected trouble from animals or the usual wilderness dangers, mostly because of people. Being two women alone out here made us easy targets, and you never knew who you might run into. We started early, the trail soft under our boots. The smell of damp earth mixed with pine filled the air. Birds called to one another in the distance, and somewhere nearby a woodpecker hammered at a tree. The sounds felt peaceful at first. About a mile into the hike, just as the trail curved around a large bend, we spotted a small campsite. A man and a dog were there. The man's tent was pitched against a cluster of trees. It looked like he was living there. There was a small fire pit, and some scattered belongings lay around. The dog was a scruffy mutt, thin but alert, watching us as we approached. We slowed down as we passed by, and the man suddenly stood and called out to us, his voice rough and low. He asked if we had any food, energy bars, something to eat. We didn't. I told him no quietly, and we kept walking. The feeling in my stomach twisted tight. I glanced over my shoulder a few times. My grip tightened instinctively on the strap of my backpack. and my hand brushed my jacket pocket where the gun lay. The man didn't follow us, but I could still feel eyes on us long after the campsite disappeared behind the trees. We talked on the way to the waterfall about what we'd seen. We both felt sorry for the man and his dog. It was clear he was down on his luck, maybe homeless. But something about him had put me on edge. There was a coldness behind his eyes, a wildness I didn't trust. The waterfall itself was beautiful. The water spilled down a high rock face, breaking into mist at the bottom. No one else was there. We stood quietly, listening to the rush and spray, letting the cool air wash over us. After a while, we started back. As we passed the campsite again, the man was there, sitting by the fire pit. We nodded, trying to be polite, and kept walking. We agreed he was probably harmless, just a man living rough. But I kept my hand near my gun. Later that day, after several miles, we reached the nearest town. We went straight to the grocery store and bought about $100 worth of food. Some cans, trail snacks, fresh fruit, and dog food too. The next weekend, we drove back out, this time carrying the groceries for the man and his dog. The hike back to his campsite was long, the weight of the bags making my shoulders ache, but the sun was warm and the woods smelled fresh. When we arrived, he looked surprised but grateful. He invited us to sit with him. Then, out of nowhere, he asked if he could pray with us. Something in that request made my skin crawl. I kept my hand firmly on the gun in my jacket as he reached out to hold ours. I declined, feeling a rush of fear. My girlfriend, though, took his hand. He bowed his head, speaking quietly, praying while my girlfriend squeezed his hand. I kept my eyes open, watching him the whole time, ready to react. But nothing happened. We left soon after, the unease lingering like a shadow between us. Years passed. We moved on with our lives, pushed the memory to the back of our minds. Then one day on the news, I saw his face. The man from the campsite, Gary Hilton, a serial killer who had lived in the woods around here, preying on hikers. I stared at the screen in disbelief. How had we walked away unharmed? Was it the gun, the food, or just luck? I still don't know. But I do know this. Sometimes kindness can be dangerous, and not all good deeds go unpunished. I was in Northern California, in the small city of Sebastopol. It was late morning when I decided to go to this big park I'd heard about. The park was known for its tall, ancient trees and huge dark rocks scattered all over the place. The kind of place where the air feels cooler and the forest floor is soft with layers of pine needles and leaves. I wasn't sure exactly what I was looking for, but I had a small basket with me and a guidebook on mushrooms. I'd been wanting to try finding some edible ones, something natural and quiet to do on a weekend. I figured the park would be the perfect spot. The sun was shining through the canopy in thin beams, lighting patches of the ground here and there. The trees were mostly pines and firs, some so tall that their tops disappeared into the sky. Their bark was rough and dark, and the trunks were wide enough that it would take 2 or 3 people holding hands just to circle one. The ground beneath was covered thick with dry pine needles, and I could smell the sharp, clean scent of the forest, like wood and earth mixed with something a little sweet. I walked slowly, eyes scanning the forest floor for mushrooms. I found a few small clusters of brown and white ones, but I wasn't sure if they were safe, so I didn't pick them. I liked the feeling of moving carefully and quietly through the woods, away from the noise of the city. After about an hour, I came to a part of the park where the trees were even taller, and the shadows stretched long and dark. There were big rocks too, some the size of cars, dark and smooth from years of weather. The ground was uneven here, and the pine needles formed a thick carpet that made it a little tricky to see where I was stepping. I kept my eyes low, wanting to avoid tripping on hidden roots or stones. I found a big tree that caught my eye. It was especially thick and old, its trunk covered in dark moss and bark that looked cracked and rough. I decided to circle around it to check for mushrooms on the other side. As I walked around, I had to step carefully. The ground sloped slightly, and the pine needles were deep enough to make footing uncertain. I looked down, making sure my boots didn't slip on loose needles or hidden branches. Then, as I looked up toward where I was stepping, something caught my eye. Up in the tree, near the edge of a thick branch that stretched out like an arm over the ground, I saw something moving. At first, I thought it was a bird or maybe a squirrel, but what I saw didn't look like any animal I knew. It was something with 2 legs, running in place, fast, almost frantic. It didn't seem to be walking along the branch. It was more like it was hanging at the very tip of the branch, with its legs moving rapidly but never touching the wood. It was dark, almost black or very deep brown. Its body was thin, and it had long arms raised above its head, moving in rhythm with its legs. The arms didn't seem to rest on the branch or anything else. They just waved in the air. It was so strange, so unnatural. The movement was too quick to be a normal animal. I thought maybe it was some kind of monkey or small ape, but that didn't make sense. This was Northern California. There weren't any monkeys here. I'd never seen anything like it in any nature book or documentary. The figure was all one color, no fur pattern or face I could see. It was almost like a shadow alive in the tree. I kept my eyes on it, but lowered my gaze again to the ground in front of me. I didn't want to lose my footing. I stepped carefully because I saw small bits of bark and dry needles falling from the branches above. The movement I'd seen was causing the tree to shake a little, just enough to drop stuff. The thing stayed there, running in place, its arms swinging, legs moving quickly but not touching the branch. I took a slow step closer, wanting to get a better look, to understand what I was seeing. But as I moved, it suddenly stopped. The movement froze for a moment, then the figure vanished. I blinked, confused. 1 second it was there, the next, gone like a trick of the light. There was no sound, no rustle of leaves, nothing to show it had climbed away or flown off. It was just gone. I stood still, my heart beating faster. I tried to figure it out. Was it a person? Someone stuck up there? Committing some kind of strange stunt, or maybe trying to get down. But the way it moved was too quick, too unnatural for a human. Could it have been a bear? Bears do climb trees sometimes, but I'd never seen one run in place with arms waving above its head. And bears don't hang on the edges of thin branches like that. Bears need something solid to hold on to. Also, a bear's paws and claws would show more clearly. This was something else. I looked up and down the tree again, scanning the branches, but there was nothing. Just leaves and the light filtering through. The forest around me was quiet except for the occasional bird call far away and the soft crunch of pine needles under my boots. I stayed there for a few minutes, unsure if I should keep looking for the strange creature or just leave. My mind raced with possibilities, but none made sense. I thought about calling someone, but I had no signal in the park, and there was no one nearby. The air was still, but I could feel the tension in my body. My skin felt prickly, like I was being watched. I kept my eyes moving, looking at the rocks, the trees, even the sky. Finally, I decided to walk away slowly, keeping my eyes peeled but not looking up as much. I wanted to get out of that spot. My heart still pounded from the sight. I walked back toward the park entrance, taking care not to trip on roots or rocks. The strange image stayed in my mind. What had I seen? Was it some wild animal I'd never heard of? A person? A trick of my eyes? I told myself to think logically. Maybe it was a squirrel or some bird with dark feathers, and my brain had made it look like a figure with legs running. Maybe it was the way the light hit the branches. My eyes were tired from scanning the ground for mushrooms. It had to be that. But even as I tried to convince myself, I knew what I saw was not normal. I left the park and got back into my car. The city felt loud and bright after the quiet forest. I sat there a moment, trying to calm down, thinking about what I would tell someone if they asked. In the end, I never found any mushrooms that day. The strange figure in the tree had taken all my attention. I thought about going back, but something inside me said not to. The forest was full of things I didn't understand. Some of them didn't want to be found. I lived in West Virginia for almost my whole life. Not anymore. I don't say that lightly. It's not just that I moved away. It's more like I had to. The place got under my skin in ways that still haunt me, even now. I miss it sometimes, though. It was beautiful in its own dark way. The forest stretched out endlessly, thick and tangled, like a living wall around every home and road. You never really escaped the woods. They were everywhere, wrapping around towns and farms, climbing the hills, spilling into valleys. It wasn't just trees and leaves. The forest felt alive, watching, waiting. Growing up there, I knew about the stories. Everyone did. The Mothman, the Flatwoods Monster, those legends passed down like warnings. But for me, none of those creatures scared me as much as what came out of the woods at night. The thing that called your name in the dark. The thing that made you freeze when you thought you were alone. I don't know what it was. I never got close enough to find out, and honestly, I don't want to. But I knew it was out there. I could feel its eyes on me, even inside my own house. The house I lived in was old, a simple farmhouse at the edge of the forest. Not far from the main road, but still far enough that the woods crept close and dark. My bedroom window was just a few feet off the ground, and it faced a small patch of clearing with nothing but trees beyond that. Every night, around 3 in the morning, without fail, I'd hear it start. The noises came like clockwork, footsteps crunching softly on the dirt, the snapping of twigs, the rustling of leaves. Sometimes I'd see quick shadows slipping past the window, barely there, disappearing the moment I blinked. At first, I tried to tell myself it was just some kid messing around, or maybe a stray animal, or the occasional homeless person wandering through. There was a bad opioid and meth crisis in the area, so it wasn't unusual for someone to be wandering around, looking for a place to crash or something to steal. I told myself it was nothing to worry about, just people scavenging through the trash, or looking for a quick place to hide. But the sounds kept coming every single night, getting louder, more frequent. And sometimes I'd hear voices, soft, low, unfamiliar voices that whispered my name or said, "Help me," over and over again, coming from the woods beyond the clearing. Those voices are the worst part. Not the footsteps or the shadows, but the voices. They were faint, like a broken radio playing in the distance, but they made your skin crawl. I never dared to look out the window when I heard them. I'd press my face against the glass, heart hammering, stomach sinking, but I wouldn't move. I learned to stay completely still, hoping whatever was out there didn't notice me. There were nights I wanted to run away or scream, but I stayed frozen, gripping the handle of the machete I kept by the bed. It wasn't much, but it made me feel like I had some control, some way to protect myself if I had to. One night stands out more than the others. It was late fall, and the air was cold and damp. I was lying awake when the usual sounds started, soft footsteps around the window, shuffling back and forth, shadows flickering. But this time, it got worse. The shuffling turned into loud stomping, like something big was pacing back and forth just outside. Then I heard it, a scream. It wasn't just any scream. It was blood-curdling, something raw and desperate. A scream that sounded almost human, but wrong in a way I can't explain. It echoed through the night, shaking the windows and making my whole body freeze. I didn't move. I gripped my machete tighter, trying to make myself small and quiet. Then, without warning, there was a loud bang, like something heavy slammed against the side of the house. Metal tore and scraped, the sound of the back screen door being ripped from its hinges. I was sure I was going to die that night. I stayed frozen until dawn, waiting for the sun to rise like my life depended on it. The next day, my family was shocked. The back screen door was bent at an odd angle, hanging off the frame. Nobody had heard a thing the night before. I told them what I'd heard and seen, but they didn't believe me. They thought maybe a storm or a wild animal had done it. But I knew the truth. Whatever was out there was testing the house, testing me. I grew up hearing warnings from my parents and grandparents. Avoid the forest at night. Once the sun sets, leave the woods alone. If you think something is following you, don't look back. Just keep moving. Run if you have to. And never, ever respond to voices calling your name or begging for help. They say the woods will use your fear against you, trick you into following the wrong path. Every night was a battle. The fear never really went away. Even when I closed my eyes, I could feel the shadows crawling closer. Sometimes I thought about moving away long before I actually did, but the woods had a grip on me that was hard to break. Now, years later, I live in a city far from those hills. The forest here is just a patch of trees, nothing like the endless sea of green back home. But sometimes late at night, when I hear a noise outside, maybe a branch breaking or the wind shifting, I freeze. I remember the footsteps, the shadows, the voices. I stay away from the windows and wait until the sun comes up before I let myself breathe again. I'll never forget what I lived through in those woods. The fear, the darkness, the feeling of being watched by something I can't explain. I don't know what it was, and I don't want to, but it's out there, waiting in the trees, still calling my name in the night. And that's why I left. Because some things aren't meant to be faced alone, and some places don't want you to stay. It's been almost 10 years now, but that night still sends chills down my spine whenever I think about it. I don't talk about it much. Sometimes I don't even tell my husband or my family, but the memory is stuck in my mind, clear as if it happened yesterday. It was one of those nights where everything felt off, even though nothing actually happened. But what did happen was enough to make me feel unsafe in a place that should have felt like home. Back then, my husband was active duty Army, stationed up in northern New York. We lived about an hour north of the base in a tiny, quiet town, so small that nobody really locked their doors. People knew each other, or at least thought they did. But for me, coming from the West Coast, it was a whole different world. The idea that people would just leave their doors unlocked was alien. I had never felt comfortable like that, so I made sure every lock was secure the minute my husband left for duty. The house we rented was a townhouse, not fancy, but enough for us. It had a front door with a screen door, pretty normal. Inside, there was a mudroom, which was strange to me at first because back home, mudrooms weren't common. The front door opened into this small mudroom. To the right, there was a door leading into the garage, which had a deadbolt on the mudroom side. Directly across from the garage door was another door that led into the rest of the house. I installed a latch deadbolt on that door inside the house because I wanted an extra layer of security between the mudroom and the living space. It only opened from the inside, so no one could get past it without me letting them in. From there, a long hallway led into the rest of the house. You could go right into 2 rooms, left into the kitchen, or straight ahead into the living room and upstairs bedrooms. At the far end of the living room was the back door, also with a deadbolt, and on top of that, a chain lock for added safety. That night, my husband had gone in for an overnight duty. It was the first time he had done that since I'd moved up there, so I was alone in the house for the first time. I was sitting on the couch, on the phone with my mom, talking about everyday things, trying to keep my mind off the loneliness. It was late, probably close to 10 p.m. The house was quiet except for our voices on the phone. Suddenly, I heard the crunch of tires on gravel outside, a car pulling into the driveway. The engine shut off, doors closing. My heart picked up a little. Maybe he was home early? Then I heard the screen door creak open and the front door handle moving. There was a knock on the door. The kind of knock that stops if you realize no one's going to answer. I told my mom to hold on a moment, told her I thought it was my husband, and got up to check. As I reached for the deadbolt on the mudroom door, I froze when my mom said, "Why wouldn't he have called before coming home?" She was right. He always called or texted. I stopped and looked out the kitchen window instead. The driveway was empty. No car. No one standing by the door. Just the screen door swinging wide open in the wind. I shut the screen door and made sure every lock was secure. The garage door was down, all the deadbolts locked. The house felt colder somehow after that. I hung up with my mom and tried to brush it off, telling myself it was probably just the wind or maybe some kids messing around. Hours passed. I tried to keep busy, watched TV, cleaned a little, and eventually got ready for bed. Then, just as I was about to turn off the lights, I heard it again, the screen door opening. This time, it was slow, deliberate. I heard the deadbolt on the mudroom door unlocking and the door handle turning, but I had my latch on the inside, so the door didn't open. I stood frozen for a moment, waiting for the phone to ring. I figured it was my husband, maybe locked out and trying to get back in, but the phone stayed silent. After a minute or two, the door stopped rattling. I heard the front door open and then slam shut, the screen door closing after that. I stood there, confused, and then I heard something else, the back door. I knew it had a deadbolt and a chain lock. I heard the back door unlock, start to open, and then slam shut again when whoever it was realized it was locked. My heart was pounding, but I wasn't fully scared yet. I thought maybe it was a mistake, someone confused, or just a drunk neighbor. I wish I had been more worried. Minutes later, I heard something that finally made my blood run cold. I heard my neighbor's front door slam shut, then a woman screaming, and then the husband yelling as he ran past the back of our houses. I looked out the window and saw her standing at my back window, screaming for me not to open any doors or go outside. I didn't open a single door that night. I stayed right where I was, doors locked tight, lights on, phone in hand. I was shaking but didn't want to move. Eventually, after what felt like hours, the noise outside quieted down. I waited until I was sure it was safe before checking the locks again. I opened the mudroom door just enough to peer out, saw no one, and locked everything back up. Then I barricaded my bedroom door and slept with every light in the house on. The next day, my neighbor told me they had caught someone trying doors around the neighborhood that same night. That was the last I ever heard of it from anyone. I never told my husband or my parents what really happened. I was too embarrassed, maybe scared of what they'd think. It wasn't until 2 years later, when we were buying our own house and choosing an alarm system, that I finally told my husband. Even then, I left out some details. I'm still not sure who was there or what they wanted. What I do know is that I was a young woman, alone in a strange place, with a husband who had a rigid routine. And the one night he broke that routine, someone was trying to get into our home. Months later, a friend who lived in the same townhouse complex, but across the street, told me they were moving because someone tried to break in on the first night her husband had overnight duty. We were lucky to have a reason to move soon after that. But I still think about that night, the quiet creaks, the locks being fiddled with, the silence broken by screams and running footsteps. The feeling that someone was just outside, watching, waiting. Even now, 10 years later, when I hear a door creak or a knock late at night, I'm reminded of that night. It wasn't a ghost or some fairy tale. It was real, and it was close enough to touch. And that is what terrifies me most. When I look back now, it's hard not to remember how reckless we were as kids. Growing up in rural southeast Kansas meant you had to find your own fun, and we were always looking for something to do that got our hearts pumping, that felt like an adventure. My best friend's place was the center of a lot of that, since his family owned some of the surrounding land, and there was a creek with a small forest about a mile from his house. That creek and those woods were our playground when we were around 10 to 14 years old. It was the kind of place that looked harmless during the day. Just a quiet, shallow creek, some trees and brush, the usual tall grass prairie stretching out in every direction beyond it. But at night, it was different. The shadows grew long and thick, and the silence wasn't quite natural. There was something else lurking in that quiet that none of us really wanted to name out loud. One summer night, maybe early August, we decided to go out there. It was one of those warm, humid nights where the air felt heavy and still. We grabbed a couple of pellet guns and a single old knife someone's older sibling had left behind. We didn't have much, but we thought it would be enough for some harmless fun, or at least to make us feel a little safer. None of us were expecting what happened. We left my friend's house around 9, careful to be quiet. The moon was just a sliver, barely lighting the way, and the stars hung bright overhead. The prairie was soft underfoot, the tall grass whispering against our legs as we made our way toward the creek. The further we got from the house, the quieter it became. No crickets, no frogs, just an unnatural hush. We reached the edge of the small forest, the creek barely a trickle through the rocks, and stepped in. The woods weren't dense like a big forest, but close enough to block most of the moonlight. The smell of wet earth and leaves was sharp in the cool night air, mixed with the faint scent of something musky and wild, something we didn't recognize. We joked and laughed at first, trying to shake the feeling, but as we walked deeper, the mood shifted. I could feel it in my bones, the kind of primal unease that doesn't come from what you see, but what you sense. We weren't the first to explore those woods at night, but none of us had ever felt anything like this before. It was like the forest itself was watching us, like we were being hunted by eyes we couldn't find. Our footsteps seemed too loud, every snap of a twig echoing like a gunshot. We slowed down, voices dropping to whispers. "Do you guys feel that?" I asked, though we all knew the answer. Nobody wanted to say it. The hair on the back of my neck prickled. We stopped, forming a tight circle. Our eyes darted around, trying to catch a glimpse of whatever was out there with us. There was nothing but trees and shadows, but the feeling was real. It was like something was tracking us, moving just beyond our sight. We pressed close together, backs turned outward, each of us scanning the darkness. Our breath came quick and shallow. The pellet guns felt suddenly inadequate, the knife useless against whatever was out there. We moved slowly, trying to be as quiet as possible, every sense alert. Then it hit me, a flash of movement on the edge of the tree line. A tail, long and thick, disappearing into a bush before I could fully see it. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. It was the only clear thing we saw, but that was enough. "Mountain lion," I whispered, voice barely audible. The others stared at me, wide-eyed but silent. None of us had ever seen one around here for sure. The official story was that southeast Kansas didn't have big cats anymore, if it ever really did. But this was something else. Something wild and alive, and very close. We didn't need to say more. Without a word, we all started moving fast, running out of the woods as quickly as our legs could carry us, the tall grass prairie opening up ahead. I kept looking back, half expecting to see the creature following us. But the only thing behind us was the rustle of the wind in the grass. When we got back to the house, we didn't stop running until we were inside, locked the door, and finally let ourselves breathe. The next day, we told my friend's dad what happened. He worked in the local parks and recreation department and knew the fish and game people. He listened quietly and said the official story was that no big cats lived in southeast Kansas anymore, but he admitted there had been quiet talk of a male mountain lion roaming untracked nearby. That was the last time we went out at night near the creek. We never saw the mountain lion again, but I can still remember that night clearly. The way the dark seemed to press in on us, the way the hairs on my arms stood up as if warning me something dangerous was near. It was like the woods had eyes, watching us in silence, waiting for us to make a mistake. In the years after, I learned that big cats sometimes wander farther than expected, pushed out by changes to their habitats or looking for new territory. Sightings are rare, often dismissed or unexplained. But that night was proof to me that the wilderness holds more secrets than we think, and that sometimes nature lets you know it's watching, and it's best to listen. I don't go near that creek after dark anymore. The fear that gripped us that night wasn't just a childhood scare. It was real, grounded in something wild and dangerous. And that's a lesson I've never forgotten. It was a little past midnight when I finally got done with my shift at work. The kind of night where the world feels almost completely silent, except for the hum of distant insects and the faint rustle of dry leaves in the cool breeze. I was exhausted but relieved to be heading home, the long day finally behind me. My car, an old but reliable sedan with a big moon roof, sat waiting in the empty parking lot. I liked having that moon roof. It made the nights feel less claustrophobic, like the whole sky was just above me. I pulled out slowly, the headlights cutting through the thick black of the country roads. Around me, fields stretched on either side, endless rows of corn stalks and soybeans that rustled softly in the night. No other cars. No streetlights except the dull glow of the distant town about a mile away. It was the kind of place where you felt swallowed by the darkness, the stars so bright it almost hurt your eyes when you looked up. The road was narrow and rough in places, patches of worn asphalt with cracks and dips, but it was familiar. The same road I took every night after work. After a few minutes, I came to a stop sign a little outside of town, where the road made a slow turn leading directly into the quiet streets. The only thing breaking the silence was the occasional chirp of crickets and the distant hoot of an owl somewhere in the fields. I came to a full stop and glanced up through my moon roof, just out of habit. The sky was clear, the stars scattered and sharp against the deep black. I noticed a few clouds low on the horizon, but nothing unusual. Then, all at once, a light appeared. Not a small light like a car's headlights or a flashlight. This was something else entirely. It was blinding. So bright it felt like someone had slammed a flashlight right into my eyes from above, and yet I couldn't tell where exactly it was coming from. It wasn't the kind of light I'd ever seen before. It wasn't like the spotlights from the Samaritan helicopters that sometimes flew over looking for stranded cars or emergency situations in the snow. I had seen those before. The helicopters would circle slowly, casting a soft, wide glow over the fields, and their searchlights would sweep from side to side, looking for signs of life or danger. This light was different. It was intense and focused, like a laser beam turned up to full brightness. I squinted, shielding my eyes with my hand, trying to see if I could catch a glimpse of the source. The light seemed to be right on top of my car, like it was shining directly down through the moon roof. The brightness made everything else around me fade into shadow. The cornfields, the road, even the stop sign, all blurred into the edges of the light, leaving me with only that harsh white glow. I felt a weird sort of pressure in my chest, like my heart was beating too fast for no good reason. My hands gripped the steering wheel tighter. My breath caught a little in my throat. The air inside the car felt colder all of a sudden, though the windows were up and the heater was on low. I blinked a few times, trying to clear the spots dancing in my vision from the brightness. After what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds, the light shifted. It didn't just move, it exploded outward, expanding like something from a space movie or a sci-fi show, spreading wide above the fields. The edges of the light blurred and shimmered as it stretched beyond the cornfields into the night sky, becoming this giant, glowing shape that hummed quietly with power. I remember my muscles tensing up as the light suddenly shot forward, zooming ahead of me faster than anything I had seen before. It disappeared in a blink, leaving nothing but the dark sky behind it. I was still sitting at the stop sign, shaking slightly, trying to process what had just happened. Then, almost without realizing it, I found myself driving forward. My hands gripped the wheel tight, the car moving slowly but steadily down the road toward town. The strange thing was, I didn't remember starting to move. I didn't remember putting the car in gear or pressing the gas. It was like I'd been pulled along by some invisible force, the world around me blurring as I crossed over the bridge that marked the edge of the town. I pulled into my driveway, heart still pounding, and sat there for a moment in silence. The moon roof was still open a crack, and the air smelled faintly like the fields outside, dry, earthy, with a faint hint of something metallic that I couldn't quite place. I closed the moon roof and locked the doors. Later, I tried to make sense of it all. The whole thing didn't add up. There was a gap, a mile-long blank space, where I had no memory of driving. It was like time had just slipped away. I checked my phone. No missed calls or messages. No helados. I looked around the car for any sign of disturbance, anything out of place. But there was nothing. The radio was off. The gas tank was about the same as it had been before. I wasn't hurt. No scratches or dents. And yet that light, that brightness, it stayed burned in my mind. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't a trick of the eyes. It was real. I've tried to explain it in the years since, always landing on the same thing. Something out there, in the middle of nowhere, was watching. Maybe it was some kind of emergency helicopter, but nothing official was ever reported. No one else saw it. What I do know is that night changed something in me. It made the empty fields feel less empty, the dark roads less safe, and it reminded me how fragile control can be, especially when the sky suddenly falls down on you with a brightness you can't explain. That night stays with me more than I like to admit. I still think about it, even years later, and the way it unsettled me like nothing else ever had. I grew up on a tiny island, the kind where everyone knows everyone else, and the population is small enough that most places feel quiet, safe, even at night. The roads are narrow and twisty, and a lot of the land is covered with thick trees and brush that nobody ever really goes into. Because it was so small and quiet, I always loved taking long walks after dark when I was in high school. It felt peaceful. No worries, no big city noises. Just the cool night air, the distant hum of crickets, and the soft sound of my feet on the pavement. That night started out just like any other. I left my house around 10 p.m., wearing a light jacket because the air was cool but not cold. The street lamps along the main road flickered softly, casting pools of yellow light on the cracked asphalt. The island was mostly silent, except for the occasional rustle of wind through the trees and the far-off call of an owl. I walked slowly, enjoying the stillness. The air smelled like wet earth and pine needles from the woods nearby. I had my phone in my pocket, but wasn't really interested in it. I liked feeling alone with my own thoughts. The road I was on was pretty empty at that hour. Houses were spaced far apart, and most people had already settled down for the night. The farther I walked, the fewer houses I saw, until eventually the road ran alongside thick brush and tall trees that blocked the moonlight. The silence felt deeper there, almost like the island itself was holding its breath. About halfway down the road, I noticed a street lamp up ahead shining brighter than the others. The light spilled out over the pavement and the edge of the brush, but just beyond the light, something was standing. At first, I thought it might be a person, but as I got closer, my heart started to pound. It was a figure cloaked in black, the fabric hanging loosely, covering everything but the face. The face was pale, unnatural, really, like it was glowing faintly in the dim light. It was so white, it almost looked painted on or like a mask. The eyes were dark, but the whole face seemed to float eerily in the brightness of the street lamp. The feeling that hit me was like nothing I'd ever experienced. My chest tightened, and the air felt heavier. It was like reality itself warped, as if I was suddenly watching the world through a distorted lens. I don't know how to explain it, but the ground seemed to tilt beneath me, and the street lamp's light flickered, as if it were about to go out. I should have stopped and turned around. I should have run, but I couldn't. My legs kept moving forward, almost as if they were acting on their own, outside my control. As I got closer, the figure didn't move or speak. It just stayed still, watching me with those dark eyes from under the black hood. The silence was thick. The night noises disappeared. I could hear nothing except the steady beat of my own heart pounding in my ears. Then, without warning, the figure dropped to all fours. The movement was sudden and unnatural, almost like a spider shifting its legs or an animal crouching to stalk. It didn't crawl in any normal way, but the way it moved into the brush was smooth, almost fluid, like it had done it 100 times. I watched it slip behind the trees, disappearing from the street lamp's glow. For a moment, I just stood there frozen. My mind was spinning. I felt cold all over, chills running down my spine like icy fingers tracing my back. The calm, safe night I had loved vanished in that instant, replaced by something raw and deeply unsettling. I didn't run. I didn't call out. I just stood still, too shocked to move. Eventually, I turned and walked home slowly, never looking back. My steps echoed louder than usual, and the night felt heavier with every step I took away from that place. I never saw the figure again, but the memory stayed burned in my mind. It wasn't a dream or a trick of the light. It was real. It was there, right in front of me. And no one on the island talked about anything like it. There were no reports, no rumors, nothing. Just silence. Over the years, I thought about what it could have been. Some kind of person? A prank? Some animal, maybe? But nothing matched what I saw. The pale, glowing face, the black cloak, the way it moved on all fours. I even told myself it might have been a hallucination, or maybe I was too tired or stressed that night. But the way the world shifted around me, that feeling of slipping out of reality, it felt so real. I can still remember the exact way the light hit that face, how the shadows bent around the figure, and how the air seemed to press down on me like a weight. I sometimes wonder if I was close to danger and didn't even realize it, or if it was something else entirely, something beyond my understanding but still grounded in this world, not a ghost or a myth. Just something dark and strange that crosses the line between human and animal, something hidden in the quiet parts of the island where no one dares to go at night. After that night, I stopped taking walks after dark. I stopped feeling like the island was a safe place. And even now, when the wind blows through the trees just right, or when the street lamps flicker in the distance, I get the same cold feeling that I had standing in that empty road, facing that thing. It's a reminder that no matter how small and quiet a place seems, there are still things in the dark we might never fully understand. And maybe that's the scariest part of all, knowing that some things are real, but we don't have any answers for them. We just have the memory and the cold chill that runs down our spines when we think about it. Fishing had always been my way to get away from everything. No phone, no noise, just me, the water, and the endless sky above. That evening, I decided to go to a river outside this tiny town in Colorado I'd passed through a few times. It wasn't a place many people went to, mostly ranches scattered around, some abandoned looking, others neat but quiet. The kind of place where you could go hours without seeing anyone. I got there just before dusk. The sun was already dipping behind the distant hills, casting a pinkish-orange glow across the water. The river was steady but not too rough, flowing cold and clear between rocky banks. I pulled on my waders, grabbed my fishing rod, and walked out into the stream. The water came up just past my knees, and I stood about 10 or 15 feet downstream from a small, old wooden bridge that crossed the river. The bridge wasn't fancy, just weathered boards and rusty nails, but it had a kind of charm, the way those old rural bridges do. The ranch houses nearby looked empty. I could see a few of them on the other side of the river, some with chipped paint and sagging porches. Not a light in any window, not a sound of movement. I figured whoever lived there was either inside or maybe gone for the day. It was quiet except for the gentle rush of the river and the occasional call of a distant bird. I was about to cast my line when something caught my eye out of the corner of my vision. On the bridge, there was movement. At first, I thought it was a German shepherd. There was a dog in the area, or so I'd heard from locals, a guard dog that belonged to one of the ranches. The size and shape from a distance matched, and it was moving steadily across the boards. I turned my head to get a better look. At that same moment, the figure stopped halfway across and stood still at the edge of the bridge, directly above me. I froze, my heart skipping a beat. It wasn't a dog. It was something much bigger, and something much more dangerous. A mountain lion. It had the perfect vantage point, standing tall and still on the bridge, looking down at me. Its tawny coat blended with the fading light, its muscles tense but calm. Its eyes locked on me, unblinking and full of that cold, wild intelligence. The weight of the moment hit me hard. I was alone, waist deep in a river, and there was a predator watching me waiting. I yelled as loud as I could, "I fucking see you." The sound echoed strangely against the hills and the trees, bouncing back in shards. The mountain lion didn't move right away. It stayed frozen for a few seconds longer, then slowly turned and walked away from the edge of the bridge, disappearing behind the weathered boards and into the shadows. By then, darkness was creeping in fast. The sky was a deepening purple, the last light slipping behind the horizon. My heart was pounding like I'd just run a marathon. Every instinct screamed to get out of there. I looked around, trying to figure out the best way back to my truck. It was parked just a few yards past the bridge, on the right side of the river. I could take the direct path. Under the edge of the bridge, through thick brush that climbed steeply up to the road. But that area looked perfect for an ambush. The mountain lion hadn't seemed scared when I yelled. It was calm, confident, like it was waiting for me to make a move. The other option was to go up the left bank of the river. That side was more open, with fewer bushes and no heavy vegetation, but it was the direction the cat had come from originally. To get to the truck, I'd have to cross the bridge itself, and that made me nervous. Still, I chose that route. I needed to keep moving, and the thought of walking through that thick brush under the bridge gave me chills. I started up the left bank, making as much noise as I could, singing loudly to myself. I kept glancing over my shoulder, trying to catch any sign of movement, but the shadows were deep and unhelpful. Every snapped twig and rustle in the leaves made me jump. The air was cold and still, the river murmuring softly beside me. My breath was visible in the chill dusk air, coming out in little puffs. When I finally reached the bridge, I paused. The wooden planks creaked under my boots as I crossed, the sound magnified in the quiet. My eyes swept across the road, looking for anything unusual. Nothing moved. No glowing eyes caught in the fading light. My muscles tensed with every step, but I kept going. When I finally got to my truck, relief flooded through me. I stepped inside, locked the doors, and sat for a moment, just catching my breath. My hands shook as I took off my waders and started breaking down my rod, eager to get out of there before dark fully settled in. That night, the image of those glowing eyes watching me from above haunted me. I couldn't shake the feeling that if I'd hesitated, if I'd taken the other path, things might have ended differently. The mountain lion had been patient and sure, and I'd been the intruder. After that experience, I bought a .357 Magnum. I never go fishing alone without it now. It's not about wanting to hurt the animal, it's about respect and survival. Out here in the wild, you never really know who's watching, waiting, and that's a reality I won't ignore again. It was late spring in Shropshire, the sort of evening where the sun had long gone down, but the sky still held onto a dull, dark blue that blurred into black. Me and two mates had decided to take a walk through a small patch of woods near one of the villages we knew well. It wasn't anything special, just a bit of woodland that locals passed through to get from one side of the village to another, a shortcut mostly, but one that had a footpath running through it. The path was made up of loose stones that crunched underfoot, winding between gnarled trees and thick underbrush. The air was cool, carrying the faint scent of wet earth and the fresh smell of leaves that had soaked up the evening rain from earlier that day. It was quiet, not the kind of silence that makes you jump, but a sort of calm stillness, broken only by the occasional distant bark of a dog or the rustle of a night bird shifting in the branches above. The path was dimly lit by a handful of street lamps that stood spaced out along the way, their light weak and hazy, barely cutting through the thickening dusk. Shadows stretched long and warped, making the trees look like dark shapes looming over us. We were chatting and laughing quietly as we walked, the kind of casual talk you have when you're out with friends and the day's troubles don't seem to matter. My boots crunched against the stones, my mate's footsteps echoing behind me. We'd done this walk plenty of times before, so I wasn't nervous or wary. But as we moved deeper into the wood, something shifted. I can't explain what it was exactly, a change in the air, or maybe just my own mind starting to notice things differently, but I started feeling uneasy. It began with a noise. Not far behind me, I heard something heavier moving over the stones. At first, I thought maybe it was one of my mates trying to catch up or joking around, but the sound wasn't quite right. It was louder, more deliberate, like someone or something much bigger was stepping carefully but heavily, crushing the stones beneath it with a weight far beyond a normal person's. I stopped walking, my heart suddenly thudding hard in my chest. I looked back at the two lads behind me. One of them glanced at me, eyebrows raised, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Then, I turned fully around and looked behind us. The light from the street lamps was faint and scattered, but I could make out a shape standing just a few feet away on the path. At first, I thought it might be a big man, maybe someone out late for a walk, but the thing that hit me right away was the size. It was huge, at least 7 or 8 feet tall, and broad across the shoulders like it was built to fill space, to look imposing. Its fur was thick and black, so dark it seemed to swallow the weak light around it. I couldn't see details clearly, but the shape was solid and strong. What made it worse were the eyes, two glowing red orbs staring straight at me. They were fixed and unblinking, like they were burning right through the dark. I swear, even now, I can see them in my mind's eye, cold and terrifying. I froze. My body wanted to scream or run, but I could barely move. I glanced quickly at my mates, and they were just as shaken as me, caught between disbelief and panic. None of us said a word. The thing didn't move, didn't growl or make a noise. It just stood there, watching us with those awful eyes. The crunching sounds behind me stopped. For a moment, everything was silent again except the pounding of my own heart. Then, without thinking, we all bolted. We ran as fast as we could, stones flying beneath our feet, branches snapping as we pushed through the edge of the trees. The path twisted and turned, but we didn't slow down or look back. The pounding in my chest was so loud I was sure it would burst out of my ribcage. My lungs burned, but I didn't care. We had to get away. It took about 5 minutes of sprinting until we reached my mate's house. It was a small, modest place on the edge of the village, warm lights shining through the windows and a safe feeling that came with walls and doors and other people. We burst inside, panting and trembling, still staring at the door as if expecting that horrible thing to follow us through. We never saw it again. We never heard it after that night, and we never told anyone else what happened. It sounded mad, even to us. What was that thing? A wild animal? But nothing in those woods was that size or shape. Some kind of man. But the glowing red eyes? Nothing made sense. We avoided the woods after that, sticking to well-lit streets and busy roads. I still remember that night whenever I'm near those trees, the smell of damp earth, the crunch of stones underfoot, and the way those eyes seemed to pierce the darkness. It wasn't a ghost or some fantasy creature. It was real, whatever it was, and it left me with a fear I don't think I'll ever fully shake. My grandma lived on a property out in the country, far enough from town that everything felt quiet and still when night fell. They had a generator that powered the house, but it only lasted so long before it would shut off. Once it did, the house was plunged into total darkness. No streetlights, no neighbors, just the faint glow of the moon and stars outside. The kind of dark where you couldn't even see your hand in front of your face. That night, the generator had died sometime after midnight. The house was completely silent except for the occasional creaks and groans that old houses make when everything cools off. My grandma had gone downstairs to get a glass of water because she was thirsty. The kitchen was a few steps down from the bedroom, and she didn't want to wake anyone by turning on the electric lights. She carried a small flashlight in her hand, but even that only helped her see a little. The flashlight was old and flickered sometimes. She kept it low so the light wouldn't disturb the house too much. When she filled her glass from the tap in the kitchen sink, the sound of running water felt unusually loud in the silence. The cold water splashed softly in the glass. She took a slow sip, savoring it, then turned around to go back upstairs. The stairs were wooden and creaked under her feet, and the darkness made them feel even more unsteady. As she reached the foot of the stairs, the flashlight barely lighting the steps, she noticed a figure standing at the top landing. The figure was completely dark, just a shadowy shape against the dim outlines of the hallway. For a moment, she froze, unsure of what she was seeing. But then she thought it was probably my grandpa. He often stayed up late, sometimes reading in bed or sitting quietly. So, without much thought, she started walking up the stairs. The figure didn't move or make a sound at first. Then suddenly it spoke. The voice was low, calm but with an edge that made her skin prick. "You're not afraid of me?" My grandma stopped on the stairs, steadying herself. She looked up into the shadowed face, or where she thought the face would be. She answered simply, quietly, "Why would I be afraid of you?" The figure didn't say anything more. It started moving slowly toward the bedroom, the same way my grandpa would. My grandma followed it all the way upstairs to their room. The house was so still she could hear her own breathing. The stairs creaked under her feet, and the flashlight's beam shook slightly with her hand. When she reached the bedroom door, she stepped inside, still thinking it was my grandpa. She saw him lying in bed, the sheets pulled up to his chin, eyes closed. He looked peaceful, asleep. She went over and gently shook his shoulder. He didn't wake. My grandma frowned and shook him again, softly this time, as if waking a child. He remained still, silent. Then she sat on the edge of the bed, rubbing his arm, quietly telling him what she'd just seen and heard. She expected him to be surprised, or at least a little confused, but he just turned away and told her to go back to sleep. She could tell he was still tired, and probably didn't want to talk. She nodded, but her heart was pounding. The room felt colder now. The house still dark and quiet except for the ticking of a small clock on the nightstand. My grandma lay awake for the rest of the night, thinking about what had happened. She stared at the ceiling, the soft sound of the wind brushing through the trees outside mixing with her thoughts. Every little noise startled her. She imagined the figure standing at the stairs, the way it spoke to her, the feeling in its voice. She didn't want to admit it to herself, but part of her was scared. Not of ghosts or monsters, but something else. Something real. The fact that there was a stranger in the house. Someone or something that sounded like my grandpa, but wasn't him. The thought that she might have been watched. The silence made her ears ache, and every shadow in the room felt like it was moving. By dawn, she was exhausted but still on edge. The sunlight filtering in through the curtains didn't help much. She got up quietly, made herself some coffee, and went outside for a few minutes. The fresh morning air felt good, and the birds were already chirping, as if nothing unusual had happened. Later that day, she told my grandpa what she saw. He listened, then shook his head and said it must have been her imagination. Maybe the dark, the tiredness, or the flickering light had played tricks on her eyes. She wanted to believe him, but deep down, she knew what she saw. After that night, they checked the locks on the doors and windows more carefully. They made sure the generator was maintained well, so the power wouldn't cut out again. But even with all that, my grandma never forgot that night. It stayed with her, a quiet reminder that sometimes the scariest things aren't made up or imagined. They're real, even if you can't explain them. I lived on a ranch deep in the Rocky Mountains, a Forest Service inholding that felt like its own little island surrounded by endless public land. We had no neighbors for miles. The nearest town was hours away. The roads were rough and often impassable, especially after a snow or rainstorm. Our place was a 1,000-acre patch of rugged wilderness, backed up against vast stretches of forest and mountains. It was the kind of place where the silence pressed down hard, and the only sounds came from the wind, the wildlife, and sometimes the distant creak of trees settling. It was beautiful, but it could be a brutal kind of isolation. I went bow hunting that evening, my bow slung over my shoulder, and my faithful border collie heeler mixed with me. He was more than just a dog. He was my constant companion, my protector out there in the wild. He had been on bear and mountain lion hunts with me before, never once showing fear, even when we came across fresh wolf tracks or the telltale signs of mountain predators. That night, though, something was different. We'd heard an elk bugle somewhere across a ridge and had quietly worked our way up and over to try and catch a glimpse. The sun was low, the light soft and fading, and the air was cool but not cold yet. The mountain smells were sharp, pine earth, the faint scent of dried leaves. We found a small, skinny flat at the bottom of the ridge, a narrow strip of land squeezed between trees and rocks, and hunkered down behind a tree and a large boulder. It was just the two of us, the quiet settling in as twilight gave way to dusk. Then it started. From the opposite hill, less than 200 yards away but high above us, came sounds unlike anything I'd ever heard. Low snarls, guttural growls, and the kind of ferocious, angry yipping that sent a chill down my spine. It wasn't like the usual calls or howls I'd heard from coyotes or wolves before. This was something raw and violent, a fight, a scream of rage echoing across the darkening ridge. I could almost imagine the sounds of teeth snapping, claws digging into earth and flesh. I knew what it had to be: wolves, but not just a casual howl or pack call. These were wolves fighting over something big or precious, maybe a kill. The sound was desperate, cruel, and terrifying. My dog was different that night, too. Normally, he'd be eager and alert but calm, his ears up and tail relaxed, ready to work. Instead, he was frozen, eyes wide, muscles tight, barely breathing, and clearly scared. He stayed close to me, his body pressed low to the ground, his head nudging my arm softly, as if begging me to leave. There was a quiet panic in him I had never seen before. I wanted to move, to get out of there, but I was frozen by the sound of those snarling wolves and by the thought that if they caught wind of us, especially my dog, there was no way I could protect him with just a bow and 4 arrows. I didn't want to provoke them or draw attention, so we stayed still. We waited. The sun finally disappeared below the horizon and total darkness covered the mountains, swallowing us in cold blackness. The sounds of the wolves slowly faded and drifted away along the ridge, moving south, farther from us. I hoped they were going far enough away that they wouldn't catch our scent or hear our breathing. My dog and I were both shaking, his fur standing on end, and I could feel my heart hammering so loud I was sure it would give us away. Every noise felt loud, the snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves, even the steady breathing of my dog. Once the growling moved beyond hearing, I carefully motioned for him to follow me. We slipped down from our hiding spot and onto the flat hayfield below. The field was dim in the darkness, the shapes of tall grass and scattered rocks barely visible. The ground was soft and uneven, and my boots sank into the dirt as I tried to be as quiet as possible. My dog stayed close, eyes darting nervously around. I could feel the tension in his body, every muscle ready to spring if needed. We made our way slowly toward home. It was about a mile from where we were to the ranch house, but in total darkness, with no moon, it felt like a much longer journey. The path was familiar, but I couldn't see anything. The only sense I had was the feel of the ground underfoot and the smell of the trees and earth around us. The silence was heavy, broken only by the occasional snap of a branch or the distant call of a night bird. Then, about half a mile from the house, my dog suddenly stopped in front of me. He stiffened and put up a defense, low growls, ferocious barking, his shoulders squared and bristling, locked in place to block whatever was ahead. I froze. My bow was already in my hands, drawn and ready, though I couldn't see a thing in the pitch black. Something moved. It was almost invisible, black against the blackness, but I saw a slight movement that caught my eye. Whatever it was gambled away, moving awkwardly but quickly, staying just out of reach of my dog's growls. Then I realized what it was, one of our black calves. The little one had wandered off from the herd and was now awkwardly retreating from my angry dog's warning. I laughed quietly, the tension breaking in a rush of relief. I knelt down and calmed my dog, letting him know everything was okay. He looked sheepish, lowering his ears and tail, realizing he'd been barking at a harmless calf and not some predator out there. We made it home without any further incident, but I couldn't shake the feeling of that night. Out in those mountains, surrounded by nothing but wilderness, you learn quickly what you can handle and what you can't. I've never been scared out there before, not really. There are bears, mountain lions, and all kinds of wild things, but none of them made me freeze like those wolves did. That night changed how I think about the wilderness. It's not the empty spaces or the quiet you have to fear. It's what's just beyond your sight and hearing. The wildness that doesn't announce itself until it's right on top of you. The raw, brutal fight for survival that doesn't care about you or your dog or your arrows. I'm still proud to live out there, still go hunting and explore those wild lands, but I never forget that night. The night the wolves snarled just over the ridge, and even my fearless dog was scared. It's a reminder that no matter how tough you think you are, nature still holds the power to humble you completely. I was 13 when my school took us on that camping trip in South Africa. It was one of those trips you hear about, a mix of excitement and nerves bundled together in your stomach. We had about 40 or 50 boys in our group, all of us somewhere between that awkward stage of childhood and the first steps into teenage years. The plan was to hike and camp in different locations over several days, 2 nights sleeping in cabins and 2 nights under tents. The tents weren't your usual closed-up kind. They were open on the sides, mostly just to protect us from rain, which made us feel pretty exposed at night. We split into 3 tents, each holding about a third of the boys, so they were crowded, but we had to make do. On the night I remember the most, we had just set camp near a river. The river wasn't big or deep where we were. It was shallow, just a small flow of water cutting through the land. We were tired from hiking, our legs sore, and our backs aching from the packs we carried. The sky was dark, with stars spread out overhead, twinkling like tiny sparks in the black. We settled down after a quick dinner, trying to get comfortable on the thin sleeping mats and rolled up blankets we had. Almost as soon as the fire started to burn low, we heard it. A strange sound in the distance, a laugh that was anything but funny. It was a hyena, and that noise it makes, it's like a chilling, high-pitched cackle, rough and unsettling, echoing through the night. That laugh kept coming, sometimes far away, sometimes closer. The way it carried in the dark made it seem like the hyenas were all around us, moving through the bushes just out of sight. The teachers told us the national park was fenced, and that the hyenas were miles away, further than it sounded, but it didn't help much. None of us really believed that because the sound felt so close, like it was right on the edge of the camp. The hyenas work in packs, and knowing that made it worse, packs of predators moving unseen around us in the night. The fire was revived, the flames pulled higher with dry sticks and leaves, casting long shadows all around. The light was the only thing keeping us feeling a little safer, but it was still scary. No one got much sleep that night. Every few minutes, the hyena's eerie laugh would come back, sometimes in groups, like they were talking to each other in some strange, unsettling way. The tents didn't block the sounds, didn't block the feeling of being exposed. The open sides let every noise in, crackling branches, rustling grass, the distant calls of animals stirring at night. We stayed huddled near the fire, some boys whispering, some staring off into the darkness, trying to catch a glimpse of what was out there. I remember the cold creeping in, even though it was summer, and the fire felt like the only warm thing in the world. The river's gentle flow was almost hypnotic, but it also reminded me how vulnerable we were. The water might have seemed shallow and safe, but the wilderness beyond it was unpredictable. When dawn finally broke, the hyena sounds faded with the light. The birds started their morning songs, and the camp slowly woke up, stretching and shaking off the uneasy feeling of the night. No signs of predators had come near the camp, and that brought some relief. We all took a dip in the river to freshen up, the cool water washing away the sweat and dirt from the hike and the restless night. The shallow water made it easy to stand, and the riverbed was covered in smooth stones, worn down by years of flowing water. Some kids, along with a teacher, decided to explore a bit further downstream, about 300 feet away from our camp. What they found wasn't something any of us wanted to hear about. It was a fresh carcass, torn apart and shredded in a way that only wild animals could do. The sight of it made the reality hit harder. These were real dangers, not just noises in the dark. Seeing what those animals could do to something alive made all of us realize just how close we had been to serious trouble. That night stayed with me long after the trip ended. It was one of those moments where the wildness of nature felt so real and raw, and the thin barrier between safety and danger felt like a thread stretched too tight. I'm glad I can share that story now, with no fear of those hyenas coming back. But back then, it was a tough night for every single one of us. A night where the wilderness wasn't just a backdrop for adventure, but a reminder of the unknown waiting in the dark. The lake was never a place I wanted to spend much time near, not because of the water or the woods around it, but because of what I knew had happened there. I've never actually been camping myself, but the stories about that lake stuck with me in a way that made me avoid it whenever I could. It wasn't just the usual creepy tales you hear about wilderness spots. This was different, real, brutal, and the kind of thing that lingers in your mind long after you've left the place. Years ago, a family, a mom, a dad, and their little boy, went camping by that lake. They were supposed to have set up near some old cabins on the far side, the ones that look half forgotten, hidden between thick trees and scrub. People say a bear attacked them there, mauled them right near the cabins. The story spread fast and didn't leave much to the imagination. The three of them didn't stand a chance. Their deaths were savage, quick, and left the place soaked with something dark, something you couldn't easily forget. I never saw the bodies or the aftermath, obviously, but enough people talked about the screams you could hear if you got close to the cabins at night, or the shadowy figures some claimed to see moving near the water after dark, that it became something you just knew was true, even if you didn't want to believe it. After something that violent, something that terrifying, it's hard to ignore the feeling that the air itself changes around the place, like it's holding onto the pain and fear. I only went near the lake once, but I wasn't there to camp or explore. My older brother, who's always been the kind to take us kids on trips, brought me and my other brother along for a day out. The plan was simple: go fish a little, maybe have a small picnic by the water. But as the day turned into evening, I could see he was watching the sky closely, the way the light faded behind the trees. I wanted to stay a little longer, but he wasn't having any of it. The moment the sun started to dip past the treetops, he told us it was time to pack up and leave. There was a kind of tension in the air, something I couldn't explain then, but looking back I realized he probably felt the same unease I did. It wasn't just the dark setting in, it was the stories, the warnings he'd heard. The lake had a reputation, and my brother knew better than to get stuck there when the night came. Later, I learned from my other brother, he's a few years older than me, that he'd actually been there at night once, but not with family. He went with his classmates on some school trip. They were driving along a road that cut near the lake's edge, maybe to explore or just to pass through, but it was late. The sky was heavy with clouds, blocking out the stars and moon, and everything felt quieter than it should have been. That's when they heard it, chanting. At first, it was soft, far away, but it grew louder as they drove closer. And then they saw them, people in dark robes, standing on the side of the road, their faces hidden, their voices rising in unison. The chanting wasn't like a normal song or prayer. It was low, rhythmic, almost hypnotic, and it sent a chill straight down my brother's spine. Without a word, the group in the car fell silent. Someone switched off the lamps inside the vehicle. They sat perfectly still, waiting, hoping whoever those people were, they would leave without noticing them. The tension in the car was thick, heavy enough to choke on. They didn't dare move or make a sound until the chanting faded and the robed figures finally disappeared into the shadows. When they got home, my brother told us they were scared, convinced that if those people had spotted them, something bad might have happened. The fear wasn't just about being seen, it was about what might come after. I never went back after that day. The stories, the bear attack, the chanting, the dark robes, everything about the lake felt like it belonged in a nightmare, not a place anyone sane would want to camp or even walk near at night. Sometimes I think about the family that died there, the mom, dad, and little boy. How peaceful it must have seemed when they set out, unaware of the danger waiting. The lake looks calm during the day, the water reflecting the sky like glass, the trees standing tall and quiet around the shore. But beneath that surface, something is broken, something violent and dark. It's not the kind of place where you want to hear screams in the middle of the night or see shadowy figures moving between the trees. It's not the kind of place you want to stay near when the sun goes down and the world goes silent. And if you do, you have to be ready for the kind of fear that seeps into your bones, the kind that makes you doubt everything you thought you knew about safety and nature. That's why my brother never lets us stay when it starts getting dark. He knows the stories are more than just stories. He knows that something terrible happened there, and that sometimes, in places like that, the darkness isn't just the absence of light. It's the presence of something else, something you can't see but can feel creeping closer with every whisper carried on the wind. And I don't want to be near it when it comes. I used to work at a state park in a small, quiet town far enough from the city to feel like another world entirely. The park was one of those places where you could get lost in nature easily, with sprawling woods, old-growth trees, and trails that twisted through the hills and valleys. Every morning, I would get dropped off by the bus in town and hike through the park trail to reach my office deep inside the forest. The route wasn't the quickest, but it was the longest and also the most beautiful. I'd always prefer it over the paved roads or shorter, duller paths. It gave me time to clear my head, listen to birds, and watch the light through the leaves. One chilly morning in late spring, I had a little extra time, so I decided to take that longer trail. The sun was just rising, and the light was soft, golden, pouring through the branches overhead in slanting beams. The air was cool but fresh, filled with the smell of pine and wet earth. The trail was quiet. Usually it was, especially at this hour, and my footsteps made a soft crunch on the damp dirt and scattered pine needles. As I walked, I kept my phone in my hand, not really paying attention to it, just checking a message. The screen glowed faintly in the low light. I was moving at a steady pace, enjoying the calm and the sounds of nature, when I noticed her about 20 yards ahead. A woman jogging along the path. Nothing unusual. I saw people jogging here sometimes. She wore a plain white shirt and dark leggings, hair pulled back in a ponytail. She was alone, moving steadily with the rhythm of her run, completely focused on the trail. I glanced up briefly and then looked back down at my phone, expecting her to pass me soon. It was common for joggers to overtake slower walkers like me. But when I looked up again a few seconds later, she was gone. Just vanished. At first, I thought maybe she turned off onto a side trail. There were a few little branches off the main path, some leading deeper into the woods. But that part of the trail was wide and clear under the trees, with no thick bushes or undergrowth that could swallow a person without noise. If she had gone into the bushes or off the path, I would have heard the rustling or breaking of branches. I listened for any sounds, footsteps, leaves crunching, anything, but there was nothing. I stepped forward, scanning the area carefully. No sign of her anywhere. The bushes were still, the ground undisturbed, and the trail ahead was empty. I checked the side trails too, walking over to them and peering in, but they were clear and empty. She had to have been there a moment ago, but now it was like she disappeared into thin air. I stood there for a moment, confused and a bit uneasy, wondering if my mind was playing tricks or if I'd imagined her. Still, I moved on. I told myself it was just a weird coincidence, or maybe she turned off the trail before I noticed. It wasn't the first time my brain had fooled me on a quiet morning. As I continued walking, I felt the peace of the woods settle back around me. Birds chirped overhead, squirrels darted up trees, and the soft breeze moved the leaves. I tried to shake off the strange feeling. It was a beautiful morning, and I had work to do. Further down the trail, maybe half a mile past the spot where I lost sight of the woman, I saw something else. A small white dog suddenly jumped out from some thick bushes on the side of the path. It was a fluffy little thing, maybe a terrier or a similar breed, with the tail wagging slowly. The dog seemed friendly, but there was no owner in sight. I smiled, slowing down to get a better look. The dog didn't bark or make a sound. It just stared at me, head tilted, like it was deciding whether to come closer. I crouched down a little, extending a hand to call it, but the dog turned and started walking down the trail ahead of me. Curious, I followed it slowly. The dog reached a small side trail that led under a thick canopy of trees. It was a narrow path but open, and I could see clearly in the dappled light. The dog turned down that side trail and disappeared deeper into the trees. I stopped at the mouth of the trail and watched. 1 second, the dog was standing there, looking back at me. The next, it wasn't. No bark, no rustle of bushes, no sound at all. It was gone. I blinked, feeling my heart pick up. I stared around the quiet forest clearing, the dog nowhere to be seen. No sign of where it had gone. No sounds of movement. I had definitely seen a dog, hadn't I? I thought about the woman at the top of the trail. She, too, had vanished without any noise or sign. Both had appeared in broad daylight on clear parts of the trail. Neither made a sound. Neither left a trace. The sun was climbing higher now, casting sharp shadows. The forest was waking up fully, birds calling, wind rustling leaves. But the silence I had experienced earlier, the eerie quiet around those disappearances, stayed with me. I told myself there had to be a reasonable explanation. Maybe a deer or some other animal had startled the dog, and it ran off quietly. Maybe the woman took a side path that was quieter than I thought, or ducked behind some thick ferns. My mind tried to piece together normal possibilities, but it didn't feel right. The entire morning, the feeling stayed with me like a weight in my chest. The woods seemed less welcoming, and the trail that had felt so peaceful before suddenly felt strange and uncertain. I made it to my office and spent the day distracted, thinking about what I'd seen, or thought I'd seen. I told no one. I didn't want to sound crazy. Days passed, and I hiked the trail again. Nothing strange happened. The forest was just as beautiful and calm as always, filled with the usual sounds of wildlife. But I never forgot that morning. Looking back, I'm still baffled. It wasn't a dream or a hallucination. I was wide awake and fully aware. And it wasn't something supernatural. No ghosts or magic tricks. The state park was a real place, and the trail was well known and well used. I can only guess that I somehow experienced a weird glitch in perception or memory. Maybe my brain filled in details or erased others in a way I don't understand. Maybe there was some kind of trick of the light or shadow, or a brief moment where time seemed to skip. Whatever it was real to me, and it shook my sense of what's possible in a place I thought I knew. The woods have their mysteries, but this one stays with me because it's so simple and yet so inexplicable. It's a reminder that sometimes, even in the most ordinary places, reality can feel fragile and strange, and that sometimes things can just disappear without explanation. The first night we camped near McLeod, down in Squaw Valley, something happened that stayed with me in a way nothing else ever has. It was one of those trips that was supposed to be simple, just me and my ex, out in the woods, away from everything, just to breathe and forget the noise of everyday life for a while. We set up the car near a small clearing off a narrow dirt road, surrounded by thick pines and firs, the kind of trees that stretch so tall they almost blot out the sky. The air was crisp, cold enough to make our breath visible as we laughed quietly over a small fire. The night was silent except for the crackling of the wood and the occasional distant call of an owl. We didn't have much cell service out there, which was fine, a relief even. No screens, no distractions. Just the two of us, the woods, and the soft hum of the forest settling in for the night. We fell asleep inside the car, the back seats folded down and a thin blanket between us. I don't know what time it was when I first started slipping into the dream, maybe around 3 or 4 a.m. The dream was so vivid, so sharply detailed. It felt like I was really there, standing outside the car in the dark cold of early morning, looking in through the rear window. The sky was just beginning to brighten a little, that soft, pale light that comes right before dawn. There were 8 of them. I remember that number clearly, because it was the first thing I noticed. 8 figures, all cloaked in black, their faces hidden beneath deep hoods that cast shadows so dark it was like they swallowed the light around them. They stood around the car in a loose circle, but perfectly still, as if they were waiting for something or watching with silent patience. One of the figures, the tallest one, stepped forward slowly and placed both hands flat against the rear window. The hands were unnaturally large, and the skin was grayish rough like old bark or stone. I could see the tension in the fingers, the way they pressed lightly but firmly, as if testing the strength of the glass. The figure leaned in closer, head tilted just enough to look inside, but never revealing any facial features, just a dark void beneath the hood. The dream wasn't scary in the way you'd expect. There was no screaming, no chasing, no violence. Instead, there was a quiet, heavy presence, a powerful awareness that these beings were something far beyond human, and we were intruding where we shouldn't be. It was like standing on the edge of something ancient and immense. I wasn't terrified exactly, but I was on edge. The air in the dream felt thick, like it was charged with an energy I couldn't quite explain. I woke up with my heart racing, sweat cold on my skin, staring at the dim light filtering through the car windows. I turned and saw my ex sitting up too, eyes wide and pale. For a moment, I thought I was still dreaming because they said exactly the same thing. The exact same dream, the exact same moment with the hooded figures, the hands on the window, the feeling of that quiet power. Neither of us said a word about it at first, but the fact that we had shared the same dream, down to every detail, shook us both. It wasn't like we had talked about the trip or the area much. No one had mentioned anything about strange figures or anything like that. We didn't know what to make of it. In the following days, we stayed close to that spot, wandering the woods, trying to find anything that might explain what we saw. We came across a few odd things, the most unsettling of which was the discovery of several used drug needles scattered near the trees, just off the trail. It felt out of place, like someone had snuck in and left them there, careless and dangerous. It was strange because the area wasn't widely known. The road was rough, the turnoff hidden, and we never saw any other campers or cars around. As we poked around, trying to connect the pieces, I started to get this impression that the figures in the dream might be some kind of guardians, watchers of the forest, maybe. Not supernatural ghosts or demons, but something more like a natural force, or even a warning. Like they existed to protect the woods from people who might come in and mess things up. The dream left an impression on me that was hard to shake. Even during the day, the forest felt different, charged with a strange energy. The trees seemed taller, the shadows deeper, and the silence between the bird calls heavier. I noticed how careful we both became around the woods, not wanting to disturb the small patches of moss or the piles of fallen leaves. On the last night before we left, I was lying awake and glanced outside again through the car window. It was near dawn, and the light was just creeping through the pines. I caught myself wondering if maybe the hooded figures were out there again, not threatening us, but watching, waiting for us to leave. We packed up quietly the next morning, driving out without a word. The trip felt like it was over before it really began, as if we'd been warned off without even being told. That place stayed with me long after we left. The dream, the needles, the feeling that some part of the forest was alive and aware in a way we couldn't understand. I still go back to that area from time to time, drawn by something I can't explain. The woods hold memories and mysteries, and maybe, just maybe, those hooded watchers are real, silent guardians of the wild, keeping their secrets close and watching over the land that's so easy to forget. I don't know what they want or who they really are, but I know now to respect the quiet power of the forest and to leave well enough alone. Because some things in the woods don't want to be disturbed, and they have ways of reminding you, even when you're just dreaming. When I was about 11 years old, I lived way out in the country, about 50 kilometers from the nearest store. It was a long, lonely stretch of dirt roads and fields, and the nearest neighbors were miles away. We didn't see many people, especially at night. The only company was the sounds of the wind through the trees, the creaking of the old wooden veranda, and the occasional bark of the dogs. My mom had to go away for a couple of days to an equine show, so she left me home alone. I was excited about it. It was one of those rare moments when I got to be by myself, and I could do whatever I wanted. No one telling me to go to bed early or to stop playing video games. The house was old, a bit run down in places, but it felt cozy enough, especially with the dogs around. That first night, I was fine. I stayed up late playing my favorite video games in the living room, the glow from the TV lighting up the dark corners of the room. The dogs were sprawled out beside me, occasionally flicking their ears or letting out a sleepy whine. I had a small snack, drank some soda, and enjoyed the quiet. At around 1 in the morning, I decided it was time to get ready for bed. I turned off the TV and dragged myself up from the couch. The dogs perked up, but followed me to the hallway. I flicked on the light in my room and moved toward the window. It was pitch black outside, not even the moon was out. The stars twinkled faintly, but there was no streetlight, no passing car lights, just the darkness. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but no, there was definitely a figure, tall, much taller than any man I'd ever seen, walking silently along the veranda outside my window. The figure looked like a human, but stood at least 7 feet tall. The shape was outlined against the blackness, darker than the night itself, but I could see it clearly. It moved with slow, steady steps, as if it had no particular rush. The veranda was old wood, the boards warped and cracked in places, and it creaked loudly whenever even a light weight walked on it. I knew because sometimes our 20-kilogram dog would walk there, and I could hear every step. But this figure didn't make a single sound. Not a creak, not a footstep, nothing. It didn't stop or glance at my window, even when I flicked on the light. It just walked by casually, like it was invisible or didn't care that I was watching. It headed toward the horse stables that were at the far end of the veranda, about 10 meters away. Normally, when anyone walks past that area at night, the motion sensors would trigger the automatic lights of the stables. But this time, the lights stayed off. Nothing flickered on, no sudden glow lit up the dark stable yard. I stood frozen for a moment, my heart thumping wildly. The shadow disappeared past the stables and into the darkness beyond, swallowed up by the black fields and the outline of the distant trees. I blinked, hoping it was just my imagination, but the feeling of being watched didn't leave me. I grabbed my phone and tried calling my mom, but there was no answer. The call wouldn't connect. I tried again and again, but nothing. Panic started to rise in me. I could feel the cold sweat on my neck and the tiny hairs on my arms standing up. The dogs sensed it too. They began to growl low and quietly, their eyes fixed on the dark window. I decided I wasn't going to stay in my room alone. I pulled a blanket off the couch and built a small fort in the middle of the living room, tucking the dogs inside with me. The small, makeshift fortress felt like a safe bubble, away from the dark outside. I sat there, clutching the blanket, watching the window that looked out to the veranda and the stables. I stayed there the rest of the night, barely able to sleep, listening to every little noise. The rustle of the wind, the faint creaking of the old house settling, the distant howl of a coyote. Every so often, I thought I saw shadows moving just beyond the edge of the yard, but I never dared to look too closely. The next morning, the sun rose slow and orange over the fields. I checked the veranda and the stables. No sign of footprints or anything unusual. The dogs were calm again, wagging their tails as if nothing had happened. When my mom came back a day or two later, I told her what I saw, but she just smiled and said maybe it was a big animal or a trick of the light. But I knew what I saw. I'd never forget that tall, silent figure moving so quietly in the night, completely ignoring the old creaky veranda and the automatic lights that should have turned on. It was a night that taught me to trust what I saw, even if no one else believed me. It also taught me that sometimes the scariest things are not ghosts or monsters, but something very real, walking silently in the dark, unseen by others. And sometimes the silence and darkness are enough to make your own mind race, imagining what might still be out there. After that, I never felt completely safe alone at night, no matter how much I told myself it was nothing. The dogs always slept near me, and I never turned off all the lights again. It was the longest night I've ever had, and the memory still stays with me, clear as the dark sky outside my old window. The air was thin and crisp up in the Alps, the kind of cold that fills your lungs with sharp freshness, the kind that makes your skin tingle even in the middle of summer. My grandparents' cottage sat high on a ridge, far enough from any town or village that the only real sounds were the wind sweeping through the trees and the occasional call of an eagle circling above. The place was small, made of old stone and wood, with a steep roof designed to shed snow in the winter. It had one tiny porch that creaked when you stepped on it, and a single chimney that always smelled faintly of wood smoke, even when no fire was burning. I didn't grow up there, but I spent a lot of time visiting when I was younger. It was a refuge from the busy noise of life below. The city, the traffic, the crowds. Up here, you could see forever. The mountains stretched out like giant blue giants in the distance, their peaks often dusted with snow even in summer. The sky was wide, open, and mostly clear, except when storms rolled in, usually fast and fierce, dumping heavy rain and thunder that echoed off the slopes. Fog, though? Fog never came. At least, not like it does in other places. Everyone I knew from the area said the same thing. Fog didn't settle in the high Alps. It was too windy, too dry. If you were lucky, maybe a little mist at dawn, but thick, creeping fog that swallowed everything like a wall. That was unheard of. The air was usually clear enough to see across valleys and ridges for miles. That's why the night I experienced it still sticks in my mind, years later, in ways I can't fully explain. We were a group of 5, all people who had known each other for a long time, and we'd gone up to the cottage for a weekend. It was late spring, so the air was still cool but not freezing. The sun had gone down about an hour before, leaving a sky heavy with stars, the Milky Way stretching out like a pale brushstroke across the black velvet above us. There was a light breeze, rustling the pine trees, and the scent of damp earth where a recent rain had settled into the soil. We'd spent the evening around the small fire pit just outside the cottage. Someone had brought a few beers, someone else had packed sandwiches, and there was talk and laughter. Nothing loud, just easy conversation with the kind of comfort that only happens when you're far away from the noise of the city. When the fire began to die down, one of us decided to take the spotlight out to check on the surrounding woods. It was the kind of spotlight with a powerful beam, good for cutting through darkness and spotting animals or any movement. We carried it together, stepping carefully on the uneven ground, the beams of light bouncing off tree trunks and patches of grass. Then, without any warning, the fog rolled in. It was the strangest thing. 1 second, the air was clear. The next, thick white fog had appeared around us, creeping low and heavy across the ground. It wasn't like the slow, creeping fog that climbs a valley over hours. This came suddenly, as if someone had flipped a switch. The temperature dropped instantly, and the moisture clung to our clothes and skin like a cold, wet blanket. I remember feeling a strange mix of awe and unease, like something wasn't right. The others went quiet immediately. The usual chatter stopped. Eyes darted around, trying to pierce the fog's opaque wall with the spotlight, but it barely cut through more than a few meters. The beams scattered and reflected off the tiny water droplets, creating an eerie glow. I've never seen grown adults look so unsettled in my life. We knew this area well. Some of the group had been coming here longer than I'd even been alive. They knew every trail, every rock, every patch of woods that could hide a deer or a fox. Yet none of us had ever seen fog like this. None of us had even heard of it being possible. As we moved slowly, the spotlight scanning, I caught sight of two reflections. At first, I thought it might be animals, maybe deer or mountain goats. But there was something off about the shapes, something unfamiliar in their outline. They were low to the ground, but didn't move like any animal I'd ever seen in the Alps. The reflections flickered, appearing and disappearing, almost like shadows caught in the corner of your eye. It's hard to describe exactly what I saw, because the fog warped everything. The distance was impossible to judge, shapes seemed to shift and blur, and the sound was muted. We heard nothing but our own breathing and the faint crackling of the dying fire from the cottage behind us. Despite the tension, nothing attacked or even approached us. There was no growl, no rustling other than the wind and the trees. The shapes didn't follow or change position in any threatening way. They just existed, somehow caught in the mist. We didn't stay long. The silence, the heaviness of the fog, and the strange reflections were enough to push us back inside the cottage quickly. Doors and windows shut tight. We sat in the cramped living room with the old wooden table between us. The only light came from a small oil lamp on the table, casting long shadows on the walls. We didn't speak much after that. The air inside the cottage felt heavier than usual, the usual warmth replaced by a chill that seemed to come from nowhere. Eventually, one by one, we each moved to our rooms and shut the doors behind us. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept thinking about those reflections, about how suddenly the fog had come, and how nothing about the night had felt normal. I wanted to believe it was just a rare weather event, something strange but natural. But part of me knew it was more. The next morning, the fog was gone, as quickly as it had come. The sky was bright and clear, the sun shining warmly through the windows. Birds sang outside, and the familiar scent of pine and earth returned. Everything looked normal. The ground was dry where the fog had been thick, as if it had never existed. We never talked much about that night, after we left the cottage. The oddness was acknowledged but quickly brushed aside. There was no harm done, just a strange moment none of us could explain. Looking back, I realized that cottage held more mysteries than I ever knew. It was so remote that strange things happened from time to time. Small noises in the night, odd tracks in the snow, unexplained shadows, but nothing ever dangerous. Just enough to unsettle you, to remind you that even the most peaceful places have their secrets. That sudden fog, the strange reflections, the silence that followed, it wasn't a ghost story or some fairy tale. It was something real, something natural but deeply unfamiliar to us. A reminder that the mountains, with all their beauty and calm, can hide moments of true, unexplained strangeness. I never saw the fog like that again, but sometimes, when I'm alone in the quiet of the countryside where I live now, I remember that night. And for a brief moment, I feel that same chill, the sense that something unseen is watching, just beyond the edge of the light. I woke up to the faint sound of my dog barking. It was the kind of bark I'd heard many times before. Small, quick bursts, nothing too alarming. Usually, when my dog did that under the blankets, it was because he'd heard something outside, or sometimes just because he was restless. It was around 3 a.m., and honestly, I was groggy enough to just want to roll over and go back to sleep. The clock by my bed glowed softly in the dark. It read 3:11 a.m. I barely noticed it as I turned to my side, feeling the warm weight of the blankets and my dog curled up beside me. Then the clock ticked over, and it clicked 3:12 a.m. That was when I heard it, the slow crunch of tires on the gravel driveway outside. The driveway at our house is long, maybe about 150 yards, and it slopes gently down to the road. I could see the faint glow of headlights coming from the window at the end of my bed. The car was moving slowly, steadily, driving the full length of the driveway. Normally, I wouldn't have cared. Mom often came home late, sometimes after drinking with her friends, and she'd sneak in quietly so as not to wake anyone. The dog's barking got a little louder, more urgent. My heart didn't race or anything, but my body froze. Not out of fear exactly, but more like I was stuck, only able to move my head. I could see the front door open just a crack, the light from upstairs spilling down the split-level stairs and into my room. Then I saw it, a dark shadow moving fast down the stairs. It wasn't slow or cautious. It was quick, like it was in a hurry, maybe angry or desperate. The shadow reached the bottom of the stairs in an instant, and before I could even process what I was seeing, it jumped on me. I jolted awake, sitting straight up, my heart pounding hard enough it felt like it was going to burst through my chest. The dog let out a little bark, just the small one. I was drenched in sweat, the nightmare still fresh in my mind. The clock glowed 3:11. I rolled over, telling myself it was just a bad dream, nothing real. Then it ticked 3:12 again. The car came down the driveway, slow and steady. The front door creaked open. But this time, it wasn't a shadow. It was my mom, stumbling a little, talking softly but slurring her words. She was drunk, coming back from a late night out. The nightmare faded as she walked through the door, chatting quietly to herself in that early morning drunk ramble. The dog wagged his tail, happy to see her. I lay back down, heart still pounding but relieved it was real and nothing more. That night stayed with me. The line between what was real and what wasn't blurred in a way I hadn't felt before. It wasn't like I was afraid of ghosts or anything supernatural. It was more that something about being frozen, unable to move, watching a shadow come at me. It rattled me. I still don't know if I had sleep paralysis or if I was just half dreaming, but it felt like the scariest moment I've had in years. There was another time, too, when the house was actually broken into. I just finished a 12-hour shift and was exhausted. All I wanted was to get home, take a shower, and crash. When I pulled into the driveway, something felt off. The window closest to the front door was shattered, glass scattered on the floor. The front door was cracked open. I didn't even want to think about it. I called my mom right away as I stepped inside. "Are they still there?" she asked. I froze in place for a second. I wasn't sure. I didn't hear anything, but the house was eerily quiet except for the creaks and groans you expect from an old house settling. I started walking through slowly, every step echoing in the empty rooms. I was scared, but it wasn't the kind of fear that makes you scream. It was more a cold, sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach. I told her, "I actually don't know," as I backed out of the house and locked the door behind me. I waited outside, my heart racing. The police came, took pictures, and dusted for prints. No one was caught, but it made me realize how people react so differently to danger. Where I had skipped scared and moved to annoyed that someone had invaded my space and made a mess, someone else might have been shaking with fear. I was just tired and wanted to be safe again. Living out in the country, like I do, brings its own kind of fear. It's not the kind that you see in movies with jump scares or monsters. It's the quiet, the sounds of the woods at night, the way your mind tricks you into thinking you hear footsteps or whispers when it's just the wind. Growing up camping by our creek, I loved being outside. But after watching that movie Blair, which when I was a kid, something changed. The woods lost their innocence for me. They felt darker, colder, more mysterious. It's hard to explain. You grow up thinking the woods are a place for adventure, but then you watch a movie that twists that idea, and suddenly every rustle of leaves, every shadow, feels like something is watching. My dogs have always been part of that experience. Farm dogs, raised to be alert and protective. They bark at squirrels and deer like they're enemies, but sometimes their barks cut through the night in a way that makes your skin crawl. You start to wonder if what they hear is more than just animals. The quietness of the country at night is unmatched. There's no city hum, no streetlights drowning out the stars. When the moon is out, it throws long shadows and silvers the tops of trees. That moonlight is when mischief starts. It makes you want to stay indoors, locked away, even if you've lived there your whole life. One time, someone came to our door trying to sell us something. It was late afternoon, and my wife was inside talking to them, letting them in to show whatever it was. I didn't like it. Something about the way they moved around the house felt off. They were casing the place. In rural living, it's common knowledge that people like that might be looking for an easy mark. I had to step in and make it clear that they weren't welcome. It wasn't about being rude. It was about protecting what's yours. You learn to be suspicious because out here, you're on your own. You can't just rely on a quick police response or a neighbor to hear you. It's you, your family, and your dogs. That's it. Looking back, these moments, the sleep paralysis, the break-in, the woods that never feel quite safe anymore, they all remind me that fear isn't always about monsters or ghosts. It's about feeling vulnerable in the places where you're supposed to be safe. It's about realizing that the real threats are often quiet, slow, and close to home. It's about understanding that sometimes the scariest things don't show themselves clearly. They're just shadows in the dark, cars creeping down long driveways, or the sound of footsteps when you're alone. I don't pretend to have all the answers. I don't think I'm brave or tough because I faced those things. I'm just someone who's learned to live with the fear, to accept it as part of life in the country. I've learned to trust my gut, to listen to the dogs, and to never ignore the small warnings. Because sometimes, that little bark or a shadow on the stairs is all you get before something real happens. And in the end, that's enough to keep me awake, watching the clock tick from 3:11 to 3:12, waiting for whatever comes next. We've lived here, in this dense forest on the edge of what you might almost call a rainforest, for close to 2 decades now. It's the kind of place where the trees grow thick and tall, dripping with moss and ferns, where the rain falls often enough to keep everything green and damp but never floods the land. The ground is soft with decades of fallen leaves and pine needles, and the air always smells faintly of earth and wet wood. Our house is modest, a small wooden frame built on a patch of cleared land that used to be just forest. No one has ever lived here before we did, at least not recently. The old maps don't show anything but trees, and the soil we dug into when building never turned up any sign of an old homestead or ruins. The closest history we know is that Native Americans once passed through or lived near here long ago, but there's no trace left, just stories. Our lives have mostly been quiet, shaped by the seasons and the forest. Deer wander through in the early mornings, sometimes a fox slips past, and we hear the calls of birds all day. The forest is wild but familiar. It feels like a place where nature holds the reins, where humans are just visitors. But the strange part of our story is about the cats that aren't really alive. I know how that sounds, and I want to be clear right away. We have one real cat, an orange Manx, short-tailed and loud, who lives inside with us and gets fed and cared for every day. But alongside him, over the years, we've seen cats that don't quite fit the usual pattern. We don't have proof or a clear explanation for them. All I can say is that over the last 15 years, in quiet bursts scattered through time, several of us in the family, and even some friends have seen cats that don't belong. They don't act like normal cats. They don't have owners, and they don't live anywhere we can find. They seem to come and go in flashes. Sometimes we see 1 or 2 in a week, then months go by without a single sighting. The cats vary in color, orange, beige, black and white, sometimes a mix. The orange one is the most common and most vivid in our memories. The strangest thing is the way they behave. Often they're just sitting still, almost statuesque. One will be perched on the toilet seat in the bathroom, looking calm and almost too quiet. Another might be near the sink, just sitting on the counter, watching silently. Sometimes they scamper quickly across a room, out of the bedroom door, or across the hallway, or darting through the front door and disappearing before we can catch a real glimpse. The first time I really noticed something was different was years ago, shortly after we moved in. I was up late one night, using the bathroom before bed. I turned on the light, and there it was, an orange cat sitting on the closed toilet lid, staring straight at me. My live cat, the orange Manx, was nowhere to be found, and I swear this cat looked different. It wasn't like the one we had. The tail was longer, fluffier, and it didn't move when I moved. It just stared. I blinked and looked again, and it vanished. That moment has stayed with me, even though I wasn't sure if I'd really seen what I thought I had. Over the years, the sightings piled up, slowly building a strange pattern. My daughter saw one too, a black and white cat that slipped out from our bedroom while she had friends over. 3 of her friends saw it run under the chair where they were sitting, and none of them could explain it. None of them had ever seen that cat before or since. My mother visited once and heard 2 sharp meows, one after the other, coming from the bathroom just as she was talking to me. Our live cat was asleep on my lap, completely still and quiet, and had not made a sound. We looked around, but no cat was there. Sometimes my daughter or I would be at the bathroom sink, and we would feel something brush quickly against our legs, like a cat running past us. But when we looked, no cat was there. It was just gone. It's hard to explain the feeling, but it's like a quick, light pressure, enough to be noticed, but without any actual form we could see. We keep our real cat's food and water bowls in the bathroom, and the door is often open. The strange cats seem drawn to that room for some reason, but none of them ever eat or drink anything. Our live cat, the orange Manx, is fully indoor, never outside, and his short stub of a tail always reminds me how different he is from these other cats we see. The orange ghost cat has a full tail, long and bushy, and none of these cats have ever stayed long enough to be caught or petted. They just appear, move, or sit, and then vanish. We have suspected for a long time that these cats were once real neighborhood cats, perhaps feral or abandoned, who met bad ends here in the forest, falling prey to dogs, coyotes, or worse. There are many wild animals around, and the dense woods provide cover for many predators. But if that's true, why do these cats seem to linger around the house? Why do they appear to watch us, to be so quiet and still? And why do they come in bursts, then disappear for months? The sightings sometimes feel like they're tied to the seasons or to certain weather patterns. We see more during the rainy months, when the forest feels thick and heavy with mist, and less in the dry summer. But even that isn't consistent. Once, we had a run of sightings over a few weeks. One morning, my daughter found a beige cat sitting calmly on the windowsill in the living room, its eyes half closed as if it was napping in the sun. When she called for me, it slipped away down the hallway and disappeared through the front door. We checked everywhere, but found no sign of it outside. The bathroom sightings are the most common and the creepiest. We all use that bathroom daily, yet these cats just sit quietly, sometimes perched where a living cat never would. One sat on the closed toilet seat, as if it belonged there, while the door was left open and rain pattered softly on the windowsill. Another time, one was sitting on the edge of the bathroom sink, staring down into the basin. The texture of the light in that bathroom, with its frosted windows and cold tiles, somehow makes the cat's presence feel heavier, more real, and yet unreal. The times when multiple people have seen the cats together are the most unsettling. Once, when my daughter's friends were over, 3 of them saw a black and white cat run out from the bedroom and hide under a chair. They described it as sleek and fast, but none of them could find it afterward. Even now, when I write about it, I can remember the odd feeling that comes with seeing these cats. A mixture of curiosity and something like unease, a sensation that they are watching more than just the house. It's as if they remember something we don't. My live cat is oblivious to all of this. He sleeps on laps and chases toys, purring loudly. But sometimes, when the strange cats appear, he seems restless, looking toward spots in the house where nothing is, ears twitching, tail flicking nervously. No one in the family talks about the cats much, mostly because there's no explanation. The stories get dismissed as tricks of the light or misidentifications. But we all know what we saw. We all have our own memories of these quiet, strange visitors. There are no footprints, no sounds beyond the occasional meow, no signs of a living cat's presence beyond what we can see with our eyes or feel against our legs. It's like they are echoes of cats that once roamed this forest long ago. It was a quiet Saturday night, the kind that slips by unnoticed, especially when you're just at home doing nothing special. I hadn't planned to fall asleep in the chair, but I did. It happens sometimes, especially when my dog curls up in my lap. She has this ability to make everything feel so calm and still. She's not a large dog, a medium-sized mixed breed, probably part beagle, part something else, but she's got this warmth and stillness to her that just shuts the world down. One second you're scratching behind her ears, the next, your neck's at an awkward angle, and it's after midnight. I don't remember the TV show that was on, just some noise in the background. I'd probably watched a movie earlier and let the streaming service roll over into something else. Didn't matter. The important thing was the stillness, the dim lamp lighting the corner of the room, and the sound of my dog's slow breathing. It was just after midnight when it happened, 12:05 a.m., give or take. The first thing I noticed wasn't the sound, exactly. It was more like a shift in presence. You know that sense when you're asleep and not quite dreaming, and something external kind of taps into your awareness? A disturbance, a sound out of place. It wasn't a bang or a crash, just a faint click, followed by a rattle. A sound that didn't belong indoors. At first, I assumed it was part of a dream. My brain was still foggy, half stuck in that space where dreaming and reality start blending together. That transitional moment can be incredibly deceptive. I've had it happen before, hearing things that weren't real, feeling like someone called my name only to realize it was my mind playing tricks on me. But then I realized something was off. My dog had lifted her head. Her body had gone rigid, not completely tense like she was about to bark, but alert. She wasn't looking at me. She was staring at the front door. That told me something was wrong. She's a calm dog, doesn't startle easily. She'll ignore thunder and fireworks. but her ears were perked and her entire attention was locked on that door. And then came the sound again. Rattle, a metallic shaking sound. The door handle. Now I was awake, fully awake. I sat up in the chair and tried to clear my thoughts. Could have been a dream still. Maybe I was mishearing something. I wanted that to be true. Wanted to find some innocent explanation. Maybe the wind. But then the cats jumped down from where they'd been sleeping. I've got 3 of them, indoor cats, all different personalities, but in moments like this, they act like a single unit. One jumped off the arm of the couch, another from the windowsill, and the third slunk out from behind the bookshelf. All of them had their ears back and eyes locked on the door. They weren't making a sound, but they were clearly uneasy. Animals don't hallucinate. Not in the same way we do. They don't wake up thinking they heard a ghost or dreamed of a stranger knocking. If they were reacting to something, it was real. The handle rattled again, louder this time. A sharp metallic twist and shake, like someone trying to open it, or maybe just trying to see if it would give. I stared at it from across the room. The door was solid, standard steel-clad with a deadbolt above the handle. Nothing fancy, but reliable. I hadn't forgotten to lock it. I'm the kind of person who double-checks the locks even when I'm staying home all day. Still, the sound of someone testing the handle in the middle of the night, unannounced, was enough to make my stomach tighten. I stayed seated for maybe 3 seconds more. Could have been less. I was frozen, not with fear exactly, but with hesitation. A part of me wanted to believe this was a mistake. A drunk person at the wrong house. Or maybe some kid pulling a prank. But it was late. Too late for jokes. And the rattling wasn't hesitant. It wasn't like someone realized their mistake and stopped. It was steady, deliberate, attention-getting. I stood up. My dog didn't move from the rug, but her body remained tense. Her tail was still. The cats followed my movement with their eyes, but none of them approached the door. They didn't want to go near it. Every step toward the door made my heart beat louder. I wasn't breathing heavily, but I could feel the adrenaline start to build. The kind of tightness that crawls up your spine and makes your hands feel like they're buzzing. My house is small. Living room leads into the tiny dining space, and then the front door is off to the side of both. There's a coat rack near the door, but nothing that would offer cover. Just a straight walk into open space. I paused halfway there. Tried to listen. Nothing. No rattling now. Just silence. That silence was almost worse. The way the handle had rattled before, the deliberate force of it, told me someone had been there. Had they gone? Were they still standing outside, waiting? I felt like my skin was 2 sizes too small. I thought about the possibility of someone needing help. A person in distress. A car accident on the road. Maybe they were hurt and couldn't speak. But I also thought about break-ins. People checking doors to see who was home. If someone knocked first and then claimed it was a mistake, that gave them cover. But trying the handle? That wasn't innocent. I reached for the light switch on the wall. The porch light. My hand hesitated an inch away from the switch. A weird part of me didn't want to give away that I was awake. But then I realized it didn't matter. They'd already rattled the handle. If they wanted to know someone was home, they probably already knew. I flicked the switch. A dull yellow light bathed the front porch. It wasn't a strong bulb, just a regular LED fixture, but it lit the space enough. I still couldn't see from where I was standing. The peephole in the door was useless in the dark, angled too high anyway. I stepped closer, slowly. My heart was thudding, but I kept my body braced. I turned the deadbolt and then kept my hand on the handle. I didn't know what I was expecting. Maybe someone's still standing there. Maybe someone lunging the moment I opened it. I cracked the door. Not all the way. Just about 8 inches. Enough to peek out. Enough to see. And I saw something I didn't expect. Standing just outside the door, on its 2 hind legs, was a raccoon. A big one. Easily the largest I'd ever seen up close. Not fat, not bloated, just big. Its front paw was resting on the door, about where the handle was. Its head was tilted slightly, and its eyes were shining from the porch light. We stared at each other. A full second, maybe 2. It felt longer. My brain took a second to catch up. I'd been so keyed up, so ready for a human figure, that my mind didn't register what I was seeing. The raccoon blinked once, then dropped down to all 4s and bolted off the porch. It didn't make a sound, just the soft tapping of claws on wood as it ran into the night. I stood there with the door still cracked, hand frozen on the edge, mouth slightly open. The adrenaline was still in full force, but it had nowhere to go. It was like slamming on the brakes at full speed and realizing the road is empty. I closed the door, locked it, deadbolt, chain, everything. I turned back into the room and leaned against the wall. My dog had gotten up now. She came over and stood beside me, tail wagging slightly. Maybe she picked up on my relief. The cats had started moving again too. One of them jumped back onto the couch and started grooming herself like nothing had happened. I sat down slowly. My body was still buzzing. That kind of tension doesn't just vanish. I knew I'd be up for a while. No chance of going back to sleep. I kept replaying the sound in my head. The rattle. Metal against metal. That was no dream. The raccoon must have really been testing the handle. Maybe it was curious. Maybe it was smart enough to associate doors with food. I'd always made a point never to leave anything edible outside. No garbage cans near the porch. No pet food bowls. Nothing that should have attracted an animal. But raccoons are clever. And if it was just passing through and saw the shiny brass handle, maybe it just got curious. It was the right height, about 34 inches from the ground. If it was used to standing up, it wouldn't have been hard for it to reach. I didn't know what to make of it. I felt ridiculous, in a way. All that fear, all that tension, and it was just a raccoon. But I also felt relief. Deep, full-body relief. Because if it had been a person, if someone really had been outside at midnight trying to get in, I wouldn't have felt safe in my own house anymore. Even knowing it was an animal, it took a while for my system to calm down. I walked the house, checked the windows, looked out the back door. Everything was still and quiet. No signs of anything. Eventually, I sat back down in the chair. My dog climbed back into my lap. Her body relaxed quickly. Within minutes, she was snoring again, head tucked under her paw. I didn't fall asleep right away. I stared at the door. I kept thinking about the feeling I'd had when I first heard the sound. The uncertainty, the doubt, the fear. That moment where your brain has to decide whether what you're experiencing is real or imagined. In the end, it had been real. And yet, not dangerous. Just strange. Just unsettling. The next morning, I went outside and checked the porch. No damage. No scratches. Nothing knocked over. But on the far corner of the porch railing, I found a small muddy paw print. Faint but unmistakable. I looked down the front steps toward the yard. The grass was damp, but there were no tracks in the dirt. It had probably come from the side woods. Maybe it lived nearby. That was a week ago. I haven't seen it since. Haven't heard anything on the porch. No more rattling handles. But I still think about it. About how close that moment came to being something far worse. How quickly fear builds when you don't understand what's happening. It was just a raccoon. But in the middle of the night, in that groggy place between sleep and full wakefulness, it could have been anything. And that was enough. I was 12 when we moved into that old two-story farmhouse in northern Michigan. It was the late 90s, and my dad had just taken a new job working with industrial machines and welding. His work always meant we had to move every couple of years. Rental houses, temporary schools, different neighbors. But this place was different. It was far away from anything, even by our standards. The nearest neighbor was over 2 miles away, and the next house was even further. It took nearly an hour to drive into town, which made getting up for the school bus a daily battle. But it was cheap, really cheap. That mattered a lot. My mom was excited about the big garden space, already talking about canning tomatoes and growing enough veggies for the whole year. My dad didn't mind the commute. He liked quiet. The house was big. It looked like it had been added onto over the years. Different sidings, mismatched window styles, one part newer, another much older. My brother, who was 13, and I each got our own bedrooms, which felt like a luxury after sharing a room in the last place. Mine was on the second floor at the back of the house. His was on the same floor, just across the hall. The attic, though, that was the part we fixated on right away. You could only get to the attic through a small door in the back of my brother's closet. It was an old wooden door with a brass knob that stuck, and behind it was a steep, narrow staircase that creaked like crazy. The attic itself ran the entire length of the house. The first time we poked our heads up there with a flashlight, we saw old boxes, dusty furniture, antique trunks with rotting leather straps, and cobwebs so thick they looked like curtains. It smelled like mildew and old wood, and it was freezing, even in summer. We were both excited about the idea of turning it into a play space. We talked about putting sleeping bags up there, maybe setting up a fort or a hideout. But our parents shut that down fast. They told us the attic was filthy and dangerous. Stuff could fall over and hurt us. There were loose boards and rusty nails. Worst of all, if something happened, they might not hear us until it was too late. We were forbidden to go up there. I mean, they didn't lock the door, but my dad shoved a stained mattress up the stairs and wedged it sideways in the path, so you couldn't easily get in without dragging it out of the way. They figured that was enough to stop us. They also said the attic was full of stuff left by previous tenants. The landlord had never bothered to clean it out, and apparently he didn't care if anyone did. According to them, there was a door at the very back of the attic, directly above my room. Actually, that was locked, and they didn't have the key. They hadn't asked the landlord about it. I didn't think anything of that at the time. Just another weird thing in an old house. Still, there was something about the way they talked about it that made me feel uneasy. We settled in, and the months passed. At first, everything was fine. We rode bikes on the dirt road, helped Mom plant the garden, fought over who had to clean the kitchen. Dad worked long hours, came home smelling like metal and oil. Sometimes he'd bring scrap home for little projects. Life was normal. But at night, sometimes, I'd hear things from above my ceiling. It wasn't every night, just sometimes. It started out as little things, like a soft thud, or something scraping against the floor. I assumed it was mice, or maybe raccoons, but it didn't really sound like that. It was slower, more deliberate. I told myself it was probably just the house settling. That's what adults always say, right? Old house noises. Then I started hearing footsteps. Light ones, like someone walking slowly. Occasionally I'd hear a box shift. Once I heard something fall. Not crash, just a dull thump like it tipped over. Then, after a pause, something creaked. A soft, rhythmic creaking, like someone rocking in a chair. It wasn't loud, and it never lasted long. I convinced myself it was my brother sneaking up there. It was his closet, after all. He could get in and out easily. I figured he was just being a jerk and would eventually get caught. I didn't say anything, though. Tattling just wasn't worth it. This went on for months. Once or twice a week, I'd wake up to those same noises. Footsteps, the shuffle of boxes, the creaking. Always late at night. Always when everything else was still. I started sleeping with a pillow over my head, trying to ignore it. Then one Saturday morning in early summer, everything changed. I remember it so clearly. I woke up late, probably around 10 or 11. The sun was shining, and when I looked out my window, I could see my parents out in the garden, bending over the rows of beans and tomatoes. I didn't see my brother, but that wasn't unusual. Sometimes he'd go ride his bike early or help Dad before I even woke up. I went downstairs, poured a bowl of cereal, and sat at the kitchen table, staring at the sunlight on the floor and listening to the distant birds. It was so quiet out there. That kind of rural quiet where you can hear insects buzzing and the occasional creak of the house breathing. After breakfast, I went back upstairs to play Pokemon on my Game Boy. I lay on my bed with my legs up on the wall, trying to beat Sabrina's gym. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Not overhead, but muffled and uneven, coming from above me. Daytime. I'd never heard them during the day. Curious, I paused my game and listened. The steps were slow, careful, then a dragging sound. A long, low drag, like something heavy being moved across the floor. I got up and crossed the hall to my brother's room. His door was open, so was his closet, and the attic stair door was wide open. I stepped closer. The air coming from the attic was cooler, stale. The smell of dust and old things drifted out. I went up just far enough to see over the top stair into the attic. The mattress had been moved. Boxes had been pushed aside. The narrow path led straight to the door at the far end, the one that was supposed to be locked. But it was open, and standing in the doorway was my brother. He looked right at me, smiling, and called my name. "You have to come see this," he said. Then he turned and slipped inside the room. My body froze. Something was wrong. Really wrong. I didn't know how I knew it, but every hair on my body stood up. It felt like something cold crawled over my spine. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. Then suddenly I turned and ran. I bolted down the stairs, through the house, out the back door, and across the yard to where my parents were kneeling in the dirt. I must have looked terrified, because they stood up fast, wiping their hands on their jeans. "What happened?" my mom asked. I looked at them, then back at the house. I heard someone in the attic. My dad's face changed instantly. He told us all to stay there, went to his truck, pulled out the shotgun he kept under the back seat. My mom went inside and stood by the kitchen phone. They told my brother and me he had appeared suddenly from behind the garden shed to get our bikes and head to the neighbor's place if they didn't come out in 10 minutes. That's when I realized my brother had been outside the whole time. He looked confused when I told them what happened. Genuinely confused. I stood there straddling my bike, watching my mom through the kitchen window. My heart was pounding so hard I thought I might puke. Eventually, my dad came out, still holding the shotgun, and waved us back over. He was furious. Said someone had clearly been in the attic. The mattress was moved, the boxes shoved aside, and the locked door was open. But there was no one in there now. We all went back inside. Dad asked my brother if he'd gone up there. No, he said. I swear. I haven't touched it. He looked scared. He has a thing about spiders, serious arachnophobia. No way he was going up into a dusty attic full of webs. Plus, it had been sealed off for months. Well, someone opened the room, Dad said. So who was it? My brother kept denying it. He was grounded anyway, for the whole summer. But Dad said something that still sticks with me. He said there was dust everywhere up there, except for his own boot prints. He said you could see where the boxes had been dragged, the mattress shoved, but no footprints at all led to the open room, just his own. Like the path had been cleared, but not by someone walking. Inside the room was a single object. No light, no window, just a wooden rocking chair, sitting near the far wall, facing it. It didn't match anything else in the house. It looked older, fragile, dusty, but not completely covered in dust, like it had been moved recently, or maybe used. After that day, I wouldn't go near the attic. I didn't even like going upstairs. I started sleeping on the couch downstairs as often as I could get away with it. I'd make excuses, too hot upstairs, bad dreams, headaches. Mom let me. She figured I was just going through a phase. But the sounds didn't stop. They got worse. I kept hearing footsteps at night. The soft creaking started to come more often. It would always start slowly. A few steps, a pause, then the rhythmic back and forth of the rocking chair. One night, I was already awake when it started. I was lying in bed staring at the ceiling, too hot, too wired from TV. Then I heard the creaking. But this time, I noticed something different. There was no sound of someone walking across the attic to get to the room. No footsteps crossing from the attic entrance over my parents' room to the back. Just silence, then rocking. It was like someone was already there. Sitting, shifting, moving. I stopped sleeping in my room after that. We lived there for 2 more years. I never told my brother what I saw. I didn't tell anyone. I kept expecting it to happen again. That door opening, him looking out. But it didn't. Still, I was afraid every day that it might. I still have nightmares. 2 of them, over and over. In one, I see him again, the fake version of my brother. He sticks his head out of that attic room, grinning, and calls me. I try to run, but hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I used to work as a parks officer in the Portland area. Most of the time, the job was pretty routine: trash pickup, checking permits, answering dumb questions from hikers, making sure people weren't starting fires where they shouldn't. But every now and then, we'd get calls that were weird. Strange noises in the woods, people living off the grid, ghost stories from kids. 99% of it was nothing. The other 1%, that's what still sticks in your head long after you've gone home and locked the door. This happened a few years ago, during late fall. It was that time of year when the air's cold enough to sting your fingers, but not cold enough to keep people from doing stupid things in the woods. It was a night shift, and I was doing a routine sweep with another officer named Rob. We were checking on a stretch of wooded area where camping wasn't allowed, part of the city's effort to keep the parks clean and discourage long-term squatters. It was just after midnight. The park was quiet, no cars in the lot, no distant sounds of partying or music, just that dry, brittle stillness that always made me feel like I was being watched. Rob and I had split up about 100 yards apart, moving parallel through the woods. I had one of those shitty department-issued flashlights, the kind that barely lights up a few feet in front of you, with a dying battery no one ever replaces. That's when Rob called me over. I followed his light through the trees until I saw the orange triangle of a tent barely visible behind a clump of brush. We approached and did the usual, announced ourselves, shined lights toward the tent, waited for whoever was inside to unzip it and explain why they were camped illegally. The woman inside was pissed. Middle-aged, dirty clothes, matted hair, clearly had been living out here for a while. She kept saying we were harassing her and that she had nowhere else to go. Standard stuff. We stayed calm, told her she'd have to leave the area in the morning, and as we started walking away, she suddenly yelled after us, said we were wasting time chasing after her when there was a real freak living just a mile away. She said there was a man with a beard living in a cave, hunting squirrels and birds with a homemade bow and arrow. Claimed he'd threatened her once when she tried to find shelter near where he stayed. Now, I knew this area well. I'd walked every marked trail and plenty of unmarked ones. There weren't any caves, not in the usual sense, but sometimes erosion, storms, and human interference made for strange shapes in the earth. And sometimes people made their own spaces where there wasn't one before. Rob and I looked at each other. We'd had reports of illegal hunting before, some nutjobs with crossbows taking shots at rabbits or raccoons. But this was different. Something about the way she said it made my skin crawl. Still, we figured we'd check it out. We weren't armed, just pepper spray, radios, and those weak flashlights. But we were used to bluffing confidence when we had none. We had her point us in the general direction, which led us off trail, down a slope, through a thick patch of trees and brush. The kind of area where the undergrowth grabs at your boots, and the trees feel like they're pressing in around you. The deeper we went, the darker it got. Even with flashlights, the canopy overhead blocked most of the moonlight. We had to move slow, especially when the ground started sloping more sharply. Then we came to a drop, maybe 15 feet. It wasn't a cliff, but steep enough to be dangerous in the dark. There was garbage at the bottom. Old soda cans, plastic bags, pieces of a rusted metal frame that might have been part of a shopping cart once. And there, halfway up the slope on the opposite side, mostly hidden by a tangle of roots and dirt, was a small hole. Calling it a cave would be generous. It was more like someone had dug into the soft earth, carving out a space just big enough to crawl into. You'd never notice it from above. The entrance was covered with leaves, trash, and sticks, camouflaged, either by accident or on purpose. Rob and I stood there in silence for a second, just staring at it. I felt that twist in my stomach, that heavy, pressure-tight feeling like something was wrong. Like walking into a room and forgetting what you came for, only worse. I glanced at Rob. He looked pale under the flashlight beam but nodded. We slid down the slope, careful not to twist an ankle on the way down. I was already thinking of excuses to call it off. It was late. We were under-equipped. Maybe this was just some crazy woman's story, and we'd waste an hour poking around a hole in the dirt. Still, I crouched by the entrance and pointed my light inside. The space went back maybe 6 or 7 feet, then widened a little. You couldn't stand in it, but someone could lie down comfortably. The walls were all packed dirt, the floor uneven, and the smell hit me immediately. Rotting meat, mixed with earth and something sour. It wasn't overpowering, just foul enough to make me breathe through my mouth. Rob stood behind me while I crouched and crawled inside. I instantly regretted it. Near the back was a cookie tin, half rusted, its lid half open. Inside were scraps of meat, some fresh, some gray and slick with decay. Feathers stuck to the meat in places. I backed out quick, heart pounding harder than I'd expected. We'd seen weird shit before, abandoned camps, drug dens, even a human skull once, but this felt different. We started looking around more carefully. Outside the cave, tucked under a half-rotted blanket, we found what looked like a nest. Tufts of animal fur, more feathers, and bones, small ones. Rib cages the size of my fist, bird skulls, a squirrel tail. Everything was placed deliberately, like some grim little collection. Then we found the mask. It was an old Halloween ape mask, sun-faded and cracked down the middle, stuffed into a plastic bag with other bits of trash. Something about it felt wrong, like it wasn't just trash. Like maybe it had been worn recently. Still no sign of a bow, but the place told a clear story. Someone had carved out a life here. Someone who was surviving, not just squatting. He hunted, he collected, and he hid everything well. We kept our lights low, ears straining for any sound beyond our breathing. That was when we noticed the paper bag near a tree just a few feet from the cave's mouth. It had fallen on its side, and something dark and shriveled spilled out. The smell hit me before I got close. I knelt down and angled my flashlight. Inside were the remains of what looked like a large bird, maybe a goose or hawk, impossible to tell from the rot, and the half-eaten bodies of at least 2 rodents. Flies buzzed low around it, and bits of fur clung to the paper bag like static. I stood up fast, trying not to gag. That's when I realized just how quiet it was. No wind, no rustle of trees, no distant traffic, no animals. Just dead silence. And that's when it hit both of us at the same time. He could have been watching us. The whole time we'd been down there, shining lights into his home, poking through his food, touching his things. He could have been 20 feet away, hiding in the shadows, holding that bow in his hands. Watching. Rob said nothing, but he looked over his shoulder the way you do when you feel heat on your neck. I felt it too. That cold, creeping sense that eyes were on us, that we were no longer alone, even if we couldn't see anything. We left. Slowly at first, then faster. We didn't run. I don't think we could have if we tried. The slope was too steep and the footing too bad. But we didn't speak until we were back at the top, back on level ground, flashlight beams darting all around us. We didn't stop to look back, and we didn't stop until we were back near the trail. We radioed it in once we reached the road, reported it as an illegal camp with signs of possible poaching. Left out the part about the mask, the smell, the rotten bag of animal parts. We were tired, freaked out, and not in the mood to write the kind of report that draws attention. The next day, a cleanup crew came in to clear the site. They reported that everything we described was there, but no sign of the man. The cave was empty. No bow, no clothes, no food. Just the pitiful remains of a life lived underground. For weeks after, I kept thinking about it. We hadn't heard him. We hadn't seen movement. But that quiet, so deep and still it made your eardrums ring, that wasn't natural. He was there. I know it. He'd seen us. Maybe he'd drawn the bow and aimed it right at my back as I crawled into his hole. Maybe he watched us poke through his food, his things, and decided we weren't worth the trouble. Or maybe he just liked watching. Maybe we were just one more part of the world he'd rejected. I think about it every time I walk into the woods alone. How easy it is to disappear. How easy it is to live just out of sight, in the gaps no one looks at. And how easy it is for someone like him to wait. We never found him. There were no follow-up reports. No fresh kills. No sign of anyone rebuilding the cave. But I never go back there alone. I remember the weekend like it was yesterday, even though it's been years. My buddies and I, we were the kind of guys who camped out a lot, always looking for new spots, new places to explore. Usually, it was just the regular stuff, lakesides, state parks, or little patches of woods on the outskirts of town. Nothing fancy. But one weekend, one of my friends brought up this place he'd been to once as a kid. Said it was out in the middle of nowhere, off some crappy old road, a spot that nobody really knew about. Said there was this huge clearing there, and beyond that, some old ruins from a town that had been abandoned a long time ago. I figured it was worth checking out. We met early Saturday morning. The air was crisp and a bit damp from the night's rain. The sky was overcast, but not threatening rain. Perfect for a day hike. We loaded up our packs, just the essentials, tents, sleeping bags, some food, beer, and a couple of flashlights. The plan was simple. Hike out there, camp for a night, and explore the old town ruins the next day. The road we took was worse than I imagined. It was barely more than a dirt path, cracked and overgrown, with patches of gravel and potholes that threatened to swallow the tires whole. You could tell no one had maintained it in years. We joked about how we probably shouldn't even be driving out there, but the pickup handled it well enough. We parked where the road ended and strapped on our packs. The rest was on foot. The hike was about an hour, maybe a little more, and the trail wasn't really a trail. It was more like walking through a line that someone had beaten down through the weeds and underbrush. We passed some piles of old trash, scraps of rusty cans, broken glass, bits of plastic. The smell was faint but there, that familiar tang of decay and rot mixed with the earthy scent of wet leaves. It was clear the place hadn't been touched in decades. Finally, we came out into this massive clearing. It was hard to believe that such a big open space existed surrounded by dense woods. The grass was tall and wild, mixed with weeds and wildflowers, swaying gently in the breeze. It looked like someone had cleared it not too long ago. My friend said that a local landfill had bulldozed it recently, planning to expand. The ground was uneven and pocked with tire tracks and ruts from heavy machinery, but the wildness was creeping back. There was a quietness here that felt heavy, almost unnatural. At the edge of this clearing, we found the path my friend mentioned. It was narrow and lined with thick brush and trees. It wasn't easy to follow, but we kept on, winding through the woods, stepping over fallen branches and pushing through low-hanging limbs. The air here was cooler, darker, and the sounds of the clearing faded to a quiet hum of birds and the occasional rustle of small animals in the undergrowth. After another 15 or 20 minutes, the path opened into another clearing. This one was different. The grass here was tall and thick, but it looked untouched, no signs of clearing or human interference. What really caught my eye were the stone foundations scattered around the edges of the clearing. They were old, weathered, covered in moss and vines, but still solid. You could tell they used to be the bases of houses, or maybe small buildings. Some were just rectangles, others a little more complex, with low stone walls still standing here and there. This place had clearly been a small community once, maybe a farming town or a mining camp. Nobody knew why it was abandoned, but everything pointed to it being deserted for a very long time. There was a quietness here, different from the other clearing, almost like the ground itself was holding its breath. We spent some time walking around, poking through the ruins. The stones were cold and damp, and the air smelled like wet earth and old wood. Some foundations still had bits of rusty nails or rotted wood framing, but the wood was so far gone it was like it didn't exist anymore. There were broken glass shards, old pieces of metal, and other scraps that had been left behind. No trash, no recent signs of people, just the decay of time. After a while, my buddy pointed out something off the clearing, the opposite side from where we came in. We followed him, curious, and soon enough we found what looked like an old wall running around the edge of the town. It was mostly fallen apart, but you could tell it had been a proper stone wall, maybe waist or chest high at its peak. Sections were missing or crumbled, but the structure was clear enough to understand it once enclosed the town. Just beyond the wall, the ground dipped slightly, and there it was, a graveyard. It was overgrown, wild grass growing up to our knees, broken branches scattered across the ground. The tombstones were old, some upright, others cracked or fallen over entirely. Many were weathered beyond recognition, but a few had inscriptions still readable. Dates from the late 1800s and early 1900s. The names were strange to me, names you don't hear much anymore. Some stones were small and simple, others bigger and more ornate. No flowers, no decorations, no signs anyone had been there in a long time. The whole place felt eerie, but not because of some supernatural presence or ghosts. It was just the silence and the way the place looked forgotten, like it had been swallowed by the woods in time, left to slowly rot away. The air was thick with a feeling that this place didn't belong in the modern world anymore. We decided to set up camp right outside the graveyard, on the edge of the clearing. The ground was soft but dry, covered in pine needles and fallen leaves. We pitched the tents quickly, eager to get a fire going before it got dark. The sun was starting to dip low behind the trees, casting long shadows across the clearing. We built a fire out of dry twigs and branches we found nearby. The fire crackled and popped, sending sparks up into the cool evening air. We cooked some hot dogs on sticks, laughed about old stories, and cracked open beers. The night was quiet except for the occasional hoot of an owl or the rustle of something moving just beyond the light of the fire. Around us, the woods felt dense and dark. The shadows seemed thicker than usual. It wasn't fear that made it feel that way, just awareness. You couldn't shake the feeling that this place was holding its secrets close. We didn't push it, though. We kept the fire going, made sure everything was packed up, and when it was time to sleep, we zipped ourselves into the tents. Sleep was restless. The sounds of the forest were louder than usual. Every crack of a twig or rustle of leaves felt amplified. The wind picked up at some point, making the trees creak and groan like old bones. But no one said a word about it. We all felt it, the quiet tension that something about this place was different, but not in a way that scared us outright. The next morning, we woke early, packed up camp, and explored the graveyard a bit more in daylight. We walked slowly among the stones, taking care not to step on anything fragile. Some graves had simple wooden markers long since rotted away. Others had iron fences around them, rusted and bent. The inscriptions told stories of families, children who died young, men and women whose lives ended decades ago. There was no vandalism, no signs of disturbance. Just nature reclaiming the space. Grass growing between stones, roots pushing up through the dirt. The smell of damp earth and moss was strong here, the sun filtering through the trees and warming the cold stones. We left everything as we found it, no trash, no marks. We didn't touch the stones or move anything. The place felt like a sacred, forgotten corner of the world, a place people had once lived, loved, and lost. It was humbling, but also kind of peaceful. As we hiked back out, the weight of the place stuck with me. No thrills, no spooky stories. Just the reality of a town that time forgot, swallowed by the forest and memories. When I tell people about camping by an old graveyard, they usually think we were crazy or looking for trouble. But to us, it was just another adventure. No ghosts, no monsters, just the quiet, slow decay of history out in the woods. It was one of those trips that stuck with me. Not because of anything weird or scary, but because it felt real, raw, and honest. A reminder that some places don't need stories to be unsettling. They just are. It was the summer when I was about 12 that I first really noticed something was off about the old settlement in the woods near our family cabin. We'd been going to that cabin on the small lake for years, a place that felt like a secret refuge far away from the noise of the world. The cabin itself was surrounded by forest on one side and flatlands on the other. Not far from there, maybe a couple of miles across a dirt road, lay a wildlife reserve where deer, foxes, and all sorts of animals roamed freely. It was the kind of place where you could walk for hours and barely see anyone. Growing up, we were allowed to roam pretty freely, no helicopter parents hovering around. My siblings and I used to wander deep into those woods during the long summer days, poking around, exploring whatever caught our curiosity. The trees there were mostly tall pines mixed with maples and birches, the kind that made the forest feel alive and quiet at the same time. There were patches where the ground was soft and mossy, other parts covered in thick leaves and old pine needles that muffled our footsteps. About 30 minutes walk straight into the woods, past a patch of dense thickets and an old, crooked fence. We found something strange that none of the other kids at school seemed to know about. A collection of abandoned houses, a forgotten little settlement. It wasn't marked on any map we had, and the paths to get there were overgrown, but it was real, and it had been there for years, maybe decades. The houses were in different states of decay. Some still stood upright, their roofs sagging but mostly intact. Others were barely more than piles of wood and brick. We went from house to house, curious kids poking around, trying to imagine who had lived there and why they'd all just up and left everything behind. Inside those houses, the silence was thick, heavy in a way that felt almost unnatural. Dust lay thick on everything, covering the tables, the chairs, the curtains that hung like dirty cobwebs in the windows. It was eerie to see plates still set on tables, like someone might come back for dinner at any moment, or clothes hanging in closets, faded but still hanging. Some of the cars were still parked in clearings near the houses, old rusted hulks that must have sat there for decades, their paint peeling and windows cracked. The barn still had the leather straps and harnesses for horses hanging on hooks, stiff and dry with age. One house was especially strange. The floor in the middle had completely caved in, leaving a gaping hole that revealed the basement below, or what was left of it. Scattered all around the edges of that hole were about 40 pairs of women's shoes. Different styles, different sizes, but all weathered and dirty as if they'd been left there and forgotten. I knelt down to look closer, half expecting to see bones or something worse underneath. But there was nothing. No bones, no signs of animals, nothing at all. Just the shoes. The sight stuck with me. It was so bizarre and unsettling to see so many pairs of shoes abandoned like that, with no clear reason why. After that, we decided we'd avoid going upstairs in the houses. The floors were clearly unstable, and it just felt wrong. The second floors looked fragile, some with holes in the ceilings and walls barely holding on. We weren't trying to get hurt or stuck in a collapse. Instead, we focused on exploring the ground floors and the open areas around the houses. In the middle of the largest clearing stood a skeletal treehouse. Its wooden beams were weathered and cracked, the ladder hanging loosely from the side. No one had been up there in years, and it looked like it could collapse at any moment. We wondered if kids from the settlement had built it long ago, maybe to play or keep watch over the woods. It added to the odd, ghostly feeling that hung over the whole place. But we all tried to shake off those thoughts, even though the air felt heavy and a little cold. One summer afternoon, after telling my parents about the abandoned houses, my dad decided he wanted to come check it out himself. Dad was the kind of guy who liked to see things firsthand and figure out what was what. He wasn't superstitious or easily spooked. So we headed back to the settlement together, my siblings trailing behind, the sun already dipping lower in the sky. We entered one of the houses that looked more intact than the rest. The door creaked as we pushed it open, and a rush of stale air met us. Dust floated in the golden light streaming through cracked windows. We walked slowly through the rooms, stepping carefully over broken floorboards and scattered debris. Then we found it, a bedroom, almost perfectly preserved. The sheets were still on the bed, thin and yellowed with age. The pillow had a clear indentation, the shape of a head pressed into it, like someone had just gotten up a short while ago. Everything was covered in a thick layer of dirt and dust. Our footprints were the only marks in the powdery floor, fresh against the otherwise untouched surface. At the foot of the bed was something that caught my eye right away, an enormous fur coat, spread out and dirty, but still stunning. The fur was a mix of gray shades, probably wolf or silver fox, and despite the dust and a few moth holes, it looked real, valuable even. Dad picked it up carefully. He was a thrifty man, always looking for a deal, and he joked that maybe he could clean it up and have it remade into something nice for Mom. I remember feeling a strange mix of fascination and unease as I watched him hold the coat. As we started leaving the house, I felt at first a chill creeping up the back of my neck, like someone was watching me. It made my skin crawl. About 60 yards from the house, I glanced back, almost without thinking, and there she was. An old woman, standing at the second-floor window, staring straight at us. Her hair was pulled back into a loose bun. She wore a blue shawl over a cream-colored blouse. Her eyes were sharp, her expression cold and hard, full of quiet anger. I froze. It was a heavy feeling, guilt, fear, something I couldn't explain, that settled in my chest. I grabbed Dad's arm, tugging him back. He was about 10 yards ahead, probably already thinking about that coat and what he might do with it. I whispered urgently that we should put the coat back, that the woman was still living there, and we had probably scared her. We turned back, and I pointed to the window she'd been in. But when we looked, there was no one there. Just an empty window, with the curtains swaying in the slight breeze. I told Dad she must have gone downstairs, though I wasn't convinced myself. As we walked toward the house again, still carrying the coat, a window in another house suddenly slammed shut with a loud bang. The noise echoed through the clearing and made me jump so hard I nearly dropped the coat. My heart pounded. Without thinking, I took off running into the woods, my breath coming fast and sharp. Dad stayed behind, yelling for the woman to come out, apologizing loudly, trying to show we meant no harm. I didn't look back. The woods swallowed me up, branches scratching at my arms and face as I pushed through. The dirt path beneath my feet became rough and uneven, but I kept running until I reached the dirt road near our cabin. Later, Dad told me he went back inside the house. He found no one. The floors upstairs were covered in untouched dust, no sign of anyone having moved around. The place was empty except for us and the strange coat. Then, finally realizing maybe we shouldn't have taken it, he dropped it quickly, and we both hurried back to the cabin as fast as we could. For years after, I thought about that day, about the empty houses frozen in time, the strange collection of shoes with no explanation, the coat that shouldn't have been there, and the woman who might have been there all along watching. The government eventually demolished the settlement about 5 years later, clearing away the houses and the memories tangled in those woods. I don't know if they ever found out what really happened to the people who lived there or why they left everything behind. But for me, it was enough to know some places carry their stories quietly, waiting, watching, long after everyone else has gone. That summer, and that place, taught me something about the silence in the woods, how it can feel alive and heavy with history, and how sometimes it's better to leave some things alone. I don't live rurally. I'm a city person, and I've never really had a strong connection to the country. My mom, though, she comes from a little one-street town up on the Darling Downs in Queensland. Proper country. The kind of place where the servo is also the post office and the general store, and the pub's been run by the same family for 3 generations. I hadn't been there since I was a kid, and even then I didn't remember much. Mostly cows, flies, and flat open land. When we got the call that my uncle had died, it was one of those moments where everything else just freezes. He died in his house, and no one had known for a couple of weeks. The kind of death that only happens in lonely places. It was rough. My mom was beside herself, and my sister and I dropped everything to go with her and help sort things out. It wasn't a long discussion. We just packed and got in the car. The drive was endless. Hours of dry fields and sunburnt paddocks, endless stretches of bitumen with barely another car in sight. By the time we arrived in town, we were tired and emotionally raw. We checked into a tiny motel run by a sweet old couple who seemed to know everything about everyone. The kind of place where the shower has two temperatures, boiling and Antarctic. The room still had the kind of floral bedspreads and stained glass lampshades that said it hadn't been updated since Elvis was on the radio. From the minute we pulled into town, something felt off. I can't put my finger on it exactly, but it was in the way people looked at us. Not openly hostile, but cautious, distant, like we were strangers, even though Mom was born there, and half the town was technically related to us. Normally in small towns, people bend over backwards to help each other out, especially during something like a death in the family. But not here. Not this time. People were polite enough, but there was a tension that sat just under the surface. Stares that lingered a bit too long. Conversations that stopped when we walked past. We spent the next 4 days sorting through my uncle's house, arranging the funeral, dealing with paperwork. The house was in rough shape. It had that thick smell that clings to the walls when something has been left too long. Not quite rot, but a mix of old food, dust, damp, and something harder to name. Something metallic, maybe. I tried not to think about it too much. We all did. The house was full of his things. Everything exactly as he'd left it, which made it worse. A half-finished coffee on the kitchen bench, the crust of bread in the toaster, old newspapers piled up on the dining table. His bedroom had the curtains drawn tight, the bed unmade, the TV still on but frozen on a static screen. It was like he just stepped out for a second and never came back. It was eerie, not because of death exactly, but because of the suddenness of absence. Like the place was waiting for him. People in town started talking. Not to us, but around us. Small towns don't do secrets well. We caught whispers in the supermarket, murmurs at the servo, strange looks at the bakery. There were rumors about how he died. Some said it wasn't suicide. Some said he'd been going on about strange things before he passed. Others said nothing, but gave us tight-lipped nods that felt more like warnings than sympathy. Every night, Mom would lie down in the motel bed, turn her face to the wall, and say nothing. I could tell she was trying to hold herself together, but it was getting harder. On the day of the funeral, my sister flew in. She had a high-pressure job and had only just managed to get the time off. She went straight from the airport to the cemetery, heels crunching on the gravel as she joined us under a gray sky. It was one of those windy days that whips the dust up and makes your eyes sting. The service was short, and the town priest mumbled through it without much conviction. People stood around afterwards, murmuring to each other, but no one really approached us. Not like you'd expect after a funeral. Not in a place full of family. We had a pub meal afterwards, in the old pub on the corner. The same place my mom grew up going to, the same place her parents drank, the same one my uncle probably spent most of his evenings. It hadn't changed. Brown carpet, sticky tables, pool table in the corner, and a jukebox that hadn't worked in years. The meals were solid, steak and chips, chicken schnitzel, lamb cutlets, and the beer was cold. The food might have been all right, but the mood was sour. Everyone who came to the funeral was there. Cousins we hadn't seen in a decade, family friends, old neighbors. And yet, the whole thing felt forced. Everyone was looking sideways at each other, having low conversations that stopped when we came close. That night we had to change accommodation. The motel had other bookings, and the only place left was a couple of rooms above the pub. They weren't terrible, but you could hear the hum of the beer fridge all night, and the carpeted hallway outside our doors had a smell like spilt rum and cigarette smoke. We tried to relax. We tried to watch something dumb on a laptop, just to wind down after the emotional gut punch of the funeral. Then came the knocking. It was late, maybe close to midnight. A soft knock at first, then a more insistent one. Someone was calling Mom's name. Not yelling, but clearly trying to get her attention. We all froze. It wasn't a voice we recognized. It didn't sound like any of the family still in town. No one answered the door. We just sat there, pretending not to be there, hoping they'd go away. After a few minutes, they did. Then it happened again. A second knock. Then silence. Then footsteps moving down the hallway. We all looked at each other. We were tense, jumpy, worn down by days of stress and grief. And now this. Mom was pale. My sister tried to act calm, but I could tell she was rattled. We locked the doors and double-checked the windows. None of us slept well. I lay there listening to every creak of the floorboards, every groan of the wind against the windows. My heart was pounding, even though I kept telling myself it was probably just someone drunk who got the wrong room. But it didn't feel like that. By morning, we were done. The plan had been to stay another night and finish up a few last things at the house. But we couldn't. The feeling had gone from strange to unbearable. We drove back to my uncle's place, packed as much as we could fit into the car, and left. We didn't even say goodbye to anyone. The couple who ran the cafe waved us off. They were related to us too, somehow. Great-aunt's cousin's daughter or something. They gave us the usual warning about driving through the downs at night. If a roo jumps out, don't swerve. Just hit it. Better to dent the car than die under a truck. We nodded, thanked them, and left. We hit the main road just as the sun was going down. The light stretched long across the paddocks, turning everything orange and gold. It should have been beautiful, but we were too tense to enjoy it. We were leaving that night no matter what. We were all wound up, nerves frayed, stomachs tight. None of us said much. Every few minutes, I checked the rearview mirror. A Uda pulled out behind us just as we left town. It kept pace with us for a while, not tailgating, but close enough to notice. A white dual cab with 3 people in it. Could have been anyone. Probably was just someone heading home. But in that state of mind, every small thing felt enormous. We watched it like hawks. Every turn it made, every time it slowed down or sped up. The fog started to roll in about 20 minutes later. Thin at first, then thicker. Out on the downs, fog comes in like a slow wave. It muffles everything. The trees become shadows, the road ahead narrows to a strip of gray. Your headlights bounce back at you, and you start to feel like you're driving through nothing. It's disorienting. The Uda stayed with us, sometimes dropping back a bit, sometimes speeding up. I kept glancing at the fuel gauge, calculating distances in my head. My sister stared out the window like she was expecting something to come out of the dark. Mum sat silent in the front, hands clenched in her lap. Eventually, after what felt like forever, the Uda turned off down a side road. I didn't breathe until it was out of sight. We didn't stop until we hit a town near the NSW border. It was close to midnight. The only motel that had a room looked like it hadn't seen a renovation since the 70s. Brown tiles, plastic chairs bolted to the floor, and the kind of mattress that makes your back regret being alive. But it had a lock on the door and running water, and that was enough. We checked in, dropped our bags, and sat in silence. I think that was the first time we'd really let ourselves relax since we got the call. We were still tired, still shaken, but the weight that had been pressing on us for days had lifted a little. I lay in that ugly little motel room, staring at the ceiling, and for the first time since we arrived in that town, I felt like I could breathe again. I don't know what made it all so strange. The rumors, the stares, the knocking, the feeling of being watched. Maybe it was just grief, a town too small for its own secrets, or something else entirely. I don't think I'll ever go back there. Mum hasn't mentioned it since. And honestly, I hope she never does. It was late October, back in the 70s. That time of year when the days start feeling shorter, and the air gets that dry, cold bite to it. The leaves in Utah had already turned, and most were on the ground, kicked up into dry, brittle piles by the wind in people's boots. I was in college back then, not long into my first semester, and everything still felt new dorm, new classes, new people. I had asked out this girl from my intro to sociology class. She had this quiet confidence about her, the kind that made you want to be near her just to see what was going on inside her head. We weren't anything serious, just 2 young people trying to get to know each other. Our date wasn't fancy. I picked her up in my old beat-up Plymouth around 6. We grabbed dinner at this small cafe near campus. Nothing big, grilled cheese sandwiches and soup. I remember that part. We talked about classes, music, travel dreams. The kind of small talk that feels big when you're nervous and trying to make a good impression. After dinner, we didn't want to head home yet, so I asked if she was up for a drive. Somewhere quiet, away from the noise. She said yes. I used to climb a lot back then, and I knew the area around Provo Canyon pretty well. It wasn't too far of a drive, and there were some trails that weren't heavily trafficked, especially at night. I didn't have a flashlight on me, but the moon was out, or so I thought. Once we got there, I realized it was a new moon. The stars were bright, yeah, but the sky was pitch black above us. Still, I figured we'd be fine. I told her the trail I had in mind was mostly flat, and it only cut into the trees for a short bit. We drove up into the canyon, off the main road a bit. There weren't any streetlights once we got past the mouth of the canyon, and the parking area we pulled into was just a dirt patch by the side of the trail. It was late, had to be near midnight by then. The kind of quiet where even your footsteps seemed too loud. You could hear everything out there. The rustling of small animals, the wind brushing through dry grass, the faint creak of tree branches shifting against each other. No cars passed, no planes overhead, just silence. We got out and started walking. The air was colder than I expected. My breath came out in puffs, and I noticed hers did too. She had her arms crossed, mostly for warmth. We walked in silence for a bit, not awkward, just quiet, like we were both listening to the woods more than we were talking to each other. The stars helped us see the trail at first, but once we started passing under the trees, it got dark. Really dark. The kind where your eyes don't adjust, no matter how long you've been in it. You blink, trying to focus, and still see nothing. That's when I got the feeling. You know the one. Like something's wrong. Not just wrong, but off. Not like someone jumped out or screamed, but like something deep in your gut is pulling you backward. Like your body knows something your brain doesn't yet. I stopped walking. She was a few steps behind me. I don't think she saw my face, but I knew right away she felt something too. The trail ahead dipped slightly under a thick canopy of trees. I'd been here before, during the day. It was peaceful then. But that night, it felt like something else entirely. I told myself it was just the dark. That's all it was. I took a step forward. My foot hit something. It wasn't a rock. It wasn't a root. It was soft, but not like moss or leaves. It gave just slightly under my foot. I stepped back instinctively. I bent down a bit, trying to squint and let my eyes adjust. I couldn't see anything. Not a shape, not a texture. Just black. I stayed still for a second, heart thudding loud enough in my ears to drown out the wind. I listened. Nothing. Not even the wind anymore. That was probably the strangest part. How still everything became. Like the entire canyon had frozen in place. I felt exposed. Not just watched, but studied. My skin started crawling. The hair on my neck stood up, and I felt cold, not from the air, but from something else. Something I couldn't explain. I remember thinking, asterisk, don't look down again. Don't touch it. Don't try to figure it out. Asterisk. I turned back. She looked at me wide-eyed. I didn't say anything. I didn't have to. I just nodded toward the trail behind us, and we started walking. Not running, not yet, but fast. No more side trails, no pauses. Just the crunch of our footsteps and the pounding in our chests. When we got back to the car, I unlocked the doors as fast as I could and started it up without waiting for the engine to warm. We didn't say anything on the drive back. There was nothing to say. The silence was heavier now. We both stared ahead, and I remember the way the headlights cut through the night like we were still trying to outrun something. I dropped her off, said good night with a weak smile. She gave me a quick nod, didn't even wait for me to pull away before heading inside. I didn't sleep that night, not even a minute. I just lay in my dorm, staring at the ceiling, hearing every small sound from the hallway outside, every creak of the building settling. We didn't talk about it after that. Not the next day, not in class, not ever. We kept saying hi, kept things polite, but that date was never mentioned again. We didn't go out again either. Life just kind of moved forward. Years later, I was married. Not to her, but to someone else. We were sitting on the couch one night flipping channels. I don't even remember what network it was, maybe one of those late-night interviews they used to do with criminals behind bars. The interviewer was talking to Ted Bundy. I didn't really care at first, just another serial killer interview, more headlines. But then he said something that made my blood run cold. He was asked if he ever came close to being caught. He smiled, that weird smug smile you see in photos of him, and said there was one time. Just once where he thought he might be seen. It was in Utah, Provo Canyon. He had just finished with a girl, his words, not mine. He dragged her off the trail into a dark patch of woods, thinking no one would come around that late. But then he heard voices. A couple, laughing. He said he hid in the trees just in time, holding still, holding his breath. He said the guy stepped right into the body, but it was dark enough that he didn't see what it was. Just turned and left. My heart stopped. I didn't blink. I didn't breathe. I sat there staring at the screen like it was frozen. My wife asked what was wrong, but I didn't answer. I couldn't. I was back there again. In that canyon. On that trail. Foot hitting something soft in the dark. That feeling in my gut. That horrible, heavy silence. He was there. Watching us. Hiding just feet away. And I had stepped right onto the girl he had just murdered. I told my wife later. Not all of it, but the general idea. I never said it to anyone else. Not until years after that. Not until my daughter started asking questions for a school project on family history. I almost didn't tell her. But she kept pushing, and I guess I just needed to get it out. To say it. To remind her that danger doesn't always come with a warning. Sometimes it's right there. Waiting. I don't know what would have happened if I had leaned down to see what I stepped on. If I had shined a flashlight, if we'd had won. If I had called out. If we had lingered just a minute longer. But we didn't. We left. And I think about that girl sometimes. Whoever she was. Whatever her name was. I think about her lying there, alone in the dark, right under my feet. I think about the man in the trees, watching me, maybe with a weapon still in his hands. I think about how close death came to me that night, and how I walked away without even knowing. That moment changed me. Not all at once, but slowly. I became more cautious. Less trusting of the idea that things are safe just because they seem quiet. That night, that canyon, that step into something soft, I never forgot it. I never will. And every October, when the air gets cold again and the leaves start to fall, I remember. Because I wasn't just on a date. I was standing in the middle of a murder scene. And the killer was right there, holding his breath, watching me walk away. When I was in middle school, I was part of this hiking club at school. It was one of those extracurricular things where we'd get out into nature, learn some basic survival skills, and just enjoy being outdoors. It wasn't anything too intense or hardcore, but it was definitely exciting for a bunch of kids who mostly spent their days in classrooms or in front of screens. One weekend, the club planned a longer hike, something more ambitious than our usual jaunts. It was a route through some woods a couple hours from town, a place known for thick forest and winding trails, but also for being pretty isolated. The kind of place where if you lost your way, it could take hours, maybe even days, to find a way back. We set out early in the morning with a big group, around 20 or so kids, mostly my age, plus 4 adult group leaders who were supposed to keep everything organized and safe. The adults seemed confident, and they had maps and compasses, which made the trip feel official and well planned. We started on a clear trail, with bright sun filtering through the trees and a cool breeze that kept us from getting too hot. The woods smelled fresh, pine needles and damp earth mixing in the air. At first, the hike was really fun. We talked, joked, and pointed out things we noticed, like strange bird calls or unusual plants. Some of the older kids took the lead, the younger ones followed along. I was somewhere in the middle of the group, sticking close to a few friends I had made in the club. As the day wore on, though, the trail started to get less clear. What had looked like a well-marked path at first slowly turned into a narrow track that was barely visible under fallen leaves and twigs. The trees got thicker, taller, blocking more of the fading sunlight. The adults tried to keep us all together, but I noticed they were looking around with a little more tension in their faces than before. They kept checking their maps and compasses, but I could tell they were starting to get uncertain. By late afternoon, the sky had turned a dull gray, and a cold wind rustled the branches overhead. The adults called us together and said it was time to head back to the starting point. The plan was to retrace our steps and get back before dark. Everyone packed up their things and started moving carefully along what we thought was the way we had come. But soon enough, it became obvious that something was wrong. The trees around us looked unfamiliar, and the trail was nowhere to be found. The adults stopped several times to consult their maps and compasses, but they looked confused, and the lines on the maps didn't seem to match what we were seeing in front of us. The sun was sinking fast, and shadows grew longer and darker between the trees. It wasn't just the fading light that made it scary. It was the fact that we were lost in a dense forest with no clear idea how to get out. The adults tried to keep calm, telling us not to panic and that they'd figure it out, but I could feel the unease spreading through the group. Some kids started whispering, others clung tighter to their backpacks. I remember trying to keep my breathing steady, but inside I felt cold and tight, like the forest was closing in on us. We kept walking, hoping to spot something familiar or a landmark, but the woods just stretched on in every direction, thick with trees and shadows. The sounds of our footsteps and breathing seemed too loud in the quiet. After what felt like hours, just as the last light was slipping away, we came across a small cabin tucked between the trees. It looked old and weathered, made of rough wood, with a crooked roof and a little porch that was sagging. The windows were dirty and dark, and I noticed the paint on the door was peeling. It didn't look like anyone had been there recently. The group leaders decided to see if we could get permission to stay inside for the night. It was too dangerous to keep wandering in the dark. So, a couple of them went up to the door and knocked. They knocked once, twice, 3 times, but there was no answer. No sound at all. They tried again, louder this time. Still nothing. After a while, they tried the door handle, and to our surprise, it turned. The door wasn't locked. The whole group hesitated, but the adults said it was better than being outside where we could get lost or hurt. Slowly, we stepped inside. The first thing that hit me was the smell, stale and musty, like the air had been trapped inside for a long time. The cabin was small, maybe not more than 2 rooms. The floor was wooden, creaky and uneven, and dust covered everything. Along one wall was a neat row of shoes, old boots, sneakers, sandals, all lined up like someone had been expecting guests, or maybe just had a strange habit of collecting footwear. None of the shoes looked new. They were all worn out, some with holes or missing laces. On another wall, there were a few bed frames, empty but still standing, looking old and rickety. No mattresses, just metal springs and wooden slats. It gave the place a very uncomfortable, abandoned feel, like it had once been used but had been left to rot. But the most unsettling thing was the walls themselves. They were covered, wall to wall, with writing scrawled, messy handwriting that looked like it had been scratched or painted on with no care for neatness. The words overlapped, some written over others in black and red ink. They weren't sentences but random phrases and names and strange numbers. Some of the writing was just scribbles or symbols that made no sense. The whole thing felt chaotic, like whoever had been there was desperate to say something but couldn't make sense of it themselves. Nobody spoke. The silence felt thick and heavy, broken only by the sound of quiet footsteps as we moved around, trying to find a place to sit. The adults told us to sit on the floor, and we gathered in a tight group in the middle of the cabin. The cold wooden floor pressed against my legs, and I pulled my jacket tighter around me. The darkness outside was now complete. The windows showed nothing but black. We tried to rest, but sleep didn't come easily. Every creak of the cabin made us jump. The shadows in the corners looked like they were moving. Every time the wind blew outside, the door rattled and made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I kept thinking about those shoes by the wall and the writing all around us. Who had lived here? Why had they left it like this? Were those shoes theirs? Had they just disappeared? Or worse, time felt strange in that cabin. The minutes stretched endlessly. I remember glancing at my friends, and they looked just as scared as I felt, but no one said a word. We all just sat, eyes wide, waiting for the first light of morning. At some point in the night, I thought I heard footsteps outside. Maybe it was the wind or an animal, but my heart jumped into my throat. I tried to keep calm, telling myself it was nothing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was watching us from outside. By dawn, the sky lightened to a dull gray, and the woods outside the cabin started to reveal their shapes again. The adults said we had to move, and I was relieved. The forest looked less threatening in daylight, though still dense and confusing. We left the cabin quietly, stepping carefully through the underbrush, trying to find any sign of a trail or a path. After a while, we spotted a faint track that looked familiar, and we followed it as fast as we could. Eventually, after what felt like forever, we broke through the trees and found ourselves on the edge of a road. From there, it wasn't long before a car drove by and picked us up. Looking back, I still can't explain that cabin or what the writing meant. The shoes lined up on the wall, the empty beds, the strange scrawls, they felt like a warning or a message, but one we weren't meant to understand. The whole night left a mark on me, a reminder of how quickly a fun day can turn into something frightening when you lose your way. I never went back to that hiking club after that trip, and I never forgot how lost we were in those woods or the eerie silence inside that cabin. It's one of those memories that stays with you, quiet but heavy, like the shadow of something you barely saw but know was real. This past summer was my last summer camp with the Boy Scouts, and my first one as an Eagle Scout. I'd been going to this same camp for years. The trees, the trails, the lake, the mess hall, even the musty smell of the tents felt like home. But this time was different. I wasn't just one of the younger scouts anymore. I had responsibilities. I was in a position where I was supposed to lead, to mentor, to set an example. It felt strange, like I had one foot in the world I used to be part of, and the other in this new one I wasn't quite sure how to walk in yet. Part of my job was helping run skill-building activities. One of those was a compass course, which was basically an analog version of geocaching. The kids would get a map, a compass, and a set of coordinates or bearings. Then they'd go from checkpoint to checkpoint, navigating through the woods and putting their skills to the test. It wasn't hard, but it could be tricky if they didn't pay close attention. I was there not to guide them step by step, but to shadow them, keep them from getting too lost, and step in if something went wrong. That day, I was assigned to go out with one of the younger scouts. I think his name was Jacob or maybe James, one of those J names. He was quiet, probably about 12, not super confident, but trying his best to look like he knew what he was doing. He kept checking and double-checking his bearings, twisting the compass in his hands like he was worried he'd break it. I didn't interfere unless he asked. I was just the safety net. We started off after lunch, when the sun was still high, but not blistering. The trail took us deeper into the woods than most of the other courses. It was quiet out there. I mean really quiet. You could hear the crunch of pine needles under your boots, and the way the wind moved through the trees had that soft, sighing sound that made everything else feel distant. We hit the first couple of waypoints pretty easily, tied ribbons on trees, a painted rock, a tin can hanging from a branch. The kind of stuff you'd expect. Jacob was doing well. He was still nervous, but he got more confident with each checkpoint. We were maybe an hour in when things got different. The next waypoint was farther out than the others. He took a bearing, we followed it, and after about 15 minutes of weaving through brush and stepping over roots and logs, we came to a clearing. That's when we saw it. At first, it didn't look like much. Just more trees and brush, a bit of old fencing half hidden by vines. But then I saw the roofline, sagging behind some trees. As we got closer, the outline of a building took shape. A house, or maybe a cabin. It was old, clearly abandoned. The paint had long peeled off, and vines had swallowed most of the siding. The windows were either shattered or missing completely, and small trees had started growing up through the porch and even through one of the side windows. The door was hanging open, barely still on its hinges. It was straight out of a storybook, the kind of place someone would dare their friends to sleep in overnight on a Halloween dare. But it was real, and it was right there, in the middle of our course. Jacob looked at me. He didn't say anything, but I could tell he wanted to check it out. And honestly, I did too. I mean, it was weird. We'd been to this camp for years, and no one ever mentioned a building like this out here. I figured maybe it was some old ranger cabin or something from decades ago. We walked up carefully, the boards under our feet groaning as we stepped onto the porch. I peeked inside first. Sunlight filtered in through the holes in the roof and busted windows, casting light across the dust and debris inside. But what caught my eye wasn't the building itself. It was what was inside. There was stuff. A lot of stuff. Electronics mostly, flat-screen TVs, game consoles, DVD players, even a stereo system with speakers stacked in the corner. There were bags, too. Duffel bags, backpacks, plastic bins. Some were half open, spilling out watches, jewelry, designer sunglasses, and even tools, power drills, wrenches, stuff like that. Some of it was still in the packaging. It wasn't just old trash. This was stuff that people had just recently bought or used. My stomach dropped a little. I'd seen enough movies and read enough stories to know what this looked like. This wasn't some forgotten old camp supply storage or lost and found. This was a stash. It was like time slowed down a bit. I stepped inside carefully, avoiding some broken glass near the threshold. I could hear Jacob's footsteps behind me, crunching quietly. I didn't say anything yet. I was still trying to process what I was looking at. There was dust on the floor, sure, but the stuff didn't have that thick, undisturbed layer like it had been sitting there for years. Some of it looked like it had been placed there recently. A pizza box, still relatively intact, sat near one of the bags. There were soda cans, too. And the weirdest part, no sign of rodents or animals. Usually a place like this would be crawling with something. But it was quiet. Too quiet. I didn't want to scare Jacob, but I could tell he was picking up on the same vibe. He hovered near the doorway, glancing around nervously. I decided then that we needed to get out of there. I didn't want to touch anything. I didn't want to be anywhere near it. We backed out slowly, watching our steps. Once we were outside, I told him we were heading back to camp. We didn't talk much on the way back. I think we were both trying to figure out what we had just walked into. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting someone to be following us. But the woods stayed quiet, just the birds and the wind and the occasional crack of a twig underfoot. When we finally got back to camp, I went straight to the camp master. I told him everything, what we were doing, what we found, what was inside. I was expecting him to look skeptical, like maybe we were exaggerating. But his face went pale. He got serious really fast and made some calls. Within an hour, the police showed up. They didn't make a huge scene, probably trying not to alarm the rest of the campers. A few plainclothes officers came with maps and GPS, and I had to show them roughly where the place was. They didn't let me go with them, but I overheard some stuff later. Turns out they had been looking for that stash for weeks. They had caught the guy who was stealing all that stuff about a month ago, some local with a record. He wasn't talking, wouldn't say where he hid everything. They knew he had a stash somewhere, but they didn't know it was in the woods this close to the camp. The guy must have used that abandoned house as a hiding spot, figuring no one would find it. I guess he didn't count on a Boy Scout compass course leading straight to it. The house was off the official camp property, just barely past the boundary line, which was probably how he got away with using it. Camp staff said they hadn't known about the building. It had been buried under trees and brush for so long that no one noticed it. Or if someone had, they thought it was just another ruin. The cops brought in trucks the next day. Quietly. They didn't want to scare the kids. They hauled off all the stuff from the house. It took them most of the afternoon. I heard one of the officers saying it was over $100,000 worth of stolen goods, maybe more. They even found some security footage equipment, dash cams, doorbell cams, stuff like that. The guy must have been collecting whatever he could. Jacob had to restart his compass course, but he didn't seem to mind. I think he kind of liked being part of something unusual, even if it was a little scary. He completed the course later that week and got the achievement. I was proud of him. He stayed calm and didn't panic. That's hard for a kid that age. As for me, it was a strange way to close out my last summer at camp. I had always thought the scariest things in the woods were just your imagination. Shadows in the trees, creepy sounds, stuff like that. But the truth is, real life can be just as weird. Sometimes the trail takes you somewhere you're not expecting, and you have to be ready for that. I kept thinking about how random it all was. If Jacob had taken a slightly different bearing, or if we'd skipped that checkpoint, we never would have found the place. It would have stayed hidden, maybe for months, maybe years. But instead, a simple Boy Scout compass course uncovered something the cops couldn't find with all their tech and maps and manpower. The camp made some changes afterward. They rechecked all the compass course maps, made sure none of the waypoints got too close to the property lines. I heard they were thinking about building a few more permanent markers too, just to be safe. That abandoned house was torn down not long after. Too much of a liability, I guess. Plus, no one wanted some kid wandering back there again and finding something worse next time. I never saw it again. I didn't want to, but I'll always remember it. The way it looked, the smell inside, the stillness of the air. How out of place it all felt. Like something the forest was trying to swallow up, but hadn't quite managed to yet. It wasn't some ghost story or fairy tale. There were no strange noises or glowing eyes in the dark. Just a building full of stolen things, hidden deep in the woods, waiting to be found. And we found it. Funny how something like that becomes part of your memory forever. Not the campfires or the canoe races, not the mores or the songs, but that walk through the trees, the creak of those porch boards, and the heavy feeling in your gut when you realize you've stepped into something real, something unexpected. That's what I took home with me that summer, and I'll never forget it. We'd done this kind of thing before, night hikes out to weird places in the woods. It was something of a tradition. Someone would bring a few joints, someone else would bring snacks or a portable speaker, and we'd hike through the woods to a place that had some creepy history to it. Sometimes it was an old, overgrown graveyard. Sometimes it was a half-burnt-out trailer way off the road. and sometimes it was just a random clearing we claimed as our own for the night. But this night was different. The destination this time was an old Victorian-style house tucked deep into the woods, probably a 20-minute hike from the trailhead. The place had a reputation. Local stories said it was part of an old farm that had been abandoned for decades, maybe since the 50s or even earlier. It was the kind of house that looked haunted even in the daylight, wooden siding gray from time and weather, windows long shattered or missing entirely, and vines crawling up the frame like nature was slowly trying to erase it from the world. Nobody really knew who had lived there or why it was abandoned, and we didn't care all that much. We just liked the idea of a creepy place that felt private enough to hang out in without anyone bothering us. There were 5 of us that night: me, Darren, Lucas, Sean, and Brian. We parked at the edge of an old gravel road just before dusk, shouldered our backpacks, and started walking. We brought a couple of flashlights, one of those high-powered headlamps that makes everything look washed out and ghostly, and a portable speaker tucked into Brian's pack. The air was still warm from the day, though it had that edge of coolness that told you fall was coming. The trail was familiar for the first few hundred yards, but it quickly gave way to a narrow, twisting path half swallowed by undergrowth. We had to push through some brambles, stepping over old fallen branches, ducking under trees that had grown across the path like they were trying to stop us. As we got closer, the woods got quieter. I don't mean dead silent, just heavier. You could still hear insects, the occasional rustle of something moving in the brush, maybe a raccoon or possum. But no birds, no frogs from the distant creek. Just us and the sound of our boots in the dirt. When the house came into view, it really did look like something out of a horror movie. 2 stories tall, but sunken into itself, like the earth had started to swallow it whole. One of the upper windows was completely gone, just a black square looking out over the trees. The front porch was completely collapsed, just a pile of old gray boards and rusted nails. You could see the front door behind the wreckage, but there was no way you were getting in that way unless you wanted tetanus and a broken leg. We circled around the side. The trees here were thick and low, branches hanging like arms trying to grab you. There were other buildings around too, what used to be a barn, maybe a chicken coop, and something else that looked like a large shed that had been flattened somehow. The roof was still mostly intact, just flipped sideways and leaning up at an angle like someone had picked it up and set it back down wrong. It made this strange slanted tunnel, brush and dead leaves piled around it, but you could see through it, out the other side where moonlight glinted on old metal scraps. We weren't in any rush. We were just messing around, pointing flashlights in all directions, laughing, checking out the weird shadows the broken roof cast. Then we heard the voices. They weren't loud, just kind of there, muffled, like someone talking through thick walls or under a blanket. But we all heard them. I could feel the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Everyone stopped. No one said anything right away. The voices kept going, soft and constant, like a conversation. But we couldn't make out any words, just the rhythm of people talking. Sean whispered, "You guys hear that?" But nobody answered. We just nodded slowly. We aimed our lights toward the shelter. Nothing. Just brush, leaves, dirt, and the occasional glint of something metallic. We called out, "Hello? Anyone in there?" But there was no response. The voices didn't stop. They just kept going, like we hadn't said anything, which made it even worse somehow. It didn't sound like a recording. That's the part that stuck with me. It sounded real. The tone of voice, the natural pauses, the way one voice would stop and the other would start. It wasn't just white noise or feedback. These were people. Or at least, it sounded like people. Brian, always the most fearless, or reckless, among us, said he was going to check it out. We tried to talk him out of it, but he just laughed, turned on his flashlight, and ducked under the slanted roof. We stood outside, shining our lights through gaps in the boards and trying to follow him as he moved further in. He got about halfway through when the rustling started. At first, I thought it was just him stepping on leaves or brushing against some branches. But then it got louder, more deliberate, like something shifting underneath the structure. Then he stopped and said, "What the fuck? Guys, come here." We all rushed in, clumsily, slipping on the wet leaves and trying not to smack our heads on the jagged edges of the boards. Brian was standing near the far end of the collapsed shed, his flashlight aimed at the ground. He didn't say anything else, just pointed. The voices were still there, still talking. Louder now, clearer, and they were coming from right under us. There was nothing on the ground, just wet leaves and dirt, some broken boards, a few bits of rusted wire, and an old glass jar with no lid. But the sound was definitely coming from below. It was one of the strangest sensations I've ever felt, like the ground itself was speaking. It made my stomach twist. We started digging, slowly at first, with our hands, brushing away leaves and pulling up clumps of wet earth. The deeper we got, the clearer the voices became. It didn't make sense. There was no way something could be buried and still making noise like that. Eventually, Sean's fingers hit something hard. He scraped away the dirt and revealed a handle. It was metal, rusted, shaped like one of those old hand crank radios they used to sell as emergency gear. We pulled it out slowly. It had been buried in at least a foot of dirt and leaf matter. The thing was disgusting, covered in grime and patches of mold. But it was working. The crank handle was rusted in place, not spinning at all, but the radio was on. The small, cracked speaker was emitting the voices. NPR, as it turned out. We heard a host introduce the next segment, some discussion about farming subsidies or something equally dry. But it had been buried. There was no power cord, no batteries in the slot when we checked later, and the crank didn't move. But it was working. Somehow. We all stood there in silence, listening to this weird, calm radio show coming from something that had no business being functional. It was one of the most surreal moments of my life. There was no sign of anyone else having been there. No sleeping bag, no food wrappers, no signs of a campsite or prank setup. Just this old radio under a pile of wet leaves, broadcasting like it had been waiting for us. We didn't say much on the hike back. Everyone was in their heads, trying to make sense of it. The energy was just different. We'd gone out there to get high and laugh, and maybe scare each other a little. But now we all felt like we'd walked into something we weren't supposed to see. Like the woods had shown us a secret, and then just let us leave. We smoked later, sure, but not there. We went back to the truck and drove to a park near town. Sat on the tailgate and passed the joint around in silence. Then started laughing nervously about how weird it had been, like trying to shake it off. But it stuck with us. Brian kept the radio. He carried it back, wrapped it in an old hoodie, and put it in his garage. That's where it stayed. He never cleaned it, never tried to open it up or see how it worked. He said it stopped playing not long after we got back, like the power just drained out of it. Now it just sits on a shelf, covered in dust. We still talk about it sometimes. Not as a joke either. There's this tone we all take when it comes up, like we're tiptoeing around something delicate. Nobody ever figured out who put it there, or why. Maybe it really was just some prank long forgotten. But even that explanation doesn't sit right. It was too buried, too specific, too perfect. And maybe that's all it was. A really good, really old prank. But still, there was something about that night. Something that felt bigger than what we could understand. We don't go back to that house anymore. There are plenty of other places to hang out in the woods. Safer places. Places where the ground doesn't talk to you. That radio's still in Brian's garage. I saw it a few months ago when we were digging through his tools to fix his bike. He hasn't moved it. It's still grimy, still crusted with bits of dirt and leaves. And I swear, even though it doesn't make any noise anymore, I could feel something when I picked it up, like it was waiting. I still remember the day we stumbled upon that cabin deep in the Sierras like it was yesterday. It was one of those trips where you don't expect much to happen. Just a routine backpacking trip with a small group. The kind where you're more focused on the trail and the weather and the weight of your pack than anything else. But finding that cabin, off the beaten path, in a place so remote and rough, stuck with me ever since. It's one of those memories you turn over in your head, wondering about all the questions it raised and the silence it left behind. We were hiking a section of the Sierra Nevada that's known for its beauty, but also its challenge. Steep climbs, rocky switchbacks, snow patches lingering even into early summer. The trail itself was narrow, winding through dense pine forests, opening sometimes to breathtaking views of jagged peaks and valleys covered in patches of wildflowers and granite boulders. We followed the map carefully, but I had a restless feeling that day. Something that made me want to explore just a little off the main trail. Something about the way the light hit the trees on a ridge just ahead. I decided to lead the group off the beaten path, just a few hundred feet, over a ridge that was steeper than it looked from below. The others were a bit hesitant, but trusting my judgment, they followed. The forest grew thicker, the trees taller, the air cooler. Snow patches turned to icy slush underfoot, and the rocky trail gave way to uneven dirt and loose stones. After about 20 minutes of slow, careful hiking, we reached a small clearing that seemed almost unnatural in the middle of all that wilderness. There it was, an old cabin, sitting alone in that clearing, no bigger than a small room. Maybe 10 feet wide, 10 feet long, and just tall enough for someone 6 feet tall to stand inside without ducking. The wood was weathered and splintered, with large gaps in the walls where the boards had warped and pulled apart. The roof sagged slightly, covered in moss and pine needles. What caught me first were the windows, 2 small rectangular openings, framed but without any glass or shutters. The strange thing was, I didn't remember seeing any door at all. At first, I thought maybe it was on the side facing away from us, but when we circled around, it was just a solid wall. No hinges, no frame, no evidence of a door ever having existed. The inside was even more unsettling. There were no signs of furniture, no bed frame, no table or chairs, no stove or fireplace. The floor was dirt-packed hard with age, littered with dry pine needles and dust. The walls were bare, and I could see through the cracks to the forest beyond. I half expected to see some kind of animal tracks or nests, but there was nothing, no signs of life inside or right outside the cabin. The air smelled faintly of old wood and pine sap, mixed with the cool mountain breeze that slipped through the cracks. I crouched down and looked carefully at the floor near one of the windows. There were no footprints except the ones we left. No scraps of trash or evidence someone had stayed here recently. It was as if the place had been abandoned for years. But that raised more questions than answers. Why would someone build a cabin in such an isolated spot, miles from any trail or water source, and then just leave it like this? The nearest creek or river was at least a couple of miles away, and the terrain between was rough and steep. Carrying water or supplies that far through such rocky, uneven ground would have been a serious effort. As I stood up and looked around, I tried to imagine what kind of person would choose a place like this to live. There was no cleared land for crops, no fenced area for animals. The trees and brush grew thick all around, with no sign of attempts to harvest firewood or build a garden. The forest was quiet, almost too quiet. We didn't see any animals on our hike, barely even birds. I'm no expert tracker, but even I could tell that the wildlife was scarce. That only made the mystery deeper. Why would someone build a cabin here? Was it a trapper's shelter? Maybe a miner's outpost? I remembered stories about miners from the 19th century who built temporary shelters high in the mountains, but those usually left some sign, tools, mining equipment, old cans or bottles. There was none of that here. Nothing to hint at the purpose of this small, lonely box of a cabin. I ran my hand along the wood of the wall, feeling the rough texture, the splinters poking through my gloves. The sun was starting to dip behind the ridges, sending long shadows through the clearing. The light through the window openings cast strange patterns on the dirt floor, like slanted bars. I looked out through one of the windows and saw the steep slope dropping down into a narrow valley far below. The isolation of this place was almost suffocating. We stayed only a few minutes, taking pictures and making notes. The others were quiet, a little uneasy. None of us said much, but I could tell everyone was thinking the same thing. What kind of person would live here? How long ago? And why had they left? The hike back was slow. The sun was setting fast, the snow patches turning icy under our feet. The air chilled quickly, and the trees seemed to close in tighter as darkness fell. On the way down, I kept thinking about the cabin. The lack of a door, the emptiness inside, the complete absence of life around it. It was like a shell of a place, made to exist but never really lived in. Over the next few days, the image of that cabin stuck with me. I asked some local rangers and hikers when we got back to a ranger station if they knew anything about it. No one had ever heard of it. They said the area was rarely visited off official trails, and certainly no known abandoned structures were registered there. It made me wonder if the cabin had been built by someone who wanted to disappear, even temporarily, from the world. Maybe someone who carried in enough food and supplies to survive for a while, living off canned goods and what little they could forage. Maybe they used the cabin as a hideout, a place to escape, but without settling down permanently. Or maybe it was a hunting cabin, but again, the lack of animal tracks or signs of use around made that doubtful. I thought about how hard it must have been to survive up there. The winters are brutal, with heavy snow and freezing temperatures. Without a proper door or insulation, that cabin wouldn't keep out the cold very well. It didn't have a fireplace or chimney, so heating it would be nearly impossible. Water would have to be carried from a distant source or collected from snow melt. The more I thought about it, the more impossible it seemed that anyone could have lived there for long. Maybe it was used only for a brief period, or maybe it was never finished. But then, who built it? Why take the time and effort to build something so small and basic, so far from anything? Eventually, I realized the cabin was a puzzle with no answer. It didn't make sense in the usual ways. There was no sign of desperation, no traces of hurried abandonment, no evidence of violence or accident. Just a silent, empty box in the wilderness, standing like a question mark. I think the hardest part was how utterly alone it was. Not just physically isolated, but disconnected from any story, any history. I can't explain why it unsettled me so much, but there was something deeply strange about a place that someone had gone to so much trouble to make, then simply left behind, forgotten. Sometimes, when I'm back in the city and life is loud and busy, I find my mind drifting to that cabin, how it stands still untouched, surrounded by pine and rock and snow, far from anyone who might care. It's a reminder of how vast and wild the world is, how people can slip away into it without a trace, and how some mysteries just stay mysteries. That cabin never had answers. It just had silence. I remember that night with a clarity that feels almost cruel now, like my brain won't let me forget the terror and the loneliness, even years later. It started off just like any other college party in that small, remote town. The kind of party where you didn't really know many people, but the music was loud, and the drinks kept flowing. I wasn't used to drinking much, but that night, something about the energy, the dark corners of that old house, made me drink more than I should have. I don't even remember what time I blacked out, just that the next thing I knew, everything was gone. When I came to, it was pitch black. Absolute black. No streetlights, no glow from distant buildings, just the crushing silence of the woods. The cold hit me first, sharp and real. My skin was sticky with sweat, and my clothes clung to me uncomfortably. I was on the ground, lying on rough leaves and dirt. My body ached like I'd been through hell. I tried to move my arms, and a sharp sting shot through my left forearm. I pulled my hand back and saw fresh cuts, long scratches, some bleeding, others scabbed already. I looked down at my legs and saw the same. Scrapes, bruises, and dirt smeared all over. My shoes were soaked, crusted with mud, covered in twigs, leaves, and what looked like little bits of bark. The cold, the dark, the smell of damp earth hit me like a wall. I had no idea where I was. The last thing I remembered was the party, the music pounding in my ears, the warm buzz of alcohol in my veins. Then blackness. Now I was alone in these woods, surrounded by nothing but trees and silence that felt like it could swallow me whole. I sat up slowly, careful not to make sudden moves because my head throbbed fiercely, and everything felt fragile. My body, my mind, my hope. I reached into my pocket for my phone, hoping for some kind of light or help, but it was gone. Then I remembered something chilling. I must have fallen down a hill. That explained the cuts, the bruises, and probably why my phone battery was missing. When I landed hard, the battery must have popped out of the phone and disappeared somewhere in the undergrowth. No light, no signal, no way to call anyone. I was completely cut off. The darkness felt suffocating. I took a deep breath, the cold air sharp in my lungs. I told myself to calm down, to think clearly. Panicking wouldn't help me now. I needed to find my way back. But how? I started walking, just putting one foot in front of the other, hoping to find something familiar. The ground beneath my shoes was uneven, covered in sticks and fallen leaves. Every step made a crunch or a snap, loud in the silence. My legs ached with each movement, but the adrenaline pushed me forward. I stumbled over roots and rocks, my hands brushing against tree trunks for balance. Every now and then, I would stop and listen, straining to catch any sound that might guide me. A road, a car, a house. The woods around me were dense. Tall trees with thick branches blotting out the night sky. Every now and then, a faint breeze would rustle the leaves, sending a whisper through the forest. The smell of pine, wet earth, and decay hung heavy in the air. I felt small, like I was swallowed by the forest itself. After what felt like an eternity, I heard it, the howling. It was distant at first, echoing in the hills, low and mournful. I froze, every hair on my body standing up. The sound sent a wave of cold fear through me. Wild dogs. I'd heard about them around town. Packs roaming the outskirts, scavenging, sometimes aggressive. But hearing them here, in the dark, made them feel real. Close. Dangerous. I tried to convince myself that they were far away, that I was safe. But the howling came again, louder and closer this time. My heart pounded in my chest, adrenaline flooding my veins in a different way now, sharp and icy. I knew they could smell me. My blood, fresh and warm from my cuts, was like a beacon to them. I was hurt, I was alone, and I was drunk. I felt exposed, prey in the wild. I moved faster, stumbling through the underbrush. The twigs and leaves tore at my clothes and skin, but I didn't care. Every step felt desperate, a fight to survive. The howling came again, much closer now. Less than 300 yards away, I guessed maybe closer. The sounds weren't just howls anymore. There were growls, low snarls that made my skin crawl. I wanted to scream, to run, but my body was weak. My legs burned. My arms felt like lead. I kept telling myself to keep moving, to find the highway, the lights, the safety of campus. But the woods were endless, and every turn I took seemed to lead me deeper into darkness. At some point, my hands were shaking so badly I had to stop and rest. I found a fallen log and collapsed onto it, breathing hard. The cuts on my arms stung, the cold seeped into my bones, and the fear pressed down on me like a heavy weight. The howling faded again, leaving only the silence. But I knew it was just waiting, stalking, watching. I kept going, slower now, more careful. My vision was blurry, and every noise, crackling branches, rustling leaves, made me jump. My mind was running through worst-case scenarios. I imagined the dogs circling, closing in. I thought about the college town, my warm bed, my friends at the party. I wondered if anyone was looking for me. Hours passed. I don't know how many. Time lost meaning in that black wilderness. But eventually, I saw it. The faint glow of headlights, the dull orange street lamps of the highway cutting through the dark. My heart leapt. I had found the road. I followed it slowly, limping and dragging my injured legs. The sounds of the wild faded behind me, and for the first time in hours, I felt a tiny spark of hope. The highway was deserted, just the occasional car passing by. I stayed close to the edge, hiding behind trees and bushes, too scared to be fully exposed. Every noise made me look over my shoulder. The walk felt endless, but the signs of civilization grew stronger. Road signs, pavement cracks, distant houses with lights. I finally reached the campus, its quiet streets a relief after the woods. My legs shook as I climbed the porch steps to my dorm, my clothes torn and stained, my body sore and bleeding. I locked the door behind me and sank against it, tears streaming down my face from exhaustion and relief. That night, as I cleaned my wounds and wrapped bandages around my arms and legs, I couldn't stop thinking about those howls. The way the dogs had tracked me, smelled my blood, hunted me in the dark. It was the most real, most terrifying feeling I'd ever known, being prey. Even now, I avoid walking alone near those woods after dark. The scars on my skin have faded, but the memory hasn't. I know I was lucky that night. Lucky that I found the road, lucky the dogs didn't catch me. But the fear I felt, the helplessness, is something I'll carry with me forever. I was 13 this summer. I went to my grandfather's hunting camp deep in the woods. The kind of place where the dirt road ends, and the trees crowd so close on both sides that you feel like you've entered a different world. No streetlights, no houses for miles, just the woods and that old camp. My uncle had recently bought one of those new hunting cameras, the kind that snaps photos when something moves in front of it, and he wanted to test it out. He set it up somewhere out in the woods, on a narrow trail about a mile from the camp. He was proud of it, showing it off to everyone. Now, I was the kind of kid who thought this was the perfect opportunity for a prank. You know how kids at that age get obsessed with being silly, trying to get a reaction from the adults? Well, me and my two cousins decided that when my uncle checked the camera, he wouldn't see deer or raccoons or any of the usual forest creatures. No, he'd see our bare behinds. The idea of sneaking out in the middle of the night, walking all the way to the camera's location, and mooning it seemed hilarious to 13-year-olds. Dumb? Definitely. But hilarious to us. Of course, we had to be sneaky. We set our alarms for 3 a.m., the darkest part of the night when everyone else would be asleep. We didn't want anyone catching us or spoiling the prank. When the alarm finally went off, groggy and half asleep, we slipped out of the cabin like ghosts. We threw on our headlamps and tiptoed past the others still snoring away. The air was cold and heavy, smelling of pine and damp earth. Everything felt different at night in the woods, quieter, darker. alive in ways the day never was. The camera was about a mile away, which didn't sound like much, but the trail was tricky. It wound over two pretty big hills before dropping into a valley where the camera was set up. The path was narrow and rough in places, roots and rocks making every step careful business. We kept our headlamps on low to avoid attracting attention, careful not to flash them in ways that might ruin the prank or worse, scare off any wildlife. The walk started out fine. The three of us giggled under our breaths, already imagining the looks on our uncle's face when he checked the memory card and saw our behinds instead of deer or turkeys. The excitement bubbled inside us as we climbed the first hill, the forest opening up just enough to see patches of moonlight shining through the branches. The sounds of the night surrounded us, an owl hooting somewhere in the distance, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush, and the occasional crack of a twig underfoot. It felt like we were the only living things out there. After a while, we reached the top of the second hill. My older cousin, the one who knew these woods better than me, suddenly stopped. He held up his hand to signal the others to freeze. I caught up to him, breathing hard, and looked where he was staring. About 400 yards away, on the far side of the valley, was this enormous blue-white spotlight. It wasn't just a faint glow or a dim lantern. It was bright, blinding even, shining down the side of the hill and lighting up the trees and rocks like it was daytime. The beam was wide, cutting through the darkness with an unnatural glow that made everything it touched look almost surreal. I stood there, heart pounding, feeling that odd mix of awe and fear. The other two cousins were silent too, just staring at the light. My older cousin whispered for us to turn off our headlamps. We did, and the forest instantly swallowed us back into the shadows, the only light now the eerie blue beam in the distance. Standing in total darkness like that, with just that strange light shining so far away, my mind raced. I was a kid who liked sci-fi and alien movies, and the first dumb thought that popped into my head was aliens. It felt ridiculous, but also terrifying. The woods were supposed to be familiar, safe even, but now this light made it feel like we had stepped into something completely unknown. I was frozen, caught between wanting to run back to the camp and curiosity about what the light was. After a few seconds, I told myself we had to leave. I flicked my headlamp back on and started to turn around. The second I did that, the big blue light started moving. It was slow, deliberate, and smooth, no flickering or shaking, just a steady pan to the right, sweeping across the hill until it pointed directly at us. It stopped there, dead on. No sudden jerks or flashes, just that constant cold, bright light trained on us like a spotlight on a stage. I could feel the heat from it even at that distance, and the way it washed over the trees made shadows stretch and twist. My heart hammered so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I whispered for my cousins to run, and we bolted down the hill, the dirt crunching beneath our feet, branches slapping our faces as we pushed through the undergrowth. The light stayed still for a moment longer, then vanished, leaving only darkness behind. We didn't stop until we were back at the camp, panting and wide-eyed. I went straight to my sleeping bag, wrapping myself in it like armor, trying to make sense of what we'd just seen. I was shaking, not from cold, but from that pure, primal fear that comes from facing something you don't understand. My cousins were just as freaked out, though none of us said much about it. No one wanted to admit how scared they really were. The next morning, in daylight, the woods looked innocent again, peaceful, even. The sun filtered through the leaves, birds sang, and the wind made the branches sway gently. We went back to the spot where we'd seen the light. We searched the ground carefully, hoping to find some clue, footprints, tire tracks, anything. But there was nothing. The dirt and grass looked untouched, as if no one had been there in weeks. No sign of any machinery, no cables, no lights, no footprints. We even climbed up and down the hills, scanning for any sign of the source. But nothing. It was like the light had never existed. Our uncle's camera was still out there, but it only had the usual pictures of deer and raccoons, no bright lights or anything strange. For years, I thought about that night. What could that light have been? It wasn't a helicopter, no way. The beam was too steady, and we would have heard the sound. No airplanes flew that low or slow in those woods. It didn't behave like a flashlight or a lantern, and there was no sign of hunters or anyone else out there. Sometimes I wonder if it was some kind of advanced forestry or wildlife monitoring equipment, but no one ever confirmed anything like that. The whole experience felt unreal, like a glitch in the natural world. I've told a few people about it over the years, but no one really believes it or has seen anything similar. The strangest part is how that blue light, that cold, steady glow, made the woods feel different, like a place where something unknown watches you, where the safety and silence you expect suddenly break down. That feeling didn't leave me for a long time, and even now, I remember the way the light moved, how it stopped, and how quickly I wanted to run. It wasn't aliens or ghosts, just a weird light in the middle of nowhere, but it changed how I see those woods forever. The woods are supposed to be quiet and dark at night, full of animals and the wind. But that night, the woods were something else. Something watching. And no prank, no joke, no laughing 13-year-old mind could make me go back out there in the dark again. I've been walking this stretch of bushland just outside my small country town for years now. It's not a formal trail or a popular walking track, just an overgrown 4WD track that winds through a dense patch of scrub and trees, the kind of place that feels almost forgotten. The bush is thick in spots, with prickly undergrowth squeezing in close to the narrow dirt track, and dry grass hanging low in others, yellowed by the long, hot summers we get out here. The only company I usually have are the kangaroos, groups of them that seem to use this track as a thoroughfare to feed at dawn or dusk. Other than that, it's rare to see anyone else. It's a quiet, almost private slice of wilderness that's right on the edge of town, where nature feels untouched and removed from everyday life. I walk here regularly with my dog, a mixed breed with an easy temperament who usually loves these outings. She's used to the sounds of the bush, the rustle of leaves, the distant calls of birds, and the occasional startled thump of a roo bounding away. We usually take the same route, and I know the track well. Every bend, every fallen branch, every patch of soft earth where the grass gives way to bare dirt. One evening, late in summer, I decided to take her for a walk just before dusk. The air was thick with heat from the day, but there was a slight breeze stirring now and then, and the sky was streaked with soft shades of pink and purple as the sun started to dip below the horizon. The light was fading fast, casting long shadows between the trees. It was the kind of time I like best on this track, quiet and peaceful, with the bush settling down for the night. We started walking along the familiar path, my dog sniffing along the edges, her tail wagging gently. She had that easy energy of a dog happy to be out in the open, free to explore. The bush around us was alive with the usual sounds, the chirping of crickets, the faint rustling of small creatures moving through the undergrowth, the distant calls of kookaburras settling in for the night. After about 15 minutes, as we rounded a gentle bend where the track narrowed and the trees grew closer together, I saw something unexpected. There, just off the side of the track, parked awkwardly in a small clearing among the trees and scrub, was a car. Not just any car, a small sedan, the kind of vehicle you'd expect to see on paved streets, not on this rough, overgrown 4WD track. The paint was a dull gray, and the windows were tinted dark enough that I couldn't see clearly inside from where I was standing. It looked out of place, like someone had just left it there and forgotten about it. At first, I thought maybe someone had parked it there temporarily. It was unusual, but not impossible. Maybe a local who had been driving through and stopped for some reason. But what caught my attention wasn't the car itself. It was my dog. She froze in her tracks as we approached. Her body stiffened, the fur along her back standing straight up, hackles raised like a warning flag. Her low growl started, a deep rumble that didn't sound right at all. She circled the car at a distance, never coming closer than 5 meters. Her eyes locked on the vehicle, wide and tense, and she kept her nose pointed toward it, sniffing the air. I stopped and watched her. Dogs are sensitive creatures. They can pick up on things humans often miss. Normally, I would have just kept walking, passed by, and left the car alone. But my dog's reaction was unsettling, and it made me pause. The heat from the day still lingered in the air, and I wondered if maybe there was a dog inside the car that was making her anxious. Sometimes owners leave dogs in cars for a few minutes. Even though it's dangerous, it still happens. I didn't want to just walk away without checking. I cautiously walked up to the car and peered through the tinted window, trying to make out if there was anything or anyone inside. The interior looked messy, papers scattered across the dashboard, a few empty bottles on the floor, a blanket tossed on the back seat. But there was no sign of a dog or a person. No movement. No noise. My dog stayed back, refusing to come closer, still growling low and keeping her guard up. I was torn between curiosity and caution. The area isn't completely isolated. but it's quiet enough that it's not unheard of for someone sketchy to leave things abandoned or parked where they shouldn't. I thought about opening the doors to check inside, but the idea of some stranger coming back and finding me poking around their car made me hesitate. I didn't want to put myself in a risky situation, especially out here where the track is narrow and there's no one else around. So I left it. I told myself I'd come back the next day, check again, and if it was still there, I'd report it to the local police. That was the plan, but life got busy. I didn't walk that track again for nearly 2 weeks. When I finally did return, I came to that same bend, and that's when I saw it. The car was gone. In its place, tied between 2 trees near where the car had been parked, was a length of police tape. The yellow and black tape was torn in places, fluttering slightly in the breeze. It wasn't the clean, official-looking tape you see around big crime scenes, more like the rough, weather-beaten kind you'd expect at a less public incident. Still, it was enough to stop me cold. No one in town had mentioned anything. There'd been no reports on the local news about a stolen car or a crime in the bush near the track. No mention of police activity anywhere near that spot. I stood there, staring at the tape, feeling the weight of it settle over me. If the car had been stolen and dumped, the police probably wouldn't have bothered taping off the area like that. It seemed excessive, and it definitely didn't explain the way my dog had reacted. The more I thought about it, the more uneasy I became. What had I missed? What was it about that car, or that spot, that unsettled my dog so much? I'd walked past there dozens of times before without noticing anything strange. But that night, the whole place felt different. The bush felt heavier somehow, the shadows deeper. Since then, I've walked that track many times. The natural sounds, the usual wildlife, the quiet that always settles as dusk approaches. It's all the same. But every time I get close to that bend, my steps slow, and I can't help but look around, half expecting to see something, or someone watching from the scrub. I don't know what happened that night with the car. I never went back to check the next day like I planned. Part of me regrets that. Part of me wonders if I should have pressed harder, opened those doors, or called the police right then. But mostly, I feel a lingering sense of unease, the kind you get when something isn't right, even if you can't put your finger on it. The bush keeps its secrets, and maybe some things are better left alone. A few years ago, near the end of high school, me and a few friends decided to go camping in this random patch of woods far behind one of their houses. It was way up a mountain, deep enough into the forest that the other houses nearby wouldn't be able to see us, and more importantly, wouldn't freak out when they saw a bunch of us carrying tools and gear into the trees. We wanted privacy, a place where we could camp without having nosy neighbors calling the cops just because we looked like we were setting up for some kind of prank or trouble. None of us really knew the exact spot well. It was just some woods this one friend had wandered into before, and he figured it would be perfect for a quiet weekend away. When we finally got there, the first thing that struck me was how steep the forest floor was. The whole area sloped sharply upward because of the mountain. It wasn't like a flat clearing where you could easily pitch tents. Instead, the ground was uneven, with trees growing straight out of the incline. The slope meant your footing was always a little tricky, especially with the leaf litter and loose dirt underfoot. We found a patch that looked big enough to set up camp. Not perfect, but workable. Me and another guy stayed behind to chop firewood while the rest of the group went back down the mountain for food, drinks, and the tents and chairs. The two of us wanted to get the fire going, so when everyone got back, we could eat right away. The sun was starting to dip lower, casting long shadows through the thick pines, and the air was sharp and cool from the elevation. We started swinging the axes and saws at some fallen branches and dry logs scattered around. Then, out of nowhere, this huge deer appeared. I mean, it was massive, way bigger than any deer I'd seen around the area before. No food in our hands, nothing to attract it, but it just came walking right up to us. It didn't look scared or aggressive. It was just there, quietly moving closer, almost with purpose, until it was no more than 5 or 6 feet away, standing so still it felt like it was watching us, measuring us. Usually, when a deer comes that close, they're either curious or scared and ready to bolt, but this one was calm. It sat down low on the ground, which was strange because adult bucks usually stand tall to show dominance or run away if something feels off. Its eyes were clear and steady, not the wild, glassy kind you might expect if it was sick or rabid. It just stared at us, No flickering eyes, no nervous movement, just a steady, calm look. We didn't move, and it didn't either, almost like it was waiting for something. After what felt like several long minutes, it slowly got up and walked off through the trees without looking back. The rest of the group got back about 15 minutes later with all the gear and food. We set up our tents, which were pretty close to each other, but mine was the furthest uphill, closest to where me and the other guy had been chopping wood. Everyone was in a good mood, laughing and talking around the fire, eating snacks, drinking beer and soda. I had some vodka with me, so I was sipping on that. Not a lot, but enough that I felt warm and a little loose. The fire crackled and popped, casting orange light over everyone's faces, and the sky was clear, stars just starting to peek out through the trees. Eventually, the fire died down, and we all headed into our tents to try and get some sleep. The cold night air made it tough. Even inside my sleeping bag, I kept shifting to get warm, pulling my jacket closer around me. The mountain air was sharp and heavy, and the forest was dark and silent except for the faint rustling of leaves. I lay there, staring up at the thin fabric of the tent, barely able to relax. Then I heard it. It started as a quiet, strange sound. Not quite a crack or a snap, but more like a low thumping. The kind of dull impact, noise you get when something heavy hits the dirt floor. At first, it was soft and distant, like it was coming from far away up the mountain. Then it started to get louder, closer, faster, moving downhill toward us. It didn't sound like any animal I'd ever heard moving through the woods before. It was a steady, rhythmic thumping, almost like footsteps, but very heavy and spaced far apart, like whatever was making them had really long legs. The pace was quick, the impacts descending the slope one after another. I shifted in my sleeping bag and pulled the tent flap aside enough to peek out through the thin fabric. Looking upside down through the translucent tent material, I could see the silhouettes of the tree trunks against the night sky. And then I saw it, something tall, gliding silently above the tops of the trees, moving with a strange smoothness and no sound at all. It wasn't walking or running on the ground, but moving slowly across the treetops, occasionally blocking the patches of sky visible between branches. I froze, watching it glide from left to right, without a single noise, like it was floating above the forest. Then the heavy thumping started again. This time the footsteps weren't coming straight at us. Instead, they moved sideways, moving away from the camp and back up the mountain. The pace was the same, slow, steady, deliberate. The sound faded into the distance and finally stopped. The whole time, I stayed silent, not saying anything to anyone else in the camp. None of the others mentioned hearing the strange noises or seeing anything out of the ordinary. I don't know if they did or didn't, but no one talked about it. I tried to make sense of what I'd seen and heard. The best explanation I could come up with was that it was probably a bear. Bears can move quickly and quietly through the trees when they want to, and they are strong enough to hit the ground hard enough to make those dull thumping sounds. I also know bears can climb trees really fast, so maybe it was freaked out by our campfire and climbed the trees to avoid us, which would explain the silent gliding I saw across the tops of the trees. Still, it didn't feel normal. The size of whatever was up there, the way it moved, and the timing of the footsteps all seemed off. It wasn't the way a bear normally moves. And that deer, calm and close while we chopped wood, I can't shake the feeling that it was watching us, warning us somehow. After that night, I never went camping deep in the woods again. I stick to established campgrounds now, places with other people and clear paths. The wilderness is beautiful, sure, but there's something about the quiet dark out there that feels different, like it's watching you just as much as you're watching it. I still think about that night sometimes. The way the forest fell silent, then came alive with those strange sounds. The sight of that massive deer sitting so calmly near us. The feeling of something huge gliding just beyond sight, moving through the trees like it belonged there. It wasn't a ghost or some made-up story. It was real, and it was out there, somewhere deep in the woods, waiting and watching. That's enough for me to stay away. It started out as just a normal day hike. I was with 3 friends, Mike, Sarah, and Jason, exploring some trails in North Georgia, right at the foot of the Appalachians. The kind of place where the woods stretch on for miles, and the air is thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. The sun was warm enough during the day to keep the chill from the early spring away, but you could tell it was that kind of day that would cool off fast once the sun dipped behind the hills. We set out early in the morning, not really expecting anything other than some fresh air, good exercise, and maybe a couple of decent photos. The trails were pretty well marked, and we'd all hiked before, though not together. We followed the main path, which wound through a patchwork of hardwood and pine forests. The ground was soft underfoot, covered with fallen leaves from last year, and patches of moss growing on old stones. There were little bursts of color here and there, wildflowers just beginning to poke through, the occasional squirrel darting through the underbrush, and the distant sound of a stream bubbling alongside the trail. The hike itself was great. We joked and laughed, took breaks by rocks and tree stumps, and admired the view when we climbed higher up. From some points, you could see the layers of ridges running on forever, those classic Appalachian hills rolling off into the distance, tinted blue in the haze. The weather was perfect, clear skies with that golden light that filters through the trees in the late afternoon. As the day wore on, we turned back, heading for the car. The trail looped around, and we took the same path we came on for the last stretch. By then, the sun was starting to dip low, casting long shadows across the path and turning the trees into dark shapes against the fading light. That's when we first heard it. It was faint at first, just a small sound floating down the trail toward us. At first, I thought maybe it was a bird or some animal rustling in the bushes, but then it came again, a soft crying, not the kind of call you'd expect in the woods, something that sounded almost like a baby crying. We stopped and looked at each other. Mike raised his eyebrows, Sarah's smile faded, and even Jason looked a little uneasy. None of us saw or heard any other hikers that day, especially no one with kids. It was a strange noise to hear so deep in the woods. We waited for a moment, listening. Then it came again, that high-pitched wail, just like a baby crying. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It was unnerving. None of us are superstitious or anything. We don't believe in ghosts or things like that. But hearing something so out of place in the middle of the woods, just as dusk was settling in, was definitely creepy. We didn't say much, but the mood changed. We picked up the pace, walking a little faster down the long downhill straightaway that stretched before us. The path narrowed there, winding down between tall trees, the underbrush thick and dark on either side. The sun was almost gone now, just a dim glow left in the sky. Then it got worse. About 3/4 of the way down, the crying sounds got louder, and they weren't just coming from one direction anymore. It sounded like multiple babies crying at once all around us. It was overwhelming and really close, like the source was just beyond the bushes. I could tell Mike and Sarah were ready to bolt. Jason was already scanning the woods, eyes wide, clearly spooked. Me? I was just pissed off. Annoyed more than scared, honestly. I've always been the idiot in the group. The one who has to figure out what the hell is going on. The one who wants to see for myself before running away. Probably not the smartest trait, but that's how I am. Without really thinking, I jumped off the path and into the underbrush. The crying was loud now, echoing around me, and I wanted to see what was making that sound. I pushed through the thick bushes and brambles, climbing uphill a little to get a better look. That's when I saw it. There was a small rustic house tucked up on the hill, partly hidden by trees. It wasn't fancy or modern, just a plain wooden cabin with a big back deck and a small fenced yard. The fence was made of chicken wire, stretched between wooden posts, enclosing a few bushes and a patch of grass. Inside that yard were a half-dozen peacocks. At first, they looked just like any other peacocks you might see on a farm or in a zoo, with their glossy feathers and bright blue and green colors shining even in the dim light. But then, one of them opened its mouth, and out came that bone-chilling cry that sounded exactly like a baby crying. The sound echoed around me, a strange, eerie noise that sent a chill through my body. It was so realistic that if I hadn't seen the birds, I probably would have kept freaking out. I leaned back against the rock and sighed, relief flooding through me. Nearby, on the back deck, an older man sat quietly. He had a kind face, the kind of worn, relaxed look that comes from spending years in one place, watching the world pass by. He had noticed me and gave a friendly wave. I stayed where I was for a moment, just watching the peacocks make those creepy noises. Then I called out a quick thanks to the man for clearing up the mystery, though I didn't expect him to hear me. My friends were already calling me on my phone, their voices relieved when I told them what was going on. The man didn't say much, just smiled and waved again before going back inside the house. I looked around one last time. The woods were already darkening quickly, the shadows deepening and the chill settling in. The peacocks kept up their eerie crying, which somehow sounded even more haunting now that I knew the source. I made my way back down the hill to the path, feeling lighter, but still a little rattled. When I caught up with my friends, their faces were a mix of relief and lingering tension. We hurried the rest of the way to the car, stepping over roots and fallen branches, the sound of the peacocks echoing faintly behind us as we left the woods. That night, as we drove home, the image of those birds stayed with me. Beautiful but strange, their cries haunting and out of place in the peaceful mountains. It was a reminder that sometimes things aren't as scary as they seem once you get a closer look. But that doesn't mean they're not unsettling. The woods were quiet after that, the trails empty except for us. But I couldn't shake the feeling that the peacocks were still out there, somewhere close by, making those eerie sounds under the fading light. And honestly, part of me didn't want to know what else might be hiding in the dark corners of those Appalachian hills. We never told anyone else about it. It was our strange little secret from that day. The hike where the woods cried like babies, only to reveal a flock of peacocks with a very unusual talent. The next time I hike those trails, I'm bringing a flashlight and maybe some earplugs, just in case. I used to live in Wells, Nevada, a tiny town where life felt slower and quieter than most places. There wasn't much to do besides camping, backpacking, and hunting. For the most part, it was great. I loved being outdoors, the open air, the endless sky, and the rugged mountains that framed the town. But one trip sticks out in my mind, the kind of experience that stays with you long after everything else fades. It was the summer I was 14, and my dad decided we should take a trip out to Jarbidge, a remote area known for its wild beauty and old, abandoned buildings. The drive itself was breathtaking. We passed endless stretches of sagebrush and dusty desert, then winding roads that carved through mountains with sharp switchbacks and stunning views. The sun was shining bright, making the rocks glisten and the sky a perfect blue. My dad and I had the truck loaded up. I had my 12-gauge shotgun in the back seat and my .44 revolver strapped to my hip. Guns were part of our lives. We came from a gun-savvy family, so I felt safer with them close, even though we weren't expecting trouble. I knew it would come in handy, though, for the hike or if we ran into any wildlife. When we got to Jarbidge, the air smelled fresher, crisper. The mountains around us were covered with thick pine trees, and the old mining town sat quiet, half swallowed by the years. We spent some time walking through the remains of the town, poking around old buildings that had been left to rot. The wood was worn and splintered, rusted signs hung crooked, and windows were broken or boarded up. It was a little spooky, but also fascinating to see how people had lived so long ago. We found one building, especially weathered, with faded paint peeling off the walls. It looked like it hadn't been touched for decades. The door was hanging slightly off its hinges, and something about the place made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. As we walked closer, I suddenly heard a sound that didn't fit the quiet wilderness around us. It was the steady rasp of a saw, like someone was sawing through wood inside. It was faint but clear enough to make me stop in my tracks. I tugged on my dad's sleeve and whispered, telling him what I heard. He glanced at me with that calm, steady look he always had, like nothing could rattle him, and just shrugged it off. Maybe he thought it was the wind or some old piece of wood creaking. But before I could say more, a voice called out from inside. It was an old man's voice, a little shaky but still loud enough to make us jump. He said something like, "Come on in, don't be shy now." My dad didn't hesitate. He's always been outgoing, the kind of guy who talks to anyone and isn't afraid of strangers. I, on the other hand, was frozen with nerves. I tried to pull him back, telling him we shouldn't go in, but he just smiled and said, "Come on, let's see what's going on." I didn't want to seem like a coward, so I followed, clutching my guns tighter. The moment we stepped inside, the air was thick with dust and something else I couldn't place. The old wooden floor creaked beneath our feet. The smell was a mix of musty wood, old smoke, and something stale, like a room that hadn't been aired out in years. The light was dim. A few broken windows let in some sun, but the shadows gathered in the corners. The man who spoke introduced himself as Wayne Prunty. He was sitting on a wooden chair at a small table that looked oddly set for company. For plates, silverware neatly arranged, and clean china cups were laid out, even though the place looked like no one had lived there in a long time. Wayne had a weathered face, with deep wrinkles and eyes that flickered between sharp intelligence and something more fragile. He said he was 127 years old, which I immediately doubted. He couldn't have been more than 80, maybe 75. He told us stories, some that made no sense at all, jumping from one idea to another with no real connection. He talked about his father freezing to death in the brutal winters, how he himself almost died crawling in the snow as a child, and how his mother died trying to save him. He mentioned potatoes and a famine in Ireland, even though we were nowhere near Ireland. He rambled on about working in Las Vegas, building thousands of hotels and homes, and even claimed he built Notre Dame and that someone stole its doors. It was hard to follow, and I kept glancing at my dad, who was smiling politely, probably just humoring the old man. Throughout the conversation, I stayed quiet, gripping my shotgun close to where I could reach it. The man noticed the gun and kept asking if I was going to shoot him. I shook my head no each time, trying to show I wasn't a threat. He seemed amused by it, but something about the way he kept looking toward the door made me uneasy. I could feel it, a tension in the air, like something was about to happen, but I couldn't figure out what. Then, suddenly, we heard the unmistakable sound of tires crunching on gravel outside. The man's face changed immediately. The calm, rambling storyteller disappeared, replaced by a sharp alertness. He stood up quickly, almost knocking over his chair, and looked toward the window. His voice was sharp now, almost panicked. He muttered something about no one being supposed to come, that no one was meant to find him there. My dad and I didn't wait to hear more. We grabbed our things and rushed out the door, my shotgun left behind on the floor where I'd set it down. The tires outside got closer, and soon a few other trucks pulled up, but by then we were already driving away. I looked back once and saw the old man standing in the doorway, watching us go with an expression I couldn't read. When we got back to town, I told everyone what happened. A friend did some digging and found that the Prunny family had lived around there a long time ago and were known for mental illness. Wayne Prunny was a real person, but the obituary showed he died 5 years before we ever met him. The building itself was gone the next time we came back. No sign that anyone had ever lived there. Even now, years later, I can't shake how strange that day felt. The man's stories didn't add up. The place was abandoned, but somehow still set up like he expected guests. The panic when someone showed up was real, but who was he afraid of? And how was he even there? I never got answers, just the memory of a day that started like any other and ended with a mystery I still carry with me. A couple of weeks ago, I was out in Lamar Valley doing one of my routine patrols. The valley was quiet that morning. Early spring chill still in the air, the kind that sits deep in your bones if you're not moving fast enough. The sky was clear, blue stretching out forever, the kind of blue that can make the vastness of the valley hit you like a weight. The grass was just starting to green up after a long winter, waving gently with the breeze like an ocean of soft, living waves. I had been hiking on this trail for a while, about 11 miles in from the nearest road. The park boundary was even further beyond that, and at this point, the valley felt untouched, wild. A good place to get a feel for the park's raw nature, away from tourists and traffic. I was alone, carrying my usual gear, binoculars, radio, some water, and a rifle strapped low on my pack, just in case. Rangers don't go unarmed out here, especially in places like Lamar. The trail itself was narrow, cutting through tall grasses and sagebrush, with the occasional outcrop of rock or small trees providing some shade. As I walked, I kept an eye on the horizon. Bison grazed lazily nearby, their heavy bodies moving slowly as they munched on the fresh grass. I spotted a lone coyote trotting off to the side, disappearing into the trees. That's when I saw it. Right there in the middle of the trail was a deer head. Just the head, perfectly severed from the body. At first, I thought I was seeing things. Maybe it was a deer that had died naturally, and some scavenger had dragged the head onto the path. But no, this was different. The head was completely clean, like someone had taken a knife and cut through it with surgical precision. There was no blood anywhere, on the ground, on the grass, not a single drop. No ragged edges, no tears in the skin or muscle. The eyes were wide open, glassy and clear, not dull or clouded like they usually get after death. The tongue was still inside the mouth, untouched, and the fur was clean, no dirt or debris. I'm used to seeing carcasses, kill sites, and what's left after predators have done their work. Wolves, bears, and even cougars leave messes. The bodies are torn apart, half-eaten, and the ground around them is stained with blood and fur. Scavengers like ravens and crows usually show up quickly, picking at whatever's left. But this? Nothing. No bite marks, no claw scratches, no signs of a struggle or feeding. The ravens hadn't even touched it yet. They usually start circling anything dead as soon as they smell it. No scat, no tracks that would suggest an animal dragged it there. And the head was right smack in the middle of the trail, where anyone walking or hiking would have to step around it. It was a doe, so no antlers, just the smooth curve of the skull and the soft, brown eyes staring blankly up at the sky. For some reason, that made it even weirder. Usually, hunters or animals leave the head where it falls or drag it off somewhere hidden. Leaving a perfectly clean severed head right in the middle of a trail in broad daylight made no sense. I crouched down, took out my radio to call dispatch, but the signal was weak that far in. The usual chatter of the park's radio traffic was just faint static. I snapped some photos, careful not to disturb anything. I looked around for tracks or any sign of whoever, or whatever, might have done this. There were none. No human footprints. No tire tracks or bike prints on the dirt trail. The grass around the head was untouched, not crushed or bent in any way. The breeze had stirred the tall grass around me, but there was no sign of a disturbance. That's when the unease started creeping in. I'd been in the field long enough to know the wildlife in the park pretty well. This wasn't an animal kill or a natural death. I'd worked cougar tracking in South Dakota before, followed the radio collars on the big cats, and found their fresh kills. Those sights were always messy and bloody. Bears and wolves were even messier. This wasn't any of that, and no human hunter or poacher I'd ever heard of would take the time to cleanly sever a doe's head, leave no blood, no sign of struggle, and then just drop it in the middle of a public trail like some kind of message or decoration. I felt a chill in the warm sun. The valley was quiet, the bison continued grazing, unfazed, and the sky above stretched endlessly blue. But here on the ground was this thing. It was out of place, unnatural. I stood up slowly and started walking back the way I came, eyes scanning the grass and trees for movement. My mind tried to explain what I'd just seen, to convince myself maybe it was a prank by some idiot hiker or hunter. But who would hike 11 miles into Lamar Valley just to leave a severed deer head on the trail? I thought about calling it in again once I got closer to a signal. The park rangers all knew to be careful, but this was something different. Something about it felt deliberate. But why? That night, I couldn't sleep. The image of the head kept flashing in my mind. The cold eyes, the smooth cut, the silence around it. I kept replaying the moment I saw it, the strange stillness in the air. Over the next days, I went back with a team, and we searched the surrounding area thoroughly. We looked for tracks, any sign of poachers or illegal activity. Nothing showed up. The head was gone, cleaned up, probably by scavengers or park maintenance, but no leads, no clues, nothing to explain it. Some in the park said maybe it was a prank or some kind of weird animal behavior nobody had seen before. Others whispered about unknown predators or new dangers lurking deeper in the park. But I know what I saw, and I know what it felt like. Out there, in the vast quiet of the valley, something had left a message, and it wasn't natural. My sister and her husband had always been the adventurous types, the ones who liked to explore places most people ignored. They didn't scare easy, which is why it surprised me when they told me about what happened that day at the old girls' camp across the lake from our family cabin. Our cabin was tucked deep in the Northwoods, on a lake that had no public access, which made it feel like a little secret spot we got to keep to ourselves. On the other side of that lake, about a mile or so away, sat this old girls' camp. It wasn't used anymore, just an abandoned patch of land with the ruins of old buildings left to rot in the forest. The state hadn't done much to fix it up, and by the time my sister and her husband went over, most of the camp was falling apart. There was one building that still stood mostly intact, though. The main house. It was a big 2-story wooden structure with peeling paint and broken windows here and there, but it still held itself up. The porch creaked when you stepped on it, and the wood smelled old and damp, the kind of smell that clings to abandoned places. My sister and her husband decided to canoe across the lake on a calm afternoon and check the place out. The water was smooth, the sky clear, and the sun hung low enough to cast long shadows across the lake's surface. The lake wasn't very big, but without a public launch, it wasn't easy to get a boat there unless you had a cabin like ours. They pulled the canoe onto the rocky shore near the camp and started to walk around. At first, everything was just quiet. Birds chirped in the trees, leaves rustled softly in the light breeze, and the only sound that wasn't natural was their footsteps on the cracked concrete and dead leaves. The main house stood there, still huge and imposing despite the wear and tear. They figured they might as well go inside to get a better look. The front door was off its hinges, leaning against the frame, so they pushed it open carefully and stepped inside. The inside was musty and dim, sunlight barely reaching the far corners through dusty, cracked windows. The floorboards creaked under their feet. Old furniture, broken in places, lay scattered around the rooms. Faded wallpaper peeled off the walls in big, curling strips. The air smelled like wet wood and dust and something else, something like forgotten years. They moved slowly, stepping lightly, careful not to kick up too much dust. The main floor had a big living room with a cracked fireplace, a long dining table still standing in the dining room, and a kitchen with rusty appliances left behind decades ago. After a bit, curiosity got the better of them, and they decided to check out the upstairs. The wooden stairs groaned as they stepped up, handrails loose and covered in peeling paint. The second floor hallway stretched ahead, lined with empty bedrooms with broken beds and cracked mirrors. That's when they first heard it. Heavy footsteps above them. Slow, deliberate. They froze. The footsteps stopped for a moment, then started again, this time faster. The sound was unmistakable. Someone was running heavily on the floor above. My sister looked at her husband, eyes wide. No one else should be there. The camp was abandoned. They hadn't seen anyone else come in. The lake had no access for outsiders. Whoever it was had to be sneaking around or hiding somewhere. Without saying a word, they both turned and bolted back down the stairs. As they reached the bottom, the pounding steps came rushing down behind them, fast and heavy, like someone chasing or trying to catch them. They pushed through the front door and ran out into the overgrown yard. But instead of running straight back to the shore and the safety of the lake, they decided to circle around the house, hoping to lose whoever was chasing them. The footsteps followed them, storming after them outside now, pounding on the cracked porch and in the tall grass. They didn't look back, but the sounds were close. They knew whoever it was right behind them. They cut through the woods around the house, the branches scratching at their arms and faces. The person was still chasing them, crashing through the trees. The sounds of running feet didn't slow down or stop. It was relentless. They didn't stop until they were well out of sight of the house, heart hammering, lungs burning. Then they took the long way around the lake, staying in the woods as much as possible until they finally got back to the cabin. Safe, at least for now. Later that day, my dad and I went back to get the canoe. The sun was already starting to set when we pulled the canoe off the shore and onto the grass by the cabin. We looked at the old camp from across the water. It was quiet. No footsteps, no crashing in the trees, no strange sounds at all. We figured it was probably just a squatter, someone who had found a place to stay in the abandoned house. That seemed likely. There were people out there who didn't want to be found, who lived off the grid. But even thinking about it sent a chill down my spine. The idea of someone so close, hiding in a crumbling house deep in the woods, was enough to keep me awake that night. Still, it didn't explain everything. What scared me most wasn't just that someone was there, but how they followed my sister and her husband. How they didn't stop chasing them, even when they ran outside. It was like the person was watching, waiting, and didn't want them to leave. And after all that running, after all the noise, the person still vanished back into the house. The whole place felt heavy with that kind of quiet danger. It wasn't a ghost story or some made-up legend. It was just a broken, forgotten place where someone could hide and watch without anyone knowing. And maybe, just maybe, that someone didn't want to be found, but didn't want anyone else there either. I was around 12 or 13 years old when that summer camping trip happened, one I've thought about more than I probably should have over the years. It wasn't some grand adventure deep in the wilderness or a place with any eerie reputation, just a quiet, small town beside a large lake, surrounded by thick forest, nothing too wild or scary. My mom, my aunt and uncle, my best friend, and I were all there together. It was supposed to be a simple, fun break from normal life, just some time outdoors, a campfire, a few laughs, and fresh air. The campground itself wasn't isolated like you might imagine. There were other families around, a few tents scattered here and there, and a couple of small cabins. People were relaxed, children running around, dogs barking off in the distance, and the smell of food cooking drifting through the air. The lake was calm and still, catching the light of the setting sun, smooth like glass, stretching wide with forested hills framing it on every side. The trees were tall and dark, pines and oaks mostly, and the sounds of crickets and frogs filled the night as the sun dipped below the horizon. Everything felt peaceful and normal. That evening, we had built a fire right in the center of our little camping circle. The crackling wood and the warm glow made it a perfect spot to sit and talk. My best friend and I were sitting on a couple of logs that had been pulled close enough that the firelight painted our faces orange and flickered in our eyes. The adults were nearby, quietly chatting, mostly watching the kids, but also enjoying the cool air that had started to roll in as the sun set. We were roasting marshmallows, the smell of sticky sugar mixing with the earthy scent of the pine needles underfoot. Suddenly, without any warning, the campground went completely dark. Not just our sight, but every light in sight, street lamps, cabin lights, even the headlights of cars parked along the road nearby. It was like someone had flipped a switch, and the entire world had gone black in one instant. The silence that followed was strange. The usual low murmur of voices and the gentle hum of lights suddenly stopped. The only sound was the crackle and pop of our campfire and the night creatures around us reacting to the sudden change. At first, I thought it might be some kind of power outage. It had happened once or twice before when storms rolled through, but the sky was clear, no sign of clouds or rain. Everyone around seemed to notice it too, people pausing in their conversations, looking around, wondering what was going on. Then something even stranger happened. Almost immediately, as if the dark had made the sky itself come alive, large patches of color appeared overhead. They weren't faint or blurry like the usual lights you might see in the sky. These colors were bright, bold, and oddly shaped. Pink, yellow, and green, colors I hadn't seen together in the sky before. Each patch was rounded and distinct, not blending smoothly into one another like the northern lights I'd seen once on a trip much farther north. Instead, they hovered separately, touching only at the edges, almost like giant, glowing bubbles drifting silently over the lake and forest. I remember staring up, mouth half open, the firelight flickering behind me, casting long shadows on the ground. The colors were so vivid against the black sky, it almost felt like they belonged to some dream or strange movie rather than real life. My best friend was right beside me, also staring up with wide eyes, the usual noise of kids around us forgotten in that moment. The adults nearby had stopped talking too, all eyes turned toward the sky, but there was no fear, just a quiet, puzzled wonder. It lasted only a few minutes, maybe 5 at most, before those patches of color slowly faded, like someone dimming a spotlight, until they vanished completely. Then, just as suddenly as everything had gone dark, the street lights and cabin lights flickered back on. The glow of the fire was joined once again by the soft yellow of the lamps, and normal sounds returned. The murmur of voices, footsteps, and the distant bark of a dog. That strange, silent light show was gone. My aunt, trying to lighten the mood, half joked about aliens, but her laugh sounded unsure, like even she wasn't convinced. The adults talked quietly about other weird experiences they'd heard about or read, but nothing really fit what we had just seen. The whole thing felt off, like a crack in normal reality for a moment, but no one could explain it. Years later, I brought it up again to my family, thinking someone would remember it clearly, especially since it felt so strange. But they didn't. They said it must have been a joke or a dream, maybe something I imagined or mixed up with a story I heard. They all said they had no memory of the lights or the blackout. Only my best friend, and I still remember it. We never really talked about it much after that night, but every so often I think about it, wondering what it really was. Looking back, it was one of those moments that felt both magical and unsettling. The lake, the forest, the warm fire, and then those impossible lights, bright and colorful, yet quiet and strange, like something no one was meant to see. No ghosts, no monsters, just a sudden glimpse of something unknown, an event that slipped away as quickly as it arrived, leaving only questions behind. Sometimes I wonder if it was a rare atmospheric phenomenon, or maybe something else entirely. But whatever it was, that night at the lake remains one of the most vivid memories from my childhood. A reminder that even in the most ordinary places, the world can surprise you in ways you don't expect. A few years ago, I was staying in a house by the ocean with some friends. The place was pretty nice, nothing fancy, but solid and comfortable enough for a weekend away. It sat just a little back from the beach, behind a stretch of sand dunes covered in rough grass and scrub. The area wasn't exactly wild or isolated. This was England after all, a populated country with houses and roads nearby. But the coast had that kind of quiet that feels a bit apart from everyday life, especially at night. We'd spent the final evening of our trip on the beach itself. The tide was low, and the air held a salty bite that made it cool even in late summer. We built a campfire close to the sand, something small but enough to give off warmth and light. Around the fire, there were bottles of beer, a couple of acoustic guitars, and the low hum of friends chatting and singing quietly. The music drifted into the dark air, mixing with the distant sound of waves rolling in. It was a calm, good evening, the kind of simple moments you remember because they feel easy and right. After a few hours, I decided to step away from the fire to take a piss. The dunes behind the beach rose up in a low ridge, and beyond that was a patch of long, wild grass growing in between the sand and the nearby cliffs. I moved carefully through the grass, not because I was scared of anything, but just trying not to crush the fragile plants or make too much noise. The night was clear but dark, and the grass was thick enough that I had to push through it a bit as I walked. I found a spot behind one of the dunes, far enough from the fire, so that nobody would hear me or see anything. The smell of salt and seaweed was strong, and the only light came from the fire behind me, flickering far away. When I turned to head back, that's when I saw it. A large cat moved silently across the narrow path through the grass, right in front of me. It stopped for a moment, just long enough for me to get a good look at it. The animal was about 30 inches tall at the shoulder, maybe a bit more, and its fur was dark, almost black. Its tail was thick and swayed low, moving smoothly as it turned its head to look at me with those sharp, bright eyes. There was no mistaking it for anything other than a feline. It moved with the grace and confidence of a predator. Its muscles rippled under its coat as it stepped lightly, silently, and then it disappeared into the long grass on the other side of the path. I froze for a moment, heart pounding. There was nothing to say, no noise, just the sound of the grass brushing against the animal's body and the distant waves crashing. I stayed still for maybe 10 seconds, watching where it had gone, but it didn't reappear. Then I carefully made my way back toward the fire, keeping my eyes on the long grass just in case. My mind was racing. What had that been? I'd never seen a cat that big around there before. Surely not a domestic pet. And it wasn't like a fox or a dog. When I got back to my friends, I told them what I'd seen. They laughed it off and said I was probably just drunk or seeing things in the dark. They still don't believe me, which is odd because I had no reason to lie, and I'm not the sort of person to make up stories. But I get it, it sounds strange. A big cat wandering around a British beach? It sounds like something out of a movie or a bad rumor. Still, I know what I saw. That moment shook me more than I expected. It made me feel exposed and small in a way that's rare for me. England isn't a place where you expect to encounter predators like that. We're used to foxes, badgers, the odd deer, and seagulls, but nothing that could genuinely threaten a grown man. That night, when I lay in bed trying to sleep, I kept thinking about that cat. What if it hadn't just crossed my path and gone on its way? What if it had seen me as prey? I could picture it, stealthy, powerful, waiting in the shadows just beyond the dunes. The ocean house had felt safe and warm earlier that evening, but now I understood something else. No matter how comfortable or civilized we feel in our everyday lives, the natural world is still there, with animals far older and more dangerous than us. It was a sharp reminder of how fragile we really are. When I left the beach the next day, the sun was out and the waves looked calm again. But I never forgot that dark figure in the grass. It stayed with me, an unspoken warning that there are forces out there that don't care about our rules or our homes. They exist alongside us, quiet and unseen, ready to remind us how vulnerable we really are. Every year, my son's Cub Scout den takes a trip out to a cabin somewhere in the woods. It's become a tradition. A few days away from city noise, no phones or screens, just the sounds of the forest and a bunch of excited kids trying to roast marshmallows without burning them. Last year, the trip was different. One of the boys' uncles works as a park ranger, and he took us to the park where he worked, just a short drive from the cabin. I didn't know much about what he did before, but he shared some stories with us, tales from deep in the woods, things that stuck with me long after. One story, in particular, has stayed in my mind more than the others. It was about his very first week on the job. It's not the kind of story you hear every day, and it wasn't some thrilling adventure or heroic rescue. No, it was something darker, something that showed how unforgiving the wilderness and the job can be. He said it happened in a fairly large park, one of those places where the trees crowd so thickly the sun barely touches the forest floor. It was early fall, so the air was already cold, and there weren't many visitors. The summer crowds had faded, leaving just the stubborn campers and hunters who preferred the quiet. The kind of quiet where you can hear your own breathing in the cold air. The park rangers got a call one morning about a possibly missing camper. The family hadn't been able to reach him for a couple of days, and since he often camped there, they wanted someone to check. The new guy, the ranger telling the story, was assigned to find the camper. That was his first real task alone in the park. He started at the campground where the camper's car was parked, just a few dirt lots surrounded by trees and a few picnic tables. The place looked untouched, no sign of struggle or anything out of place. The camper was nowhere to be found. He called it in, then began to search deeper in the woods, following the trails and old dirt roads, eyes scanning for anything that seemed unusual. After a while, he came across a small clearing. It wasn't the kind of place most people would set up camp. Dense trees ringed the edges, shadows stretching long, and the ground was littered with fallen leaves and broken branches. He noticed the smell first, a sharp, bitter tang in the air that made his stomach twist. It was the kind of smell you don't want to identify, but instantly recognize if you ever had to deal with it. The sick, metallic scent of blood mixed with something else, something heavier. He approached cautiously. Off to one side of the clearing was a small, weathered tent, half collapsed. The rain and wind had pulled it loose in spots, the fabric dirty and torn. The ranger's heart started pounding in his chest, his breath caught in his throat. He knew what he was walking into, but he still had to check. He moved forward slowly, every step crunching softly on the dead leaves. Inside the tent was the camper, lying still in a sleeping bag. There was a shotgun nearby, the barrel resting on the dirt just outside the tent flap. The scene was frozen in a moment of tragic silence. The camper had ended his own life. The ranger's stomach dropped, his hands shaking as he reached for his radio and called in the discovery. He said that was the worst part. It wasn't the sight itself, as horrifying as that was. It was what came after. He had to stay there alone, waiting for the other rangers, the police, and the medical examiner to arrive. He was the first to find the body, the first person to step into that quiet, brutal scene after the camper's final moment. The ranger told us that this kind of thing happened more often than people realize. People go out into the wilderness thinking they can spare their family the pain of finding them, choosing to disappear into the trees and end it somewhere far away. But they forget about the rangers, the people who find them, who have to deal with the aftermath. People who didn't sign up to see death on their first week, or any week for that matter. He talked about how he felt stuck between anger and sorrow. Anger at the camper for putting others through that, and sorrow because he could see the pain behind the decision, the loneliness, the hopelessness that had to drive someone out there with a shotgun and no one else around. The ranger described the forest during those hours he waited. The trees stood tall and still, the wind rustling dry leaves in the branches. Birds called now and then, completely unaware of the grief at their feet. Time seemed to slow, stretched out in that quiet clearing, filled only by the ranger's thoughts and the cold that crept in beneath his jacket. He said he kept thinking about how close he had come to quitting that job, how different it all was from what he imagined a ranger's life would be. More than just rescue missions and trails and helping lost kids find their way back. It was sometimes this, the loneliness, the sadness, the weight of being the first witness to a death that could never be undone. When the other rangers and officials arrived, they went through the grim work of securing the scene. The ranger finally got to leave the clearing behind, but the image stayed with him. The tent, the cold ground, the silence. The kind of silence that doesn't come with peace, but with a heavy, suffocating finality. Back at the cabin with the Cub Scouts, I found myself thinking about that story long after the fire died down. The woods aren't just a place of adventure and fun. Sometimes, they hold pain and stories no one talks about. It made me realize how much goes unseen, how much sadness hides behind the quiet places we go to escape. The ranger's story didn't have a ghost or a mystery, just a simple, heartbreaking truth about life and death in the wild. And maybe that's scarier than anything else. because it's real. I was 7 years old, carrying a fully loaded Jansport backpack that felt twice as heavy as I was. Mom and Dad had packed it mostly with food, which helped lighten the load a bit on the way back, but going in it was like carrying a small mountain on my back. We were deep in the Great Smoky Mountains, somewhere far off the beaten path, on a remote trail that Dad had mapped out carefully. We'd hiked for hours, the kind of trek that wore down your legs and made every breath feel thick and heavy. The air was crisp but not cold, carrying that unmistakable smell of pine needles, damp earth, and moss. The kind of smell that sticks to your clothes and hair. We finally made camp in a little valley about 200 meters off the main trail, a quiet hollow surrounded by dense forest that rose steeply all around us. The trees were tall and thick, mostly spruce and fir, with their needles casting deep shadows as the sun dipped low behind the mountain ridges. We'd set up our tents quickly, Mom and Dad in a North Face dome tent, and me in a smaller North Face pup tent right beside theirs. Sometimes we slept out under the stars in mummy bags, but that night we'd chosen the tents, grateful for the protection from the chill. The evening was peaceful at first. We sat around the fire, the flames crackling and throwing a warm glow onto our faces as we ate the simple dinner Mom had prepared. The quiet was comfortable. No other hikers were anywhere near, just the three of us and the sounds of the forest settling in for the night. The only noises were the occasional rustling of leaves, the distant call of an owl, and the soft crackle of the fire. Then, without warning, the sound of rocks hitting trees echoed around us. At first, it was faint, like the sound of dry gravel or stones falling from a steep hill. But then the noise picked up, sharp and fast, like a sudden rain of small stones pelting everything around us. The rocks weren't hitting the ground near us. I could hear them striking the trunks and branches of the trees, but all around the campfire, coming from every direction. It didn't make sense. There was no slope or cliff above us that could have sent rocks tumbling down in such a pattern. The valley we were in was surrounded by steep forested hills, but nothing looked loose or unstable. The rocks seemed to come from everywhere, north, south, east, west. They bounced off trunks, hit the underbrush, and scattered, but none ever landed near us. Not one. I remember feeling a strange mix of relief and fear. Relief because nothing hit me or the tent, and fear because I couldn't figure out what was going on. I sat frozen, my small hands clutching the straps of my backpack, eyes wide, trying to watch and listen carefully. The trees acted like giant walls around us, blocking the sky, but the sound of the rocks hitting the trunks was so loud it was almost like they were falling inside the circle of our camp. Dad stood up slowly, scanning the trees, and Mom tightened the flap of my tent, her face unreadable in the flickering firelight. I didn't want to move or say anything. It felt like if I did, the strange shower of rocks might get worse or start hitting us. Time passed like that, the steady thumping of rocks continuing for maybe 5 minutes. Then it stopped just as suddenly as it had started. The forest fell silent again, except for the fire. I strained my ears but couldn't hear anything unusual. No animal sounds, no wind picking up, no other hikers. The only thing was the heavy quiet that felt thick in my chest, like the forest was holding its breath. We didn't speak about it that night. We packed our gear inside the tents and zipped the flaps closed tightly. I curled up in my sleeping bag, my heart still pounding, eyes darting to the dark forest just beyond the mesh windows. Outside, the fire died down to embers, and the stars blinked cold and distant overhead. I tried to sleep, but the image of rocks falling all around us wouldn't leave my mind. I wondered if maybe a large animal had knocked stones loose, but why would they fall in every direction? Could it be other people? But who would come all this way, so deep in the forest, and throw rocks around a campsite with no reason? It didn't add up. When morning came, the air was cool and still, the forest bathed in soft golden light. Dad hiked back up the hill to check the area. He didn't find anything unusual. No fresh landslides, no broken branches or signs of animals large enough to cause such a commotion. We packed up silently and headed out, the memory of that strange night heavy on my mind. Years later, I'd think back to that moment, puzzled and a little unsettled. The forest had shown me one of its mysteries that night, something wild and inexplicable, but grounded in the real, natural world. No ghosts or monsters, just the unknown sounds and shadows of a remote wilderness that we were lucky enough to witness, and lucky enough to leave behind safely. It was one of those rare days where both of us had the day off from work, a chance to escape the usual grind and do something different. My ex-girlfriend and I had been trying to keep things light and fun since we weren't exactly in the best place as a couple anymore. But on that day, it felt easy, like we could just be ourselves without overthinking everything. We decided on the usual, dinner at a low-key spot, a movie, nothing fancy. The kind of date that's more about just spending time than impressing each other. After the movie, it was late, almost midnight, but neither of us was ready to go home. So we thought, why not take a drive? Just get out of the city, head somewhere quiet, and be under the stars for a while. We didn't have a destination in mind. The plan was to just drive, follow the roads that led away from all the noise, and find some spot where we could be alone. The kind of place where the only light you see is the moon and the stars, and the only sounds are from the forest. It was about an hour and a half out of town when I took a random turn onto a dirt road that looked promising. I remember the air getting colder the farther we went, and the silence around us getting heavier as the trees thickened on either side of the road. The road ended in a small clearing, open enough for my truck to park without the wheels getting stuck in mud or grass. It was surrounded by tall trees, thick and dark, and I could feel how isolated we really were. No streetlights, no other cars, no buildings. Just us, the truck, and the forest. The only sound was the quiet rustle of leaves in a soft breeze and the occasional chirp of crickets. We parked off to the side, far enough from the road to feel like no one would stumble on us accidentally. We sat there for a few minutes, just looking up at the sky. The stars were bright, scattered like diamonds across the dark canvas. It was peaceful in a way that almost made everything else disappear. We started kissing, slow at first, just enjoying the closeness. The cold air was creeping in, but it didn't matter because we were wrapped up in each other. After about 10 minutes, we decided to move to the back seat, closer, more private. That's when things got strange. We started to undress each other, fumbling a little in the dark, but laughing quietly as we went. The warmth of our skin against the cool night was the only thing that mattered. Then suddenly, headlights appeared on the dirt road, not too far away, but not exactly headed toward us either. I don't know why, but the first thing I thought was cops, though it made no sense. Why would cops be driving down a dirt road this far out, at midnight, in an area with no houses for miles? Still, the headlights freaked us out enough to stop what we were doing and scramble to find our clothes. It was a mess. My pants went missing somewhere, and her shirt was nowhere to be found. We were fumbling in the back seat, half-dressed, trying to pull our clothes back on as fast as we could. The truck lights were getting closer, creeping along the road, but never shining directly into the clearing where we sat. We couldn't see the truck itself at first, just the glow of its headlights filtering through the trees. After a few minutes, I caught sight of the vehicle. It was an old beat-up F-150, the kind that looked like it had been through a dozen rough winters and weighed too many long days hauling stuff around. The truck pulled off the road and stopped about 50 feet from us. The engine was still running, and the headlights stayed on. I didn't want to move or make a sound. Neither did she. The man got out of the truck. I couldn't see his face clearly, just the outline of his bulky frame and the way he moved. He didn't look toward us once. Instead, he went straight to the back of his truck, opened the bed, and grabbed a shovel. That's when my heart started pounding harder. The man didn't say anything, didn't make any noise, just walked into the edge of the forest and started digging. We sat frozen. No one dared to breathe too loud or move a muscle. I kept thinking about calling out, yelling for him to stop, but the fear wouldn't let me. We didn't know who he was, why he was there, or what he was digging up. Time passed slowly, 30, maybe 40 minutes, and he didn't stop. The sound of the shovel hitting dirt was sharp and steady, the only noise in the quiet forest. When he finally stopped, he leaned over and pulled something from the hole. It was too dark to see exactly what it was, but it looked like a box or some kind of container, maybe a bag. He threw it into the back of the truck, grabbed the shovel, and tossed that in too. Then the truck started, and the headlights disappeared down the road as quickly as they'd come. We stayed put for a long time afterward. Neither of us spoke. The weight of what we'd just seen was heavy. We didn't know what to make of it. It could have been anything. Maybe someone burying something illegal, or hiding evidence, or something worse. But the worst part was that we'd been so close and hadn't been seen. Or maybe we had been, and he just didn't care. The whole thing felt like something out of a nightmare, and yet it was as real as the cold night air on my skin. Eventually, we started the truck and drove away, keeping to the paved roads this time. Neither of us wanted to look back. The silence in the cab was thick, filled with unspoken questions and a lingering fear. To this day, I don't know what he buried that night. I don't want to. Even thinking about it now sends chills down my spine. What if it wasn't drugs or something minor? What if it was something darker? Something no one should ever have to find buried in the woods? The memory sits with me like a weight, reminding me how close we were to something we never should have seen. I still drive past that road sometimes, but I never stop. I never go back there alone. And I never plan on telling this story anywhere but here, because no one wants to hear about something this real and disturbing without answers. But it happened, and I'll never forget the feeling of those headlights creeping closer, the sound of that shovel digging into the earth, or the cold silence that followed when the truck disappeared into the night. When I was about 10 years old, I spent a lot of time wandering the woods around the property my parents leased. It was the kind of place that felt endless to a kid: thick trees, tangled bushes, fallen branches, and secret paths carved out by animals or sometimes by me. The forest was my playground, a place where I could get lost for hours without anyone noticing or worrying. I knew most of the trails well, and I had little spots I'd visit regularly. An old tree stump that was perfect for sitting, a small creek that trickled quietly, and a hill where you could look out over the rest of the woods. One summer afternoon, I was exploring near the edge of the property where a chain-link fence separated our land from the neighbors. The fence wasn't new or sturdy. It looked like it had been there for years and years. The metal was rusty and bent in places. I noticed a hole near the bottom, about the size of a small dog, just big enough for me to squeeze through. The thought hit me immediately. What was on the other side? I'd never gone past that fence before. The woods on my side were familiar, but the neighbor's lot stretched out farther, deeper, darker. I didn't know what was there. I hesitated for a moment. I knew my parents would probably be mad if they found out, but I also felt that kid's pull, the need to see what I hadn't seen yet. Curiosity was a strong thing for me, stronger than caution, stronger than fear. I slid through the hole, scraping my arms on the rough metal, and dropped down into the other side. The woods here were thicker. The trees grew closer together, their branches nodding up high and letting little light through. The air felt different too. It was cooler, heavier, and smelled damp and earthy in a way that made my skin tingle. The ground was soft beneath my feet, covered in moss and fallen leaves, and every now and then I'd hear a twig snap somewhere nearby, but I never saw what made the sound. I wandered forward, pushing through the bushes and stepping over fallen logs, until suddenly the trees gave way to a clearing. It wasn't big, maybe the size of a small backyard, but it was completely open. At the far end of the clearing stood a barn-like structure, old and falling apart. The wood was cracked and rotting, the roof sagged in places, and parts of the walls were missing altogether. It looked like it hadn't been used or cared for in years. I knew deep down that going inside was a bad idea. I felt it in my gut, a cold warning that something wasn't right. But I was a kid with no sense of real danger, just a head full of wild ideas and curiosity. So, against the little voice telling me to turn around, I took a step forward. The door was hanging open on one hinge, creaking softly when I pushed it. The moment I stepped inside, a wave of stink hit me. It was a sharp, sour smell, rotting wood, damp earth, and something else I couldn't place at first, but it made my stomach twist. The inside of the barn was dark and messy. Graffiti covered the walls in messy spray-painted letters and shapes, some faded, some fresh. There were a couple of dirty mattresses thrown on the floor, stained with dark patches that looked old and grimy. Trash was everywhere. Empty beer cans, food wrappers, plastic bottles, and broken glass. I stepped carefully, trying not to cut myself on the shards. I noticed strange little pits in the dirt, places where the ground looked burned black, like there had been small campfires. Closer to one corner, there were syringes scattered on the ground. I didn't want to touch them, but couldn't look away either. The sight made me feel uneasy. I imagined people had stayed here before, people who were hiding or living rough, and it made me feel small and trapped in a place I wasn't meant to be. The worst part was a large brown stain near one of the mattresses. It was dark and sticky looking, with irregular edges and a shape that made me freeze. For a moment, I thought it was blood. I wasn't sure, but it looked like it could be. My heart started pounding, and I felt sweat prickling on the back of my neck. The smell seemed to thicken around that spot, making the air heavy and foul. I didn't want to be there anymore. Every noise, every shadow felt like it was watching me. I didn't see anyone, and I hoped whoever had been here was gone. I backed out slowly, careful not to trip over the garbage or the broken wood scattered around. I could hear my breathing loud in my ears, and my legs felt like they wanted to run, but I forced myself to move calmly. Once I was outside again, the fresh air hit me like a relief. The woods felt safer now. The sun was still shining through the trees, birds were singing, and the breeze rustled the leaves. But my mind kept going back to the barn, to the dark stain on the floor, and to the trash and syringes. I didn't understand what had happened there, and that made it worse. It was like I'd stumbled into a secret no one wanted me to know. I crawled back through the hole in the fence and ran home, scrubbing my hands on my pants and wiping sweat off my face. I didn't tell my parents what I'd found. I knew they'd be angry, and maybe scared too. More than anything, I didn't want to go back there. Even thinking about it made me feel itchy and nervous. After that day, I stayed away from that side of the woods. I kept to the paths I knew, the safe spots I'd explored before. I never told anyone what I'd seen in the old barn. Sometimes late at night, I'd lie in bed and remember the smell, the stains, and the silence inside that place. I'd try to convince myself it was just an abandoned building, a spot where someone had been careless or desperate. But I never went back. Some parts of the woods weren't meant to be explored. Some questions weren't meant to be answered. And sometimes, just knowing what's there is enough. I remember that night so clearly, even though it was years ago, when I was around 14 or 15. It was one of those typical summer camping trips with a few friends. Nothing fancy, just some tents pitched somewhere in central Texas. I can't even tell you exactly where. The place was tucked away in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by thick woods and tall trees that blocked out most of the stars. The kind of place where sounds get strange and your mind plays tricks on you, especially at night. We had been sitting around the campfire for hours earlier, telling stories and joking, trying to stay awake just a little longer. But eventually, the cold started creeping in, and the fire began to die down. Everyone slowly crawled into their tents, and the woods grew quiet. I fell asleep pretty fast, worn out from the hike and the day's heat. Then, in the middle of the night, I woke up with a full bladder. It was around 2 a.m., the kind of hour when everything feels still but also kind of alive in a way you don't notice during the day. The moon wasn't out, just a faint glow from somewhere behind the thick canopy. My eyes hadn't adjusted to the dark yet. The shadows looked darker and deeper than I expected. I zipped up my sleeping bag and quietly slipped out of the tent, careful not to wake anyone. The dirt floor was cool under my bare feet, and the faint smell of pine and damp earth filled the air. I walked a little ways off from the tent, looking for a tree that was close enough, but far enough to avoid disturbing my friends. The ground was soft from a recent rain, and my footsteps barely made a sound on the leaf litter. After a minute or two, I found a sturdy tree with thick roots sprawling around its base. I turned my back to the camp, facing the dark woods beyond. I started to pee, my mind wandering for a moment, but then I heard it, a faint crunching noise, like dry leaves being stepped on. It was maybe 20 feet in front of me, somewhere just beyond the ring of light cast by the moon. My heart jumped in my chest. I froze, the warm stream slowing as my breath caught. At first, I couldn't make out what was there. My eyes were still adjusting, and the dark twisted everything into strange shapes. Then I saw it, a pair of big yellow eyes staring straight at me. Not blinking, just fixed and glowing in the darkness. They were huge, round, and unnaturally bright, like headlights in the night. I swallowed hard and tried to make sense of the shape attached to those eyes. It looked like a giant cat, maybe a mountain lion or a bobcat, but it was hard to tell for sure. The thing was crouched low, its body barely visible except for the way the faint moonlight hit its fur in patches. I didn't move a muscle. I didn't breathe. I just stared back, frozen with terror. My mind was screaming at me to run, but my body refused. I felt completely exposed, standing there with my back to the woods and a predator watching me like I was its next meal. The cat-like creature stayed still for what felt like an eternity, just watching. The crunching sound stopped, but the tension in the air thickened. My pee finished, but I couldn't bring myself to turn around or even move backward. The eyes didn't blink or waver. They held steady, filled with a cold, wild intelligence that chilled me to the bone. Then, as I started to take a cautious step backward, I heard a low hiss, barely audible but sharp and threatening. My heart leapt again, and I stopped immediately, every nerve on edge. The creature didn't move for a few more seconds, just kept looking at me, and then it slowly turned around, disappearing silently into the thick brush and shadows of the trees. I stood there, breathless, until I heard nothing but the rustling of leaves settling back into place. It was quiet again, the woods swallowing every sound, but my heart was pounding like a drum inside my chest. I didn't look back. I hurried to the tent, slipping inside as quietly as I could, pulling the flap closed behind me. My hands were shaking so badly, I thought I might wake someone up. I lay awake the rest of the night, staring into the dark corners of the tent, listening for any sounds. I didn't try to sleep again. My mind was racing, imagining all kinds of things, but I kept telling myself it was probably just a big bobcat, or maybe even a coyote with weird eyes reflecting the light. But deep down, I knew it was something bigger, something I wasn't ready to face. When morning came, the sun slowly climbing over the horizon and lighting up the forest, everything looked peaceful again. The birds were chirping, and my friends were stretching and yawning like nothing had happened. But I couldn't shake the memory of those glowing eyes, the hiss, and the way the creature had silently vanished like it belonged to the shadows. We packed up that morning and left the spot without much conversation. I never told anyone exactly what I saw. I wasn't sure they'd believe me, or maybe I was afraid of sounding crazy. But that night stuck with me. It made me respect the woods in a way I hadn't before, a reminder that out there in the dark, there are things that watch and wait, and sometimes you're the one in their sights. Even now, years later, I get chills thinking about it. I've been camping plenty of times since, and I've seen plenty of wildlife, but nothing ever came close to those eyes. The memory of that hiss, so quiet but so full of warning, stays with me. It reminds me that some things don't want to be seen, and sometimes the best thing you can do is freeze, stay still, and hope they decide to walk away. I still don't know exactly what it was. A mountain lion? A bobcat? Something else? I don't have the answers, but I don't want to find out the hard way. All I know is that night changed how I look at the woods forever. There's a wildness out there that's not a story, not a legend, just raw and real, and sometimes it stares back. Living in the Northeast, surrounded by woods, means you get used to the wild animals. Bears, cougars, foxes, mink, fisher cats, they're all around. Their sounds become part of the night's background. The occasional scream or howl that makes you pause, listen, then tell yourself it's normal. It's just nature. You learn to live with it. You lock up your garbage, clean the grill thoroughly before you go inside, and double-check everything outside. You take precautions because you know what happens when you don't. I have a shed out back. It's not big, barely enough space for my kayaks and snowblower. The floor is made of wood laid over pavers, giving it a sturdy but slightly uneven feel when you walk inside. The shed doors are thick, with a strong wooden bar I put across to keep them from rattling during storms. The shed locks tight, and I check it all the time, more than once a day sometimes, especially during bear season. I don't want any animal getting in and wrecking my stuff. Last year was the first time something really strange happened. I came out early one morning to get my snow blower ready for the upcoming winter. The door looked different, pushed out, but from the inside. The wood bar that usually kept it solidly shut was broken, splintered. The marks on the door made it clear whatever had been inside tried to get out. It wasn't forced from the outside, like someone had tried to break in. No, it was definitely something big and strong inside pushing its way out. That sight stuck with me. It made me more careful, but also more nervous. I started checking the shed more often, locking it extra tight, making sure nothing was hiding inside before I locked the door at night. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been trapped in there, something big enough to break that bar from the inside. This year, I made sure everything was locked tight again, but one night, something happened that changed everything. It was a clear, cold night in early October. The kind where the stars are bright, and the air smells like wood smoke and fallen leaves. I had spent the evening cleaning the grill after dinner, wiping down the surfaces, scrubbing out the ash from the firebox. I took my time because I knew if I left any smell, it might draw unwanted visitors. Bears especially have a powerful sense of smell and will come right into your yard if they catch the scent of food. After finishing, I locked up the grill cover, secured the garbage cans in the shed, and checked the shed door. The bar was in place, the locks clicked firmly. Everything seemed normal. I went inside and fell asleep, but around midnight, I woke up to a strange sound. It wasn't loud, but it was there, a low thud, like something heavy hitting wood. At first, I thought maybe it was just the wind, but the sound came again, slower and more deliberate, like something was pushing against the shed door. I stayed still in bed, listening. My heart started to race. I debated whether to get up or just wait it out, but curiosity and a nagging worry pulled me out of bed. I slipped on my slippers quietly and grabbed a flashlight. The air outside was cold and sharp, the moon casting long shadows across the yard. I made my way to the shed, flashlight in hand. The beam hit the door first. It looked fine from the outside. No scratches, no broken wood, the bar still holding it closed. I shined the light around the edges of the door and the ground, but saw nothing unusual. No footprints, no escoufs, just the leaves rustling in the night breeze. But then, the sound came again. A heavy, slow thump, this time against the side of the shed near the bottom. I knelt down to get a closer look, heart pounding. There were fresh scratches in the dirt, claw marks deep and jagged, leading from the bushes near the back of the yard toward the shed. They were too big to be a fox or a fisher cat. Too big for anything but a bear or maybe a cougar. I shined my flashlight deeper into the shadows, catching the outline of broken branches and crushed grass. Something had come close. Something big. I backed away slowly and closed the shed door, making sure it was locked tight. My mind raced with all the stories I'd heard of bears breaking into sheds, scavenging for food, sometimes getting trapped and panicked inside, scratching and pushing until they broke the door or window. I went back inside, locked the door behind me, and sat in the dark living room, listening. The night was quiet again, but I couldn't stop thinking about those heavy thumps and the deep claw marks. I stayed up until dawn, too restless to sleep, constantly checking the windows. The next day, I went out to check the shed again. I pulled the wooden bar away and unlocked the door carefully. The shed was empty, no bear, no cougar, nothing inside. But the floor was scratched up in several places. The marks looked fresh, and there were some patches of dark fur stuck to the wood near the corner by the door. I reached down, feeling the rough wood under my fingertips. The fur was coarse, dark brown, like a bear's. I cleaned up the scratches as best I could and reinforced the door with new nails and a stronger bar. I added extra locks and even set up a motion-activated light near the shed, hoping the sudden brightness would scare off any curious animals. Weeks passed without incident. The nights were quiet again, and I started to relax. I told myself maybe it was just one bear that had tried to get in, didn't find anything to eat, and moved on. But one night, the sounds came back. This time louder. Louder thumps, scraping noises on the door, and a low growl that made my skin crawl. I didn't dare go outside. I sat in the living room, lights on, listening to the heavy breaths and the scraping, feeling small and helpless. Eventually, the noises faded and silence returned. I waited until daylight to check outside again. The shed door was intact but had fresh claw marks, deeper this time. The bar was cracked again, just like last year. It was only a matter of time before something would get inside if I didn't do something. I called a local wildlife expert and told them what happened. They said bears sometimes get trapped inside sheds if they find a way in, and they panic, breaking everything trying to escape. They warned me to keep food smells away, keep the shed locked tight, and not to try to confront any animals myself. I took their advice seriously and added extra security. Metal bars, stronger locks, and I kept the shed door propped open during the day so animals wouldn't try to squeeze inside and get trapped. Still, I knew the woods were watching. The animals moved quietly around my house, testing the boundaries. And sometimes, when the wind shifted just right, I swear I could hear the scrape of claws on wood, the heavy breathing just beyond the edge of the light. The woods are wild. They don't forget, and neither do I. The night it happened was still and heavy with that kind of quiet you don't often find outside the city. My grandparents' place sits way out on the reservation, deep in the bush where the trees are thick and the land stretches wide with nothing but nature around. The house itself is old but sturdy, built by hands that knew this land well. It's surrounded by a huge yard, more like a clearing in the woods than a yard, with thick forest edging all sides. You can feel the wilderness close there, like it's breathing just beyond the trees. That evening, my auntie and her husband were outside by the edge of the yard, sitting on the porch steps and having a smoke. It was one of those rare moments where you can just sit and listen to the sounds of the night, the chirping of crickets, the occasional hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves as a breeze moved through the branches. The air was cool but not cold, the kind of crisp you get just after the sun goes down in late summer. Suddenly, they heard it. A baby crying. At first, it was soft and distant, barely there. But it was unmistakable, that high-pitched wail of a baby in distress. What made it strange was the direction it came from. It was out in the bush, just beyond the edge of the yard where the trees started thick and dark. It wasn't close to the house, or anywhere a baby could realistically be. They looked around, but the yard was empty. The crying didn't last long before it stopped. My auntie and her husband glanced at each other, uneasy, and went inside to tell my grandparents. The house was quiet except for the hum of the old fridge and the faint ticking of the clock in the kitchen. My grandparents were sitting at the table, just finishing dinner. When my auntie told them what they'd heard, their faces tightened. My grandparents came outside with them, stepping into the yard where the night air was thick with tension. That's when the crying started again. But this time it was different. It seemed to shift. One moment it was at the edge of the yard, faint but clear. Then it moved, sounding like it was suddenly above the house. The cry was loud enough that it felt like it was right beside them the next second, close enough to reach out and touch. There was no sound of running through the brush or any movement, no breaking of branches or the rustle of wings. Nothing that could explain how the sound moved so quickly and so strangely. It wasn't like anything they had ever heard before. The crying just came and went, popping from one place to another without any warning. The feeling in the yard was thick with fear. My auntie and grandparents stood there, frozen and unsure. No one spoke, just listened, watching the dark shapes of trees and the empty yard around them. The baby crying would start softly, then jump close, then move away again into the trees. It was almost like it was playing with them, shifting and disappearing, always out of reach. The tension grew, and my uncle came outside with the gun. He stood near the porch, watching the edges of the yard and the trees beyond. But even with the gun in hand, the strange feeling didn't ease. No matter what, the crying stayed out there, moving and changing, but no footsteps or sounds of anything moving through the bush came with it. My grandparents began to pray quietly, softly, starting at the porch and moving out through the yard. My auntie joined, and soon everyone was praying together, their voices low and steady, words whispered against the still night air. It felt like the prayers were a shield, a way to push back the fear that had wrapped around the house and the yard. As they prayed, the crying began to fade, slowly moving farther into the bush, away from the house and yard. It was like the sound was retreating, going deeper where the trees were thicker and the darkness more complete. The prayers continued until the crying disappeared entirely into the silence of the forest. By then, the night felt emptier, but safer, even if the unease didn't fully leave. Everyone went back inside, the doors locked tight, windows shut against the cold and the dark outside. No one dared go back out, not that night. I was just a little kid then, too young to understand everything that was happening. The next day, I went over to my grandparents' house, but I wasn't allowed outside. They kept me inside close, and though I was confused, I could see how serious they were. The whole day felt strange, like there was a weight hanging over everything. That house, the yard, the edge of the bush, they weren't the same after that night. It was like something had shifted in the air around them. You could almost feel it if you listened close, the quiet that wasn't quite peaceful. Sometimes when I was there, I thought I heard faint sounds from the trees, but when I looked, there was nothing. Years later, I'd see something else at that house. Something that wasn't quite right. But that's another story, and it's one I'll tell when the time is right. For now, the night of the crying baby stayed with me, a quiet reminder that out here, deep in the bush, the world holds things you can't explain and sounds you don't want to hear. It was real enough because the fear in my grandparents' eyes, the way they held each other tight and prayed through the night, was as real as anything I've ever known. The strange crying never came back after that night. The prayers seemed to have pushed it away, farther into the dark woods where no one would hear it again. But sometimes, when the wind is just right and the night is still and quiet, I wonder if it's still out there, waiting, just beyond the edge of the trees, somewhere deep in the bush. I had been on the search and rescue team for a while by then. I wasn't new to this, but every mission carried its own kind of weight. This one started off pretty straightforward, at least on paper. We got a call about a group of hikers somewhere up in the Colorado mountains. They'd gotten stuck, or at least they said they needed help. The way the message came through was vague. Some people passed them by the river and decided not to cross, then turned back and reported the group was stranded. The river had risen during the day, and apparently, the group was too afraid to cross it. The mountain air was thin, crisp, and cold that day, even though it was late summer. The sun was low when we started the hike, casting long shadows between the tall pines and across the rocky slopes. Our group was small, just 4 of us from the team, all carrying packs filled with first aid kits, ropes, water, and snacks. We moved quickly but carefully, watching our footing on the loose rocks and roots. We knew the area well enough to understand why the river crossing was tricky. The water wasn't just a little higher, it had jumped fast with the afternoon rain. The usual shallow crossing point was now churning, a wall of cold, white foam that looked impossible to get through without risking a fall. On top of that, the banks were muddy and slippery from recent storms. When we got near the river, we could see where the hikers had been. There were footprints in the mud, 2 sets, maybe 3, just on the near side of the river. But no footprints on the other side. The group hadn't crossed. I could feel the tension settle in my gut. Being stuck in a place like that wasn't just inconvenient. It could turn deadly fast if the weather turned, or if someone got hurt trying to cross. I could see from the footprints that the group had been pacing back and forth, unsure what to do. We called out, letting them know we were coming. After a few minutes, we saw them through the trees, a small group, clearly out of their element. They looked like they were roughing it, wearing dusty clothes and carrying a few small backpacks, but nothing that screamed serious hiking gear. One guy had a big, stained cowboy hat that looked way too big for the narrow trail, and another wore sneakers that looked barely suited for the dirt path. There was something off about them, but I couldn't put my finger on it yet. They looked relieved to see us, but also kind of defensive, like they were suspicious of our presence. We asked if they had water or food, basic stuff to keep going if we had to wait or hike out slowly. They shook their heads, but then one of them, the guy with the cowboy hat, said they had plenty of methamphetamines. The words hit me like a wall. Methamphetamines. It was a jarring, uncomfortable moment. It wasn't the kind of thing you expected to hear on a mountain rescue. Usually people got stuck because they underestimated the trail, or they ran out of water, or got injured. Not because they were high or carrying illegal drugs. I glanced at my teammates. They looked as uneasy as I felt. This wasn't going to be a normal rescue. The group wasn't aggressive, but they had this edge to them, like they'd been in situations where trust was hard to come by. I noticed their eyes were a bit wild, maybe from the drugs, maybe from the stress. Their skin was sweaty and flushed despite the cool mountain air. They didn't offer any more explanation about how they ended up stuck, and we didn't press them. We had to focus on getting them out safely. We scoped out the river again, looking for a way across. The usual crossing was out of the question, so we looked downstream, trying to find a calmer spot, maybe a fallen tree or some rocks close enough to jump on. The water was faster and deeper than I'd seen before, and the sun was already dipping behind the peaks. We decided one of our strongest swimmers would cross first with a rope, secure it on the other side, and help the others cross one by one. It was risky, but it was the only option. The group looked tense, some shaking, others barely able to hold still. As our teammate waded in, the icy water grabbed at his legs like claws. He kept moving, steady and sure. The current pushed hard against him, but he reached the far bank and tied the rope around a tree. The rest of us guided the hikers one by one across the river. Some hesitated, looking down at the rushing water with fear. Others moved like they didn't care, stepping out as if daring the river to take them. When they got to the far side, relief flooded their faces. Once everyone was across, we still had to get back down the mountain to safety. The group was slow, uncoordinated. They moved oddly, like they weren't thinking straight. At one point, one of them slipped on a loose rock and fell hard. Luckily, no serious injury, but it was a warning sign. We kept them moving, talking calmly, reassuring them. The sun sank lower, the shadows deepened, and the temperature dropped quickly. By the time we got to the trailhead where vehicles waited, the group was quiet, exhausted. I noticed empty packs, no water bottles, no food wrappers, just the faint smell of chemicals that hung around them. They weren't prepared, not really, for the mountain or the river. Their plan seemed less like an adventure and more like reckless escape. Back at the station, the group was handed over to authorities. We gave our report, including the methamphetamine comment. It wasn't our job to police them, but we couldn't ignore it either. It explained a lot: their behavior, the fear, the recklessness. That night, I sat alone in the barracks, thinking about the rescue. It wasn't the first time I'd seen people underestimate nature, but it was one of the few times I'd seen drugs involved so openly. That kind of thing made people unpredictable. Dangerous, even. The mountain doesn't care why you're there. It doesn't change because of your mistakes or bad decisions. It just is. And if you don't respect it, it can chew you up and spit you out without mercy. We all made it back safe that day, but the memory stuck with me. It was a reminder that when people push their limits or run from something bigger than themselves, nature doesn't wait. It always wins if you're not careful. Years ago, I was kayaking the Current River in Missouri with my dad and a few of his old buddies. It was early spring, still cool enough to need a jacket in the evenings, but warm enough during the day to make the paddle comfortable. We'd been planning the trip for months, and the weather had lined up perfectly. Bright sun, clear skies, the kind of calm water that makes you forget you're even paddling sometimes. It was just one of those stretches of time where everything felt simple and right. There were 5 of us: me, my dad, his 2 friends Paul and Roger, and a guy named Kent who I didn't know that well, but who seemed decent enough. The plan was to put in upstream in the morning, paddle about 15 miles down the river, and make camp on one of the gravel bars we knew about from past trips. No road access, no cell service, just us, the river, and whatever we brought with us. That was the whole point. Unplugged, simple, quiet. We made good time that day. Pulled up to the gravel bar around 5:30 in the evening. It was a wide spot, mostly flat, with some driftwood piled along the upper edge where the bank started to rise. The trees weren't thick there, but dense enough that we could tuck our tents into the shade and still be close to the water. We set up camp, 2 tents, a tarp, a small fire pit surrounded by some river rocks, and laid out the folding chairs. One cooler held our food, another had the booze. Scotch mostly. My dad always brought scotch. Said it warmed you up better than beer. Dinner was simple: some foil-wrapped sausages and onions thrown on the fire, a few chips, and plenty of scotch to chase it all down. We were laughing and telling stories, mostly my dad and his buddies going on about past trips or people they knew growing up. The sun dropped behind the ridge on the far side of the river, and the stars came out like they only do when you're deep in the woods, far away from anything artificial. By midnight, the fire had burned down to glowing embers. We were all feeling that warm, hazy buzz that comes after a few drinks in the cool night air. The river was dead quiet. You could hear the water sliding over the rocks, the occasional hoot of an owl, and sometimes a fish would splash out in the dark, probably chasing bugs. We were just about ready to call it a night when the sound started. It was faint at first, like distant thunder, low and heavy. I remember thinking maybe it was a small rock slide somewhere along the bluff, or maybe even a boat way upstream. But it didn't sound like a boat. The river's too shallow in that area for anything with a motor anyway, especially at that hour. The sound kept building, slow but steady, until you could feel it in your chest. It had weight to it, something deep and mechanical. We all turned our heads at the same time. The sound was coming from upstream, around the bend. The fire was low, so our eyes had adjusted to the dark. The stars and the sliver of moon gave us just enough to make out shapes on the water. And then we saw it. 2 beams of light cutting through the trees, bouncing with the rhythm of movement. At first, I didn't believe what I was seeing. I thought maybe it was a trick of the light. But then it got closer, and I realized it was headlights. Actual headlights, coming straight down the river. We stood up fast. No one said anything at first. I think we were all trying to make sense of it. This part of the river had no road access, not for miles in either direction. It wasn't just remote, it was isolated. No paths, no bridges, nothing but the riverbed and dense forest. And yet, here was this loud, rumbling engine and a pair of headlights rolling downstream, coming right for us. The noise was deafening by the time it reached the bend. When the truck came into full view, the water foamed up around the tires as it pushed through the shallow current. It was a big old pickup, looked like a mid-90s Chevy, lifted, rust spots along the bottom, big aftermarket lights mounted to the cab roof. The front end was covered in mud, and it had one of those obnoxious custom horns that blared randomly as the truck hit a bump. There was a guy sitting in the bed, holding what was clearly a rifle across his lap. Another two in the cab. The truck didn't stop when it saw us. It just kept rolling down the river until it was right at the edge of our gravel bar. The guy in the bed jumped down with a clatter, beer cans falling around him like loose change. The driver pulled the truck off the river and onto the gravel, the tires crackling against the rocks as they turned. He stepped out, big guy, long greasy hair, wearing a camo jacket and jeans soaked up to the knees. He had a revolver tucked into his waistband. His buddy came around the other side, another rifle slung over his shoulder. They looked around like they owned the place. My heart was pounding. I glanced at my dad. He was calm, but I could see the tension in his jaw. His hand was resting near his waist, close to where I knew he kept. It was early fall when it happened, right around that sweet spot when the leaves start to change, but the air hasn't quite committed to being cold yet. I run year-round, but that time of year is my favorite. Everything feels alive and crisp, but not too hot or too cold. The route we were on was one we'd done dozens of times. I could run it in my sleep. It cuts through dense woods just outside of town, technically part of a county park system, but barely managed or monitored. Most of the people I know avoid it because of how secluded it feels, but that's always been part of the appeal for me. I run with my buddy Mark a lot. He's the only one of my friends who takes it as seriously as I do, and we've had this routine going for a couple years. We meet up early, stretch a little in the trailhead parking lot, and then hit the path. The route itself is about 13 miles round trip, and most of it is narrow dirt trail, winding through tall trees and thick underbrush. You can go for miles without seeing another person. It's quiet, shaded, and feels like a different world altogether once you're deep into it. A lot of the time, we just talk nonsense to pass the time, about work, food, whatever, and just let the miles tick by. That morning was no different. We started around 6:45 a.m., just after sunrise. The sun barely filtered through the trees at first, and the dew on the leaves gave the trail this wet, dark look, like it had rained overnight. It hadn't, but the forest traps moisture like a sponge. I remember my shoes kicking up soft clumps of mud, and how the air smelled like wet earth and rotting leaves. We were both in good moods, joking about how Mark had finally beaten me in pace the week before. He wouldn't let it go. About 4 miles in, the trail takes this sharp turn and begins a slow, steady climb. That stretch is lined with dense pines and a few scattered birch trees. It gets darker there, cooler too. There's this weird stillness in that part, like even the birds keep quiet. I'd always chalked it up to the terrain, the hill, the canopy coverage, maybe even just our breathing getting heavier. But that silence would stick with me in a whole new way after that day. I was a little ahead of Mark, like usual. We're both competitive, but not obnoxious about it. Sometimes one of us would push ahead a bit, then slow down and wait to sync back up. We were chatting about a podcast he'd been listening to, something about mountaineers in the Himalayas, and I remember laughing at something he said, some dumb joke, I think. It was normal. So damn normal. Then, out of nowhere, Mark shouted, "Holy shit. Stop." His voice wasn't scared, not yet. Just alarmed. But it had this sharpness to it that made my heart leap. I think instinct kicked in before I even thought. I stopped immediately, turned toward him, confused. But he wasn't looking at me. His eyes were locked on something just ahead of me on the trail. I followed his gaze. About 15 feet in front of me, partially obscured by the overhanging limbs of a big oak tree, was a body. Hanging. A man, maybe in his 30s or 40s, from what I could tell. He was suspended from a thick rope tied around a sturdy branch about 8 feet up. The first thing I noticed was his face. It was a sickly, pale blue. Bloated. His eyes were shut, and his mouth was slightly open, like he'd exhaled one last breath and never closed it again. I just froze. Completely. My brain couldn't process it at first. I remember staring at the way his legs hung straight down, not even swaying. His arms limp. His clothes were just regular running gear. Shorts, a moisture-wicking shirt, trail runners. His skin around the neck was dark where the rope pressed in, and the knot looked too perfect, too tight, like someone had practiced it. For a few seconds, I genuinely thought it had to be fake. Some sick joke. A prop for a horror movie maybe. Who would do something like this on a public trail? But no matter how hard I stared, it didn't change. The way the skin looked, the slack jaw, the smell I hadn't noticed at first, the faint, unmistakable scent of decay, none of it was fake. I could feel the bile rising in my throat, and I took a shaky step back. We didn't speak. Not for a long time. I don't even know how long we stood there. 30 seconds? A minute? Maybe longer. My thoughts were a jumbled mess, racing between calling someone, running away, checking to see if he was actually dead, even though I was sure he was. Eventually, Mark stepped up beside me. He didn't say anything either. We just stood shoulder to shoulder, staring at the body. It was like our minds were trying to write it off as something else, but reality just kept hitting us over and over again. After a while, we backed away, slowly at first, then more quickly. Neither of us looked behind as we turned and started jogging back the way we came. We didn't run fast, and we didn't talk. I could hear our footsteps on the dirt, a steady rhythm. Normally, I'd be hyper-aware of my breathing, of my form, of my surroundings. But this time, my mind was somewhere else entirely. We still had about 5 miles to go before we got back to the trailhead. 5 miles of silence, of running through that same forest that had always felt like a refuge, now twisted into something darker. Every shadow seemed heavier, every sound suspicious. At one point, we passed a spot where a rabbit darted through the underbrush, and both of us jumped like it was a gunshot. We didn't laugh about it. We just kept moving. I remember thinking about how long the man had been hanging there. Had he done it overnight? That morning? Had someone found him before us, and just not reported it yet? Did he come out there alone, or did someone bring him? Was it even suicide? The position seemed so deliberate. The rope was thick. The knot was solid. Who brings something like that on a run? The thoughts circled endlessly. I couldn't stop imagining what his last moments must have been like. If he stood there, rope around his neck, looking out over the trail, hearing birds chirping, feeling the air on his skin. I tried to picture what he was thinking. If he was crying, if he hesitated, if he regretted it in those final seconds. When we finally reached the parking lot, we stopped by Mark's car, bent over with our hands on our knees. I thought I was going to puke, but nothing came up. Just that tight feeling in my throat. I pulled out my phone and called the local police department. Told them we'd found a body on the trail. They transferred me a couple times, asked for details, location, description, whether we were sure he was dead. I told them we didn't touch anything, but yes, we were sure. They said someone would meet us at the trailhead and asked us to wait there. Mark sat on the curb, staring at the ground. I paced, rubbing my hands over my face, trying to wipe the image from my eyes. It didn't work. About 15 minutes later, a sheriff's deputy rolled up in an SUV, lights off. A second car pulled in behind him a few minutes after. We gave them all the details we could remember. They took down our info, asked if we had seen anyone else on the trail that morning. We hadn't. Asked what time we passed that part of the trail, if we noticed anything unusual on the way in. I tried to remember, but everything before that moment was a blur. Just jokes, footsteps, trees. They thanked us, told us we didn't need to stick around, and said they'd be in touch if they needed anything else. We nodded and got in our cars. The drive home was quiet. I didn't put on music, didn't call anyone. I just drove with my window cracked, letting the cold air sting my face. I didn't cry. Not then. But when I got home and walked into the kitchen and saw my water bottle on the counter, exactly where I'd left it that morning, something about that normalcy hit me like a freight train. I sat on the floor and sobbed. Later that day, the sheriff's department issued a statement. They didn't release the man's name, just said they believed it to be a suicide, pending further investigation. That was it. No details. No follow-up story in the local paper. No obituary I could find. Just gone. I couldn't stop thinking about him. I still can't sometimes. Who he was. What brought him out there. Whether someone was looking for him. Whether someone missed him. If he'd done that trail before. If he'd ever passed me or Mark on a run and we hadn't noticed. We didn't run that route again for a long time. Weeks passed. Then months. I kept running, just not there. Took routes closer to town, more crowded, less beautiful. It didn't feel the same. Everything felt heavier. That part of the forest, the spot where the trail curves and the light goes dim, it haunted me, even when I wasn't there. Eventually, I went back. Alone. It was a chilly morning, damp with fog clinging low to the ground. I ran the same trail, hit the same pace. When I reached that bend, I slowed, heart pounding. The tree was still there. The branch. But no rope, no sign of anything. Just forest. Just quiet. The way it used to be. I stood there a while. Listened. Waited. Then I kept running. We didn't plan to be out there that late. It was one of those hikes that started slow, no real destination in mind, just walking for the sake of walking. My brother and I had done it a few times before, taking different trails near the outskirts of town. Nothing wild or deep into the woods, just some hills and thickets, a few clearings, and old footpaths from when people used to cut through the area to hunt or herd livestock. The kind of place you don't think twice about during the day. Familiar. Quiet. That day, we started around late afternoon, maybe 3:30 or 4. The sun was still up, the breeze was light, and everything felt normal. My brother had just gotten back from school for a few weeks, and it had been a while since we hiked together, so we figured we'd walk a bit, catch up, maybe take some photos or just talk about stuff we didn't get to over calls. Time moved fast. We followed a trail that curved around a set of low hills. Nothing too steep, but the kind where once you go over one ridge, you kind of feel the pull to keep going, just to see what's on the other side. Before we knew it, we'd gone a good few kilometers in, past the point where phone signal started dropping to 1 bar, and then nothing. We didn't worry much. We'd done this before, and we knew our way back. At least we thought we did. We only realized how late it had gotten when we reached this small rise and saw the sky starting to dim. That gray-blue hue that tells you the sun's on its way out, and it's time to either settle in or head back. We didn't have gear for staying out overnight, not even flashlights. Just our phones and some water in our packs. We both kind of muttered a shit under our breath at the same time, turned around, and started back the way we came. Problem was, the trail looks different when you're walking it in reverse. Paths you don't remember taking show up. Trees you thought were familiar feel like strangers. We weren't lost, not really, but we did have to stop and double-check a few turns, which cost us time. By the time we could see the edge of the trees and hear faint traffic in the distance, the last bit of light had drained from the sky. That kind of darkness that isn't pitch black, but just enough to make you squint and slow your steps. Every bush looks like a person. Every sound makes you stop and listen. We were near a flat patch, not quite a clearing, but open enough that we figured we could call our dad and ask him to meet us on the road a bit ahead. Our legs were starting to feel it, and the cold had crept in. You know how in the dark, even the familiar starts to feel wrong. That was setting in. Not fear, exactly, more like a sharp awareness. Like the woods weren't just quiet, they were listening. We got to a spot with decent phone signal again, called our dad, told him where we thought we were, and asked him to meet us at this old trailhead not far from the main road. He said he was already heading out and would be there in 20 minutes. That's when we relaxed. We'd made it. We were close enough that the trees were thinner, and we could even see the faint orange of a streetlight through the branches if we tilted our heads right. My brother went off a few meters to find a flat rock to sit on, and I just stayed where I was pacing a bit. I remember rubbing my hands together, not just from the cold, but because my palms were a little sweaty. It was a weird kind of quiet. No crickets, no wind, not even leaves rustling. Just still air and the faintest hum of traffic far off. Then I heard it. A snap. Not a twig underfoot, not the dry crunch of old leaves, but a crack. Like something heavy had snapped a branch. It was close, maybe 10 meters into the tree line. I didn't turn immediately. I just said, "You good?" thinking it was my brother. That's when I heard him, still behind me and to my left, say, "What are you doing, bro?" He was standing by the rock, facing me. His tone wasn't playful either. It was confused, almost wary. I froze. You know how sometimes your brain doesn't fully register what's happening, but your body already knows? That was me. My legs felt tight. I slowly turned to face where I thought the sound came from. There was nothing, just trees. But it was the kind of darkness where you couldn't trust what you were seeing. The kind where shapes blend and shadows stretch weird. I didn't answer him. He looked at me, and I looked back. No words needed. We both felt it. Something wasn't right. That's when we bolted. No planning, no discussion. We both just turned and ran, instinct taking over. About 20 feet behind us was a low rock wall, like the base of a larger ridge that had eroded over time. It had a slope we knew from previous hikes. It wasn't vertical, but steep enough that you needed both hands and feet to scramble up. We hit it fast, grabbing onto the rough edges, fingers scraping against moss and grit, shoes slipping once or twice. We climbed like our lives depended on it, like something was right behind us, breathing down our necks. We didn't look back. We didn't say anything, just climbed and climbed until we reached a flattish section near the top. It wasn't a huge cliff or anything, but it was high enough that anything trying to come up would need to take its time. We stayed there, breathing hard, listening, looking. There was nothing. No movement. No sound. Not even the usual sounds of the forest at night. It was like the whole place was holding its breath. We crouched down low, not wanting to silhouette ourselves against the sky. We stayed like that for what felt like forever. Could have been 5 minutes, could have been 30. Time gets weird when you're scared. Our muscles burned from the climb, but we didn't move. We were both listening for anything, a footstep, a rustle, even breathing. But there was nothing. Eventually, we saw a pair of headlights cutting through the trees, bouncing a little as they came up the gravel road. It was Dad's car. We waited until he came to a stop and turned off the engine before we climbed down, slowly, legs stiff from crouching so long. He got out, clearly a little annoyed, asked why we hadn't come down sooner, why we were up there. We told him to wait. We needed to check something. We asked him to point the headlights toward the tree line. He didn't get it at first, but did it anyway. Maybe because we didn't sound like we were joking. The lights swept across the edge of the woods, throwing long shadows behind the trees, and there it was. A branch, fresh, green, thick as a grown man's arm, snapped clean about 4 feet up. It wasn't old or rotted. It wasn't hanging by a thread or chewed up by insects. It was healthy, still full of leaves, and it had been broken with force. You could see the pale, moist wood at the break point. It hadn't been dead long. Maybe minutes. Maybe less. We just stared at it. Dad stared too, and his expression changed. Not fear, exactly, but something close to concern. Confusion, maybe. There's no animal in our region that could have done that. Not a deer, not a boar. We don't have bears. No one was supposed to be out there, and we didn't hear a single step, a single breath, just that one loud crack and nothing else. We got in the car. None of us said much. My brother and I kept looking out the window, scanning the trees even as they faded into darkness. When we got home, we told the story to our mom. She didn't know what to say, and she's the kind of person who always has something to say. Over the years, we've told the story to friends, to cousins, even to a park ranger we met on another hike. Everyone listens. Everyone nods. But no one has an answer. It wasn't wind. The air had been completely still. It wasn't an animal, at least not one that exists where we live. It wasn't a person. We would have heard more, seen something, felt it. But whatever it was close. Close enough to break a branch like that just meters from where we were standing. I don't think about it every day. But sometimes, when the sun goes down quicker than expected, or when I hear a crack in the woods that doesn't sound right, it comes back. That tension in my chest. That cold in the pit of my stomach. That moment where I realized we weren't alone. And the worst part, we never saw it. Never heard it. Whatever it was, man or animal or something else entirely, it didn't want to be seen. It let us hear just enough to know it was there. And that's what stays with me. Not what we saw, but what we didn't. It was early October when my friend and I set out to do some geocaching along the Oregon coast. The weather was overcast, with a thick gray sky hanging low over the ocean, and a cold wind pushed the salty sea air inland through the narrow forest trails. We had heard about some caches hidden near the cliffs and rocky outcrops, and figured it would be a good way to spend a weekend afternoon, a mix of adventure, exercise, and a little mystery. What we didn't expect was to stumble on something that felt completely out of place in the middle of the woods. We parked near a small trailhead that led to a stretch of rocky shoreline, and the forest was dense. Tall Douglas firs and Sitka spruce towered above us, their thick branches muffling almost all sound except the occasional creak from the trees swaying in the wind. The ground was soft with layers of damp moss and fallen needles. It was quiet, almost too quiet. Normally, in a forest like that, you'd expect to hear birds chirping, squirrels rustling through leaves, maybe the distant call of a hawk. But here, it was unnerving. There was no bird sound, no animal noises. Just silence. We followed the GPS coordinates toward the edge of a rocky bluff that overlooked the ocean, moving carefully because the path was uneven and slippery from recent rain. We both had backpacks with water, snacks, and our geocaching gear, a small handheld GPS, a map, some pens, and a couple of little trinkets to trade in the cache boxes. As we rounded the backside of a tall outcropping of jagged rocks, I suddenly stopped. My foot had landed on something soft and springy, unlike the firm earth and rock underfoot everywhere else. It felt strange. The ground beneath me was kind of bouncy. I stepped back and looked around, but the forest floor seemed normal. Then, I moved a few steps to the side, and the same thing happened. Curious, I moved forward again, pressing down with more weight. The ground gave slightly, like a trampoline but firmer and dirtier, covered in dead leaves and moss. "Hey, check this out," I said to my friend, pointing to the spot. We crouched down to examine it closer. The area was strangely devoid of the usual undergrowth. No ferns, no small bushes, just a patch of moss and creeping vines that seemed to spread out from the soft ground. It was like the forest was swallowing something beneath the surface. We brushed away some leaves and dirt, and then we saw it, edges of dark, rusted metal peeking through the soil and plants. It looked like part of a hull or some kind of structure. Not something you'd expect to find inland among the trees. We exchanged a look. This was way beyond the usual rocks or tree roots. It was something big and man-made, but completely overgrown. The metal was covered with moss and vines, and some parts were bent or broken, but it was definitely some kind of old ship or boat. We started carefully clearing away more leaves and dirt to get a better look. The hull curved upward in a way that made it clear it was part of a large vessel. The shape was unmistakable. The rust and corrosion told us it had been there for a very long time. I poked at one of the iron fittings with my hiking pole. It made a hollow metallic sound. Some ropes, rotted and tangled, were still caught around parts of the frame. The silence around us grew heavier. It was an odd place for something like this to be. We were a good mile or more inland, surrounded by tall forest. The ocean was close, but not that close, and certainly, a ship wouldn't just be left here by accident. We looked around, but the shoreline wasn't visible from this angle, hidden behind the rocky bluff and trees. The whole spot felt eerie. Not frightening exactly, but more like a secret that the forest was quietly keeping. There were no signs of recent human activity except us. No footprints, no broken branches or litter. It was as if the ship had been swallowed whole by the woods, left to rot away in silence. We both had phones, but there was no cell signal, so we couldn't just look up what this might be. We took photos, notes, and even measured some parts with the tape measure we carry for geocaching purposes. The ship was at least 40 feet long, maybe more, and the metal was thick. Judging by the style of rivets and the general build, it didn't look like anything modern. No aluminum or fiberglass, just thick steel or iron plates riveted together. I remembered reading somewhere that big storms and hurricanes occasionally come up the Pacific coast, but the last big one was only a few years ago, and that had caused a lot of damage to the forests in certain areas nearby. But here, the trees seemed healthy, older, and undisturbed. If the ship had washed up during a recent storm, there would be broken branches, fallen trees, or disturbed undergrowth, but there was none of that. The whole area was strangely calm. We didn't hear the usual ocean surf or wind through the trees. Even the air felt heavier, like the forest was holding its breath. We moved slowly and carefully, almost afraid to disturb anything. When we finally left the spot and made our way back down to the parking area, we went to a small, local bar a few towns over, hoping to ask around and find out if anyone knew what it was. An old man at the bar, who looked like he had lived there all his life, told us the ship was probably wreckage from a massive storm over 90 years ago, something that tore through the coast and washed many vessels ashore. He said the forest had grown over it slowly, covering it piece by piece until it was almost part of the land. That made sense, and it felt kind of poetic, this relic from another time, reclaimed by the earth. It was a reminder of how long the coast has been here, and how nature always takes back what we leave behind. After that, we went back a few times to explore more carefully. We found other bits and pieces, broken wooden planks, fragments of old glass bottles, some rusted chains, but the main ship was the heart of it all. The more we looked, the more we realized it was a slow process of nature swallowing up history. Each visit, the silence felt deeper. The quiet was almost a warning, like the forest was telling us to respect the place, to leave it be. We never stayed long, always feeling like we were trespassing in a forgotten graveyard of wood and steel. Eventually, we stopped going back. Life got busy, and the mystery remained unsolved, locked away in the moss and shadows. But sometimes, when I walk along the coast and the wind blows cold from the ocean, I think about that hidden ship, the strange, silent place where history and nature meet, and the forest keeps its secrets deep under the bouncy moss and creeping vines. When I was about 8 years old, living in southern Mississippi, I had this habit of exploring the woods behind my apartment complex. The place wasn't very big, just about 10 acres fenced off with a tall, rusty chain-link fence that ran along the back edge of the complex. The fence was old and bent in places, and sometimes I'd find spots where the fence had loosened from the ground. That's how I ended up crawling under it one afternoon after school, feeling the rough metal scrape against my arms and legs. I remember the smell of the woods back then. It was a mix of damp earth, pine needles, and something else, something musty and old, like forgotten things left to rot under the tall trees. The sun was starting to dip low, casting long shadows between the trunks, and the air was cool but sticky with humidity, like it always was in Mississippi. Right past the fence, I spotted a narrow dirt trail, barely wide enough for one person. The path was littered with dry leaves and small branches that cracked under my sneakers. The trail wound deeper into the woods, curving around thick bushes and old, gnarled trees with low-hanging limbs that scraped my jacket as I pushed through. I had my best friend with me that day, a kid who lived in the apartment next door, just a few years older than me. We'd often explore together, but this time felt different. I don't think either of us knew it yet, but we were stepping into something we didn't quite understand. After about 10 minutes of following the trail, we came across something strange, a small shack, built out of scrap wood and old plywood, nailed together haphazardly. The structure looked like it had been thrown together by someone who wasn't planning on staying long, but had made enough effort to keep out the rain and wind. It was about the size of a large doghouse, with a low roof and no windows, just a narrow opening that served as a door. Around the shack, scattered all over the ground, were magazines. I don't want to sugarcoat it. These were adult magazines, the kind that kids definitely aren't supposed to see. The covers were glossy and torn in places, the pages yellowed from being left out in the sun. They were spread in a messy circle, like someone had been sitting around there, flipping through them. Nearby, there was a hammer and a box of nails lying on a rotted wooden crate, like whoever made the shack had been working on it recently. My friend and I stood there quietly for a moment, staring. I remember feeling a strange mix of curiosity and unease. We didn't say much. Instead, we grabbed a few old pictures torn from one of the magazines and nailed them to a nearby tree with the hammer and nails. It felt like a joke, something to mark the place with our presence, even though I knew it wasn't really ours. Then we kept moving down the path, deeper into the woods. The trees grew closer together, their branches intertwining above us to make a rough canopy. The sunlight faded even more until we were walking in dim green light. The air was cooler here, damp and heavy with the smell of moss and decaying leaves. After a few more minutes, we reached a clearing. It was strange. The ground had been cleared of trees and underbrush, a large circle maybe 30 feet wide. The grass was short and trampled, like it had been walked on a lot. Around the edges of the clearing, I saw freshly cut tree stumps and piles of logs stacked neatly to one side. It looked like someone had come through recently, cutting down trees and cleaning out the space for some reason. What really caught my attention was the circle of folding chairs arranged perfectly in the center of the clearing. There were about 20 or 30 of them, all old and metal-framed with cracked, faded fabric seats. They were set up in a rough circle, like people had gathered here for a meeting or a group event. But there was no one there, not a single person in sight. The only thing in the middle of the circle was a single hatchet, its blade gleaming faintly in the fading light. The whole scene felt wrong. Too quiet, too empty. No footprints, no signs of recent people except for the logs and the chairs. The fence behind us was the only entrance we knew about, and the hole we'd crawled through was small, barely big enough for one person. This clearing was isolated, cut off, and felt deliberate. I felt a knot in my stomach. My friend and I didn't speak much. Our eyes met, and we knew the same thing. We needed to leave. Quickly. But before we did, I remember picking up the hatchet. The metal was cold and heavy in my hand. The handle was worn smooth from use. For a moment, I held it up, wondering who left it here and why. We didn't wait around any longer. We turned and ran back the way we came, not looking back. The trail felt narrower on the way out, shadows stretching long and dark. My heart was pounding so loud I thought whoever or whatever was out here would hear it. I kept the hatchet in my hand the whole time, gripping it tight like it was the only thing keeping me safe. When we got back to the hole in the fence, I climbed out first and scrambled to help my friend over. We didn't stop until we were back at the apartment complex, the sounds of cars and people filling the air again. the noise of normal life washing away the fear. That night, I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, thinking about the clearing and those chairs. Who could have set them up like that? Why the hatchet? And why was the shack so close to that clearing? I never went back to that part of the woods again. Years later, I still remember that day clearly. The woods behind that fence held something strange and serious. It wasn't just an abandoned campsite or some kid's fort. It was a place made for something I couldn't understand at the time, something that didn't want to be found. Even now, whenever I walk past that chain link fence, I don't think about crawling back under. I don't want to know what's still out there, waiting in the dark. I never thought a simple camping trip in the Northern Territory would turn into something that left me feeling so uneasy. But that's exactly what happened. Me and 3 other girls had been planning this trip for weeks. We wanted a break from the city, some time out in the wild where we could just chill, talk, and soak in the raw nature of the place. We set up camp near a creek that was supposed to be beautiful, winding water, red dirt banks, and big trees hanging over, providing shade and that cool wilderness vibe. What we didn't really think about was just how wild the place was, or the kind of people who camped out there. We got there just as the sun was dipping low, the sky turning orange and pink behind the trees. The air was thick and warm, the kind of heat that sticks to your skin and doesn't quite let go at night. We pitched our tents, dragged logs and branches together, and started a fire to cook dinner. The fire crackled and popped, sending sparks into the air that floated up like tiny fireflies before fading away into the dark. It wasn't long after we'd sat down to eat that this old guy showed up from his own camp nearby. He was alone, and right away, something about him made me want to stay alert. He didn't say much at first, just settled himself on a log close to us without really asking. He started talking, not just small talk, but telling us about himself, his life, stories that seemed long and maybe a little too detailed for a stranger who just sat down beside you. He wasn't exactly creepy, but there was a weird vibe that settled over us, like maybe he wasn't quite right, or maybe he was just too used to being alone. Then he said something that made me stiffen. He invited us to go for a midnight swim in the creek with him. At first, I thought maybe I'd misheard, but no, a midnight dip in the creek. What he didn't say, but what we all knew, was that the creek was crawling with crocodiles. Big ones, too. Crocs that could snap a person in half without even thinking twice. We told him no, obviously, trying to be polite but firm. We didn't want to make a scene or upset him, but there was no way we were going swimming in that water at night. Not with those things lurking beneath the surface. We kept the fire going, trying to shake off the weirdness. One of my friends grabbed her camera and started taking photos of the fire, the way the flames moved and twisted, the shadows dancing on the trees. The old guy suddenly offered to take a photo of the 4 of us by the fire. We thought, okay, whatever. We posed awkwardly, trying not to look too tense, and he took the picture. Then he said his camera had a motion setting, and that his was better. So he went off to his tent and came back with his own camera and started taking loads of photos of us. But we weren't posing this time. We were just standing there, quiet and uncomfortable, feeling the weight of his eyes on us. We didn't want to be rude. We didn't want to tell him to fuck off because we were stuck camping next to him for the night. So we just stood there, hoping it would end soon. Eventually, we said we were going to bed. We all felt that relief of putting some distance between ourselves and that guy. But sleep didn't come easy. I lay in my tent, the mosquito netting barely keeping the bugs away, my mind spinning. Then I heard it, footsteps. Soft, slow, deliberate, coming toward our camp through the darkness. I didn't want to wake the others and scare them, so I just stayed still and silent. The footsteps stopped nearby, and I held my breath, heart pounding. After what felt like forever, the footsteps moved away and disappeared into the night. Morning came, and the relief of daylight was immediate. Over breakfast, one of the girls asked if anyone else had heard the footsteps in the night. All 4 of us had. The old guy. He was passed out just outside his tent, snoring loudly, completely oblivious. We didn't say much, just packed up quickly and got the hell out of there. Looking back, I think about how wild and exposed that place really was. The creek, the animals, and that guy. How close we were to danger without even realizing it. It was a lesson in trust and caution. Nature is beautiful but unforgiving. And sometimes the real threat isn't the wildlife, but the people you share the silence with. I never thought that summer camp would turn into something I'd never forget, something that still sticks with me when I think back on it years later. It wasn't one of those fairy tale scary stories about ghosts or monsters, but the kind that makes you question people, and how little you sometimes really know about the people around you. It all started the day we arrived at camp. I was part of the Boy Scout troop that year, and we were camping at a place deep in the woods upstate. The camp was old, established for decades, with cabins, trails, and a large central camping field surrounded by thick forest. The part that always felt a little off was the section by the old church ruins, or rather, what was left of a church that had burned down or been abandoned decades ago. All that was left was the stone foundation and a crude altar made of roughly hewn rock blocks. Nobody really talked much about it, but you could feel something strange there. Even the counselors seemed to avoid that area after dark. When the troop leader told us we'd be camping in one big tent with the new kids who had joined that year, I wasn't thrilled. It was a huge canvas tent, older than any of us, with ropes stretched taut and the smell of damp canvas and earth inside. It was crammed full, and the new guys seemed like a rough bunch, mostly kids who had never been on a real campout before and were just along to get out of the city for a while. The first night, everything seemed normal. We had a campfire, sang some songs, ate hot dogs, and the counselors reminded us to keep our food in sealed containers, something I'd heard a million times before because of bears and raccoons. The abandoned cemetery wasn't far from the campsite, nestled at the edge of the woods near the church ruins. I walked past it on the first day and noticed old, weathered headstones half swallowed by moss and vines. The dates on some of the stones went back to the 1800s, and a few graves had wooden crosses instead of stone markers. The whole place looked out of place, like someone had just left it there and forgotten it, even though it was so close to where we were supposed to be having fun. I heard a rumor from a counselor later that the camp had been built over a former churchyard, and that sometimes kids would sneak over there to mess around, but no one ever stayed for long because it felt wrong. No one said exactly why, just vague warnings to stay away. The next few days went by in a blur of hiking, swimming, and endless bug bites. The new kids tried to fit in, but it was obvious some of them were troublemakers. There was one boy in particular, maybe 12 or 13, who stood out. He was quiet, with pale skin and dark eyes that seemed to look right through you. Nobody really knew much about him. He had joined at the last minute and kept to himself. Then came the night everything went wrong. It was around midnight when I woke up. I'm not sure what first pulled me from sleep, maybe a noise, or just the way the wind moved through the trees. At first, I thought it was my imagination, but then I heard screaming. It wasn't the kind of screaming you hear in movies, over the top and frantic. It was raw and sharp, like someone was scared for their life. I climbed out of the tent carefully, not wanting to wake everyone, and stepped into the chilly night. The sky was clear, and the moon was high, casting pale light on the campsite. The air smelled like pine and damp earth. I could see a few others moving around, their faces pale in the moonlight. Out near the edge of the clearing, by the old church ruins, the screaming stopped suddenly, replaced by a strange rustling noise coming from the trees. My eyes adjusted, and I saw movement, several pairs of glowing eyes watching us from the underbrush. Coyotes, a whole pack, crouched low, circling the tents. The tent walls flapped softly in the wind, and I remembered the scoutmaster saying coyotes were common here, but they usually kept their distance. These didn't seem afraid. They looked hungry. I wanted to yell to warn the others, but I was frozen, watching as the coyotes crept closer. Suddenly, the flap of the scoutmaster's tent opened, and he stepped out. In his hands was a shotgun. His face was hard, and his eyes scanned the trees quickly. Without hesitation, he raised the shotgun and fired a loud shot into the air. The blast echoed through the woods, startling birds and animals alike. The coyotes scattered immediately, running back into the shadows, their eyes disappearing into the darkness. The scoutmaster shouted at us to get back inside and stay quiet. I hurried back into the tent, my heart pounding. It felt like the night held its breath, waiting for the next thing to happen. Later, after the coyotes were gone, the scoutmaster checked every tent to make sure we were all accounted for. When he got to one of the new kids' tents, the one that had seemed the most out of place, he found an empty bag of beef jerky lying on the floor. It was strange, but none of us connected it to the screaming or the coyotes right away. The next morning, I woke up early and decided to take a walk around the camp before breakfast. I passed the old cemetery again and noticed fresh footprints near the stone altar at the church ruins. Small, messy, like someone had been digging or dragging something. My stomach churned. Later that day, I overheard some of the older boys whispering about the pale kid. They said they had caught him sneaking off alone at odd hours, always heading toward the ruins. Nobody wanted to say it out loud, but there was a growing sense of fear and distrust. That night, I couldn't sleep. The memory of the screaming and the coyotes haunted me, but worse was the thought of that boy alone in the dark, near the stone altar. Around midnight, the screams came again. This time, I forced myself out of the tent and followed the noise toward the ruins. The moonlight showed me a terrible sight. The boy was crouched by the stone altar, holding a small, trembling squirrel in his hands. His face was pale, eyes wide and empty. I watched frozen as he took a small knife from his pocket and cut into the animal, blood dripping down onto the cold stone. It was clear what he was doing, some kind of sacrifice. I wanted to run back and get help, but I was scared. The boy seemed so focused, almost trance-like. Suddenly, a twig snapped under my foot, and he looked up, his eyes locking onto mine. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I turned and ran as fast as I could back to the tents, the sounds of the forest closing in behind me. When I got back, I told the scoutmaster what I had seen. He was shocked but didn't waste time. He gathered the older boys and confronted the new kid, who didn't deny anything. The scoutmaster made it clear that there was no place for that kind of behavior at camp, and the boy was sent home early. After that night, the camp felt different, colder, more tense. The counselors made us stay away from the church ruins and the cemetery. We never heard the screaming again, and the coyotes kept their distance. But the memory stayed with me. The way the boy had looked, the blood on the stone altar, the wild eyes of the coyotes in the dark. I learned that summer camp isn't just about nature and fun. It's about knowing who you're with and what people are capable of. And sometimes the scariest things aren't ghosts or monsters, but the people around you, the secrets they hide and the darkness they carry inside. The sun had long set by the time we arrived at the state park, deep in Michigan's wilderness. The place was quiet, isolated, and exactly what we had hoped for when we decided to get away from the city for a night of stargazing. The park was situated on a narrow peninsula that stretched out into Lake Michigan, surrounded on three sides by the water, with a dirt road that led all the way to the tip. It was far from any main road or town, and the stretch we parked on was the dried bed of the lake, cracked earth, mostly flat, with only a few patches of low weeds here and there. Behind us, about 50 yards away, the forest began. Tall trees, mostly pine and some oaks, dark shapes that seemed to lean toward the sky like silent sentinels. We'd chosen this spot because we wanted to see the stars clearly, without the interference of city lights. There was no moon that night, so the sky was a deep velvet black, scattered with thousands of stars. The Milky Way stretched across it like a misty ribbon. I could see shooting stars streaking now and then, burning bright, and then fading quickly into the darkness. The air was cool, but not cold, with a faint smell of pine needles and dry earth. We parked the car just off the dirt road and stepped out. My wife, Sarah, carried a small blanket and a thermos of hot tea. We laid the blanket down carefully on the cracked earth, sitting close together, back straight, eyes turned upwards. The silence around us was almost complete, broken only by the gentle lapping of the lake's water against the shore a few hundred feet away, and the distant cry of a lone owl. We talked little, just the occasional comment about the constellations or the brightness of a planet. Sarah pointed out the Big Dipper and Orion's belt, and I tried to find Cassiopeia, though I wasn't very good at identifying the stars. About 15 minutes after settling down, I caught a sudden flicker of light out of the corner of my right eye. It was faint and quick, like a flash, barely noticeable against the backdrop of stars. I didn't say anything at first because I thought it might be a firefly, those little glowing insects that sometimes buzz near your head in the summer evenings. The trees beyond the dried lake bottom were dark but not pitch black, and I figured maybe a bug had flown close enough to catch a bit of moonlight or reflect some starlight. We sat quietly again, watching the sky. Then, after maybe 2 minutes, I saw it again. Another quick flash, but this time closer and brighter. White light like a small camera flash or a torch flickering on and off. It seemed to come from the edge of the trees, the very first line of trunks where the wood started. The light was brief but clear enough for me to be sure it was not a firefly or any natural flicker. I turned slightly to look at Sarah and asked if she had seen it. She nodded, a little startled. That's when it happened. Between us, maybe 3 or 4 feet apart, a sudden, intense flash of white light exploded right in the space between us. It was so bright it felt like someone had shoved a powerful flashlight directly into my eyes from close range. I instinctively blinked and stepped back, trying to shield my eyes. Sarah screamed, a sharp, frightened sound that echoed faintly across the empty peninsula. The brightness lasted maybe a second, but in the pitch-black surroundings, it felt much longer. When my eyes finally adjusted, I realized the light was gone, and everything was back to the natural darkness of the night. But for a few moments, the world felt unsteady, like I was still seeing spots and shadows. We both scrambled up, grabbing the blanket and whatever gear we had brought with us. There was a cold sweat running down my back, even though the air was cool but comfortable. I could still feel my heart pounding hard in my chest, every nerve on edge. Without speaking, we got back into the car, locked the doors, and I started the engine. The car's headlights cut through the dark, illuminating the dirt road ahead. I pressed the gas pedal down hard and drove off the peninsula as fast as I dared, trying to shake off the feeling of unease that had settled over me. The drive back was tense and silent. Sarah kept glancing nervously at the rearview mirror, and I kept watching the shadows along the side of the road, expecting something to appear out of the darkness, but there was nothing. Just trees, empty road, and the quiet night. By the time we reached the main highway, about 15 miles away, the adrenaline was starting to fade. The normal sounds of distant cars and the soft glow of streetlights were oddly comforting after the oppressive darkness and that blinding flash. I tried to think of a reason, something that could explain what we'd seen. The place was remote, no houses nearby, no campsites, and no other vehicles on the dirt road. No hunters or fishermen were supposed to be around, and the state park was closed to overnight camping except for designated spots miles away. Could it have been a hunter or a camper shining a flashlight? No, the light was much too sudden and bright, and it came from a point where no one could have been without making noise. Besides, no voices or movement had broken the silence. Could it have been a photographer's flash? That made little sense either. Who would be out there in the middle of nowhere, taking pictures in the dead of night, far from any trail? I considered the idea of some kind of emergency flare or signal, but flares don't flash like that. They burn steadily, and there was no smoke, no sound of a flare igniting or crackling. I also thought about a reflection, maybe a car or a light source on the water or through the trees. But the flashes didn't come from the lake, and the immediate area was completely dry and cracked earth. There was nothing nearby to reflect the light, and the flashes were too close, right in the trees. The only other thought that crossed my mind was something mechanical or electronic, maybe a drone with a spotlight or a flashlight. But drones with bright lights were rare back then, and in such a restricted area, that felt unlikely. And the light flash was too sudden, too concentrated for a drone's moving beam. When I told Sarah that I couldn't explain it, she said she felt the same way. Neither of us slept well that night. In the weeks after, I kept thinking about it. I read about similar strange light sightings in remote areas, sometimes reported as orbs or unexplained flashes. Usually, those stories got attributed to natural phenomena or people mistaking distant lights for something mysterious. But this was different. It was too close, too real. The way it happened, right between us, sudden and bright, felt deliberate, like something was trying to get our attention, or maybe warning us off. I even went back to the park a few days later during the day, trying to find anything unusual. I walked the perimeter where the trees started, looking for any sign of recent activity. No footprints, no trash, no evidence of camping or anyone else being there. Just the dry, cracked earth, the tall pines, and the silence. I told a park ranger about the incident, but she just shrugged and said people sometimes see weird things out there. Maybe a reflection, a lens flare, or a trick of the eye. But that doesn't sit right with me. When you're in a place that quiet and dark, your senses sharpen. You notice things you wouldn't in the city. That flash was nothing like a trick. It was real. It was close. It was frightening. Since that night, I've stayed away from that peninsula after dark. I still go to the park during the day, but the memory of that blinding light lingers. I'm still not sure what it was. A strange visitor with a flashlight? A weird reflection? A malfunctioning camera? Or maybe something we just can't explain with what we know. But I do know one thing. That night, when the bright white flash lit up the space between me and my wife and made us jump in fear, it changed how I look at the dark and quiet places in the world. Sometimes out there, in the shadows of trees and cracked lake beds, there are things that don't quite fit the rules of what we expect. And maybe it's better that way. The small town where I spent my high school years had a certain quiet charm, the kind of place where everyone knew each other, and the days seemed to stretch out slow and easy. On the outskirts of this town, there was a small cemetery, old and tucked away just far enough to be forgotten by most people. The cemetery wasn't large, just a patch of weathered headstones and a few old trees that had been growing there for decades. What made this spot stand out to me wasn't the graves themselves, but the loop of road that ran around it. From that road, a narrow path led through a thin stretch of woods down to the beach, a beach that felt almost like a secret. I discovered that path early on, during one of those endless summer afternoons when I was just looking for a place to escape. The beach was quiet, sometimes empty except for a few seagulls or a distant boat out on the water. It wasn't a tourist spot or a crowded stretch of sand. It was more of a peaceful hideaway where I could be alone with my thoughts. I liked to bike there after school or on weekends, carrying a small backpack with a bottle of water, a towel, and sometimes a book. The path from the road through the woods wasn't long, maybe a few hundred yards at most. It was lined with scrubby bushes and small trees, the kind of woods that felt dense enough to offer shade, but thin enough that you could see patches of sunlight flickering through the leaves. The smell of pine and salt hung in the air, mixing in with the sound of waves crashing softly against the shore. I never felt spooked there. The woods felt safe, familiar, like an old friend. On that particular summer day, the sun was shining bright and warm, with a few clouds lazily drifting across the sky. It was the kind of weather that made everything look sharper and clearer. The colors of the ocean a deeper blue, the sand almost glowing in the sunlight. I had taken my bike down the path and locked it against a low branch near the edge of the trees. I walked barefoot down to the water's edge, feeling the coolness of the ocean on my skin as the waves rolled in and out. I had no real plan, just the urge to walk and watch and be alone. I wandered down the beach for nearly half an hour, picking up shells and small pieces of driftwood along the way. The shells were a variety of shapes and colors, tiny white ones, larger conch fragments with pink insides, bits of smooth, round stones that had been polished by the sea. I gathered a small handful and tucked them into my palm, feeling their smooth and rough textures against my skin. Eventually, I found a large fallen log lying near the treeline, half buried in the sand but solid enough to sit on. I dropped down onto it, letting the salty breeze wash over me and looking out at the endless ocean stretching toward the horizon. I held the shells in my hands, turning them over slowly, watching as a few grains of sand slipped off their surfaces. The water gleamed under the afternoon sun, sparkling like a field of tiny diamonds. I could hear the distant cry of gulls and the steady pulse of the waves. It was quiet but alive in a way that felt comforting, like the world was still, but waiting to move. After a few minutes, I started to notice some faint sounds coming from the woods behind me. At first, it was just a soft rustling, like leaves brushing against each other or small branches snapping underfoot. I assumed it was other people coming down the path to the beach. It wasn't unusual. Sometimes a family or a couple would wander down there for a swim or a picnic. Curious, I stood up and took a few steps toward the edge of the trees, looking through the thick brush to see if anyone was coming. But I didn't see anything. No figures, no shapes, no movement beyond the waving branches and the shadows they cast on the sand. I tried to convince myself it was just a squirrel, or maybe a raccoon rustling through the undergrowth. There were plenty of animals around, and the woods were their home. Still, the noise didn't stop. It seemed to grow louder, shifting from the random snap of twigs to a steady rustling that moved closer to where I was sitting. I felt a flicker of unease creep up my spine. The hair at the back of my neck prickled, but I forced myself to stay calm. I told myself I was imagining things or being too sensitive. Deciding I should probably get back to my bike, I turned and headed toward the narrow path through the trees. The sand beneath my feet gave way to dirt and leaves as I entered the woods, and the canopy above darkened the light enough to make it harder to see. The rustling noises followed me, growing louder and more frequent with every step I took. It was no longer just random sounds. It was a distinct movement, as if something, or someone, was moving through the woods right behind me. I quickened my pace, trying to focus on the path ahead instead of the sounds creeping closer. The bushes scraped against my arms as I pushed through, and I could feel my heart thumping hard in my chest. I didn't want to look back, but every few steps I glanced over my shoulder, catching only shadows and empty space. The path led out to the road that looped around the cemetery where my bike was parked. I burst through the last line of trees and saw it leaning against a branch exactly where I'd left it. Relief washed over me in a wave, and I hurried over, grabbing the handlebars and throwing my leg over the seat. The moment my feet hit the pedals, I started to pedal hard, pushing the bike as fast as I could down the road. Even as I sped away, I could still hear the rustling. It followed me along the side of the road, moving through the bushes and trees, getting louder and closer. The sound wasn't like wind or the usual forest noises. It was heavier, more deliberate. My breath came fast and shallow, and my legs burned from the effort. I dared not look back, but I could feel something chasing me, just beyond the line of trees. The road curved around the cemetery, the old gravestones silhouetted against the fading light. I could see the edge of town ahead, where streetlights flickered on and cars passed by with their headlights cutting through the dusk. People were out walking dogs or chatting on their porches, and I felt an intense longing to reach that safety, to get away from the woods and whatever was making those sounds. Finally, I hit the main street and merged into the flow of traffic and pedestrians. The rustling stopped abruptly, like it had hit an invisible wall and couldn't cross into the town. I slowed down, my legs trembling and my chest heaving, and let out a long breath I hadn't realized I was holding. I sat there on my bike for a moment, looking back toward the woods and the cemetery, half expecting to see someone, or something, watching from the shadows. But there was nothing, just empty trees and a silent cemetery, bathed in the pale light of street lamps. That night, and for many nights after, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I avoided the path by the cemetery entirely, choosing longer, less direct routes to the beach, or just staying away from the area altogether. Whenever I thought about it, I remembered the way the rustling sound had followed me, growing louder as I tried to get away, like something was moving with me, right behind me, just out of sight. I never saw or heard anything like it again, and I never went back down that path alone. The peaceful beach I had loved suddenly felt like a place to be wary of, a reminder that sometimes, even in the quietest spots, there are things better left unseen. When I was 16, I decided to go camping in southwest Louisiana during December. It wasn't some big, planned trip with a group or anything like that. It was more of a last-minute idea, a chance to get away from everything and spend some time alone out in nature. The land I was camping on belonged to a family friend, a place that looked exactly like what you imagine when you hear about Louisiana swamps. Bayous winding through dense trees, Spanish moss hanging thick and low from the branches, thick mud, and the heavy, humid air that smelled of water and earth all mixed together. It was the kind of place that feels alive, even when everything is still. I got there late, just as the sun was setting behind the trees. The fading light barely made it through the thick canopy overhead. I parked my car on a rough dirt path near the edge of the property, grabbed my pack, and started hiking in. The path was narrow and uneven, littered with roots and fallen branches, and the air was cooler than I expected for December. Not freezing, but definitely a noticeable chill that made me zip up my jacket tighter around my neck. As I walked, I heard the usual sounds of the swamp, frogs croaking somewhere close, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush, and the occasional splash in the water. The shadows grew deeper and thicker as the light faded, and soon it was pitch black. I had a small flashlight, but I mostly relied on my night vision, trying to keep my eyes adjusted so I wouldn't have to waste the battery. I found a small clearing about a quarter-mile in. It was barely big enough for my tent, maybe 20 feet across, surrounded by tall cypress trees dripping with Spanish moss that swayed gently in the cool breeze. The ground was firm but damp, not muddy thankfully, and covered in fallen leaves and pine needles. It looked perfect for setting up camp. I quickly unpacked and pitched my tent, the soft rustling of fabric and snapping of tent stakes sounding louder in the silence of the woods. By the time I crawled into my sleeping bag, it was close to 10 at night. I was tired but happy, the kind of quiet that settles deep inside you when you're surrounded by nothing but trees and the occasional distant call of wildlife. I turned off my flashlight, zipped up my tent door, and closed my eyes, ready to drift off. I must have been asleep for a couple of hours when I woke up suddenly. At around 3 in the morning, nature called, and I had no choice but to get up and step outside. I didn't want to bring my flashlight. I wanted to keep my eyes adjusted to the dark. So I quietly unzipped my tent and slipped out. The clearing was pitch black, the moon barely peeking through thick clouds overhead. The air was cold enough to make me shiver, and even though I was bundled up, I felt the chill creep into my bones. I walked maybe 3 feet from the tent and began to relieve myself. The sound of my urine hitting the ground was unnervingly loud in the stillness. I kept my head down, eyes focused on the ground. Then I looked up. It was instinct, a flicker of movement out of the corner of my eye. 10 feet away, maybe less, standing just beyond the edge of the clearing in the shadows of the trees, was something. I've never been able to explain exactly what I saw that night. It wasn't an animal, not anything I could name. It was tall, maybe 6 feet or more. Its shape was vaguely human, but not quite right. The outline was thin and awkward, almost too still. The darkness wrapped around it, blending with the moss and branches, making it hard to make out any details. I froze. It didn't move or make a sound. It just stood there, watching me. I wasn't scared, not in the way you might expect. I was dumbstruck. My brain couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. I slowly turned away and backed toward my tent, not wanting to break eye contact, but feeling a strange, heavy weight in my chest like something was pressing down on me. I zipped myself back inside, trembling a little from the cold, or maybe from something else. I sat up in my sleeping bag and prayed silently, though I don't even know what for. I listened, straining to hear anything, footsteps, breathing, the slightest rustle. But the clearing was silent except for the soft whistle of the wind through the trees and the occasional drip of moisture from the moss. I stayed like that for the rest of the night, shivering and wide awake. The hours crawled by, and I watched the faintest hints of dawn start to pale the sky outside my tent. When the sun finally rose and filtered weakly through the canopy, I stepped outside with cautious eyes. The clearing looked completely normal in the daylight, peaceful even. I took a deep breath, feeling the damp cold in my lungs, and looked around. That's when I saw it, a small, rusty iron gate barely visible under a layer of leaves and vines at the far edge of the clearing. Pushing aside the overgrowth, I found a family cemetery. There were old, weathered headstones covered in moss and lichen, leaning crooked and cracked with age. Some markers were nothing more than rough stones with names barely legible, and others had faint carvings of dates going back 100 years or more. The ground was soft and uneven, and I realized I had set up my tent right in the middle of this forgotten resting place. It hit me then. What I saw the night before wasn't anything supernatural. It was just a trick of the shadows and my own mind in the dark. But the feeling of being watched, the cold that settled deep inside me, it was real. Maybe it was the knowledge that I'd disturbed a place meant to be left alone, or maybe it was just the isolation and the wild unknown pressing down on me. I packed up quickly, feeling a deep unease I couldn't shake. I didn't want to tell the family, not because I was afraid of ghosts or curses, but because I didn't want them to think I had disrespected their ancestors by camping on their graves. The thought of it made me sick. As I hiked back out through the swamp, I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see that shape again. But it never came. The bayou was just as quiet and still as before, the swamp's normal sounds gradually waking with the dawn. When I got back to my car, I felt a strange mix of relief and guilt. The whole experience stayed with me long after I left that place. I never camped there again, and I never told anyone what happened. Sometimes, late at night, I think about that cold clearing in the swamp and the weight of that silent watcher in the dark, and I'm glad I walked away without disturbing anything else. That night taught me something important. Respect isn't just about fear or superstition. It's about understanding the weight of history, the things that belong to the past, and knowing when to leave them be. Camping in that forgotten cemetery was a mistake, but it was one I'll never forget. The first summer I worked for the National Park Service, I quickly realized this job was nothing like the stories I had imagined. I wasn't part of search and rescue. That was a specialized team, the folks who handled the toughest, most dangerous situations, but I heard enough to know what they dealt with could be brutal. One story in particular stayed with me. It happened the winter before I started, but the scars of it were still raw in the park and the team's memories. Last winter, during a heavy snowstorm, a pair of search and rescue rangers were out in Sequoia National Park. These two had been partners for years, well experienced. They knew the dangers better than most. But that winter, something went terribly wrong. A snowstorm moved in fast and hard. One of the rangers got separated from the other. The visibility dropped to almost nothing. The cold was relentless. The separated ranger vanished somewhere in the vast, frozen wilderness. His partner called out for help immediately. The SAR team launched a massive search. For days, they combed through the deep snow, climbing frozen slopes, poking under thick pine branches weighed down by snow, shouting his name into the white silence. But the snowstorm didn't ease, and the search got harder with each day. After 2 weeks of relentless searching with no sign, the team had to face the grim reality. Either the ranger was out there somewhere, dead beneath the snow and ice, or he'd somehow slipped away, vanished intentionally. Maybe he didn't want to be found. Those were the cold facts they dealt with in the backcountry. Sometimes people just disappeared. When the snow melted in spring, the team went back to search again, hoping for closure. What they found was worse than any of us wanted to imagine. His body lay far off the main trails, torn apart and scattered. Wildlife had been through it, coyotes or mountain lions, maybe bears. They had eaten the flesh, dragging parts of him across the forest floor. It was a gruesome sight, one that seared itself into the minds of everyone who saw it. The harsh truth of nature. Death in the wilderness wasn't clean or peaceful. That winter, that story became a warning to all of us who worked in the park. It reminded me how fragile we are out here, how brutal and unforgiving the wilderness can be. The days after I heard the story, I found myself watching the snowy peaks with a new kind of fear. It wasn't just the cold or the weather or getting lost. I realized people die here in ways nobody wants to think about, and sometimes nobody ever finds them. I never thought a simple hike could leave a mark like this. It was supposed to be just a day out in the woods with friends, something easy and normal. But even now, thinking back, I can't shake how strange and tense it all felt, how something in those woods just didn't sit right with me. It started on a weekend when my friend Jason invited me and a couple others to hike on his dad's property in North Carolina. His family's land backed right up to a state park, a place full of thick forests, old trails, and a handful of power lines cutting through like scars on the landscape. Jason had grown up around there, knew the woods like the back of his hand. I thought that was why he wanted to take us out there, to show us the less beaten paths, the hidden spots he'd explored when he was younger. It wasn't the first time I'd been hiking, but it was different from the usual trails where you bump into other hikers or families on weekends. These woods were quieter, almost too quiet. We started out early, just after the sun had risen enough to filter through the trees. The air was fresh, cool with a hint of pine and wet earth from the night's rain. The path was narrow, covered in fallen leaves and pine needles, and we followed it single file. Jason led naturally, pointing out small things here and there, an old tree stump carved with initials, the tracks of some animal, patches of wildflowers. It felt peaceful, almost like the woods were welcoming us in. As we walked, the canopy thickened. The sunlight became patchy, flickering through the branches. The sounds of birds were there, faint rustling of small creatures moving in the underbrush. It all seemed normal. I remember feeling calm, the way the forest air settled in your lungs like a cold drink after being cooped up in a city all week. About an hour in, the trail opened up to a clearing, a long strip where power lines ran overhead. The clearing stretched maybe 100 yards across, cutting a wide swath through the trees. The electricity towers stood tall and gray against the green, humming quietly. It was one of those places that felt oddly empty, like nature was paused for a moment to let the wires cut through. We stopped briefly at the edge of the clearing. Jason looked over to the other side of the power lines, his face tightening just a little. It was then that I noticed something strange. Right at the tree line, just beyond the clearing, there was a row of old toys. I mean, a lot of toys, dolls, stuffed animals, old plastic trucks. And there, standing out among all the mess, was a rocking horse. Not a new one either. It looked ancient, worn down by time and weather, its paint chipped and faded, the wood cracked in places. It was the kind of toy that seemed like it belonged in a yard a kid played in decades ago, not dumped in the woods. Jason explained, without any real emotion, that some people camped out here illegally. They'd set up makeshift homes in the woods and stayed for long periods, sometimes even with kids. Apparently, these people sometimes wandered onto his dad's land. The toys, he said, were left behind by those families, scattered or lined up near the edges where the woods met the clearing. The rocking horse, he said, was a kind of landmark for them, a sign that someone had lived there. We all looked at the toys for a moment, the weird contrast between the childhood playthings and the rough, wild forest around them hitting me hard. It was strange and unsettling, seeing the innocence of the toys next to the wildness of the woods, like a silent story left behind. Jason led us across the clearing, the grass crunching under our boots, until we reached the other side where the toys were. The smell changed too. There was a faint, sharp odor, something like damp clothes mixed with dirt and smoke, but I couldn't be sure. The trees felt closer here, thicker, darker. As we walked deeper into this part of the woods, the trail became less clear. Twigs and leaves covered the ground more densely, and the noise of the power lines faded behind us. The air felt heavier, more still. We kept moving, the four of us, Jason, me, and two others, all quiet now, watching where we stepped, listening carefully to the sounds around us. Suddenly, Jason stopped. Right off the trail, about 20 feet into the trees, I saw them. Two kids, maybe no older than 6 or 7, stood there looking dirty and tired. Their clothes were ragged, stained with mud and leaves. The boy wore a faded shirt that hung loosely on his thin frame. The girl's dress was torn and filthy. They didn't say anything, just stared at us with wide eyes that seemed scared and lost. For a moment, I thought maybe they were just playing, or someone's kids who had wandered off from camp. Then they bolted, sprinting back into the trees so fast they almost vanished in a blur. We didn't chase them or call out. None of us said anything. We just stood there, frozen a moment longer, then slowly kept walking, not looking back. The woods felt different after that. Heavier. We tried to shake it off, but the image of those kids stayed with me. How thin they looked, how scared. The toys, the clearing, the kids running off. It didn't add up to anything simple. There was something harsh and raw about it all. We finished the hike without incident, but when we got back to the car in Jason's dad's place, the quiet and normalcy outside the woods made the whole day feel like it belonged to another world. I didn't talk much on the way home, just stared out the window, thinking about what we'd seen. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept imagining those kids, alone in the woods, with no one to help them. I wondered who they really were, if anyone even knew where they were. The woods felt like a place that kept secrets, some of them not easy to forget. We didn't speak much on the way back through those woods. The silence between us wasn't awkward. It was more like a heavy pause, like none of us wanted to break the quiet because it might shatter something fragile about the moment. Jason went ahead, leading the way with more caution now. His steps were softer, and his eyes kept scanning the trees on both sides. The path was less clear than before. After the clearing, the trees grew closer, branches drooping lower, leaves rustling even though the air was still. I kept catching glimpses of shadows shifting just beyond the edge of the trail, and every little noise seemed louder. The crack of a twig, the distant call of a crow, the soft buzz of an insect. It felt like the woods themselves were holding their breath. We didn't see any more people after the kids disappeared. That alone felt strange. Usually, even if you're deep in the woods, you catch signs of other hikers, maybe a shout from a distance or the glow of a campfire. But here, nothing. The quiet stretched on, and it wasn't peaceful. It was tense, like something was watching or waiting. I tried to tell myself the kids must belong to one of those illegal camps Jason talked about, that it was probably just a family living rough out here, the kids playing nearby while the adults were off somewhere. But part of me didn't want to believe that. There was something about the way the kids looked, like they were scared or lost, and the way they ran away so fast, like they didn't want to be seen. The woods seemed darker after that. The sun was higher now, but under the thick canopy, it barely reached the ground. Moss covered the tree trunks, and old roots snaked across the path. I tripped once on a root and caught myself on a tree, heart pounding. The others laughed quietly, but the mood stayed heavy. Jason finally stopped by a large oak, its branches wide and tangled. He looked back at us, then at the trees beyond the trail, his face serious. No one asked him anything. I think we all knew there was more to those woods than he wanted to say. We rested for a few minutes, drinking from our water bottles and stretching. The air was thick and humid now, and I could taste the earthy scent of wet leaves and soil. Insects buzzed near my ears, and a few birds called out, but everything felt muted, like the forest was waiting. When we started walking again, The trail twisted deeper into the woods, becoming narrower and more overgrown. The bushes brushed against my legs, and I could feel scratches on my skin where I wasn't paying attention. The sunlight thinned out even more, leaving patches of dim light that barely lit the ground. At some point, we passed an old rusted can and a broken plastic bucket tangled in the brush. It reminded me that this wasn't untouched wilderness. People had been here, leaving their mess behind. It was a sharp contrast to the peaceful image I had of hiking in a state park. I thought about those toys again, especially the rocking horse. It felt like a symbol, something left behind that shouldn't be here. Why leave toys like that in the woods, out where anyone could find them? Were they meant to be markers, warnings, or just forgotten scraps? We walked on, each step feeling heavier. The trail seemed endless, twisting and turning without clear direction. The woods felt like they stretched forever, and the quiet pressed down on us. At one point, I stopped and turned back, expecting to see Jason or one of the others behind me, but they were gone. Not far, just out of sight around a bend. I called out softly, but only the echo of my voice answered. It was a strange feeling, being alone, even for a moment, in those woods. Then, from somewhere deep in the trees, I heard a soft sound, maybe a whisper or a breath, I wasn't sure. It was faint, but it made my skin crawl. I stopped dead, my heart thumping hard. I waited, listening. Nothing else came. I started moving again, faster now, eager to catch up to the others. We eventually found a wider path, one that looked like it had been used more often. The trees opened up a bit, and the light came back, softer but more welcoming. We followed it, our pace quickening. When we finally broke through the last line of trees and came out near a small dirt road, it felt like waking up from a bad dream. The sun was warm on my face again, and the sounds of cars and people drifted from the distance. Jason looked at us, his expression unreadable. We didn't talk much on the drive home, but I could tell he was thinking about the same things I was. That night, lying in my bed,